Duan Yonggang was slightly startled, but quickly remembered what the head of the family had said about Yi Jing being a divine physician. He nodded. The wound aches during rainy days. Yi Jing continued. And does your chest also ache during rainy days? Duan Yonggang was stunned. How did you know? Subconsciously, his way of addressing Yi Jing had changed. Yi Jing said, you can't endure this pain any longer. The previous pain was just physiological rheumatism, but recently, the wounds from these 3 gunshots have become inflamed, causing myocarditis. Come here, let me treat you. Duan Yonggang was stunned and instinctively looked at his uncle. Elder Duan nodded at him. Duan Yonggang then took a step forward. In the next second, Yi Jing raised his hand, and 3 silver needles shot toward his chest. Duan Yonggang instinctively wanted to dodge to the side, but managed to stop himself with sheer willpower. The 3 silver needles landed on his chest, and within 3 seconds, they fell off on their own, dropping to the ground. At the spots where the silver needles had pierced, some dark blood slowly flowed out. How do you feel now? Yi Jing asked with a smile. Duan Yonggang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly delighted, and immediately knelt on one knee. Thank you, Mr. Yi. He truly felt the miraculousness of Yi Jing's medical skills. Those 3 needles had instantly cured his long-standing rheumatism, residual pain from gunshot wounds, and chest pain. Yi Jing smiled faintly. You're welcome. Since you were injured defending the border, it's only right that I treat you. Elder Duan also quickly bowed. Thank you, Mr. Yi. He hadn't expected that by bringing Duan Yonggang, a second-generation family member, to meet Mr. Yi and broaden his horizons, the man would be cured of his illness. Inside the auction hall, Zhu Pan, standing at the back of the crowd, had been silently observing Yi Jing's actions earlier. He truly is a divine physician. He could tell at a glance that the girl was having her period, and he could diagnose someone's gunshot wounds without even taking their pulse. And that skill with the silver needles is truly extraordinary. It seems the rumors are true. His so-called 7 needles of the Xian Men might be able to cure my liver disease. At this moment, more and more people had arrived inside the auction hall. Everyone naturally went to find their closest acquaintances and discuss the medicinal herbs on the auction list for tonight. The medicinal herb I'm most interested in tonight is the 800-year-old ginseng. I'm eyeing rhodiola and snow lotus. I must get them. Our pharmacy needs seahorses and cordyceps to anchor our collection. We must buy them tonight. At this time, Zhu Pan approached Yi Jing. Mr. Yi, Mr. Wang. Mr. Yi, I am the actual controller of the Longxi Group, Zhu Pan. Perhaps you've heard of me. Yi Jing nodded faintly. Wang Mingyang mentioned you to me. Zhu Pan smiled. That makes things easier. As I said before, any medicinal herbs you and Mr. Wang see tonight, 3, no, 6 in total, 3 for each of you. No matter the price, no matter how precious, I will bid for them tonight. Just give me a hint when you want me to act. Yi Jing nodded slightly. Then I thank you, Mr. Zhu. Zhu Pan immediately showed a smile. He knew Yi Jing had agreed, and he felt relieved. Compared to his life, the loss of some money was nothing. The vast Longxi Group lacked nothing but money. Very well, I look forward to meeting you again after the auction. After saying this, Zhu Pan left with a happy expression. He knew that after the auction, Yi Jing would likely start treating him, and his life would finally be secure. The auction soon began. This rhodiola has antioxidant, anti-fatigue, and anti-aging properties, and it was discovered in a high-altitude region. The auctioneer quickly started the bidding. After browsing through the list, Yi Jing quickly thought of an ancient prescription in his mind. This ancient prescription required 6 precious medicinal herbs, combined with some common Chinese herbs, to be refined. Once refined, it had excellent effects on prolonging life and promoting recovery. The next item up for auction is a blood Ganoderma. Yi Jing gave Wang Mingyang a hint, and Wang Mingyang immediately started bidding. Zhu Pan, who was watching from the side, also began to bid. Once Zhu Pan started bidding, he didn't care about others' bids and simply followed along. Backed by the Longxi Group, he wasn't short of money, so no matter the price, he just blindly followed. Soon, he successfully bought the blood Ganoderma. Afterwards, he also bought several other precious medicinal herbs. Chapter 265, divine medicine, antler velvet, bird's nest, ginseng, iron needle foot. Ouch! Zhu Pan felt a sharp pain in his wallet. He realized that the medicinal ingredients Yi Jing and Wang Mingyang were asking for were all ridiculously expensive. Still, he gritted his teeth and accepted it. As long as he could save his life, it was worth it. And so, the people from the major aristocratic families, the Duan family, the Pan family, the Mu family, the Shi family, all noticed that whenever Mr. Yi placed a bid on an expensive medicinal ingredient, Zhu Pan from the Longxi group would go crazy, continuously bidding until he won. Is Zhu Pan deliberately opposing Mr. Yi? It doesn't seem like it. If he were deliberately opposing, Mr. Yi should also keep bidding, competing with each other. But Mr. Yi only bids once and then stops. It's like a relay race, where Mr. Yi bids once and then hands it over to Zhu Pan to continue bidding. Everyone quickly figured out this layer and exchanged knowing glances. So that's it. It seems Zhu Pan has reached some agreement with Mr. Yi to help him buy these expensive medicinal ingredients. However, we can't let the Longxi group's Zhu Pan take all the credit. Let's also buy some expensive medicinal ingredients and gift them to Mr. Yi. Finally, the auction ended. Not only did Zhu Pan personally bring the expensive medicinal ingredients to Yi Jing, but representatives from other major aristocratic families also brought some of the medicinal ingredients they had purchased. Mr. Yi, we bought an extra blood lingji. Please accept it as a gift. And this, we also want to gift to you. Many aristocratic families wanted to establish a connection with Yi Jing. Especially Duan Yonggang, who had just received guidance from Yi Jing, actively bought an 800-year-old ginseng and presented it to Yi Jing. I'll pick a few from these. Yi Jing didn't take everything but selected a few ingredients based on the ancient formulas in his mind, returning the rest to the crowd. After everyone left, Zhu Pan quickly approached. Mr. Yi, when will you start treating my illness? Yi Jing said indifferently, wait. I'll treat you once I've finished refining this medicine. Zhu Pan was shocked. You're going to use these ingredients to make pills? Yi Jing nodded. Yes, in traditional Chinese medicine, pills are the most common form. I plan to personally brew a pot of herbal medicine and shape it into pills. One pill will be enough to cure your illness. Zhu Pan became excited. Really? That's great. I'll wait. He rubbed his hands, eager for the moment to come. This illness had plagued him for far too long, and he was desperate to get rid of it. After obtaining all the ingredients, Yi Jing arrived at Wang Mingyang's Xuanhu Jishir pharmacy. Clear out. Make room for your master to prepare a place for refining medicine. Wang Mingyang directed his numerous disciples and apprentices to set up the pharmacy. Master, what kind of medicinal furnace do you need? Wang Mingyang eagerly presented all his medicinal furnaces. Yi Jing chose the largest one, saying, this one will do. Wang Mingyang personally controlled the heat. Unlike the past, modern refining doesn't require open flames. A smart furnace suffices. The heat can be controlled manually. The only thing that remained the same was adding different ingredients at different stages of the process. As Yi Jing added the ingredients to the furnace in a specific sequence, gradually, the characteristic bitter smell of traditional Chinese medicine disappeared. In its place, a fragrant medicinal aroma emerged. Master, how is this possible? Wang Mingyang exclaimed in surprise. I've been refining traditional Chinese medicine for so many years, and it's always been bitter. I even thought the old saying good medicine tastes bitter was correct. But your medicine... Yi Jing smiled faintly. Don't worry, your learned knowledge is correct. Ordinary decoctions used for treatment are indeed bitter. As the old saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter and is beneficial for the illness. But my medicinal pills are not only for treating illnesses, but also for nourishing the body. They have a unique fragrance. The emergence of this aroma indicates that my pills have been successfully refined. Next, we need to evaporate the water and shape them into pills. Yi Jing handed this task over to Wang Mingyang. Soon, pearl-like pills appeared on the workbench and were left to dry. Is it done? Wang Mingyang leaned in to take a closer sniff, feeling refreshed. It seemed that the pills contained a peculiar energy. Just a whiff made him feel invigorated. Pack them up. A total of 36 pills were placed into 36 small transparent vials by Wang Mingyang. At that moment, a young apprentice came to report, Zhu Pan from the Longxi group is here. Yijing nodded, go, give him one. Wang Mingyang took out a pill, went outside, and handed it to Zhu Pan. Is this the medicine that can cure my illness? Wang Mingyang scrutinized the pill, about the size of a small finger. His illness had been deemed incurable by countless major hospitals and renowned doctors. Yet, this tiny pill could cure him? How should I take it, and are there any precautions? Wang Mingyang asked cautiously. Yijing casually replied, you can take it anywhere. There are no special requirements. Just don't choke on it. Zhu Pan asked, then, should I take it now? Wang Mingyang nodded, eager to see the effects of the pill and how quickly they would manifest. After taking it, Zhu Pan smiled, it's quite tasty. Within 5 to 6 minutes, Zhu Pan's expression changed slightly. Huh. He let out a soft exclamation. My stomach feels suddenly very comfortable. The pain from his liver disease had tormented him for so long. Although the liver itself had no pain receptors, it affected the surrounding spleen, gallbladder, and stomach, causing chronic discomfort. But after taking the pill, the pain suddenly disappeared. And the feeling of bloating has also gone away. Previously, whenever Zhu Pan pressed on his upper abdomen, he always felt bloated, swollen, and painful. Now, all those abnormal sensations were gone. Yijing smiled faintly. The medicine is taking effect. Your condition is starting to improve. Zhu Pan exclaimed in delight. Really? Quick, do you have any diagnostic equipment here? Help me check. Wang Mingyang's pharmacy was well equipped with various diagnostic instruments. A full body checkup was quickly arranged for Zhu Pan. Chapter 266. Building Connections. After a thorough examination, the results were ready. Mr. Zhu, your test results are out, and they're much better than last time. It's almost as if you're moving towards a normal state. And look at the size of your liver tumor. It's shrinking rapidly. Really? Zhu Pan was overjoyed. So many doctors had sighed in despair, saying there was no hope. Now, finally, he could hear some good news. Then, Mr. Yi, should I take another pill to reinforce the treatment? Yijing replied calmly, no need. This one pill is enough to cure you. The effects have just started to take hold, and by around 3 days, when the full effects have been absorbed, your body will be completely healed. With Yijing's words, Zhu Pan felt as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. He bowed solemnly. Thank you, Mr. Yi. At this moment, he felt that if his body really did recover, the money he had spent would be more than worth it. Zhu Pan left temporarily. For now, his relationship with Yijing seemed good, but once he discovered Su Yi's affairs, who knew what would happen? Master, there are a total of 36 pills. Now, there are 35 left. What do you think? Yijing thought for a moment. This time, the Mu, Shi, Duan, and Qilong families all contributed funds to purchase medicinal ingredients. Give 1 pill to each of these families. Keep 10 pills for me, and the remaining 21, you can sell them. Wang Mingyang was immediately excited. His master was leaving such precious pills with him? Just moments ago, he had seen how powerful these pills were. Zhu Pan's severe liver disease, which had even affected multiple organs, was cured with just 1 pill. It was practically a second life. At the Shi family residence. Mom's sick, dear. What should we do? Zhao Huiming, the wife of the 3rd son of the Shi family, was anxious. Mom suddenly had a high fever and fainted. The hospital diagnosed it as a cerebral infarction. They say she might not wake up. What should we do? Shi Hongyuan suddenly said, wait, our old man today seemed to have brought back some kind of miraculous medicine. I'll go steal it for you. Zhao Huiming whispered, will that work? Can it cure my mom? Shi Hongyuan laughed. Don't worry. Our old man values that medicine highly. It must be something powerful, given to him by a very important person. Besides, your Zhao family is also a well-known big clan. We're just the 3rd and 4th in line on both sides, never getting any attention. No good things come our way. If you take this miraculous medicine to your Zhao family and cure your mom, at least we'll get some recognition. Maybe your mom will even allocate some assets to you. Wouldn't that make our lives better? Zhao Huiming's eyes lit up. All right, then hurry up and steal the medicine. Shi Hongyuan nodded immediately and sneaked into his grandfather's room. At this moment, the old man of the Shi family had just placed the pill in his study. Make sure this pill is well guarded. It's a medicine from Mr. Yi. The butler beside him was surprised. Master, is this a pill from the renowned Dr. Yi? Yes, this pill is not easy to come by. At the auction, Mr. Yi bought a large amount of precious herbs to make these pills. Each one probably costs tens of millions. The butler's face showed shock. So expensive? I must guard it well. He thought to himself that even if he sold himself, he couldn't afford to lose it. After the old man left, the butler carefully looked at the pill, thinking he must guard it well. As for why the old man didn't put the pill in a safe for better protection, the old man had said it was a life-saving pill, so it was placed in the study within easy reach. In case of an emergency, it could be used to save a life. Mr. Sunday. At this moment, Shi Hongyuan from the third branch came over with a smile. I saw Zhao Shifu looking for you in the front yard. The butler hesitated. I can't leave yet. Can you ask him to come here? Shi Hongyuan's face immediately darkened. What nonsense are you talking? Am I the master of this house, or are you? The butler also trembled, realizing what he had just said. He was just a butler. How could he command the master's people? I'm sorry, third young master. Just now, I was muddle-headed and blurted out something wrong. Please forgive me. Shi Hongyuan snorted coldly from his nose. The butler looked back and, gritting his teeth, hurried over. He thought that since this was the inner residence of the Shi family, no outsiders would enter. If anyone did, the security at the gate would notify him. Seeing the butler leave, Shi Hongyuan quietly entered the study and searched around. This must be that pill. Grandpa placed it so conspicuously. Isn't he practically asking me to take it? Shi Hongyuan took the pill down with a smile. Well then, I won't be polite. He quickly took the pill and ran home, meeting his wife Zhao Huiming. Together, they went to the Zhao family residence. At the Zhao family residence, people were in a state of panic. Quick. The old lady's condition is critical. Has the renowned doctor arrived yet? They're already hurrying. It seems they've invited a renowned doctor from Shanghai, who just happened to be in our province for some business. Which renowned doctor is it? It's the internationally famous Dr. Gong Shiqing from Shanghai. When this name was mentioned, everyone was shocked. Dr. Gong is actually in our province? What great luck. His reputation is much greater than even our province's Master Wang Mingyang. That's right. Many foreigners come to seek treatment from Dr. Gong. With Dr. Gong here, the old lady's condition will surely be cured. The Zhao family members all breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Zhao Huiming and Shi Hongyuan also arrived. Mom, where's my mom? I've brought the miraculous medicine. Someone saw Zhao Huiming and said indifferently, Old Fifth is back. It's good that you came back in time, showing your filial piety. But your so-called miraculous medicine isn't necessary. Third sister has already invited Dr. Gong, the famous doctor from Shanghai. Zhao Huiming's expression stiffened. Well, that's fine then. She whispered to Shi Hongyuan, we were a step too late. Shi Hongyuan also sighed. There's no helping it. Dr. Gong's reputation is too great. Compared to him, our miraculous medicine is nothing. Both of them shook their heads. Since Dr. Gong is here, let's go up and make an appearance. If we can build a connection with him, it might come in handy someday. Chapter 267. The Little Pill. That's right. Someone like this renowned doctor should definitely be someone we should get to know better. Shi Hongyuan nodded heavily, and without mentioning anything else, last time when my old man was sick, we found a renowned doctor named Yi Jing. However, that Dr. Yi is only well known in our provincial capital, and seems to have a good relationship with Wang Mingyang. But compared to the esteemed Dr. Gong Shisu from Shanghai, he's still far behind. Zhao Huiming nodded. Exactly. Our chance this time is gone, but there's still an opportunity to get closer to Dr. Gong. so it wasn't a wasted trip. The two of them stood by and observed. Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Dr. Gong arrived. All the Zhao family members were busy welcoming Dr. Gong. Dr. Gong, this way please. My mother is inside. Please come in. Watch out for the threshold so you don't trip. The attitude of the Zhao family members was almost as if they were worshipping Dr. Gong Shiqing as a god. And Dr. Gong himself had an arrogant demeanor, as if all this was his due. As a renowned doctor from Shanghai, not only famous nationwide but also internationally, coming to this small provincial city was a demotion, and he naturally didn't place the people here in his eyes. Lead the way. Soon, Dr. Gong arrived at the patient's bedside. This is just a simple cerebral infarction, very easy to treat. Just a few needles from me, and there won't be any problem. Dr. Gong's confident attitude also filled everyone with awe. See? This is the real deal, a true master. With just a few needles, our old lady will be fine. So impressive. After Dr. Gong finishes treating the old lady, could he take a look at me and see if there's anything wrong with me? Help me regulate my body? If you have time, take a look at me too. My spleen and kidneys seem to be a bit off. Help me with that too. Everyone wanted Dr. Gong to take a look, as if just a glance from him could make their bodies healthy. Zhao Huiming also whispered, "We came back today. At least we got to see Dr. Gong in action. It was worth it." Next to him, Shi Hongyuan also said, "Indeed. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness Dr. Gong in action." Dr. Gong Shiqing confidently began to insert the needles. After a few needles, he stroked his beard and said calmly, "Within 3 minutes, the old lady will wake up." Amazing doctor. Truly an amazing doctor. She'll be fine in just 3 minutes. Dr. Gong glanced at the time, then began chatting with those around him, clearly bored. Everyone was eager to chat with Dr. Gong a bit more, and a group of people started talking all at once. However, 3 minutes passed, and the old lady on the bed still showed no signs of waking up. After a while, Zhao Huiming couldn't hold back anymore. It seems it's already been more than 3 minutes? Why hasn't my mother woken up yet? Everyone looked at their watches and murmured, "It does seem to have been more than 3 minutes." Dr. Gong Shiqing's face showed a hint of seriousness. "What's going on? Hasn't she woken up yet?" He calmly stroked his beard and said, "Don't worry. The old lady's condition is more severe and complex. A few simple needles aren't enough. I need to insert a few more. Rest assured, after these needles, the old lady will wake up immediately." Everyone smiled. Of course, I knew there would be no problem. Yes, as long as Dr. Gong inserts a few more needles, everything will be fine. No need to worry, with Dr. Gong here. It's like having a stabilizing force. How could anything go wrong? Everyone exchanged smiles, waiting for Dr. Gong to continue with the needles. Dr. Gong began to insert the needles, this time much more cautiously. However, as he inserted the needles, the sweat on his forehead grew more and more, but the patient showed no signs of waking up. What's going on? Could it be that she won't wake up? Nonsense. As long as Dr. Gong is here, how could she not wake up? Dr. Gong Shiqing, however, was increasingly sweating profusely. This can't be right. After these needles, the patient should definitely wake up. No, this case isn't just a simple cerebral infarction, it's also accompanied by myocardial infarction. And there's also cerebral vascular blockage. Just as Dr. Gong Shiqing began to panic and fluster, the patient on the bed suddenly started turning blue and black, as if blood circulation had been obstructed. Immediately after, the heart monitor that had been working all along suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. What's going on? What happened? The old lady's heart suddenly stopped beating. No, how could this be? Dr. Gong has already started treatment. How could this happen? Dr. Gong, please save my mother. Even though the Zhao family members had been optimistic before, they were now completely panicked. If the heart stops beating, then the person is gone. Even if the doctor has miraculous hands and superb medical skills, if the person is already gone, what can be done? Nonsense. I said this so-called Dr. Gong is just a quack. Look, Mom was fine before. At least she had a normal heartbeat and breathing. Now, her heartbeat has stopped, and there's no breathing. This quack has killed our mother. The Zhao family members were all furious, glaring at Dr. Gong Shiqing. Although the patient had been unconscious and unable to wake up, she still had basic vital signs. After Dr. Gong's acupuncture treatment, she had lost all life. This was literally treating a patient to death. How could any family accept this? You quack. You've killed my mother. I'm going to fight you. All the Zhao family members were furious, ready to fight Dr. Gong Shiqing. The two disciples behind Dr. Gong were also in a panic, quickly stepping in front of Dr. Gong to block the rain of punches and slaps. Don't hit. Don't hit. Our master is highly skilled. How could he kill someone? Calm down. The patient was already on the brink of death. Maybe it's just that your patient was already dying. What does it have to do with our master? But no matter how the two disciples tried to explain, the Zhao family members refused to accept it. They had clearly seen Dr. Gong treat someone to death. It's those silver needles. Those silver needles killed my mother. Don't deny it. At this moment, Zhao Huiming suddenly had a flash of inspiration and raised Shi Hongyuan's hand. Everyone, calm down first. Saving mom is the priority. The surrounding Zhao family members wailed. Save? What's there to save? Mom is already gone. I can feel her body temperature. It's already cold. Sob sob. Zhao Huiming quickly said, Don't give up. Mom has been so good to us. Can we really give up on her? My husband here has a life-saving medicine from the Shi family. Maybe it will work. Only then did everyone notice that in Shi Hongyuan's hand was a transparent glass bottle containing a small pill. Chapter 268. The Zhao family arrives. Will that little pill really work? Fifth sister, stop joking around. Even Dr. Gong couldn't cure this illness. Do you really think a tiny pill can do it? You must be kidding. Fifth sister, I know you're desperate, but our mother, she's gone. Her heartbeat is gone. Her breathing is gone. Her body temperature is gone. How can we possibly save her now? What we need to do now is catch this quack and avenge our mother. The Zhao family members were all talking at once. Zhao Huiming quickly said, Everyone, calm down. Since our mother is already in this state, we might as well try this miraculous medicine. It's a last resort, but let's give it a shot. Shi Hongyuan also chimed in, Yes, absolutely. This miraculous medicine from the Shi family was treasured by my old man. He said it could save lives in critical moments. Maybe it will work. Gong Shiqing frowned and said, Let me see that pill of yours. Why should we show it to you? You're the quack. Zhao Huiming refused outright. Shi Hongyuan added, You already killed my mother-in-law. Do you really think we still trust you? Gong Shiqing's two disciples spoke up. We advise you to trust our master. No matter what, he is well known and has a systematic education in medicine. It's not like you can just feed the patient anything you find. Let our master take a look. If it's good, then giving it to the patient is fine. But if it's poison, how could I possibly give my mother poison? Zhao Huiming retorted coldly, At least I'm not a murderer like you. Seeing her mother on the brink of death, Zhao Huiming was desperate. She snatched the pill from Shi Hongyuan and rushed to her mother, quickly shoving the pill into her mouth. Within just a few breaths, the previously frantic noises suddenly calmed down. Look, the old lady's heartbeat is back. Quick, her breathing is returning. Her face isn't cyanotic anymore. She's come back to life. She's come back to life. In the midst of everyone's exclamations, the old lady's eyelashes fluttered, and then she opened her eyes. Why are all of you gathered here? The old lady asked in confusion. Wasn't I sleeping in my own room? Why are you all here suddenly? At this moment, everyone was so excited that several of the daughters, including Zhao Huiming, were all crying uncontrollably on the sickbed. Wow, Mom, you scared us to death. Do you know you just took a trip to the gates of hell? Mom, you scared us so much. Now that the danger had passed, the daughters finally felt the fear they had been suppressing, and their tears flowed freely. The Zhao men, however, were more rational. They all turned their gaze to Shi Hongyuan. Do you have any more of that miraculous medicine? I'll pay $1 million for one. Shi Hongyuan was also amazed by the effectiveness of the medicine, but he put on a proud expression. This is a miraculous medicine my old man acquired. 1 million? Even the cost of making it is 10 million. Most importantly, it's priceless. Even if I offered you 10 million, could you get your hands on it? All the Zhao men shook their heads. If they could get it, wouldn't they have already used it on the old lady? How about 2 million? I'm willing to pay 2 million. They had all seen with their own eyes that the old lady had been as good as dead, but after taking the miraculous medicine, she had woken up immediately. At that moment, a voice suddenly said, 5 million. I'm willing to pay 5 million. Gong Shiqing exclaimed excitedly, I think even 5 million is too little for this miraculous medicine. How many do you have? I'll take as many as you can offer. Name your price. Shi Hongyuan's eyes were filled with dollar signs. He just wished his old man had brought back more than one pill. If he could steal a few more, he'd be rolling in money. No, the Shi family won't sell, Shi Hongyuan said decisively, knowing there was only one pill in the family. What a pity! Gong Shiqing sighed regretfully. Such a miraculous medicine. I really wanted to buy one to study it. At the Shi residence, Shi Laoi returned to his study and suddenly felt something was missing from the bookshelf. That's odd. Didn't I just put the medicine here? He looked carefully and then called over the butler. Sun Ganja, didn't I just put the medicine here? Where is it? Master Sun, didn't I just place the medicine here? Where has it gone? Sun Ganja looked puzzled. The medicine is right there on your bookshelf. Oh my God. Where's the medicine? He was so shocked that a chill ran from his tailbone straight up to the top of his head. He jumped in fright, almost leaping into the air. It was just here a moment ago. How could it disappear in a blink of an eye? Shi Laoi's face darkened. Check the surveillance. Then, he gave the butler a suspicious look, but quickly shook his head. Sun the Ganja had been with him for 20 years. In fact, Sun the Ganjata loyalty could even surpass that of his own sons. Although it wasn't entirely impossible that Sun Ganja had taken the medicine, the likelihood was very low. Shi Laoi would rather believe that one of his own sons had stolen it. Sun, the steward, trembling, quickly checked the surveillance and soon identified the culprit. Master, it was your third son. Shi Laoi was so angry his hands were shaking. He roared, immediately call Shi Hongyuan here. Half a day later, Shi Hongyuan and Zhao Huiming knelt before Shi Laoi. Shi Laoi took a ruler used for family discipline and smacked Shi Hongyuan's hands and back several times. Tell me, where is the miraculous medicine? Shi Hongyuan tried to prevaricate. I don't know, Grandpa. What miraculous medicine? Why are you asking me? Why not ask my older brothers? You're still trying to lie? Shi Laoi threw a tablet computer in front of Shi Hongyuan. Look at this. When Shi Hongyuan saw the surveillance footage showing his own suspicious actions, his face turned pale. This was indeed me who stole it. Shi Laoi sneered. So you admit it now? All right, quickly bring that miraculous medicine back. That was given by Dr. Yi. It's invaluable and said to be able to save my life in the future. At this moment, Shi Hongyuan glanced at Zhao Huiming with difficulty. Zhao Huiming immediately burst into tears. Master, it's because my mother was sick, on the verge of death. We used your miraculous medicine, and that's how she got better. Shi Laoi was stunned. You've already used the miraculous medicine? He was furious, pounding his chest. That was my only miraculous medicine. Just then, a noisy commotion came from outside the door. What's going on? Why is there such a ruckus outside? Sun the butler hurriedly came in to report. Master, you'd better go see what's happening. A large group from the Zhao family has arrived. Chapter 269. What exactly are they trying to do? The Zhao family is here? What do they want? Grandpa Shi frowned, his face a cold sneer. They used my only divine medicine, and they have the nerve to come here? All right, let's all go out and see what the Zhao family is up to. The two kneeling on the ground were about to get up and follow. You two, stay kneeling. Grandpa Shi barked, then led Steward's son out. As they stepped outside, the situation was different from what he had imagined. The Zhao family members were all beaming with joy. The moment they saw Grandpa Shi, they immediately surrounded him. Grandpa Shi, thank you so much. Thanks to your divine medicine, our old lady was able to survive. It's all thanks to your divine medicine. Our Zhao family owes you a great debt of gratitude this time. Grandpa, sure. Do you have any more of that divine medicine? We'd like some. Oh, you don't? That's all right. It doesn't diminish our gratitude to you. When the Zhao family learned that Grandpa sure only had that one divine medicine, they couldn't hide their disappointment. So you're here to thank me, Grandpa sure said after a brief silence, tacitly acknowledging the situation. The divine medicine had already been consumed, and there was no getting it back, so he had to accept the reality. Go and get the two people kneeling in my study, putting aside the matter between the Shi and Zhao families for now. News of the divine medicine had spread among the various clans and wealthy families. Have you heard? The Shi family used that divine medicine. The effect was surprisingly good. The Zhao family's old lady, who had no vital signs, no heartbeat or breathing, came back to life. That medicine is truly miraculous. Haha, Mr. Yi also gave one to our Mu family. It's so effective, we must treasure it. Our Duan family must treasure it as well. This medicine can bring the dead back to life. It's like a second life. The wealthy families and clans cherished Yi Jing's medicine even more. Many more people flocked to the Xuanhu Jishitang. Master Wang Mingyang, I hear you still have about 20 of these divine medicines. Please sell them to us. Yes, Master Wang, with so many medicines in your possession, why not sell us one? Wang Mingyang shook his head. No, my master said that this medicine can only be used in critical moments. The crowd grew anxious. What do you mean by critical moments? So many of us are here asking for the medicine. Isn't that a critical moment? Wang Mingyang shook his head. Has someone in your family died? Like in the Zhao family's case. The crowd was immediately silenced, unable to respond. It seemed that Wang Mingyang would only provide the medicine if you were gravely ill. Wanting to buy it in advance and keep it for yourself? Wang Mingyang wouldn't give you that chance. In an instant, the reputation of Yi Jing's batch of divine medicine soared. Countless people wanted to buy one on the black market. Unfortunately, neither the Mu family, the Duan family, nor Wang Mingyang had any intention of selling these divine medicines. As a result, the price of the divine medicine skyrocketed on the black market, but no one could get their hands on one. In the parking lot next to the Zhengshi flagship group, a Rolls-Royce with a license plate from the southern province sped into the parking lot. This time in the provincial capital, we must find Mr. Yi. He's a renowned divine doctor, famous here in the rumors. Inside the car sat an elderly man with a pale complexion, along with two middle-aged people, one man and one woman, and a driver. Hui Jimei asked, Honey, can that Mr. Yi really cure our father's illness? Xian Yunfu nodded. He should be able to. I have a doctor friend here in the provincial capital. He said that Mr. Yi was a star at the medical conference here and knows the Xinmin 7 needles, which are very powerful. He once cured a patient with the same headache as our father. Hui Jiamei happily glanced at the pale-faced old man, Xian Zhengwo, in the back seat. Then it seems our father will be cured this time in the provincial capital. Xian Zhengwo groaned in discomfort. I hope so. My headache has been to so many places, but it just won't go away. It's driving me crazy. We came all the way from the southern province, spending so much time and effort. Isn't it all for him? Have you found out where he is? Yes, he works at this Zhengshi flagship group company. This is insider information I got from a doctor at the medical conference. Driver, hurry up. Don't you see my father's face is so pale? The driver, scolded, quickly turned the steering wheel. He narrowly avoided a collision with a nearby car and managed to snatch the only available parking spot in the lot. The car next to them was occupied by Zheng Qingxian, Huang Yuyan, Lin Yanan, and Yi Jing. That guy took our spot? Doesn't he know this is the president's exclusive parking spot? Lin Yanan opened the car door and was about to get out to confront them. This was the parking lot of the Zhengshi flagship company, but out of consideration for others, there were no toll barriers, allowing anyone to park here. The only rule was that this special spot, the president's exclusive parking spot, could not be occupied by anyone. So even if all the other spots in the parking lot were full, this one spot remained empty. But unexpectedly, This car with a Southern Province license plate had taken it. Yanin, don't be impulsive. Maybe they don't know. Look, their license plate is from out of town. Lin Yanin nodded. It's possible. But if I talk to them through the window, they should understand. Lin Yanin rolled down her window and said to the other car, Excuse me, this spot is our exclusive parking spot. The driver in the other car looked puzzled. Is that so? Isn't this a public parking lot? There are no toll barriers, so isn't it open to everyone? Lin Yanin quickly explained, No, please look at the sign at the entrance of the parking lot. This is a company-specific parking lot, not a public one. Our boss is kind enough to open it for free, and this spot is marked as an exclusive parking spot, which no one else can use. This time, before the driver could respond, Hui Jimei in the car sneered, You're quite something. What's the difference between private and public? Since this parking spot is open to the public for free, why can't we use it? Are you bullying us out of towners? And this spot is marked as an exclusive parking spot? What kind of logic is that? Are you even reasonable? Lin Yanin retorted angrily, So, is our boss being kind of a mistake? You can use any other free spot, but not this one. Can't you understand that? Chapter 270. Self-proclaimed nobility. Inside the car, Xinyun Fu also angrily retorted, What do you mean you and us? There's no toll gate, no ground lock here. That means anyone can park. Don't argue with us. We, the noble Xian family of Nan Province, operate hundreds of parking spaces locally. Do we really need this one? It's only because we're in unfamiliar territory here that we're even talking to you. If this were in Nan Province, the Xian family would have already beaten you to death. Lin Yanin was intimidated. Just how powerful is the Xian family of Nan Province? Yijing glanced at these people, ready to take action. Zhang Qingxian quickly pulled Yijing aside and said, That's enough, Yanin. Don't argue. These people are obviously from out of town and don't know the rules of our company's parking lot. Let's be harmonious and let them park. There are still spaces outside. Let's park there. Under Zhang Qingshuan's persuasion, Lin Yanin drove the car out and parked again. At this moment, the Xinyun Fu family had already entered the premises of Zhangshi Flagship Group. I told you, call that little supervisor of yours, Yijing, to come out. Xinyun Fu said indifferently, How many times do I have to repeat myself? The receptionist, a young girl, apologized. I'm sorry, sir. No matter who you've made an appointment with in our company, you need to make a prior appointment. Xinyun Fu glared at the girl. Even a little supervisor needs an appointment? Your little supervisor sure has a big ego. Hui Jiamei quietly tugged at his sleeve. Honey, is that so-called God doctor you mentioned really reliable? Why is he just a little supervisor in this company? Xinyun Fu rolled his eyes. How would I know? Maybe those highly skilled God doctors are just eccentric. Maybe this one just likes coming to work. Anyway, we've come all the way from Nan Province, which is already giving him face. We're showing respect by asking him to treat us. What's the problem? Hui Jimei added, That's right, little girl. We've come to see him for treatment. Quickly call your supervisor, Yijing, to come out. The receptionist was puzzled. He can treat diseases? All she knew was that there was a supervisor named Yijing in the company, and he seemed to have some unclear relationship with the company's president. But how could a mere supervisor possibly be able to treat diseases? That's none of your business. Just hurry up and call him out for us. We're in a hurry. The receptionist shook her head. I'm sorry, he hasn't arrived yet. Xinyun Fu frowned. Not here yet? How can he be so careless with time? He glanced at his watch. It's already past working hours. Is your company so lax? Doesn't he need to clock in? Just then, Yijing, Zhang Qingxian, and a few others hurried in from outside. We had to park outside, which took a lot of time. We're all late, Huang Yuyan said with a helpless smile. Seeing Yijing, the receptionist quickly said, Supervisor Yi, these gentlemen and ladies are looking for you. Xinyun Fu looked at Yijing. Is he the Yijing we're looking for? How can he be so young? Did my doctor friend deceive me? Yijing glanced at them and, recognizing them as the ones who had taken the parking spot earlier, said calmly, You're looking for me? Make an appointment. I'm only free next month at the earliest. Hui Jiamei quickly stopped Yijing. You're such a young man. Why are you so vengeful? We just took your parking spot, not biting off a piece of your flesh. Is it really necessary? Besides, you've already parked, haven't you? There are still parking spaces available. Is it really that serious? Hurry up, are you that god doctor? Take a look at our old man. He's been suffering for a long time. While Hui Jiamei was speaking, Xin Yunfu was calling his god doctor friend from the provincial capital. Is that Yijing you mentioned reliable? Xin Yunfu said, I've already seen the Yijing you mentioned. Take a look. Xin Yunfu aimed his phone camera at Yijing. The person on the other end of the video immediately nodded. Yes, that's him. As long as you find him, your old man is sure to be saved. Xin Yunfu felt relieved, though he still frowned at Yijing's youth. Could this really be a god doctor? Yijing was speechless. You came uninvited just to ask me to treat you? Xin Yunfu and Hui Jiamei both nodded and said Li Thua Dongranda Sordal. As a doctor, what else would you do but treat patients? Yijing sighed. Can't you see I'm at work? You're still working? How much can you earn from that? Xin Yunfu directly took out a card worth 5 million. See this? It's a card from the China Bank, with 5 million inside. How about that? No one in your provincial capital has ever been this generous, have they? 5 million is enough for you to work at this crappy job for 200 years, isn't it? Hurry up and treat my old man. If I'm in a good mood, I might give you another million or two. Yijing frowned slightly and called the security guards outside. Get a few people and escort them out. The security guards often saw Yijing and Zhang Qingxian together. Though they didn't know the exact nature of their relationship, they definitely had a very good relationship with their female president. So, as soon as Yijing ordered, the security guards immediately came forward. Xin Yunfu frowned. Think carefully. This is 5 million. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. Yijing waved his hand. Show them out. The security guards immediately separated the two sides and pushed Xin Yunfu and his family toward the exit. Damn, what's wrong with you? Treating patients as a doctor is just like doing business, isn't it? This is a business opportunity that's come to you. Just a quick look, and you could make 5 or 6 million. Why wouldn't you take it? Are you stupid? Don't touch me. I can walk. Xin Yunfu glared at the security guards. I'm from the Xian family of Nan province. Try touching me again. These security guards wouldn't indulge him and continued to push him out. Damn it. I told you not to touch me, but you did it anyway. Xin Yunfu kicked one of the security guards hard, knocking him to the ground. However, more security guards surrounded him. I told you to stop. I'm a war king level. Xin Yunfu sneered. I'm a top-tier war king in Nan province. Everyone has to give me some face. It's just that I'm new to your provincial capital, and your people don't know my strength yet. Do you really think a few people can stop me? Chapter 271. Seeking the Divine Medicine. Let's see who can make me leave today. Xian Yunfu sneered repeatedly. Yijing, I'll only say this once, whether you listen or not. I'm coming to you for treatment because I'm giving you face, because I respect you. You'd better obediently treat my father, or else, I'll make sure you don't leave this door today. The group of security guards could see the overwhelming strength of Xian Yunfu, and they all hesitated, not daring to move. They were just ordinary people, at most a bit stronger and equipped with a baton, but even then, they struggled to deal with trained fighters, let alone someone who was truly at the War King level. Didn't they just see the security guard who was kicked down already spitting blood? Yijing coldly said, I've already said it, I won't treat you, and that's final. Xian Yunfu's face stiffened. He didn't expect his threats to have no effect at all. Yijing took a few steps forward, ready to deal with Xian Yunfu. But suddenly, two figures rushed in from outside at high speed. Mr. Yi, we are subordinates of the war god Gu Zhanhong. This person, let us handle him. After making Yijing unhappy in Linhai City, war god Gu Zhanhong had been thinking of ways to make amends, to show Yijing that the dragon group was not as bad as it seemed on the surface. Thus, he sent 2 men to come and take orders from Yijing. With 2 swift kicks, the 2 subordinates knocked Xian Yunfu's knees out, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Apologize to Mr. Yi. The two subordinates said coldly. I apologize. Exine Yunfu's face was full of panic. What shocked him wasn't how powerful Mr. Yi was, but that these two men actually claimed to be subordinates of war god Gu Zhanhong. After all, that was one of the 8 war gods of China. No one would dare to impersonate his name, or else they would be hunted down to death. I apologize, I was wrong. Exine Yunfu was very decisive. He didn't expect that Mr. Yi actually had connections with someone like Gu Zhanhong, one of the 8 war gods. But thinking about it, it was probably because he had treated Gu Zhanhong before, and the latter's subordinates happened to be nearby, which was why they were willing to help Yi Jing. As long as I can get past this time I'll back down. These subordinates of Gu Zhanhong were just coincidentally nearby. Next time, can he still be so arrogant? Exine Yunfu's mind raced. He's just a doctor, weak and powerless. When there's no one to protect him, won't he be at my mercy? Exine Yunfu's greatest reliance was on his powerful family in the southern province, where they were used to bullying others, and his other reliance was his genuine war king-level strength. Let's go. After kneeling down and apologizing, Exine Yunfu, along with his wife Hui Jiamei and his father Exine Zhangwo, scurried away in shame. After everyone left, Yi Jing shook his head slightly. This was the downside of being famous in the medical world. It attracted too many people. It seemed he would have to be more low-key in the future to avoid bringing trouble upon himself. After leaving the Zheng flagship group, the faces of Exine Yunfu and the others were dark. Hui Jiamei snorted angrily. Our luck was too bad. Just happened to run into someone protecting him today. Exine Zhangwo also held his head in pain. Yes, otherwise, with my son's strength, we could have forced him to treat me today. After all, we're new to this place, unfamiliar with the situation here, and just happened to run into trouble. Next time, when there's no one protecting Yi Jing, we'll naturally have our chance. Hui Jiamei glanced at her phone at this moment. You guys wait a moment. I've also contacted some old classmates here. They said that recently, a miraculous medicine has suddenly appeared in the medical world here. It's said that an old lady from a local family, who was already dead, drank this medicine and came back to life on the spot. As soon as she said this, Exine Yunfu and Exine Zhangwo both looked over in surprise. Is that true? So miraculous? Exine Yunfu also took out his phone. If there really is such a miraculous medicine, the famous doctor I know in the provincial capital must also know about it. He made a few calls. Exine Zhangwo looked over. Well, is it true? Exine Yunfu excitedly said, yes, the news has been confirmed, it's true. And it's not just about bringing the dead back to life. There's another case, the actual controller of the Longxi group, Zhu Pan. As soon as this name was mentioned, both Exine Zhangwo and Hui Jiamei looked over. Compared to the previous person, Zhu Pan of the Longxi group was obviously much more famous. A big name in the national business world. What happened to him? Exine Yunfu excitedly said, he had liver cancer, affecting multiple surrounding organs. He was told by doctors that he wouldn't live past 3 months. And as one of the richest people, he had searched far and wide, both domestically and internationally, for the best hospitals and experts. But in the end, he came here, took that miraculous medicine, and was cured in just 3 days. Exine Zhangwo's eyes lit up. What kind of miraculous medicine is this? So amazing. Exine Yunfu immediately said, Dad, don't worry. We won't look for this so-called Yi Jing for treatment anymore. What kind of doctor is he, without any compassion? When a patient comes to his door, he doesn't even know how to treat them properly. Let's go buy that miraculous medicine. I've already inquired. The miraculous medicine here, besides being in the hands of some powerful families, is also sold in one place. Hui Jiamei also quickly said, yes, that Yi Jing is nothing, probably just a fame seeker. He got lucky treating a war god like Gu Zhanhong, and is now living off his protection. He's probably afraid of being exposed, which is why he didn't treat us. Let's hurry and buy that miraculous medicine to cure the old man. Half a day later, Exine Yunfu first arrived at a Mingqiao pharmacy. Mr. Exine, The famous doctor of Mingxia Pharmacy, In Mingxia, greeted with a smile. "You've finally arrived. The journey from the southern province must have been tiring. Why don't you rest here for a while?" "How was it? Did you go see Mr. Yi?" Exine Yunfu shook his head. "That Yi Jing, relying on a bit of connections, refused to treat us?" In Mingxia was taken aback. "Really? Mr. Yi isn't that unreasonable. However, you're right about one thing. Mr. Yi rarely treats others. His skills are very precious." In Mingxia had attended the medical summit and held Yi Jing in extremely high regard, unable to tolerate any negative talk about him. "But this is also my fault," In Mingxia said with a bitter smile. "I didn't make it clear to you. It's very difficult to get Mr. Yi to treat someone. You really need strong connections to invite him. Since you're new here, it's probably quite hard. However, regarding the miraculous medicine you mentioned earlier, I happen to have a little bit here." Chapter 272, Treasured Beyond Measure. In Mingxia carefully, and with great care, took out a small vial. "This is a medicine I obtained from Master Wang Mingyang for a dying patient of mine. This miraculous medicine is extremely effective. My dying patient, whose family had already given up hope, suddenly recovered after using this medicine." Exine Yunfu was astonished as he picked up the small vial of medicine. "Is it really that miraculous?" In Mingxia spoke cautiously. "Be careful. If it weren't for our personal relationship and the fact that you once saved my life, I wouldn't have taken it out to show you. In the entire provincial city, only a few people have this medicine in their possession. Apart from Master Wang Mingyang and a few prominent families, I'm one of the few who have even a small amount of it. This is about a third of the full dose, I believe." Hui Jimei frowned. "Doctor, this is only a third. Can it really cure the old master's illness?" Exine Zhang will also express some displeasure. "I have a very serious illness, and many doctors have been unable to cure it. That's why I traveled so far to come here. And now you're giving me only a third of the medicine, and it's left over from someone else? Will that even work?" In Mingxia snorted. "Don't underestimate this small amount of medicine. Based on my judgment and estimation, although it won't immediately cure you, it should at least alleviate your pain and reduce your symptoms by half." Exine Zhangwo began to feel hopeful. "If it can even slightly relieve my headache, that would be a great help to me." His headache was so severe that it kept him awake all night. After a month of this, his eyes were always dark-circled. If it could alleviate his headache even slightly, he would be willing to spend all his wealth. "Then, should I take this third of the pill?" Exine Zhangwo looked at In Mingxia. In Mingxia nodded, feeling extremely pained, and said, "Go ahead and take it, but be very careful not to waste it. Use your hand to catch any falling pieces. It's a precious treasure." If it weren't for the fact that Exine Yunfu had a life-saving bond with him, he wouldn't have been willing to part with even this third of the pill. After taking the medicine, Exine Zhangwo was puzzled. "It doesn't seem to have any effect. Oh my God." He suddenly exclaimed, startling Exine Yunfu and Hui Jiamei beside him. "Old master, what's wrong?" My headache is instantly gone." Exine Zhangwo exclaimed excitedly. "My mind is now crystal clear, just like when I wake up in the morning, feeling extremely refreshed. If I could have this state every night, how could I possibly sleep poorly?" Exine Zhangwo was overjoyed. "Let me examine you once." In Mingxia used various instruments to examine Exine Zhangwo. The more he examined, the more astonished he became. "Let me see your previous examination results." After taking a look, he revealed a look of surprise. "Look at this comparison." Exine Zhangwo and the others gathered around, and upon seeing it, they were greatly shocked. "No wonder I feel no pain in my head. It's because the nerves inside have been improved. This medicine is truly miraculous. Your place is indeed special, to have such a miraculous medicine." Dr. In Mingxia said. "However, looking at the examination results, although your condition has been greatly improved, the effect of this medicine is only temporary, lasting for about a month. Within this month, if you can take a full pill again, you will be completely cured. But if you don't continue taking it within this month, all previous efforts will be in vain, and that intense, continuous pain will return to you. Xian Zhangwo's face changed instantly. He shook his head repeatedly. No, I absolutely don't want to endure that painful headache again. Having experienced the comfort of a pain-free head once, he never wanted to go back. Within this month, no matter what method you use, I must obtain that miraculous medicine. I never want to experience that headache again. Xian Zhangwo shook his head repeatedly. Xian Yunfu immediately said, "Don't worry, Dad. Before, we were like headless flies, wandering aimlessly because we couldn't find good medicine. Now that we have a target and know this medicine can cure your illness, there won't be any problems. It's just a matter of buying this pill. That's easy. Let's go now." Huijime also smiled. "Yes, let's go buy it now. Dad, your illness will be fine." The family arrived at Wang Mingyang's clinic, Xuanhu Jishir Hall. "Master Wang, please take a look at my father's illness. My father has traveled all the way from the southern province, specifically to seek your reputation." When Xian Yunfu said this, Wang Mingyang's face showed a hint of a smile. Who wouldn't want their fame to spread far and wide? As a renowned doctor, the most satisfying thing for him was to see patients from all over the country, even from far-flung villages, come specifically to seek his help. This gave him a strong sense of pride. "Sit down, let's see what the illness is." Huijime quickly said, "Master Wang, it's my father-in-law's headache. We've already had him checked in many major hospitals. It's a problem with the brain's nerves." Xian Zhangwo also took out a large number of examination reports he had brought with him. "Oh, you've also been checked by Dr. Yin Mingcha?" Wang Mingyang casually mentioned upon seeing the latest examination report. It turned out that this family, who claimed to have come all the way specifically for his reputation, had gone to Dr. Yin Mingcha first before coming to him. It's just that we have some personal connections with Dr. Yin Mingcha, so we went to him on the way." Xian Yunfu let out a dry laugh. Wang Mingyang casually smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not the kind of petty person. As a doctor, my heart is for the patients. As long as you come to me, I will do my best and won't have any other thoughts." Xian Yunfu immediately praised, "Look at this. This is what a great doctor should be. This is the best doctor of our time, with high moral integrity." Not only did he praise Wang Mingyang to his family, but he also praised him to the people waiting in line, as if he wanted to help Wang Mingyang build his reputation. Little did he know that Wang Mingyang's reputation didn't need his praise. The people waiting in line laughed. "That's right. Master Wang's fame is well known. He is ranked first among the renowned doctors in the entire provincial city. We all came specifically for him." Haha, before coming to Master Wang, we didn't go to any other doctors, because we know that no other doctors are as skilled as Master Wang. You actually went to other doctors first. It seems you don't trust Master Wang's medical skills. Upon hearing this, Xian Yunfu and Huijime's faces turned a bit awkward. Chapter 273. This man is really foolish. Master Wang, Xian Yunfu was anxious to explain something. Master Wang Mingyang, with the poise of a true expert, smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need to explain, nor should you pay attention to their heckling. I, Wang Mingyang, stand by my word. Every patient who comes to me is treated equally, regardless of their condition. In fact, many patients come to me after failing to find a cure with other so-called miracle doctors, famous doctors, or at large hospitals. So, I don't care where you've been." After this speech, Wang Mingyang earned the admiration of everyone present, with many raising their thumbs in approval. Master Wang Mingyang truly has a magnanimous attitude. Such a broad mind. No wonder he's become a master. Anyway, I've decided on Master Wang. I didn't know about his skills before, which is why I went to other doctors. Now that I know, I'll come straight here if anything happens to me or my family in the future. Me too. Hearing the crowd, Wang Mingyang smiled slightly. "Tell me, what's your condition?" Xian Zhangwo quickly replied, "It's like this. I have a headache problem. The hospital diagnosed it as a nerve issue, and no treatment has worked so far." Wang Mingyang nodded, taking Xian Zhangwo's pulse and examining the medical reports. Your nerve issue was quite severe before, but after Dr. Een Mingcha's treatment, it improved significantly. However, from what I see, it must have been due to a very special medication, right? Wang Mingyang smiled faintly, stroking his beard. From my understanding of him, just his usual treatments wouldn't have such immediate effects. You must have used the medicine from here, right? Xian Zhangwo raised his thumb. That's why you're considered a divine physician. Your skills are truly extraordinary. Everything is evident to you with just a glance. We've come today to ask for more of that miraculous medicine, hoping to buy another pill from you. Wang Mingyang, however, shook his head slightly. No, using the miraculous medicine would be a waste for you. Your condition is suitable for gradual treatment. If you allow me to treat you slowly, it should take about 2 years. During this period, you'll need to come here once a month, and it should be resolved by then. Xian Zhangwo frowned. 2 years? No. We just want to buy one of those miraculous pills to take directly and be cured immediately. Wang Mingyang's attitude also cooled, no longer as warm as before. I have made it clear. Your condition is not severe. While other doctors may be unable to treat it with me, a 2-year course of Taoli will certainly cure you, with at most a minor after effect that is entirely bearable. And it won't take much of your time. Coming once a month is sufficient. Xian Zhangwo frowned. Why is this doctor so stubborn? Hui Jimei quickly interjected. Master Wang, we have money. You don't need to save for us. No matter how much the miraculous medicine costs, whether it's millions, we'll pay. We're not short of money. Wang Mingyang's expression completely cooled. Can't you understand what I'm saying? This miraculous medicine is extremely precious and scarce. Your condition doesn't require such medicine at all. This medicine should be used for those on the brink of death, those who are about to die. They are the ones who need it the most. Here, this medicine is used 1 pill at a time, saving 1 life at a time. If I give you an extra pill today, someone else might die because of it tomorrow. I couldn't live with that guilt. Xian Yunfu frowned unhappily. There should be a first come, first served basis, right? We came first to buy the medicine, so it should be sold to us. Xian Zhangwo suddenly clutched his head. Doctor, my head is killing me. I'm in so much pain. I'm dying. Please save me with your miraculous medicine. Wang Mingyang looked at him coldly and laughed. Stop acting. You've only taken 1/3 of the miraculous medicine, haven't you? So for the next month, you don't need to worry about your headache. You should know that the other 2/3 of that pill were used on a patient who was in a car accident, bleeding heavily, on the verge of death. He had 1 foot in the underworld, but with that medicine, he was pulled back from the gates of death. Do you think such life-saving medicine should be used to save more people? Why waste it on someone with a minor condition like yours? The people in line also voiced their support loudly. Master Wang is right. Stop causing trouble. Yes, since your condition can be cured through gradual Taoli, there's no need to use the miraculous medicine. Save it for those who are in greater need. You have such a minor issue. Why are you so focused on the miraculous medicine? Who can guarantee they won't have an emergency someday? Wouldn't it be better to save the medicine for then? Xian Yunfu glared at the crowd, then turned to Wang Mingyang. Master Wang, is 10 million sufficient? Hui Jimei added, Master Wang, 10 million for 1 pill. No problem now, right? You'll make a profit too. In their view, 10 million was already a very high price for such miraculous medicine, high enough to potentially purchase Wang Mingyang's entire clinic, the Hall of Universal Benevolence. 10 million? Who are you looking down on? Wang Mingyang sneered. You've asked to buy this medicine several times, so I might as well be clear. The cost of this medicine alone is 10 million, and it's not even available for sale. Even if I gave you 50 million, you couldn't buy a single pill. Xian Yunfu frowned. So expensive? But he quickly nodded. It's understandable. The medicine can save lives. It's worth the price. Then we'll offer 30 million. Hui Meijia said calmly. The cost is 10 million. We're offering 30 million, which is a very high price, allowing you to make 20 million. Don't be too greedy. Xian Zhangwo also said, Master Wang, 30 million is not a small amount. This is cash. You may give the example of 50 million, but would anyone really pay that? Most people would choose to wait 2 years. Our Xian family is a major business family. Unlike those small households, we can't afford to wait. Wang Mingyang sneered. I said, I won't sell. His anger rising, he continued. If you're so unwilling to listen, I have no choice. I'm giving you 2 options now. Either leave now and I, Wang Mingyang, will not treat you. Or choose the 2-year treatment plan, and I will still treat you without holding a grudge. With that, he ignored the Xian family and began treating the next patient. Chapter 274. On the verge of collapse. This person really would rather not make money? This guy is such an idiot. The 2-year treatment plan, although it sounds long in the end, it only costs over $1 million. He'd rather give up earning 30 million just to make that million. What a fool. Hui Jiamei kept shaking her head. She had never seen someone so oblivious to making money. What's most important in today's society? Money. As for human life, some people die from workplace accidents, and they get compensated with over $1 million. Others die in car accidents, and they also get $1 million. In their eyes, human life is just not worth much. A mere miraculous medicine, selling it for 30 million, is already a high price. Why hold on to it for those worthless lives? Why bother? Let's not talk about that. Xian Zhangwo's face was ashen. The key issue now is, if I don't take this miraculous medicine within a month, I'll still suffer from headaches. Yaozi, you all need to think of a solution. I can't bear to suffer that pain for the rest of my life. Xian Yunfu helplessly said, Dad, what if we come here once a month for the next 2 years? Xian Zhangwo glared at him. Is this how you show filial piety to your old man? How dare you, after expanding your business, forget about your father? Choosing this option, I'd still have to endure headaches for 2 more years? Is that what you want for me? Hui Jiamei quickly added, Dad, he doesn't mean it that way. He also wants you to get better. Oh! She suddenly exclaimed, I've got an idea. This Wang Mingyang is just stubborn, right? Dealing with such people, I'm quite experienced. Xian Yunfu quickly asked, What do you mean? Do you have a plan? Hui Jiamei smiled. Isn't it just that he insists on not selling the medicine to those with mild symptoms, only to those with severe ones? Then all we need is to make our symptoms appear severe, right? Xian Zhangwo was speechless. What kind of nonsense is that? Do you want me to go kill myself to make the symptoms worse? Hui Jiamei quickly explained, No, Dad. I heard that Dr. Yin Mingxia has a medicine that can make you look like you're in severe condition, but you won't actually die. Once we get the miraculous medicine from here by deception. Xian Yunfu's eyes lit up. That's right, Dad. Your daughter-in-law is smart. How could I not have thought of that? Dr. Yin Mingxia does have such a peculiar medicine. After taking it, you look almost on the verge of death, even entering a state of apparent death. But basically, if you give him another medicine within 3 hours, he'll be perfectly fine, with no harm done. This peculiar medicine for apparent death, I once told my wife as a curious anecdote, and she remembered it. Who knew she'd use it today? What a clever idea. Xian Zhangwo's eyes also lit up. As long as they could get that miraculous medicine, going through a fake death once wouldn't be a problem. All right, let's hurry to Dr. Mingxia's place. An hour later, at the entrance of Xuanhu Jishitang, Xian Yunfu's excited voice rang out, Master Wang, please take a look. My father suddenly fainted not long after leaving your medicine hall. Hui Jiamei even shed tears, acting genuinely distressed. Master Wang, didn't you say my father's illness wasn't a big deal? That his symptoms were very mild. But just a short distance after leaving, he suddenly fainted. Please take a look. The crowd queuing up quickly made way upon seeing the situation. It really looks like he's on the verge of collapse. This is more than just bad. His face is pale, and his lips are turning blue. I think he might already be dead. Wang Mingyang's face also darkened as he approached. When the patient left, it was he who had declared the symptoms too mild and refused to use the miraculous medicine. But now, shortly after leaving, the patient had suddenly collapsed. If one were to pin the blame, it would be partly his fault. Let me see. Wang Mingyang examined the patient. The more he took the pulse, the more his face turned grim. This pulse indicates he's on the verge of collapse, and his heartbeat is barely there. What happened? Did you experience anything after leaving? Wang Mingyang's professional knowledge told him that something must have happened to the patient after leaving, something he wasn't aware of. But Xian Yunfu firmly insisted, we didn't experience anything. After leaving your medicine hall, we were just planning to have a meal, but before we could, my father suddenly collapsed. Hui Jiame acted even more convincingly, wiping her tears. Master Wang, it's not your fault. Maybe our old man has a weak heart. Wang Mingyang was puzzled. What do you mean by that? Hui Jiame quickly explained. It's not your fault. It's just that when our old man heard you didn't want to give him the miraculous medicine, he felt very distressed. After leaving here, he kept clutching his chest, as if his heart was in great pain, and then he suddenly collapsed. The crowd murmured among themselves. The old man really has a fragile heart. But it's not entirely the patient's fault. Who wouldn't take such news to heart? It seems Master Wang needs to be more careful with his words when refusing to use the miraculous medicine. Direct rejections can be hard on those with delicate hearts. Wang Mingyang was momentarily stunned, then full of regret. He knew very well how much a patient's emotions could affect their body. Almost 99% of heart diseases were caused by emotional issues. Many digestive ailments were also closely related to emotions. Alas, it's all my fault. Master Wang Mingyang sighed, judging by his pulse. It's indeed a heart problem, and it's already threatening his life. I have no choice but to give him the miraculous medicine. I hope that after taking the miraculous medicine, it can cure both his previous head ailment and this heart issue. Xian Yunfu's eyes lit up, his heart filled with joy. He quickly said, Master Wang, we'll take the miraculous medicine and find a quiet, peaceful place to administer it to my father. Hui Jiame also quickly added, Yes, Master Wang. It's too noisy here. We'll find a good place ourselves to administer the medicine. They were afraid that if the miraculous medicine was taken now, it might counteract the effects of the fake death medicine, which would be a huge loss. They needed to go back, take the medicine to reverse the fake death, and then take the miraculous medicine to ensure its full effect. That won't do. Wang Mingyang shook his head. The patient must take the medicine under my supervision, so I can assess any issues. Chapter 275. Under the Eyelids. Wang Mingyang insisted, just like you earlier, you didn't listen to me and left my pharmacy, and something happened as soon as you went out. This time, taking the medicine must be done under my supervision. Xian Yunfu was dumbfounded. Don't, Master Wang. We definitely won't get into trouble. Hui Jiame also quickly added, even if something happens to us, we won't hold it against you. Please rest assured. As the argument continued, Wang Mingyang frowned and said, How about this? I'll call my master over and have him take a look. If he says you can leave and take the medicine, then I'll allow it. The group was stunned. Wang Mingyang had such a big reputation, yet he still had a master. May I ask who your master is? Wang Mingyang replied, the one who created this miraculous medicine. The Xian family immediately showed deep respect. This miraculous medicine was actually created by someone. If that's the case, it means this medicine can be mass-produced. If we can bribe his master, wouldn't we be set for life? We could have his master produce more of this miraculous medicine, and that would be like having a never-ending money tree. Yes, 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 please hurry and invite your master over. Wang Mingyang went into the inner room and called Yijing. Master, there's someone here who insists on taking the medicine after leaving my place, and his vital signs are almost gone. I'd like you to come and take a look. Yijing, with nothing else to do and being nearby, decided to stop by. A short while later, Yijing approached the Xuanhu Jishir Hall. Are you here to see a doctor too? The Xian family, waiting at the door, saw Yijing approaching and immediately showed mockery. You refused to treat us, yet here you are. We respected your reputation, but now we're here to see the much more renowned Master Wang. Hui Jiame also sneered, we've inquired again, and the most renowned doctor in the entire province is Master Wang, not you. We were completely blind before, listening to rumors in the southern province and thinking you, this so-called Mr. Yi, were the best doctor. Now that we're here, we realize you're not at all what we thought. Master Wang Mingyang is the real deal. Yi Jing chuckled silently. In fact, although he was more famous, he rarely saw patients and didn't sit for consultations, so the general public didn't count him among the top doctors. But if you asked the truly influential families and wealthy clans, they would know who the real top doctor was. However, he couldn't be bothered to correct these people and walked straight inside. Wait, are you also here to see a doctor? Are you sick too? Exine Yunfu sneered. A doctor who's sick himself, haha, that's what you get for not treating us. Hui Jiamei also mocked. We knew your medical skills were poor, which is why we came here. Did you think we really wanted you to treat us before? Haha. And you don't know this, but we've found the miraculous medicine here. As someone in the industry, you must have heard about it, right? Compared to that, your pitiful medical skills must make you feel quite inferior, huh? Yi Jing, who was about to continue walking, stopped upon hearing this. So, you're planning to use the miraculous medicine for treatment? Exine Yunfu proudly said. Surprised, huh? I guess you know the power of the miraculous medicine. Yes, we've secured the right to use it, and we'll be getting it soon. As for you, I bet you've never even seen the miraculous medicine, have you? Hui Jimei added with a laugh. Honey, what are you saying? Besides Master Wang Mingyang, where else can you find the miraculous medicine? Not just this little doctor, but all the other top doctors combined don't have it. Exine Yunfu nodded. Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. Yi Jing chuckled softly, shook his head, and then walked inside. As soon as he entered, Wang Mingyang quickly said, Master, you're here. It's them. They insist on taking the medicine after leaving. What do you think? Exine Yunfu and Hui Jiamei were struck like lightning. This Yi Jing was Wang Mingyang's master? And Master Wang, are you sure you're not mistaken? This Yi Jing is so young, and you're so old. How could he be your master? Wang Mingyang said seriously, No, the more skilled one is the master. In the field of medicine, I'm far behind my master. His medical skills are like the stars in the sky, vast and profound, while I'm just a small blade of grass on the ground, needing to learn much from him. And didn't I mention? This miraculous medicine is his creation. You should understand how extraordinary his medical skills are, right? Exine Yunfu and Hui Jiamei were completely dumbfounded. This Yi Jing was the doctor who created the miraculous medicine, and they had just mocked him? And Mr. Yi, we're sorry. Please forget everything we said earlier. It was just us barking like dogs. Mr. Yi, we didn't know any better. If we had known you were Master Wang's master, if we had known you were the creator of the miraculous medicine, we wouldn't have dared to say anything to you, not even with 100 guts. Everything we said earlier wasn't our true intentions. We were blinded by greed. Please don't take it to heart. The two hurriedly pleaded for forgiveness, because the right to use the miraculous medicine was in Yi Jing's hands. If Yi Jing said no, they wouldn't be allowed to use the medicine. What would happen to the old man then? I'm sorry, Yi Jing said with a faint smile. I won't sell the miraculous medicine to you. Wang Mingyang, remember these people's faces. The miraculous medicine can be sold to anyone except them. Wang Mingyang immediately replied, Yes, master, I remember. Exine Yunfu and Hui Jiamei's faces turned pale. Mr. Yi, you're a doctor, a healer with a compassionate heart. How can you hold a grudge like this? We just took your parking spot. Is that really worth being so petty? Yi Jing said calmly, You're the ones who don't follow the rules, twisting the truth and being aggressive. I have the freedom not to sell the medicine. Get out. As soon as he spoke, Wang Mingyang immediately instructed Jiang Chao beside him. Throw these people out? Jiang Chao, with the bodyguards, immediately surrounded them. Please leave now. Our Xuanhu Jishir Hall doesn't welcome you. Leave quickly. Exine Yunfu angrily shouted. You're refusing treatment. That's murdering people. Hui Jiamei also started yelling loudly. These doctors are murdering people here. Isn't anyone going to do something about it? Chapter 276. Deliberately not saving lives? You run a medicine hall, yet you deliberately refuse to save lives. What are your intentions? They're killing people. They're killing people. The two individuals were in a heated confrontation right in front of the medicine hall's entrance. Yijing stepped forward and slapped both of them, sending them flying. The two men, their faces bruised and swollen, dared not approach again for the moment. However, their loud shouting had already attracted a crowd of onlookers. It seems someone really did die inside. The person on the stretcher looks like they're on the verge of death. Yes, look at his complexion. It's exactly like that of a dead person. Could this medicine hall really be callously disregarding human life? As the crowd murmured, Wang Mingyang's expression grew increasingly uneasy. These two are really ruining my reputation. But master, if this Xian Jiangwo really dies here, it could be troublesome. As the owner of a medicine hall, the last thing he wanted was for a patient to die under his care. Such an incident would be devastating to his reputation. Yijing glanced at Xian Jiangwo and chuckled lightly. Don't worry, he won't die here. Do you remember a drug on the market that can induce a state of apparent death? At Yijing's reminder, Wang Mingyang immediately perked up. He quickly approached Xian Jiangwo to examine him. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but smile and slap his forehead. Oh, master, you truly have keen eyes. You've immediately recognized that he's taken a drug to induce apparent death. However, I recall that the duration of this drug's effect shouldn't exceed a few hours. If the antidote isn't administered within a certain time frame, it could lead to real death. Yijing glanced at Wang Mingyang. So, you don't know how to prepare the antidote? Wang Mingyang shook his head, embarrassed. I'm sorry, master. My skills are lacking. I've never learned that. In reality, given Wang Mingyang's intelligence, he could quickly master such knowledge if he wanted to. However, he believed that inducing apparent death and then using an antidote to revive someone was not a legitimate medical practice, but rather a devious trick. As a result, he had no interest in learning such techniques. Master, do you know how? Wang Mingyang now placed all his hopes on Yijing. After all, he had no idea how long Xian Jiangwo had been under the influence of the apparent death drug. If the time limit had already passed and Xian Jiangwo died here, it would be disastrous. Yijing replied calmly, I don't know, but... Wang Mingyang's heart sank as he looked at Yijing with pleading eyes. If even his master didn't know, what were they to do? Yijing smiled, but I know another method that can serve as an antidote. He waved his hand to the side, and Jiang Chao immediately scurried over, eager to please. Grandmaster, what are your orders? Yijing whispered a few instructions into his ear. Jiang Chao looked up in astonishment. Really? Yijing smiled faintly. Yes, really. Jiang Chao quickly ran off. In a short while, the crowd gathered around the scene grew larger. It seems someone really has died here. No, that can't be. Master Wang Mingyang's medical skills are renowned. It's said that even the dead can be revived. How can such a person lie here without being treated? Xian Yunfu and Hui Jiame mixed among the crowd, stirring up discontent. This medicine hall is callously disregarding human life. The patient is already in such a state, yet they refuse to treat him or provide the miraculous medicine. Worried about his reputation, Wang Mingyang quickly explained, Everyone, it's not that I'm unwilling to help this person. He's in a state of apparent death. The crowd erupted. Apparent death? Master Wang, what do you mean by apparent death? Wang Mingyang patiently explained. In our medical field, there's a drug that intentionally induces a state of apparent death. This person's symptoms, look closely, are not those of someone truly on the brink of death, but rather the result of taking such a drug. He's here to deceive us into giving him the miraculous medicine. That medicine is the last lifeline for the common people, yet this man seeks to obtain it for his own selfish reasons. The crowd looked at the patient lying on the ground and immediately showed expressions of disapproval. To come here and try to deceive us for medicine, he's unforgivable. But Master Wang, how can we be sure he's in apparent death? What if he's truly on the verge of death? As the crowd looked at Exine Jiangwo, who indeed appeared to be on the brink of death on the stretcher, Wang Mingyang was about to say something when his disciple, Jiang Chao, suddenly shouted, "Everyone, make way! This substance might be unpleasant if it splashes on you." The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path. The smell was simply too foul, too unbearable. Many instinctively covered their noses with their sleeves. "What is this? Could it be feces? It's too disgusting." Jiang Chao announced, "Everyone, this is indeed feces, and it's quite thick. My grandmaster specifically instructed that this can be used to revive someone in apparent death. So, don't be repulsed by the smell. It's a medicinal cure for saving lives." The crowd quickly dispersed, many unable to bear the stench and even retching. They moved back at least 3 meters. "How dare you feed feces to my father?" Exine Yunfu was furious and lunged forward, but 2 figures quietly restrained him from behind. "Don't move. You dare to provoke Mr. Yi and still spout nonsense? Don't even think about moving." These 2 figures were none other than Gu Zhanhong's subordinates. Upon seeing them, Exine Yunfu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that even with his combat king-level strength, he would be no match for these 2. If he tried to resist, he would only end up crippled. He immediately stopped moving, thinking to himself how unlucky he was to encounter Gu Zhanhong's subordinates again. What terrible luck! At this moment, Jiang Chao had already poured the feces over Exine Jiangwo. A significant amount of the feces flowed into Exine Jiangwo's mouth and nostrils. Cough, cough. Ugh. Exine Jiangwo, who had been in a state of apparent death, suddenly woke up. Upon smelling the revolting stench, he began vomiting violently. "What is this? What the hell is this?" Exine Jiangwo now wished he were dead, as he was covered in feces. Wow, it really was apparent death. The feces actually worked. This man was truly here to deceive us for the miraculous medicine. The crowd now understood everything and looked at Exine Jiangwo and his accomplices with hostile eyes. "Let's get out of here." Chapter 277. You remind me. At this moment, Xin Yunfu's scalp was numb. His father was drenched in excrement, and he was being held by 2 subordinates of Gu Zhanhong. They had to leave immediately. Fortunately, the 2 subordinates of the war god only kicked him a few times viciously but did not kill him. Finally, they managed to escape. Phew, we finally got out. The Xin Yunfu family was in a miserable state. This Yi Jing is really unreasonable. How can he be a doctor like that? He's a disgrace to the medical profession. Hui Jiamei also angrily said, and he even forced feces down the old man's throat. If this gets out, what will happen to the old man's reputation? Luckily, this wasn't in the southern province, their stronghold. Otherwise, the Xin Yun family's reputation would be ruined. Stop talking so much. Quickly get me a room. I need to wash up properly. Xin Jinghua, enduring the stench on his body, just wanted to take a thorough bath, washing 4 or 5 times to get rid of the smell of excrement. After booking a room, Xin Jinghua went inside to bathe, while Xin Yunfu said with hatred, "No, we still need to find a way to cure my father's illness." Hui Jiamei worriedly said, "What can we do? We've been to several provinces, even Beijing and Shanghai. We've almost gone abroad. This was our last hope, but clearly, it's not working here either." Xin Yunfu shook his head. "No, it's not that it's not working. It's just that they won't treat us here. Dr. Yin Mingxia has already verified for us that that miraculous medicine can definitely cure my father's illness. It's all because of that Yi Jing, who refused to treat my father. That guy is such a petty person. Was it really necessary to hold a grudge just because we took their parking spot? What a trash." Hui Jiamei anxiously asked, "What should we do, husband? If the old man's illness isn't treated in a month?" Xin Jinghua, who had just finished bathing, came out and said, "Yes, what about my illness? Yaozi, I've experienced that medicine once. I know that if I take it again, I will definitely get better. You must help me get that medicine, understand?" Xin Yunfu nodded. "I understand, Dad. I'll do whatever it takes to get you that miraculous medicine." "No, I still smell too bad. How can I not get rid of this stench of excrement?" Xin Jinghua went back to take another bath. Husband, what should we do? Hui Jiamei asked. Xin Yunfu thought for a moment, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Previously, I helped Dr. Yin Mingxia connect with a deal, but he didn't agree. Hui Jiamei thought for a moment and quickly realized, you mean, the one with Japan? Xin Yunfu nodded. The Japanese are very interested in our traditional Chinese medicine. In fact, every year, there are Japanese people who come here to buy large quantities of our traditional Chinese medicine formulas and high-quality medicinal materials. Now, almost half of our high-quality medicinal materials are sold to Japan. Last time, the Japanese contacted me, saying they wanted me to introduce a good doctor and a good formula, so I contacted Yin Mingxia. But he seemed quite resistant to the idea, even though they offered several million, even tens of millions of dollars. Hui Jiamei sneered, these doctors, sometimes they're so stubborn. Business is business. International business isn't business. As long as we sell it and make money, what can't we have? Xin Yunfu also nodded. Yin Mingxia is good in other aspects, but in this regard, just like that Yi Jing, he's really stubborn. But after that incident, the Japanese told me something. They said they have an analyzer. If you put a single Chinese medicinal herb into it, their analyzer can analyze what components are in it, including the dosage and composition. That means, as long as I can bring the miraculous medicine over, even just a tiny bit, the Japanese can analyze it and mass-produce it. Hui Jiamei's eyes lit up. Husband, that's a great idea. Not only can we cure the old man's illness, but we can also give our Xin Yun family an extra way to make money. Xin Yunfu nodded. The Japanese promised me that the better the medicine's effect, the higher the price they'll pay. I'll ask them now to see how much they're willing to pay for this miraculous medicine. Xin Yunfu took out his phone and tapped a few times. Soon, he received a reply. Upon seeing the words on the screen, Xin Yunfu was completely stunned. Hui Jiamei leaned over. What's wrong, husband? What did they say? Don't they want to buy the miraculous medicine? No, they really want to buy it. Xin Yunfu was so excited that he stood up directly. Look at what they're saying. How many zeros are there? Help me count. Hui Jiamei curiously looked over and was also shocked. Is it 30 billion? Hui Jiamei couldn't believe it. Is this real? Xin Yunfu excitedly said, the Japanese, after hearing how miraculous the effect of this medicine is, directly offered 30 billion. They seem to have more faith in the power of traditional Chinese medicine than we do in China, so they offered a sky-high price. They said that as long as the effect is verified to be true, they'll transfer 30 billion directly. Xin Yunfu was so excited that his whole body trembled. Our entire family's assets add up to about 20 billion, right? If we can sell this miraculous medicine, we'll be rich. It can almost double our family's assets. Exciting! Hui Jiamei also came to her senses and kept counting the numbers repeatedly, confirming again and again. It really is 30 billion. The Japanese are really generous with their offers. Xin Yunfu nodded. They value traditional Chinese medicine a lot. Anyway, this time, we're going to make it big. He even started planning in his mind how to spend the 30 billion. Husband, but the only problem is, how do we get the miraculous medicine? Xin Yunfu hesitated and regretted. If my father hadn't eaten that 1/3 of the medicine before, it would have been fine. The Japanese said that as long as we can bring over about 2 grams, they can analyze it. The bit my father ate before was about 2 grams. What a pity. Hui Jiamei said, why don't we go and ask Dr. Yin Mingxia for some more? Since he had it before, maybe he still has some. You know, usually, these doctors secretly keep some for their own research. Xin Yunfu's eyes lit up. You really remind me. Chapter 278. Won't give it to us. Based on my understanding of Yin Mingxia, he might have secretly hidden some of those divine medicines, said Xin Yunfu. After all, he's extremely concerned about those medicines and would definitely keep some for his own research. But this time, we can't say it's for the people from the island country, Xin Yunfu continued. Otherwise, Yin Mingxia definitely won't give it to us. Hui Jiamei nodded. Should we still say it's for our father's condition? Xin Yunfu shook his head. No, This time you'll have to step in. Our father has just taken a third of Yin Mingcha's divine medicine, so there's no way he'll be fooled by that. We'll have to say that you're the one with a problem, that you urgently need this medicine to save your life. Maybe then Yin Mingcha will act. But I'm not sick, Hui Jimei said sadly. Xian Yunfu frowned. That is a problem. Then, his expression turned peculiar as he stared at Hui Jiamei. Hui Jiamei felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze. Don't you dare have any strange ideas. Are you thinking of making me take that drug that induces a fake death? I won't do it. Thinking of how the old man was force-fed feces, she shuddered at the thought of the same happening to her. Besides, that drug that induces fake death was given to us by the divine Dr. Yin Mingcha himself. If we take it and go to him, he'll surely see through it immediately. Xian Yunfu nodded. That's indeed a problem. How about this? Let's go to a nearby hospital and find someone to help us with this charade. Half a day later, Xian Yunfu and his family returned to Yin Mingcha's pharmacy. Yin Mingcha quickly asked, So, did Master Wang Mingyang give you the divine medicine? Xian Yunfu sighed. No, Master Wang Mingyang's medical skills are indeed superb, but he's too rigid. Seeing that my father's condition isn't severe, and that he's already taken a third of your medicine, which isn't an immediate life-threatening situation, he refused to give us the divine medicine. Yin Mingcha was stunned for a moment, then sighed. It seems I've inadvertently harmed you. Master Wang Mingyang is a very stubborn person. He only gives out that divine medicine in critical situations. Originally, your father might have been able to get a complete divine medicine from him, but since I gave you a third of it first, his condition doesn't seem as severe, so Master Wang is even less likely to give you the medicine. In that sense, it's my fault. Yin Mingcha felt a pang of guilt. Xian Yunfu, however, was crystal clear in his mind. He knew they couldn't get the medicine because they had offended Yi Jing. Even if Yin Mingcha hadn't given them that third of the medicine, Wang Mingyang still wouldn't have given them the divine medicine. But Xian Yunfu would never say that out loud. So, what do we do next? He asked helplessly. Yin Mingcha replied, if it comes to it, we'll have to accept Master Wang Mingyang's treatment plan. For the next 2 years? No, you must still have some of that divine medicine here. Give us a bit more. We don't need a whole one, just another third will do, Xian Yunfu quickly interjected. Yin Mingcha shook his head helplessly. No, the third I had was from a previous patient. I was fortunate enough to acquire it from them. I absolutely don't have any more. Xian Yunfu and Hui Jiamei exchanged glances, then Hui Jiamei looked at a young assistant standing nearby. The assistant immediately let out an ow, clutching her stomach and collapsing to the ground. Ow, my stomach hurts so much. Hui Jiamei quickly asked, Xiao Sun, what's wrong? The assistant cried out in pain. I can't. My stomach hurts so badly. I can't take it anymore. Yin Mingcha quickly said, Come over here. Let me take a look. After feeling her pulse, his eyebrows shot up. You have gynecological issues, don't you? The assistant feigned ignorance. I don't know. Yin Mingcha's expression grew more serious. There might be a very serious problem. Go to the next room and get an ultrasound. When the results came out, everyone's faces changed. Cervical cancer. This is a very serious condition. The assistant wailed. What am I going to do? She had been faking it, but 3 days earlier, she had indeed been diagnosed with cervical cancer. The hospital planned to perform surgery, but the treatment cost was 100,000 yuan, which she couldn't afford. Then, Xian Yunfu approached her, offering 150,000 yuan if she agreed to act in their scheme. Not only would the surgery be covered, but she'd also have 50,000 yuan for living expenses. The young girl was immediately tempted, so today, she played her part in the charade, and now her tears were genuine, a true expression of her emotions. You should have surgery first, then return for herbal Tao Li, Yin Mingcha suggested. The assistant cried out, reciting her prepared lines, No, doctor. My body can't handle surgery. I've had a physical before, and the hospital said I don't meet the criteria for surgery. They said my blood clotting is poor, and surgery could lead to massive bleeding. Yin Mingcha's expression changed. If your blood clotting mechanism is problematic, then surgery really isn't an option. You'll have to rely on traditional Chinese medicine for treatment. Exine Yunfu seized the moment and asked, "Do you still have that divine medicine? Give her one quickly." Hui Jiamei also chimed in, "Yes, doctor. Her condition is critical. This is exactly when your divine medicine is needed. Please help her." In Mingcha smiled bitterly. "You think I don't want to? I truly don't have any divine medicine left." Exine Yunfu frowned and exchanged a glance with Hui Jiamei. "Let's go outside for now." Once outside, he sighed. "It seems Yin Mingcha really doesn't have any divine medicine left. We'll have to get it from Wang Mingyang." Hui Jiamei frowned. "But Wang Mingyang won't give it to us. What do we do? If he won't give it, then we'll steal it, or we'll take it by force. It's worth 3 billion. I refuse to believe we can't get it from Wang Mingyang." After returning to the hotel, Exine Yunfu immediately contacted the people from the island country again. "This time, I'll provide you with the information about where the divine medicine is, and the rest is up to you, whether you steal it or take it by force. Of course, I still want 3 billion. After a moment of consideration, the other side finally said, "Deal." They were desperate for that divine medicine. If they could mass produce it, they could control the mortality rate in their country to an extremely low level. At that point, the island nation would experience a period of vigorous development. "Mr. Yi." Two people suddenly knelt in front of Yi Jing's villa. Yi Jing took one look and recognized them as the two subordinates of Gu Zhanhong, the war god. Chapter 279. Sneaky. "What is it?" Yi Jing looked at his two subordinates, knowing that they wouldn't dare to disturb him without a significant matter. "Mr. Yi, there's something we're not sure if we should report to you." The two subordinates hesitated. Yi Jing said indifferently, "Speak." "It's about your disciple, Wang Mingyang. Recently, there have been some suspicious figures lurking around his pharmacy, Xuanhu Jishitang." Yi Jing was puzzled. "Suspicious?" The two subordinates replied, "According to our investigation, those figures are all from the island country, and their identities are very mysterious, likely from a special organization." Yi Jing narrowed his eyes. If there's anything most valuable in Wang Mingyang's shop, it would be those 20 or so divine pills. Perhaps these people are after those pills. But from the island country? Yi Jing frowned. "All right, I understand. Do this." He gave them instructions. "How is it? Do you know the exact location now?" Exine Yunfu had drawn a map based on his observations at Wang Mingyang's pharmacy. "You enter here. This is Wang Mingyang's inner room. The pills are likely stored here." Several masked assassins from the island country nodded silently, exchanged glances, and then stealthily approached Wang Mingyang's pharmacy. "Is this the room?" The assassins, speaking in their native language, sneaked into the pharmacy. "These must be the jars and bottles. There are said to be 20 in total. The number seems correct." They collected all 20 small bottles, each with a satisfied smile. This mission was really smooth. Yes, who would have thought that such valuable items would be left so carelessly here, with no strict supervision? If this were in our country, they would have been locked in a safe long ago. Never mind that. Let's leave quickly. After a brief exchange, the islanders began to retreat. However, as soon as they reached the door, they found two figures blocking their way. "We've been spotted. Split up and run." The assassins reacted quickly, scattering in different directions. But the two subordinates were even faster, stronger, and had prepared in advance, setting traps at the door and windows. Seeing the assassins trying to escape, they immediately activated the traps. "Bastard, there's an ambush here. We've been tricked." After a moment of panic, they all calmed down. As professionals, they had long prepared for such a day. All of them were caught in nets, and the two subordinates quickly tied them up. Yi Jing and Wang Mingyang appeared at the door. "Mr. Yi," the two subordinates reported. Yi Jing narrowed his eyes and glanced at the islanders. "Start the interrogation. Find out how they knew about the divine pills and where they intended to take them. You're more skilled at interrogation than I am. I'll leave this to you." The two subordinates nodded and chose 2 rooms in Wang Mingyang's pharmacy to begin separate interrogation. However, these island warriors proved to be unusually stubborn. The two subordinates returned, reporting helplessly, "Mr. Yi, after half a day of interrogation, we've gained nothing. These two are very stubborn. They almost managed to bite their tongues off a few times, but we stopped them in time." The other subordinate added, "Not only did the interrogation not progress, but they kept shouting about wanting to commit seppuku. My ears are about to bleed." Yijing looked at them. "Are you two really professionals at interrogation? Can't even handle these few? Or should I give it a try?" The two subordinates looked ashamed. "Mr. Yi, we are too incompetent." Yijing led the way into the room, with Wang Mingyang and the two subordinates following. "Tell me, what is your purpose here? Where do you plan to take these divine pills? Who provided you with the information?" After speaking, Yijing calmly looked at the Bound Island assassins. Wang Mingyang and the two subordinates behind him were speechless. Was this even an interrogation? It was just a simple question, wasn't it? The two subordinates secretly complained in their hearts. "You said we're not good at interrogation, but with your level, anyone off the street would be better, wouldn't they?" Even the Bound Island assassins showed a trace of disdain in their eyes. "All right, since you won't speak, I'll have to make you suffer a bit," Yijing said, and everyone looked curiously at him. Even the Bound Island assassins were curious about what this newcomer would do to torture them. As he spoke, Yijing took out a silver needle. The assassins frowned, thinking it would be inserted into their nail beds. However, this kind of crude method had already been used by the previous interrogator. They were tough, not afraid of such torture. Unexpectedly, Yijing's needle didn't go into their nail beds, but into a certain acupoint on their body. As soon as the needle was inserted, the assassin felt all kinds of discomfort, alternating between cold and heat. Then, Yijing inserted another needle. After this needle, the assassin felt as if he were submerged in liquid, his body stiff and filled with endless cold from head to toe. Finally, Yijing inserted another needle, and the assassin suddenly laughed out loud. "All right, these 3 needles will make him tell the truth." After saying that, Yijing left the room and inserted the same 3 needles into all the Bound Island assassins. Then, he returned to the main hall to wait for news. Will this work? The two subordinates looked at each other. "Master Wang, those 3 acupoints don't seem very effective." They only saw the assassins either shivering from cold, sweating profusely from heat, or laughing uncontrollably, their mouths unable to close, drooling everywhere. Wang Mingyang suddenly understood and smiled faintly. "Don't worry, within an hour, they'll definitely talk." Indeed, the next hour was a torture for the island assassins. The alternating cold and heat, the unbearable itch, and the overwhelming sensations grew worse and worse. Chapter 280, Worsening Situation. What's going on? These people are starting to lose control? The two subordinates grinned. Look at them. They're on the verge of breaking down mentally. Who would have thought that all those harsh tortures we used couldn't break them? But Mr. Yi managed to do it with just 3 silver needles. Finally, the assassin from the island nation, unable to bear it any longer, cried out loudly, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just take these 3 needles out of me." He writhed in agony, trying to shake off the needles, but they were placed by Yijing, and unless he removed them, no one else could. Yijing said calmly, "Speak up, tell us your purpose, and answer the questions I asked earlier." Completely broken, the assassin from the island nation spilled everything like a burst dam. It was Xian Yunfu who provided the leads. He said that once we take the divine medicine back to our country and analyze it, the medicine will be ours. And in return, we'll give him 30 billion. Yijing frowned. "You can analyze the composition of the medicine?" The assassin, writhing in unbearable itchiness, quickly replied, Yes. We have a device that can analyze the components, age, and dosage of any traditional Chinese medicine. Our device was specifically developed to study Chinese herbal medicine." The two subordinates, hearing this, also frowned deeply. It seemed that the island nation's theft of Chinese medicine had become comprehensive, even developing analytical instruments. "No, this can't continue. Otherwise, All the knowledge our ancestors passed down will be learned by the island nation. Yijing nodded. Then, regarding Xian Yunfu and the island nation's affairs, I'll leave it all to Gu Zhanhong. Tell him that I will judge him based on how he handles this matter and its outcome, which will affect my view of the Dragon Group. The two subordinates trembled at these words. They knew that among the 8 great war gods of China, including Gu Zhanhong, the most desired thing was to have Yi Jing take the position of the Dragon Group leader, to lead the entire high-end combat force of China. But Yi Jing had repeatedly declined, citing his low opinion of the Dragon Group after several incidents. And now, this matter might change his attitude based on how well Gu Zhanhong handles it. We will definitely report this truthfully to War God Gu. In the following days, Yi Jing could feel the impending storm around him. The entire Xian family, including Hui Jiamei and Xian Zhengwo, disappeared overnight. In Yi Jing and Wang Mingyang's view, this family never appeared again. Even the Xian family in the southern province suddenly discovered the disappearance of these 3 and searched everywhere, only to be met with a sudden rumor that shook the entire Xian family. And Gu Zhanhong himself frequently took action against the forces from the island nation. Yi Jing observed all this, but did not directly intervene. The medicine hall of universal compassion. Wang Mingyang was treating a patient. Without the disturbance of the island nation's assassins, the medicine hall had been exceptionally quiet these days. Master Wang, please come and treat our Zhou elder. 2 men with injuries came to Wang Mingyang. Upon seeing them, Wang Mingyang was stunned. Their injuries were too evenly matched. One had both arms broken, while the other was similarly injured, with a severe abdominal wound. Moreover, Wang Mingyang noticed that one of them had likely been skilled in martial arts before, but now it was gone. Before Wang Mingyang could act, a figure flashed through the window and landed beside him. Startled at first, Wang Mingyang quickly relaxed when he recognized the newcomer as one of Gu Zhanhong's subordinates, with whom he had interacted regarding the island nation's assassin. May I ask, sir, what brings you here? Wang Mingyang knew that this subordinate surnamed Deng had appeared suddenly, surely with important matters. One of them is named Zhou Yibing, the other is Sun Ting. Sun Ting used to be my colleague and also a war king, but Mr. Yi crippled him and later, war god Gu Zhanhong feigned his martial arts. Now, he's just an ordinary person. Wang Mingyang nodded, realizing why he had sensed that Sun Ting had once been skilled in martial arts. My master personally crippled their arms? It seems these 2 must have provoked my master, which is why they ended up like this. I won't treat them. The 2 men immediately knelt before Wang Mingyang. Master Wang, we beg you to save Elder Zhou. Wang Mingyang was stunned. You're here to ask me to treat you? They shook their heads. We're just external injuries, already treated elsewhere, with good medicine applied. We'll recover after some time. Sun Ting chuckled bitterly. It's just that this injury means I can never practice martial arts again, just an ordinary person now. But today, we're not here for ourselves. Our family head is ill, and after inquiring everywhere, we came all the way from Linhai City to the provincial capital, knowing only you can save our elder. Before Wang Mingyang could speak, Zhou Yibing angrily retorted, What do you mean, your Zhou family? It's my Zhou family. You're not even surnamed Zhou. Sun Ting sneered, What? I'm your cousin, and my mother is also from the Zhou family. How am I not part of the Zhou family? When I still had my martial arts and was a war king, the entire Zhou family followed my lead, obeyed my commands, and saw me as their protector. Now that I've lost my martial arts, the command authority of the Zhou family system is still in my hands, isn't it? Zhou Yibing retorted angrily. You know you've lost your martial arts? I have to call you cousin, but now we're equals. Why do you still hold those command rights? Why can you represent the Zhou family? Sun Ting glared at him. Now is not the time to argue about this. The elder's illness is the most important. The key is to cure him. Otherwise, the Zhou family's assets will shrink, and it won't matter who fights for what. Zhou Yibing nodded and quickly turned hopeful eyes to Wang Mingyang. Master Wang, our elder's illness affects the livelihood of the entire Zhou family, hundreds of people. If you don't step in to save him, our entire family's livelihood will be at stake. Wang Mingying shook his head. No, I can't treat you, nor can I treat your family head. Why? The two were puzzled when a figure stepped out from behind Wang Mingying. Brother Ding. Chapter 281. Order to Protect. When Sun Ting saw this figure, he trembled all over. Why are you here? This man, Deng Dong, was his former colleague, in charge of different warrior teams. Times have changed, and now he is a broken man, but Deng Dong remains a general of the warrior team, still following the war god Gu Zhanhong. Deng Dong's tone was complicated. I am now under orders to take commands from Mr. Yi, and this Master Wang Mingyang is a disciple of Mr. Yi. He is a disciple of Mr. Yi? Sun Ting felt that the situation had become complicated. He had offended Yi Jing. So would Yi Jing's disciples still agree to treat him? Just then, Zhou Yibing, who didn't understand the intricacies, suddenly knelt down with a thud. Master Wang, my old master's condition is urgent. It has reached a point where emergency treatment is necessary to save his life. Please come to Linhai City and treat my old master. On behalf of the entire Zhou family, I am kowtowing to you. If you don't treat him, and something happens to the old master, the hundreds of people in our Zhou family will all be affected. If you treat him this time, our Zhou family will be forever grateful. Sun Ting glared at him. Can you represent the Zhou family? Zhou Yibing retorted angrily. Why can't I represent the Zhou family? I am a direct descendant of the Zhou family. If I can't represent them, can you, this broken man, represent them? Understand your place. Before, you could assist the Zhou family somewhat because of your status as a warrior, making other families cautious of us. But now, you're powerless, a mere nobody. Now, I, Zhou Yibing, the direct bloodline, am the representative of the Zhou family. Sun Ting was furious and slapped Zhou Yibing across the face. Shut your mouth. Although his skills were gone, he still had the strength of an ordinary person. Zhou Yibing, often drained by alcohol and lust, was very weak and could barely stand this slap, almost falling to the side. Sun Ting, even without my skills, I can still manage the entire Zhou family. Shut up, you trash. While the two were arguing, Wang Mingyang shook his head. You don't need to say any more. I have already made my decision. I won't get involved in the Zhou family's matters. After hearing Deng Dong say that the two had offended Yi Jing, he no longer wanted to deal with this matter. Master Wang. The two were about to say something more. Wang Mingyang directly waved to Jiang Chao. Throw them out. Jiang Chao, along with a group of bodyguards, pushed the two out without hesitation. Outside, Sun Ting cursed, Zhou Yibing, don't think that just because I've lost my skills, you can take the position of the next head of the Zhou family. Let me tell you, I've been the umbrella protecting the Zhou family for so many years. Almost all the key positions in the Zhou family are people I arranged. All of them listen to me. What do you have to compete with me? Sun Ting had lost his skills and had become an ordinary person. Therefore, he needed to plan for the rest of his life. Although he was only a cousin to the Zhou family, considered an outsider, he used his years of management to swear that he would make the Zhou family's assets truly his own and drive out Zhou Yibing, the direct descendant. Zhou Yibing, at this moment, closed his eyes, not knowing what to do. If it were a fair competition between him and Sun Ting, he had no chance. As Sun Ting said, the entire Zhou family, from top to bottom, all the key positions were filled by people Sun Ting had arranged, all of them obeying Sun Ting's commands. Zhou Yibing's only chance was to let the old master live for a few more years, let the old master regain control of the Zhou family's fate, and then pass it on to him. This was the safest way. Now that Sun Ting was a broken man, his influence over the Zhou family would only diminish over time. As long as the old master was cured, time was on his side. Therefore, he wanted the old master to get better more than Sun Ting. Brother, what do you say we do? Sun Ting, for the sake of the old master, could only temporarily suppress his anger and patiently discuss with Sun Ting. We can only find another divine doctor. But Master Wang Mingyang is the best doctor in the entire province. He is the most likely to cure the old master. Well, then we'll have to think of another way. Zhou Yibing sighed helplessly. Let's split up and look for divine doctors. Sun Ting nodded. All right, Then we'll split up and see who can find a better divine doctor, and then bring them back to the Zhou family. After Sun Ting left, Zhou Yibing did not leave immediately but returned to Wang Mingyang's clinic, Xuanhu Jishir Hall. Master Wang. As soon as Zhou Yibing appeared, Wang Mingyang's face darkened. Didn't I tell you? I won't get involved in the Zhou family's matters. Do you want me to throw you out again? Zhou Yibing quickly said, Master Wang, please listen to me. I really came with sincerity. Please take a look. As he spoke, he took out a flat square box from his bosom. Look, this is a 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma. Wang Mingyang's eyes widened as soon as he saw it, unable to look away. This blood Ganoderma, as red as blood, not only had a high age but also an excellent appearance. Most importantly, Wang Mingyang remembered that Yi Jing had once said that the last time he refined a divine medicine, it was missing just this 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma. Ordinary 1,000-year-old Ganoderma could not be added to Yi Jing's divine medicine. Only this blood Ganoderma could, and the age had to be sufficient. If this medicine is added, my master's divine medicine can be refined again. At that time, the efficacy of all these pills will be enhanced even further. Thinking of this, Wang Mingyang became excited. The current divine medicine already has such powerful effects. If it were to be enhanced with a blood Ganoderma, how miraculous would it become? Zhou Yibing was still beside him, endlessly praising the virtues of his blood Ganoderma. This blood Ganoderma is a treasured heirloom of the Zhou family, something my grandfather acquired by chance many years ago and has been preserved within our family for over 20 years. According to my grandfather, it was nurtured in the extreme cold of the earth's veins, with extremely high medicinal efficacy, like fresh blood. Even though Sun Ting controlled our Zhou family for so many years, my grandfather never showed it to him. If it weren't for my old master's serious condition this time, we wouldn't have taken out this blood Ganoderma. Every family may have untold depths, and the older the family, the deeper the accumulation. The Zhou family's accumulation is not the surface data, not those assets, but this blood Ganoderma. This, let me think about it. Wang Mingyang said, Jiang Chao, take him to the side room first. Chapter 282, Bloodlingji. Wang Mingyang was tempted. This bloodlingji was simply too rare. Even during the last auction of precious Chinese medicinal herbs, where there were so many good medicines, 2,000-year-old ginsengs and 2 ordinary 1,000-year-old lingzis, there was no such 1,000-year-old bloodlingji. If I could help Master secure this medicinal herb, Wang Mingyang felt hesitant and conflicted in his heart. I just don't know if Master would agree to me treating the old patriarch of the Zhou family. Thinking of this, Wang Mingyang picked up his phone and dialed Yi Jing's number. Master, Zhou Yibing and Sun Ting came to me for help. After explaining the situation, Yi Jing frowned and said, Zhou Yibing? From Linhai City? This Zhou Yibing was the one who had recklessly driven his yacht, trying to knock Yi Jing, Zhang Qingxian, and Huang Yuyan off the boat. They asked you to treat the old patriarch of the Zhou family? Wang Mingyang quickly replied, Master, Zhou Yibing also brought something with him, a 1,000-year-old bloodlingji. Why don't you come and take a look? Upon hearing this, Yi Jing said, I'll come over in the afternoon. Bloodlingji was a scarce item, and he planned to inspect it to see how good its quality was. If it was truly exceptional, he might consider refining all his divine medicines again. If the previous divine medicines were only effective for others, but not for Yi Jing himself, and were even less effective than the acupuncture he administered to himself, then the medicines infused with bloodlingji would be incredibly potent. Even Yi Jing himself could use them to save his life in dangerous situations. By the afternoon, Yi Jing arrived at the Xuanhu Jishir pharmacy. Where is the bloodlingji? As soon as Zhou Yibing saw Yi Jing, he trembled with fear. Last time, Yi Jing had beaten him up and then summoned the war god Gu Zhanhong, who had also beaten him severely, leaving him with a heavy psychological shadow. Mr. Yi, you don't need to come closer. Zhou Yibing quickly backed away in fear. Just talk to me from there. This is our Zhou family's bloodlingji. Please take a look. Wang Mingyang hurried over and presented the bloodlingji. After inspecting it, Yi Jing revealed a smile. Not bad. It's a top-quality 1,000-year-old bloodlingji. Wang Mingyang was excited. Master, can this bloodlingji be used in your medicines? Yijing nodded. Yes, it can. Then, what about the Zhou family's matter? Yijing glanced at Zhou Yibing, and in the latter's expectant gaze, Yijing said indifferently, although you are arrogant and reckless, your filial piety is commendable. I will reluctantly agree to this matter. Zhou Yibing was overjoyed. He, Zhou Yibing, had accomplished what Sun Ting could not. After this, his position in the Zhou family would rise. The old patriarch had specifically entrusted this bloodlingji to him, which seemed to be an intentional move to elevate his status within the Zhou family. However, I have one condition. Yijing looked at Zhou Yibing. Your arrogance and recklessness need to be tempered. Dang dong. With a single word from Yijing, a figure swiftly flew in through the window. Zhou Yibing gulped nervously again. He was equally terrified of this dang dong. When Gu Zhanhong was beating Sun Ting, Dang Dong was responsible for beating him. That incident had left an indelible psychological scar. After I help you this time, you will have to follow Dang Dong and let him temper your character. Zhou Yibing's face changed dramatically. Was this not saying that the Zhou family's assets would be under Gu Zhanhong's control? This situation had its pros and cons. The benefit was that he might also gain Dang Dong's protection. But the downside was even more apparent. Himself and the entire Zhou family would be under Yijing's control. This? Zhou Yibing hesitated. Yijing smiled faintly. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time to consider. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Yibing gritted his teeth and agreed. After all, compared to that, he would rather not let Sun Ting take control of the entire Zhou family. By choosing Yijing's path, at least he would still nominally be the next head of the Zhou family. And if he performed well and truly pledged his allegiance to Yijing, this could be a promising path. All right, I agree. As Zhou Yibing agreed, Yijing glanced at Dang Dong. From now on, he's yours to discipline. Remember, don't teach him any skills yet, but make sure to thoroughly temper his arrogant and reckless nature. Dang Dong let out a cold chuckle and rubbed his fists together. Zhou Yibing felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that he was in for several months of brutal beatings. In Linhai City, the Zhou family residence. Has the divine doctor not been found yet? The Zhou family members were all in a state of gloom. How is the old patriarch? It's very serious. He's been unconscious for 12 hours and hasn't woken up yet. The Zhou family members paced back and forth anxiously. Has anyone who went out to find a divine doctor returned yet? Not a single one. The anxiety among them grew even more intense. Just then, someone exclaimed, Brother Sun Ting is back. Upon hearing this, many felt a sense of relief. Sun Ting had been the backbone of the Zhou family for many years, and it seemed that as long as Sun Ting was around, any problem could be solved. Although Sun Ting's martial abilities had been fade, his authority remained, and many still instinctively followed his lead. In an instant, many rushed to the door to welcome Sun Ting. Brother Sun Ting, you're back? Did you manage to invite Master Wang Mingyang? Everyone knew that Sun Ting had gone to invite the most renowned divine doctor in the province, Wang Mingyang, who had the greatest hope of curing the old patriarch. Alas, Master Wang Mingyang couldn't be invited. Sun Ting's sigh sent a chill through the hearts of the entire Zhou family. Master Wang Mingyang said he was extremely busy and couldn't come, and our old patriarch's condition is such that he can't be moved easily, as it might worsen his condition. It seems Master Wang Mingyang won't be able to treat our old patriarch. Sun Ting wouldn't mention that it was his own fault that Wang Mingyang couldn't be invited. Hearing this, everyone sighed in their hearts. What are we to do now? Sun Ting said, There's no other way now. I'll have to look around Linhai City for any good divine doctors. The others could only nod in resignation, while the women of the Zhou family felt like headless flies, anxiously rushing about without a clue. Master Wang Mingyang was the best doctor. If he had come, our old patriarch would definitely have woken up. But now, who knows if other doctors can do the job? Sun Ting's expression turned serious. I know you're all anxious, but what can you do by being anxious? Don't worry, I'll definitely find the best doctor in Linhai City. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted at the door. Chapter 283. The Divine Doctor Arrives. At the main gate of the Zhou family residence, a group of younger members suddenly stirred in excitement, with several of them stumbling and running back in great delight. What's going on? Why are you all so restless? Sun Ting roared as he reprimanded these younger members. He was using every opportunity to establish his authority. His martial skills were gone, and all he had to rely on was the accumulated prestige he had built over the days. Therefore, he had to maintain a constant sense of awe among these younger members, making them willingly obey his commands. Brother Ruo, Zhou Yibing has returned? Sun Ting frowned. He's back. So what? Why the excitement? He felt a bit uncomfortable. Zhou Yibing was his biggest rival in the competition for the next head of the Zhou family, and he was the legitimate grandson of the old master. Brother Ruo, Zhou Yibing has brought Master Wang Mingying back with him. This statement caused an uproar throughout the Zhou family. Is it true? Master Wang Mingying, has he really come all the way from the provincial capital to our Linhai city? Wow, Brother Zhou Yibing is amazing. He actually managed to invite Master Wang Mingying. That must be a major accomplishment, right? Some who supported Sun Ting retorted sharply. What major accomplishment? We'll only know if it's his credit if Master Wang Mingying successfully treats the old master. Besides, maybe Master Wang Mingying was invited by Brother Ruo, and Zhou Yibing was just the guide. Brother Ruo, isn't that right? Master Wang Mingying must have been your invitation, right? Sun Ting's face darkened, and he remained silent, because he knew that once Wang Mingying entered, all his lies would be exposed immediately. However, he was also puzzled. Wang Mingying had firmly refused both him and Zhou Yibing. Why would he suddenly agree to come? Just as the crowd reacted with mixed emotions, Zhou Yibing had already brought Wang Mingying inside. Everyone make way. Master Wang is here. Zhou Yibing was full of pride, almost like he was presenting a treasure, and announced loudly, "Everyone. For the old master's condition, I went through great lengths to invite Master Wang here. Master Wang Mingying is the most skilled doctor in the entire province. If even he can't cure the old master, then no other doctor in the province can." Many members of the Zhou family stepped forward with flattering words. Master Wang, thank you for your trouble. Master Wang, thank you for coming all the way from another city. Master Wang, our old master's condition is like this. He suddenly fainted a few days ago. It seems to be a brain issue. And then he woke up a few times in between, but each time was very short, just a few minutes, and then he would become drowsy again. Wang Mingying nodded. Don't worry, everyone. However, my master is about to arrive. The crowd was shocked. They exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes. Wang Mingying's master. What level of expertise must that be? Master Wang, you are already the #1 in the provincial capital. What level of skill must your master possess? Wang Mingying said with a hint of pride, My master's medical skills are far beyond mine. Compared to him, I am but a firefly on the ground. Hearing Wang Mingying's praise, the crowd became even more curious about this master. At the same time, they felt more excited and hopeful. If even Master Wang Mingying's master were to come, then the old master's illness would surely be cured, right? Zhou Yibing, you're amazing. You've not only invited Master Wang Mingying, but also his master. Yes, although Yibing usually seems unreliable, he's suddenly become very dependable lately. Our Zhou men are like that. Before a certain age, they may seem unreliable, but once they reach that point, they suddenly become very dependable. Many who supported Zhou Yibing seized this opportunity to speak well of him. Sun Ting, hearing these words, looked even more grim. This kid really got the chance to shine. But Wang Mingying's master? He knew that Wang Mingying's master was Yi Jing. If there was a slight possibility of inviting Wang Mingying, then how could Yi Jing ever agree? How did he and Zhou Yibing end up with broken arms? It was Yi Jing who broke them. With such enmity, how could Yi Jing come? Sun Ting sneered coldly in his heart. Zhou Yibing is really getting carried away. Inviting Wang Mingying is one thing, but he's deliberately deceiving everyone by saying he can invite Yi Jing. Isn't that ridiculous? I bet he just invited some old man to impersonate Wang Mingyang's master. Once I expose him, his reputation will plummet. Just as Sun Ting was about to expose Zhou Yibing, Yi Jing's figure appeared at the entrance of the Zhou family residence. Behind him were Ding Dong, Jiang Chao, and others. "Master, please." Jiang Chao respectfully invited Yi Jing in. Seeing Yi Jing, Sun Ting was dumbfounded. How is this possible? He was almost in a daze, and when he saw Ding Dong behind Yi Jing, he completely gave up any thoughts of causing trouble. Is this Master Wang's master? Many members of the Zhou family were puzzled. This Yi Jing, why does he look so young? Wang Mingyang quickly stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Yi Jing, and then introduced to everyone, "This is my master." The Zhou family members bowed in greeting, but in their hearts, they still had doubts and skepticism. So young. Can his medical skills really be that good? Although Master Wang Mingyang has acknowledged it himself, this person indeed doesn't look like a divine doctor at all. By the way, Brother Ruo has been to the provincial capital, right? He should be very familiar with Master Wang Mingyang's master. His medical skills must be very advanced, right? Everyone looked at Sun Ting, hoping to get some confirmation from him. Sun Ting glanced at Ding Dong behind Yi Jing and reluctantly nodded, "Yes, this Mr. Yi is indeed Master Wang Mingyang's master. His medical skills are indeed very advanced. I heard that the miraculous medicines he concocts have been sold on the market for tens of millions each, yet they are still in short supply. Countless people are trying to buy just one from him." The Zhou family members gasped in amazement. So this Yi Jing is that powerful. "Please, come in quickly. We beg you to diagnose our old master." Yi Jing walked in, opened the door, and glanced at the old master's condition. "Wang Mingyang, what do you think?" Wang Mingyang diagnosed for a moment. This coma seems to be a brain issue, but the main cause should be a heart problem. The patient has symptoms of heart failure, which is the main reason for his continuous fainting. Yi Jing smiled faintly. "Not bad. Your medical skills have improved." Chapter 284, You Come to Acupuncture. Wang Mingyang was praised by his master, which brought him joy, and he quickly responded with modesty, "I still have a lot to learn from you. Yi Jing, you come and perform the acupuncture. Use the Xian Min 7 needles, and I will oversee your technique." Wang Mingyang's heart raced with excitement. The other disciples, including Jiang Chao, looked on with envy, their eyes turning red with jealousy. The Xian Min 7 needles, and it was being personally guided by Grandmaster Yi Jing himself. How could this be? The Xian Min 7 needles, the key to which lies in the word mysterious. The first few needles are relatively straightforward, but the later ones become increasingly intricate and profound. Trying to figure it out on your own is futile. You can't grasp the essence of the Xian Min 7 needles. Only someone like Yi Jing, a true master, can point out your flaws and guide you step by step, gradually helping you master the technique. Next, Wang Mingyang began to insert the needles one by one. Yi Jing continuously provided instructions, allowing Wang Mingyang to make adjustments as he went along. In the end, Wang Mingyang was drenched in sweat, but the excitement in his heart was beyond words. If Yi Jing could guide him like this every time, within 20 sessions, he believed he could fully master the Xian Min 7 needles. Although he called Yi Jing master every day, he always felt ashamed, as he hadn't learned even a fraction of his master's abilities, which was quite embarrassing. Not to mention the skill of creating miraculous medicines, just mastering the Xian Min 7 needles alone made Wang Mingyang feel that he was at least worthy of his master's teachings. Unfortunately, Wang Mingyang also knew that opportunities like this were few and far between. After the 7 needles were inserted, the Zhou family patriarch on the hospital bed suddenly took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. He had finally regained consciousness. Many of the Zhou family's female relatives rushed forward, sobbing. The old man was initially confused but quickly learned the details from his family members and immediately expressed his gratitude to Wang Mingyang and Yi Jing. Zhou Yibing also respectfully bowed to Yi Jing and then stood beside Ding Dong. "Grandfather, and all my brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts in the Zhou family, I have an announcement to make." Everyone looked at Zhou Yibing, who had just made a significant contribution by bringing in Master Wang Mingyang and his master Yijing. They paid close attention to what he had to say, and the room fell silent. Even the Zhou patriarch looked over. Zhou Yibing said, "From now on, I won't be causing trouble everywhere. I will follow Brother Ding Dong's teachings and also listen to the guidance of Mr. Yijing." He was fully committed to turning over a new leaf. After the recent events, he had begun to reflect on his past behavior, realizing how much of a scoundrel he had been. Especially during the power struggle with Sun Ting, it had made him realize that he needed to make some changes. He couldn't continue living the way he had before, indulging in alcohol and women, wasting his time. Yibing is really turning over a new leaf, everyone murmured, looking at him with a mixture of surprise and relief. The Zhou patriarch also smiled. He knew all too well how much of a troublemaker his youngest grandson had been. Who is this Ding Dong? Everyone turned their attention to Ding Dong. Yijing, standing nearby, said indifferently, "Ding Dong is one of the subordinates of Gu Zhanhong, one of the 8 war gods of our country. Sun Ting should be quite familiar with him." Sun Ting's eyelids twitched, and he could only respond, "Yes. Brother Ding is the first war king under war god Gu. He was already at a much higher level than me and is one of war god Gu's trusted confidants." The crowd gasped in astonishment, and many members of the Zhou family felt an overwhelming sense of joy. They had lost a war king like Sun Ting, but it seemed they had gained an even greater benefit. If Zhou Yibing could truly prove himself and earn Ding Dong's favor, the Zhou family might once again gain support from the military. Moreover, Zhou Yibing was a genuine member of the Zhou family, much closer than Sun Ting, who was only a distant relative. Even Sun Ting's supporters began to waver and reconsider their positions. Seeing the various reactions from the crowd, Zhou Yibing was slightly surprised and then gratefully glanced at Yijing. When he first heard the news, he thought Yijing was using this opportunity to train him, making him suffer. However, deep down, he also had the intention to reform. Little did he expect that this would ultimately become a crucial factor in gaining the support of the entire Zhou family. "Mr. Yi, thank you." Zhou Yibing knelt on one knee, mimicking Ding Dong's gesture, to express his gratitude to Yijing. Yijing nodded faintly. When the group returned to the provincial capital, Yijing instructed Wang Mingyang, "Go retrieve the medicinal pills from the various families. I need to re-refine all the pills. Of course, if they are unwilling to return them, I won't force them." Wang Mingyang smiled. No family would refuse to return them. After all, this was an opportunity to enhance the efficacy of the miraculous medicines in the hands of the various families, making them even more potent. Such a benefit was not something any family would pass up. Thus, when the news spread to the various prominent families, they all brought their miraculous medicines to Yijing. "I heard that Mr. Yi has obtained a 1,000-year-old blood lingji." When Mr. Yi first refined these miraculous medicines, he mentioned that they were excellent but lacked a blood lingji. Now, he has finally gathered all the necessary ingredients. After this re-refinement, I wonder how much more potent the medicines will become. Regardless, they will definitely be better than they are now. Currently, they can already bring the dead back to life. After the re-refinement, perhaps just half a pill would be enough. We would essentially be turning one pill into 2. Everyone was excited. Only the Shi family, which had already used their pill, felt regretful. The remaining families, such as the Mu family, Qilong, and the Duan family, were particularly thrilled. Mr. Yi, the head of the Han family, Han Guoyang, has also arrived. Would you like to allow him to enter? The Duan family, Mu family, and Wang Mingyang were all familiar with the Han family. The Han family was involved in mining, one of the top mining families in the provincial capital. They had business ties and dealings with many prominent families, including the Mu family and Duan family. So when the head of the Han family, Han Guoyang, expressed his desire to participate in the re-refinement of the medicinal pills, the heads of several prominent families came to Yijing to intercede on his behalf. However, they could only make suggestions. The final decision on whether the Han family head could participate and receive a miraculous medicine still rested with Yijing. Yijing glanced at the heads of the prominent families. I allowed you to join initially because each of your families contributed a significant amount of medicinal ingredients, essentially investing in these miraculous medicines. What right does the Han family have to join in? Elder Duan quickly said, Mr. Yi, the head of the Han family is also willing to contribute medicinal ingredients. Take a look at his list. Yi Jing took the list and his eyes widened slightly. The ingredients on the list far exceeded those contributed by the other major families combined. It seemed the Han family was also very sincere. If these ingredients were added, along with the 1,000-year-old blood lingji, not only would the efficacy of the miraculous medicines increase, but the final output might also rise from 35 pills to 40. Chapter 285. Increase production? Alright, let the Han family join in. As soon as Yi Jing gave the order, someone immediately went out to relay the message. Outside the Xuanhu Jishir Hall, a few members of the Han family were pacing back and forth, visibly anxious. I wonder if our Han family will be able to join this time, said Han Guoyang, the head of the Han family, his heart filled with anxiety. Beside him, his young granddaughter Han Siyao tried to comfort him. Grandpa, don't worry. Our Han family has contributed so much medicinal material. We're sure to be included. Han Guoyang shook his head. You don't understand. This Mr. Yi isn't someone who values material things. Based on my investigation and understanding, he places more importance on personal relationships. Look at the Duan family, the Mu family, the Shi family, and even the underground force, Qilong. None of them have contributed as much medicinal material as we have, yet they were all able to help each other out during Mr. Ye's critical moments. It's this kind of timely assistance that builds strong connections, and it's exactly what our Han family lacks the most. Han Siyao, too, became anxious. What should we do then, Grandpa? You said that only Mr. Ye's miraculous medicine can cure my illness. Last time, we missed the opportunity to enter Mr. Ye's circle, and as a result, we didn't get any of the miraculous medicine. After that, you regretted it for a long time. Later, when you went to ask Master Wang Mingyang for help, you also came back empty-handed. This time, as soon as you heard that Mr. Yi was going to refine the miraculous medicine again and might redistribute it, you immediately came. If this still doesn't work, then my congenital frost constitution might be beyond help, right? Seeing his granddaughter on the verge of tears, Han Guoyang's eyes welled up with tears. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Grandpa will definitely find a way to cure you. At that moment, a disciple of Wang Mingyang came running out from inside. Mr. Han, Mr. Yi has agreed to allow your family to join in. Please come inside. Han Guoyang was instantly overjoyed, his body trembling with excitement. He looked at his granddaughter with joy. Siyao, your illness is going to be cured. Han Siyao, too, was teary-eyed. Her congenital frost constitution had plagued her for 20 years. During the summer, things were relatively better, but as soon as winter came, her naturally cold body made it almost impossible for her to go outside. She could only stay in air-conditioned or heated rooms. Otherwise, going out would put her life at risk. In the winter, how she longed to go out and play in the snow, just like other little girls, to be close to nature. All her life, she had only been able to watch the snow through a warm window. She had never been able to join others in making snowmen or having snowball fights. In her small heart, she had always yearned to go out and play in the snow. That's great, Grandpa. Mr. Yi is truly a great man. At that moment, Han Siyao's heart was filled with curiosity about the savior who was about to appear. Come, let's go inside, and you'll see him, Han Guoyang said with a loving smile, leading Han Siyao into the Xuanhu Jishir Hall. Inside the inner chamber, Yi Jing placed all the pills back into the furnace once more and then took out the blood-red blood lingji, that resembled fresh blood. He began the process of re-refining and integrating it. The Duan family, the Mu family, and others who were watching from a distance all held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Behind them, Han Guoyang and Han Siyao also entered. Sure. Wang Mingyang raised a finger, signaling them to stand quietly and just watch, without speaking. In their eyes, The process of refining medicine was extremely sacred and mentally taxing, so it was crucial not to make any noise. They believed that Yijing inside must also be concentrating fully, and any disturbance could lead to the failure of the refining process, which would be a grave mistake for all of them. However, they didn't know that for Yijing, refining medicine was as simple as anything. Han Guoyang and Han Siyao quickly covered their mouths and stood quietly to the side. The Duan family, the Mu family, and others also nodded at Han Guoyang in greeting. Inside the inner chamber, after an hour of re-refining, the medicine finally began to emerge. Yijing beckoned to Wang Mingyang. Come in and shape them into pills. Wang Mingyang hurriedly rushed in, while Jiang Chao and other core disciples also wanted to enter, but were stopped by Wang Mingyang. Such a sacred task could only be handled by him, the only disciple of Mr. Yi. Soon, Wang Mingyang shaped 40 pills. When it came time for distribution, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. Yijing said calmly, each family will receive 1 pill. Any objections? Wang Mingyang quickly explained, everyone. After adding the Shuelingji, the efficacy has doubled. That means the 1 pill you receive now is equivalent to 2 of the previous ones. You're getting a great deal. Of course, this doubled efficacy isn't solely due to the Shuelingji. It's also because the Shuelingji has activated the efficacy of the other ingredients, allowing them to fully manifest. Everyone nodded with smiles. 1 pill is more than enough for us. A life-saving medicine like this, 1 pill can be divided into 2 or even 3 portions to save multiple lives. The most excited of all was the Han family. Han Guoyang glanced at his granddaughter Han Siyao and let out a long sigh of relief. Her condition should finally be under control. Mr. Yi, this is my granddaughter, Han Siyao. Han Guoyang stepped forward. If she takes 1 pill, will her illness be cured? After saying this, Han Guoyang looked at Yijing with hopeful eyes. This was his last hope. Han Siyao, too, was filled with trepidation, feeling her heart pounding wildly. Yijing only glanced at Han Siyao and said, she has a congenital frost constitution, right? Don't worry, this illness is quite simple. She only needs to take half a pill. Han Guoyang nodded repeatedly, feeling an immense sense of relief. If Mr. Yi said it could be cured, then it definitely could. Moreover, she only needed to take half a pill, which meant the remaining half could be kept for emergencies. Han Guoyang himself was getting older, and various health issues had started to surface. Recently, he had been waking up at night for no reason and unable to fall back asleep for a long time. Can we take the medicine here? Han Guoyang asked cautiously. He had his own motives. After all, Yijing's medical skills were unparalleled. Taking the medicine here meant that if anything went wrong or if it didn't work, Yijing might be able to help out with a quick remedy. Yes, but after taking it, it's best to sit still for half an hour to allow the medicine to be fully absorbed. Understood, understood. Realizing the opportunity was too good to miss, Han Guoyang quickly had Han Siyao sit down and take half a pill on the spot. The other families, who had originally planned to leave, stopped in their tracks upon seeing this. They, too, wanted to see how the half pill would take effect. Chapter 286, The Talented Lady. After Han Siyao took the medicine, Yijing observed the changes in her body. The 20-year-old woman appeared delicate, with a hint of sickly beauty, yet her gentle brows carried a trace of resilience. It was said that this youngest granddaughter of the Han family possessed exceptional business acumen and management skills. Despite her frail health, she managed 80% of the Han family's business, earning the admiration of everyone in the family for her business prowess. Han Guoyang hesitantly asked, Mr. Yi, is the change in my granddaughter after taking the medicine normal? He was so concerned that he kept asking every so often. Yijing calmly replied, it's normal. Don't worry. She'll be fine in half an hour. Then, Yijing glanced at Wang Mingyang beside him. Come here. Wang Mingyang approached with confusion. What is it, Mr. Yi? He thought Yijing might be assigning him some task. Yijing said, this newly refined pill is very effective, not only for saving lives, but also for health maintenance. You should take half of it. Wang Mingyang was startled. Then his face showed a bitter expression. Master, Have you noticed that my multiple organs are aging and even failing? Yijing nodded. I noticed it long ago. Wang Mingyang sighed helplessly. A doctor cannot heal himself. He had treated countless patients, but his own body, he could only watch as it aged and deteriorated day by day, with no solution in sight. It wasn't that he couldn't treat himself with medicine. Rather, for common ailments, he could heal himself. But for these irreversible congenital conditions, like the natural cycle of life and death, even his high medical skills couldn't help. Just as he couldn't turn an old man back into a child, it was a natural law that couldn't be reversed. But now, Yi Jing's words reignited his hope. Master, do you mean my illness can still be cured? Yi Jing smiled. It can be cured. If you don't take this medicine, in about 5 years, your organs will start to deteriorate significantly, and then in another 5 years, you will die. But after taking this pill, you can live healthily for at least another 30 years without any problem. Wang Mingyang was overjoyed. All right, I'll listen to the master. Just then, half an hour had passed. Han Xiao, who had been sitting quietly, slowly opened her eyes. Grandpa, I feel like I'm not as cold as before. This icy, freezing state had accompanied her all her life, from birth to her current 20 years. Almost every day felt like being in an ice cave. Only during summer, when she stood under the scorching sun, did she feel a little better. While others might get sunstroke or at least sweat profusely after standing in the sun for a noon, she wouldn't even sweat a drop. She had never sweated in her life. But now, she suddenly felt a sense of warmth due to the crowd in the room, which wasn't large. Moreover, everyone else was wearing simple, loose single layers. Due to her unique constitution, she had always worn thick down jackets to feel less cold. Now, the down jacket felt like a hot blanket on her. It's so hot. As time went on, Han Xiao felt increasingly hot and began to sweat. Grandpa, I think I'm sweating. Han Xiao was overjoyed. This was the first time she had ever sweated in her life. Soon, she was drenched in sweat. Han Guoyang quickly said, Take it off, silly girl. Han Xiao smiled. I want to experience the feeling of sweating. I've never sweated before. After a while, Han Xiao reluctantly removed her thick down jacket, revealing her curvaceous figure beneath. At the same time, her pale, sickly complexion visibly turned rosy, adding a touch of youthful charm. Ah, my granddaughter looks so beautiful now that her complexion has improved. That pale look before was uncomfortable to see. Han Guoyang laughed heartily, his heart at ease. The elders of the various families also came forward to offer their congratulations. Mr. Yi, thank you. Han Xiao approached respectfully and bowed deeply to Yi Jing. Yi Jing smiled and waved it off. Let's go, Han Guoyang gestured. Seeing everyone leave, he didn't feel right staying any longer. Han Xiao, however, lingered, stealing a few more glances at Yi Jing. Before taking the medicine, she was curious about Yi Jing. After taking it, she felt not only respect but also a strange feeling. She realized that this miraculous doctor was so young, only a few years older than her, and exceptionally handsome. Grandpa, I want to ask Mr. Yi more about my condition. Can you go back first? Han Guoyang was slightly taken aback, but then smiled. Sure. He left first, but after walking a short distance, he got into the car and didn't immediately ask the driver to start the engine but waited there. Sir, isn't Miss coming up? The driver asked, puzzled. Han Guoyang's eyes gleamed with shrewdness as he smiled. The child is grown and has her own thoughts. And my child, having been at home all the time, hasn't had such experiences. I guess she's already had thoughts about romance from those TV dramas. Now that her body is just recovering and meeting such a young, capable and handsome man, I guess she's a bit smitten. He knew his granddaughter too well. Suddenly, he felt playful. Quickly drive the car to a discreet spot where Xiao can't see us. In the Hall of Universal Salvation, Mr. Yi, Han Xiao re-entered and respectfully said, I want to ask you about my special physique. Yi Jing smiled faintly. What do you want to know? Han Xiao, my grandfather and others say that my congenital frost physique was inherited from birth. I asked the elders in the family, and my mother didn't have this condition. Moreover, my mother died during childbirth due to complications. I suspect. Yijing calmly said, your suspicion is correct. This so-called physique isn't congenital, but rather the result of your mother being poisoned with a frost-type toxin while pregnant with you. There is a treatment for this poison, but that method has a strong stimulating effect on the fetus, and the child usually doesn't survive. Han Xiao shuddered. So, my mother was afraid the treatment would harm me, so she didn't choose it? Yijing nodded, yes. Chapter 287, Saving You. The prerequisite for treating such a potent poison is that the body must be in good condition, without any hindrances. For a pregnant mother, the greatest hindrance is the child in her womb. It's clear that your mother chose to save you. After Yijing finished these words, Han Xiao was already in tears. In her memory, she had never seen her mother's face or heard her voice. But from the old videos and photos, it was evident that she was a gentle and kind woman, always with a smile on her face. Perhaps in the few minutes after her birth, her mother had looked at her with those healing eyes, filled with a smile. Unfortunately, at that time, she had no idea that this great woman would soon leave the world forever, leaving her behind. My mom. Han Xiao looked at the photo of her mother from her youth saved on her phone, sobbing uncontrollably. Can you accompany me for a walk? I want to treat you to a meal to thank you for telling me all this. In her entire life, no one had ever told her these things. Perhaps it was to protect her, or maybe to prevent her from being heartbroken. But now she knew that her mother, in heaven, had always loved her, and she had a new life goal: to find the person who had poisoned her mother, causing her death and leaving her with the deadly frost poison for 20 years. Yijing nodded. All right. In fact, he was also somewhat interested in this frost poison. His own physique was also quite special, and in fact, it was somewhat related to this frost poison. However, Yijing's physique was even rarer and more peculiar than the special physique caused by the poison. Studying Han Xiao's physique might help him in unraveling his own. According to the wisdom left by his grandfather, marrying a woman with a special physique from the betrothal documents could have a certain neutralizing effect on his own, but it couldn't be cured, only temporarily alleviated. If he could unravel the mystery of Han Xiao's physique, it might help him in researching his own and ultimately solve the issue of his special body. The two went outside, and Han Xiao chose a high-end restaurant. Just as they were about to enter, two cars nearby suddenly lost control and collided. The cars behind them quickly swerved to avoid, heading straight towards the roadside. Mr. Yi, be careful. Han Xiao instinctively stepped in front of Yijing. Yijing's expression changed slightly. This girl, in a moment of crisis, instinctively thought of protecting others? Yijing gently pulled Han Xiao, moving her aside. The car crashed into a nearby shop, smashing through the shutter door. Yijing, are you all right? Han Xiao, affected by the inertia, leaned into Yijing's arms. I'm fine. Han Xiao's face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head, avoiding Yijing's gaze, her neck reddening. Let's go, it's okay now. Yijing and Han Xiao entered the restaurant. That scene just now scared me to death. Han Xiao patted her chest, exhaling a long breath, still shaken. Yijing smiled lightly. Why did you think to stand in front of me first? Han Xiao was stunned. Did I? Yijing nodded. Maybe I thought that if something happened to you, no one would be able to answer my questions about my physique, right? Han Xiao's face turned red as she thought for a while and came up with this answer. Is that so? Yijing smiled faintly, looking at Han Xiao, knowing she was nervous, and changed the topic. Your physique, in essence, is caused by external factors. But since you were still an embryo at the time, it penetrated deep into your bones, becoming a part of you, forming your special physique. My half of the divine medicine did indeed cure all your physiological ailments. Your daily life from now on will not be affected. But fundamentally, you are still a frost-type physique. That means if you have children, you might still be affected. Han Xiao's face turned pale, this poison is so potent? After so many years, I haven't fully absorbed it, and it's going to pass on to my children? Yijing nodded, his expression serious. Yes, this poison is too potent. It doesn't have any specific symptoms, but it's extremely stubborn. Yijing thought about his own special physique, wondering if it was also related to something his mother had experienced in the past. Unfortunately, both his mother and father had been missing for years, and Qing Huang was still searching for clues. If they were found, perhaps some answers could be uncovered. What should I do? I don't want my child to go through the same thing, Han Siyao said anxiously. Yijing thought for a moment. If you're willing, you can come to me often. I can study your physique and try some medications on you. Perhaps one day, I can unravel your condition. He didn't say it out loud, but if he could truly unravel Han Siyao's physique, it might also provide some inspiration for his own special condition. Okay. Han Siyao agreed immediately. She already had a good impression of Yijing and had been wondering how to find an excuse to get closer to him. This was practically an opportunity sent by heaven. After the meal, the two parted ways. Han Siyao walked along the street. My first 20 years, I always resented this physique. But today, I suddenly don't hate it anymore. Han Siyao's face turned slightly red. Because of it, I met Mr. Yi, and also because of it, I have the possibility of further contact with him. Only, I hope Mr. Yi can truly cure my physique. I don't want my future child to go through the same suffering as I did. Not far away, Hong Guoyang, the old man, saw Han Siyao's anxious expression and couldn't help but smile. The child has grown up, with her own thoughts. The driver was Han Guoyang's old chauffeur, also the housekeeper of the Han family, and he smiled. Master, it seems Miss Siyao has someone she likes. Han Guoyang sighed. Yes, this child, because of her physique, never opened her heart to anyone before. Even though many young masters pursued her, she never agreed to anyone. Now that her illness is cured, her heart has also opened up. The child can finally walk on the normal path of life. As her grandfather, there's not much I can do for her, except to make her happy and help her choose a good match. Let's go, pick her up. Chapter 288. The Yu family father and son. Come, granddaughter, get in the car. Han Guoyang smiled as he waved from inside the vehicle towards Han Siyao. Han Siyao blushed slightly. Grandpa, you wouldn't have been following me all along, would you? Han Guoyang immediately straightened his face. Do you think your grandfather is that idle? I was just finishing some business over there and happened to pass by here. By the way, haven't you gone back home yet? Were you alone just now, or with someone? Han Siyao felt flustered and quickly waved her hands. It was just me, no one else. Han Guoyang struggled to suppress his laughter. His little granddaughter was indeed still too naive in this aspect. She simply wasn't good at lying. The driver in front was also struggling to hold back his laughter. Oh, get in the car. Grandpa will take you home. Once inside, Han Guoyang asked, by the way, didn't you say you wanted to ask Mr. Yi about your constitution? How did it go? Han Siyao quickly recounted what Yijing had said, and Han Guoyang's expression turned serious. Mr. Yi is right. Your mother did indeed give up her chance for treatment to save you. However, don't be too upset. Back then, our Han family wasn't as powerful as it is now, and we certainly hadn't found someone as skilled as Mr. Yi. In other words, even if it wasn't due to your condition, your mother's chances of survival were slim. Han Siyao's eyes reddened again as she exclaimed, Grandpa, can you tell me who poisoned my mother? Han Guoyang took a deep breath and pulled out a folder from the back seat. This contains all the information about your mother's poisoning from back then. Over the years, I've investigated quite a bit, but many leads are still broken. Han Siyao took the folder and, with tears in her eyes, read through it. Grandpa, I will continue to investigate this file, and I will definitely find the culprit. Han Guoyang nodded. From now on, let's look into it together, just you and me. Also, Han Guoyang looked at Han Siyao. What do you think of Mr. Yi? Han Siyao was startled. Huh? Grandpa, why are you asking that suddenly? Han Guoyang spoke in a serious tone. You're growing up, and it's about time to think about marriage. Grandpa is just considering all the eligible young men. After all, my little granddaughter from the Han family is a gem, and we must find the best match for you. Oh, just asking about everyone. Han Xiao, realizing her grandfather was just going through the motions and hadn't noticed her secret feelings, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Yi? He's an outstanding person, far more so than any young talent I've ever met. And based on my observations today, he seems to have a good character as well. Han Guoyang said calmly. Then, should we include him in the consideration list? Han Xiao quickly nodded. Yes, include him in the consideration list. Han Guoyang nodded slightly, exchanging a glance with the driver. Mr. Yi was more than just outstanding. If things worked out, it would be a tremendous blessing. Han Guoyang had been in the provincial capital for most of his life and had never seen anyone like him. He was truly one of a kind. If it could happen, Han Guoyang would even consider offering incense to his ancestors. By the way, there's one more thing. Han Guoyang glanced at his phone, where his assistant had sent him today's schedule. The Yu family father and son from Suzhou are here. Do you remember them? Han Xiao nodded. Of course, they are our biggest partners at the Han family, and they are also our upstream financiers. The Yu family's assets are about 5 times that of our Han family. Han Guoyang nodded, revealing a few smiles. This little granddaughter of his not only had excellent business acumen, but was also very attentive to such matters. She could detail the information of almost any business partner at the drop of a hat. Originally, the Yu family father and son were supposed to be visited by me and your cousin. But now that you're better, can you take over for Grandpa? He was doing this to formally groom Han Xiao as his successor as soon as possible. With such excellent business acumen, even better than his own, it would be a waste not to cultivate her. All right, I'll go with my cousin to handle this. Back at the Han residence, Han Xiao went to find her cousin, Han Yantao. Brother, do you know how important the Yu family is to our Han family? Han Xiao was afraid Han Yantao hadn't fully grasped the importance of today's matter, so she quickly pointed it out. Han Yantao smiled. Of course, if we can get more support from the Yu family, our Han family could rise from being a first-tier family in the provincial capital to a top-tier elite family. So this meeting is crucial. We must leave a good impression. Han Xiao nodded. All right, let's go then. The two arrived at the villa where the Yu family father and son were temporarily staying. Han Xiao and Han Yantao are here. Yu Fuji said with a smile. Sit. It's been years since we last met, and you've both grown so much. Especially Han Xiao. When I saw you a few years ago, you were still a little girl, and now you've blossomed into such a graceful young lady. Next to him, Yu Sheng was already staring, his eyes wide. He hadn't paid much attention to this young lady when he visited the Han family before, but in just a few years, she had grown into such a stunning beauty. She was simply too beautiful. Miss Han Xiao, how do you do? Yu Sheng stepped forward, performing a noble gentleman's bow, extending his hand to take Han Xiao's, and gently kissed the back of her hand. Han Xiao maintained her composure on the surface, but quickly withdrew her hand. She had always been somewhat repelled by this so-called Western aristocratic etiquette, and now that she had developed feelings for Yi Jing, she felt even more averse to it. If it weren't for the fact that she valued the Yu family and knew that maintaining a good relationship with them was crucial for the Han family's business, she would have already pulled her hand away from Yu Sheng. You youngsters should get closer, Yu Fuji said with a smile. Seeing this scene, our Han and Yu families have always been relatively close, and going back a few generations, we were even distant relatives, though we've had less interaction over time. Yu Fuji then asked some questions about business matters. Han Xiao was clearly more familiar with these than Han Yantao. Xiao is indeed as excellent as ever. Ever since you were young, you've been a top student, and I could see your talent early on. Yu Fuji smiled. I heard from your grandfather over the phone that you have very high business acumen, and he's even considering making you the CEO of all Han family companies in the future. At this, Han Yantao's face changed, but he didn't show it in front of outsiders. Han Xiao, being extremely perceptive, immediately observed Han Yantao's expression and modestly replied with a smile. Uncle Yu, My grandfather was just joking. It's still early to say who will be the CEO of the Han family. I heard my grandfather still needs to carefully evaluate the situation. Chapter 289. Marry him. Oh, is that so? Yufuji smiled but didn't say much more. Please take a seat for a moment. I have some things to take care of inside. Yufuji pretended to receive a phone call and went inside, gesturing for Yusheng and Yuya to follow him. What do you think of this young lady? Yusheng thought of Han Xiao's fair skin, beautiful appearance, long legs, and her combination of a delicate demeanor with a strong businesswoman's aura, especially her tall and upright figure, which almost made him drool. Of course, she's great. Yusheng said excitedly, Dad, are you seriously considering her as my wife? Yufuji, however, considered more. He said, You must have heard that Han Xiao has been a cash cow for the Han family in recent years. Any project she makes decisions on is basically a big moneymaker. In contrast, Han Yantao, despite being the eldest son of the Han family, lacks business acumen and can only be described as mediocre. Yusheng nodded repeatedly. If we could marry Han Xiao, it would be a huge boost for our Yu family. Yufuji nodded. You're right. In this day and age, what's most important? Talent. Compared to the Han family's assets, I actually think Han Xiao is the Han family's greatest asset. With just one Han Xiao, we could earn massive wealth in a few years. She's a business prodigy. Outside, Han Yantao looked at his cousin Han Xiao with a face full of jealousy. Within the family, people often said that although he was the eldest grandson, his mind wasn't as sharp as Han Xiao's, his business skills weren't as good, and he was inferior in every way. He didn't expect this sentiment to have spread outside the family. Han Yantao's face turned pale. Brother, are you okay? Han Xiao, seeing Han Yantao's expression, already guessed the reason. Just as she was thinking about how to console her cousin, the Yu father and son emerged. Xiao, Yufuji said with a smile, your grandfather and I have been friends for generations. Our Yu and Han families have had a long tradition of intermarriage. What do you think of my son, Yusheng? Yusheng immediately stepped forward, showing off what he thought was a charming smile. Han Xiao's expression stiffened slightly, but she still smiled politely. Yusheng is indeed a fine gentleman. I've heard that under your guidance, he now manages 3 companies on his own, and he's doing quite well. He's your chosen successor. Yufuji chuckled. That's right. Yusheng is the most outstanding among my children, and the cream of the crop among all the young talents in the Yu family. He and you, Han Xiao, are truly a match made in heaven, aren't they? By this point, everyone present, being sharp-minded, understood what was being implied. Han Yantao's heart suddenly stirred. If his cousin were married off, then there would be no one left to compete with him for the Han family's assets, right? Recently, he had noticed that his grandfather, Han Guoyang, held Han Xiao in very high regard, and there seemed to be an intention to hand over the entire Han family's business to her. If Han Xiao were married off, she would become part of the Yu family and move to Suzhou with them. Thinking of this, Han Yantao immediately said, What Uncle Yu says is absolutely right. It's time for men to marry and women to wed. Our Han Xiao is of age, and she and Yusheng are a perfect match. Yusheng, hearing this from a member of the Han family, couldn't help but smile, as if Han Xiao were already within his grasp. Brother, Han Xiao's eyebrows furrowed, but she couldn't make a scene in front of the Yu father and son. After they left, Brother, how could you say that? Han Xiao said, Yusheng is just a playboy who often toys with women. I've heard his scandalous rumors even when I'm out and about. Haven't you heard about them? Han Yantao, however, looked serious. Sister, which man isn't a little wild? What's wrong with playing around before marriage? As long as he's faithful after marriage, that's fine, isn't it? Besides, Yusheng is bound to become the next head of the Yu family. Wouldn't you benefit as well then? I'm not doing you any harm, am I? Han Xiao shook her head. No, I won't marry Yusheng. Han Yantao suddenly became furious. What are you saying? Is it beneath you to marry Yusheng? If not him, then who do you want to marry? At your age, Grandpa has been worried sick about your affairs. Can't you show some consideration for him? Before, you were sick, and Grandpa couldn't do anything. Now that you're better, can't you help him with these matters? Han Xiao quickly said, Brother, that's not what I mean. It's just, I have someone I like. I definitely won't marry Yu Shang. Han Yantao frowned. Someone you like? Who? Could it be that Dr. Yi Jing? Han Xiao hadn't been in contact with many young men recently, except for that young Dr. Yi Jing. Moreover, ever since she returned from her treatment, she seemed distracted, clearly in love. Han Xiao blushed slightly and nodded. After all, her grandfather, Han Guoyang, had been subtly encouraging her to consider Yi Jing, which was a tacit approval of the matter, so she admitted it straightforwardly. Is it really him? Han Yantao's face changed dramatically. Do you know that Yi Jing is already engaged? Han Yantao said earnestly, Sister, you've been staying indoors and don't know anything. Do you know that Yi Jing is a son-in-law of the Zheng family? Although they haven't officially registered their marriage, he's already living in the Zheng family's villa, sharing a home with his fiancée every day. Han Xiao's face turned pale. He's already engaged? How come I didn't know? Han Yantao sighed. It's normal that you don't know. Men are always full of sweet talk. I don't know what Yi Jing told you, but he must have deliberately claimed to be single. In reality, he's living in the Zheng family's villa. It's not hard to find out about this. You can investigate it yourself. Han Xiao's face turned even paler. So the man she had fallen for was already engaged? Was she just a third party? Han Xiao had watched countless romance dramas and hated the idea of being a third party the most. Deep down, she was repulsed by this role. And sister, what's so good about Yi Jing? You're just feeling grateful to him for curing your illness, and you've suddenly developed a desire to repay him. But this feeling is gratitude, not love. You need to distinguish between the two. Even if you really marry him, what can he do for you? Will he treat you when you're sick? Chapter 290. Can't forget. A doctor is just a doctor. As long as we have money, we can find any so-called divine doctor to treat us, right? Han Yantao put on an air of being the elder brother and advised, What good is it to marry a doctor? Han Xiao listened to these arguments, but her mind kept drifting back to the image of Yi Jing. I'll think about it some more, okay? Han Xiao didn't want to hear any more from Han Yantao, so she deliberately softened her tone. Han Yantao, thinking that Han Xiao had taken his words to heart, smiled. That's the right attitude. Just think it over carefully. Your elder brother wouldn't harm you. Yu Fuji, Han Xiao is quite impressive, isn't she? I saw you practically glued to her as she left. Yu Shang chuckled, slightly embarrassed. Dad, it's just that Han Xiao is so outstanding. I wanted to learn some business acumen from her. Yu Fuji smiled. That's the right approach. He glanced at the time. We should go and pay a visit to our next important guest. Yu Shang was curious. Isn't our schedule in the provincial city already complete? Who else is there to visit? This time, we came to the provincial city to explore some business channels. Yu Fuji's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. But it was only when I arrived that I found out Zhu Pan, the head of the Longxi group, is also here. He's a well-known tycoon from Western Sichuan. If we can open up sales channels with him, our Yu family's business can expand by another fold. The two went to visit Zhu Pan. After the customary greetings, Yu Fuji asked with curiosity, Mr. Zhu, why are you in the provincial city instead of overseeing things in Western Sichuan? Zhu Pan sighed and shook his head. I came here for my adopted son Su Yi's matter. Yu Fuji recalled that young figure from the past. Su Yi? That child is quite steady and follows your lead well. What happened to him? Zhu Pan's eyes filled with deep worry. He disappeared in this provincial city. Disappeared? Yu Fuji and Yu Sheng were stunned. And after such a long time, I suspect he has been harmed. Zhu Pan recounted his efforts in the provincial city, such as offering a large reward and hiring private detectives to search for Su Yi. After a moment of thought, Yu Fuji sincerely said, Brother Zhu, I'll take the liberty to call you that. If you trust me, you can leave this matter to me. Don't you remember what our Yu family was founded on in Suzhou? Zhu Pan's eyes lit up. Private detectives. Yu Fuji nodded. Our Yu family originally ran the largest detective agency in the country. Later, as our business expanded, we got involved in various fields, which led to our current status as a prominent family. But our core business remains detective work. Zhu Pan also became excited. All right, then this matter is entrusted to you. After leaving, Yu Fuji said, "See, Yu Sheng, this is what we call an opportunity. If we can handle this matter well for Zhu Pan, we'll have established a connection with him. Then, expanding our business in Western Sichuan will just be a matter of Zhu Pan's word." Yu Sheng also smiled. "And if I can marry Han Siyao, we can also expand our business in the provincial city and maybe even take over the Han family." "Haha, our Yu family is about to take off like a rocket." Yu Fuji smiled. "Don't get ahead of yourself. First, let's focus on doing the job well. Go and gather our top 10 detectives. I'll personally oversee this matter." One day later, by the river, Yu Fuji was led by several detectives to a riverside embankment. "Master, this is likely where Sui was thrown into the river," one detective reported. Yu Fuji frowned. "Are you sure?" The detective nodded. "Yes, although we haven't found Sui's body yet, it's likely he has been harmed. These traces confirm that Sui was thrown into the river from here. Moreover, he likely lost the ability to struggle and resist when he was thrown in. We suspect his hands and feet were cut off." Yu Fuji was silent for a moment before saying, "Take photos." There's another lead. Investigation shows that the last people Sui met were Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian. Here are their profiles. Also, Cheng Tingfei disappeared on the same day as Sui. Yu Fuji nodded. "All right, I understand." After the detectives left, Yu Sheng approached. "Dad, should we inform Zhu Pan about this?" Yu Fuji shook his head. "Not yet. These are still just suspicions. There's no concrete evidence that Sui is dead, nor is there proof that Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian were involved." He revealed a confident smile. "In our line of work, we must present solid evidence to convince the client. Only then can we make Zhu Pan recognize our capabilities. Have the detectives continue their investigation. Also, we should pay a visit to this Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian. Daya Bay Villa." Yi Jing was having breakfast with Zhang Qingxian, Huang Yuyin, and Lin Yanan. Recently, things have quieted down a lot in the provincial city. That Zhu Pan hasn't been making any moves lately. Huang Yuyin smiled. "I guess he'll head back to Longxi soon. Once he's gone, the provincial city will be completely at peace." Yi Jing remained indifferent. Even if Zhu Pan did find him, he wasn't concerned. Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan, however, felt the weight of the situation. Lin Yanan sighed. "Indeed, Zhu Pan has been causing a lot of trouble in our provincial city lately. Today he's hosting a banquet for this family. Tomorrow he's visiting another, all for his adopted son. It's finally starting to calm down a bit." Zhang Qingxian glanced at Yi Jing. She had a vague suspicion, but she never dared to entertain the thought. At that moment, Zhang Qingxuan's phone rang. "It's my mom." Her mother, Zhang Peilon, called. "Daughter, I have an alumni gathering today with some old classmates. Could you tell me where this address is? I tried using the navigation app you taught me, but I still can't figure it out." Zhang Qingxian sighed. "Mom, you just input the destination, search for the location, and then click on the route." Before Zhang Qingxian could finish, Zhang Peilon was already impatient. "Daughter, can't you just come and take me there? I rarely ask you for anything, usually letting you focus on your company. This is the first time I've asked you for something, can't you just come over?" Zhang Qingxian forced a smile. "Mom, but we have a big deal to finalize at the company today. If Lin Yanan is free, I'll ask her to take you. All of us, me, Huang Yuyin and Lin Yanan, have to focus on this deal." Zhang Peilon said. "What about Yi Jing? Isn't he free?" Chapter 291. Come pick me up? "Don't refuse me, Mom," Zhang Peilon said. "I know he's just a figurehead in your company, someone who fills a spot. He doesn't have much to do every day. Just have him drive me." "Mom, can't you just take a taxi?" Zhang Qingxian sighed. Beside her, Yi Jing suddenly asked, "Auntie, is it because some of your other old classmates might bring their children along?" Zhang Peilon replied, "Of course. It's called a class reunion, but after so many years, Everyone's just here to brag about their kids and see who's got the more successful children. If I go alone, I won't even have someone to back me up when I boast. My daughter is so accomplished, but I won't be able to show it off. It'll drive me crazy." Yijing smiled at Zhang Qingxian and said, "See? Auntie isn't really struggling with navigation apps or unwilling to take a taxi. She just wants her children to accompany her, or else she'll feel left out when everyone else has theirs." Zhang Qingxian had no choice but to say, "Mom, that contract today is too important. If it really doesn't work out, Yigu will go with you for a while, and I'll rush over as soon as I'm free." "Okay." Zhang Peilon finally smiled. "Now that's my good daughter. All right, have Yijing come pick me up at 10. Afterwards, Zhang Qingxian, Huang Yuyan, and Lin Yanan left first. At 10 o'clock, Yijing drove the company's Audi that Zhang Qingxian had left behind and picked up Zhang Peilon. "Auntie, where are we going?" "I'll set the navigation." Zhang Peilon gave the address and added, "Oh, I just can't figure out how to use those navigation apps, which is why I called you." Yijing chuckled. "I understand, Auntie." When they arrived, they found a private restaurant with 3 floors. The interior was lavishly decorated, with expensive paintings lining the corridors, clearly a place frequented by the wealthy. Zhang Peilon explained, "The one organizing the class reunion is Sun Xiaoying. She's always been quite wealthy, and her daughter married into a wealthy family, so now she's a full-fledged rich lady. She's always been one to love comparing herself to others and belittling them." Zhang Peilon snorted coldly. "If it weren't for my daughter becoming the CEO of Zhangshi Flagship Group, I wouldn't even have the guts to come to this reunion. I'd definitely be mocked by her." Just then, a group of classmates arrived. Most were female classmates, all of them middle-aged women like Zhang Peilon. "Oh, who's this?" many of the women asked when they saw Yijing. Zhang Peilon smiled. "This is my son-in-law." "Your son-in-law? What does he do?" The women gathered around enthusiastically. "My son-in-law," Zhang Peilon said, "he's a project director in a company." This was the title Zhang Qingxian had given Yijing for his nominal position. "Oh, just a small director," one woman said. "That's not bad, though. My son, Yao, is a manager at a big company." "My son-in-law is a team leader," said another. "My daughter is an assistant to the CEO, and she might be promoted to middle management next year." The group of women began comparing their children's accomplishments, arguing over who had the more successful offspring. However, when it came to Sun Xiaoying, no one dared to compete. Sun Xiaoying's son-in-law is the real deal. He's by Hengyi, the son-in-law of the Bai family, and he already has 4 or 5 companies under his belt. Yes, we can only compare among ourselves. No one can match Sun Xiaoying's son-in-law. The Bai family is one of the top families in the provincial capital, and Bai Hengyi is the designated heir of the Bai family. He's going to rise to great heights. I really envy Sun Xiaoying. She's so lucky. Her daughter went from rags to riches and became a rich lady. The women all looked envious, wishing they could be Sun Xiaoying and become wealthy themselves. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Sun Xiaoying is here." Everyone saw a plump figure walking in, exuding wealth. She was draped in a mink coat, showing off her affluence. "Ugh, what a nouveau riche," someone muttered. "She's just showing off how her daughter married well." The women whispered their complaints, but when Sun Xiaoying approached, they all put on fake smiles and greeted her warmly. Yijing shook his head inwardly. These women were truly two-faced. "What were you all talking about?" Sun Xiaoying asked with a smile. Look at the place my son-in-law chose. Not bad, right? The per-person cost here is 2,000 yuan. You're all lucky to be here today. All the expenses today will be covered by my son-in-law. Eat and drink as much as you want." Hearing this, the women finally smiled genuinely. They all looked at the expensive private dishes, determined to get their money's worth. Those who had brought their daughters, sons, or sons-in-law along quietly instructed them, "Eat quickly later. We can't match their family status, so we'll make up for it by eating more." "My son-in-law doesn't have much, but he's very filial," Sun Xiaoying boasted. "As soon as he heard I was organizing a class reunion, he booked this place for me. Isn't that filial?" Everyone chimed in with praise. "Of course." Sun Xiaoying looked around at everyone, satisfied. Among all of them, no one could compare to her as the undeniable star of the event. She was going to enjoy being the center of attention. However, when her gaze fell on Zhang Peilon, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Why wasn't Zhang Peilon looking at her with the same grateful and admiring eyes as the others? Oh right, Zhang Peilon's daughter was also a CEO. She must be trying to compete with her. Zhang Peilon, I heard your daughter is quite something. Why isn't she here today? Zhang Peilon replied coolly, my daughter's busy today and couldn't come. But my son-in-law is here with me. What about you? Isn't your son-in-law also busy? Did your daughter come with you? Sun Xiaoying's face darkened. Her daughter was out having fun, traveling God knows where, and didn't care about her at all. Zhang Peilon, never one to mince words, sneered. Didn't you just say how filial your daughter and son-in-law are? Look, my son-in-law took leave from work to accompany me. What about your daughter? Sun Xiaoying's face grew even more uncomfortable. Zhang Peilon glanced triumphantly at Yi Jing and whispered, see? That's why I insisted on having you come today. Otherwise, I couldn't have held my ground against Sun Xiaoying. Nearby, some women who were fawning over Sun Xiaoying stepped forward. Zhang Peilon, what are you acting so high and mighty for? Do you even know how busy Sun Xiaoying's daughter is? Your son-in-law? Everyone knows he's just a freeloading son-in-law with no real job. Of course, he has time to accompany you. Chapter 292. The one who lives off his wife. Yes, Zhang Peilon's son-in-law is just a figurehead in his wife's company. Everyone knows that. He's just a freeloader. The group of mothers all looked down on Yi Jing with disdain. Sun Xiaoying, when it comes to real filial piety, your son-in-law is the one who truly deserves the title. Just the fact that he paid for this place out of his own pocket is something no one else can match. The mothers, having benefited from Sun Xiaoying's generosity, began to heap praise on her. Sun Xiaoying's expression softened as she listened to their compliments. Zhang Peilon, so your son-in-law is just a freeloader? Compared to my son-in-law, he's far behind. Sun Xiaoying mocked, your daughter has one company, and she's already reached the peak of her life. But my son-in-law has 3 companies, and all of Bai's assets and businesses will eventually be his. There's no comparison. Your daughter, your son-in-law, none of them can match mine. What right do you have to argue with me? Zhang Peilon was furious and turned her head away, refusing to speak to Sun Xiaoying. Yi Jing, let's go. Yi Jing was about to defend Zhang Peilon, but the furious Zhang Peilon pulled him away. The meal was filled with praise, with everyone surrounding Sun Xiaoying, showering her with compliments that almost lifted her to the heavens. The more they praised her, the more unhappy Zhang Peilon became. Why did she, with a child who was also a CEO, not receive such adulation? Why was it that everyone thought Sun Xiaoying's children were so filial? After the meal, Sun Xiaoying suggested, ladies, since we've gathered for this rare reunion of old classmates, just having a meal isn't enough, is it? The mothers all laughed. Sun Xiaoying, what other arrangements do you have? We'll follow your lead. They thought that since Sun Xiaoying was the one footing the bill and willing to spend money for fun, they might as well enjoy the high-end experience without spending a dime. Such opportunities were rare for them. Do you all like taking photos? Today, I'll take you to a fun place. Sun Xiaoying boasted, last week, I came across a wonder pavilion on a short video. It's a place that almost perfectly recreates the Jiangnan Gardens, with every step revealing a new scene. It also includes various landscapes from all over Suzhou. At that place, you can pose however you like, choose any background, and do whatever actions you want. As soon as she said this, the mother's eyes lit up with excitement. They all loved taking videos and photos, especially since many of them were active on platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou, often posting short clips of square dancing. Of course, they always made sure to max out the beauty filters, slimming, and skin smoothing effects. Great, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. I've seen that Wonder Pavilion too, but the tickets are 500 yuan each, and I've never been able to bring myself to go. Yes, 500 yuan for a ticket is way more expensive than a movie ticket. It's just too expensive. If it weren't for Sun Xiaoying treating us today, I probably wouldn't have gone for years. And the thing is, 500 yuan only gets you access to the first floor. If you want to go to the second and third floors, you have to buy additional tickets for 2,000 yuan each. Sun Xiaoying is really spending a fortune today. We all have to thank her. The group continued to flatter Sun Xiaoying. Sun Xiaoying basked in the attention, determined to be the center of attention today. When they arrived at the Wonder Pavilion, Sun Xiaoying smiled. All right, the tickets are all taken care of. Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. After saying this, she went to the entrance of the second floor and told the attendant, open the second and third floors for us later. We're going to take photos up there. The young attendant timidly replied, I'm sorry, ma'am, but our Wonder Pavilion is closed for maintenance on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Today is Tuesday, so it's not open. Sun Xiaoying frowned. What maintenance? I'll pay for the tickets. It's just 2,000 yuan per ticket, right? With so many people, that's a big business. Open it up. The attendant shook her head. I'm really sorry, ma'am, but this is our policy. The upper floors are closed for maintenance on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. You can come back on Thursday, and I'll open it for you then. Would that be okay? Okay, my ass. Sun Xiaoying cursed. We're having a reunion of old classmates today. Do you know how difficult it is to get so many people together? We're all busy people. If we miss today, who knows when we'll have another chance to meet? You're telling me it's not possible today? The truth was, she couldn't afford to keep spending like this, especially since these people were all freeloading. This kind of luxurious experience was a one-time thing. Her son-in-law would definitely scold her if she did it too often. It's really not possible, ma'am. The attendant apologized repeatedly. You can take photos on the first floor, but the second and third floors are definitely closed today. We've announced this on our official account and mentioned it when you purchased the tickets online. Announced? I didn't see anything. Who the hell reads all that text? Sun Xiaoying was furious and threw a wad of cash at the attendant. You're just a little girl making 3,000 yuan a month. With this much money, can't you open it for me? The young attendant was tempted by the money, which was enough to cover 3 years of rent. But she couldn't break the rules. She had to follow the regulations. All right, don't make things difficult for the young lady. Yijing spoke up. She's just following the rules. Besides, the closure time was already communicated to you beforehand. Why are you trying to break the rules? You know nothing. Rules are made for people like you. Sun Xiaoying sneered. We rich people don't need to follow rules. It's only people like you, a poor nobody, who take rules so seriously. Yijing frowned. Is it that hard for you to come another day? Sun Xiaoying sneered. Of course it is. We rich people value every minute. We need to go now. Otherwise, waiting until another day would waste even more money. You wouldn't understand. Who are you to talk to me? You poor nobody. Young lady, let me tell you, if you keep blocking me, I'll call your boss. Sun Xiaoying said coldly, then this money won't go into your pocket, but into your boss's. And you'll be fired for being so inflexible. With that, Sun Xiaoying crossed her arms and waited smugly for the attendant to open the pavilion. Chapter 293, Difficulty. To her surprise, the young waitress still shook her head, looking troubled. I'm sorry, ma'am, but I don't have the authority to override the rules. Himph, you lowly people, so inflexible, all garbage. You won't open it, huh? I'll call my son-in-law over, and I don't believe you won't open it then. Sun Xiaoying called her son-in-law. Mom is at the Qijing Pavilion. Yes, I used the tickets you bought for me, but they're closed and won't let us go to the second and third floors. Hurry over and teach these brats a lesson for me. After hanging up, Sun Xiaoying sneered repeatedly. Just wait. My son-in-law is the next head of the Bai family, very influential. Once he arrives, with just a phone call, he can summon your boss, and then you'll have to open it for us, won't you? She looked around at everyone. You all should watch closely today and see how the wealthy solve problems, completely different from you commoners. Her words had offended almost everyone present, and no one's expression was pleasant. However, some, feeling indebted to Sun Xiaoying for today's treats, managed to maintain a stiff smile on the surface. Soon, Sun Xiaoying's son-in-law, Bai Hengyi, arrived in a hurry. Mom, what's going on? Didn't I book those tickets online for you? Aren't they valid? Sun Xiaoying quickly replied, Good son-in-law, you're finally here. These people are bullying me, saying there are rules written somewhere that won't let me go upstairs. Bai Hengyi said, All right, Mom, don't worry, I'll talk to them. Bai Hengyi stepped forward, revealing his identity to the staff. Do you know who I am? I'm Bai Hengyi of the Bai family. Let me be clear, my time is very valuable. If you waste it with nonsense, you'll bear the consequences, understand? Now, immediately open the second and third floors for my mother and her classmates to take photos. As for your maintenance work, have the workers stop for today and resume tomorrow. I'll give each worker 1,000 yuan today, and each of you staff members a 3,000 yuan red envelope. Hearing this, Sun Xiaoying was filled with pride. See? The rich buy time with money. To them, money isn't even money. To you, earning 3,000 a month, to him, it's just enough to buy your time for a day. But when she finished, the waitress timidly said, The rules, don't allow it? Bai Hengyi's face immediately darkened. Qijing Pavilion, huh? Call your boss down, forget it. I'll find out myself. He directly made a call. Find me the boss's number of the Qijing Pavilion. A few seconds later, he dialed the boss's number, and the boss rushed down from upstairs. Everyone, it's not that we don't want to open, but half of the upper floors are under renovation for a new attraction. If you go up now, you'll only see unfinished work, no real experience. Why not wait 2 days and come back to see the perfect view? Bai Hengyi's face showed anger. Mr. Wang, let me be clear. You must open today. Let my mother and her friends enjoy themselves, understand? The boss, Mr. Wang, looked troubled. Young Master Bai, you're making this difficult for me. Making it difficult for you? Bai Hengyi, standing here, is already giving you a huge face, and you're still complaining? All right, then let me show you what true difficulty is. One phone call from me, and I'll have your place smashed to pieces, making it impossible for you to do business ever again. The boss's face turned bitter upon hearing this. The Bai family was indeed not to be trifled with, and he was already hesitating. Bai Hengyi picked up his phone, ready to make the call. But then a hand reached out and stopped him. Enough. Leave the boss a way out. Don't bully him with your family's power. Who do you think you are? Bai Hengyi looked at Yi Jing with disdain. Sun Xiaoying immediately chimed in, Good son-in-law, this is my classmate Zhang Peilon's son-in-law, a useless trash who only knows how to talk big. Don't pay attention to him. Bai Hengyi looked down on Yi Jing. Who do you think you are, daring to stop me? Yi Jing sighed, Enough. Put away your noble family act, it doesn't work on me. Himph, a stubborn boss, a clueless trash. All right, let's see if you're still so tough when General Nye arrives. Bai Hengyi pulled out his phone and called Nye Baichuan. General Nye. As soon as the call connected, Bai Hengyi's tone softened. General Nye, could you come to the Qijing Pavilion? I have something here that needs your presence. Nye Baichuan impatiently asked, What is it? Bai Hengyi quickly explained, My mother wants to enter the Qijing Pavilion, but this stubborn boss is blocking her. Could you come and teach him a lesson? Are you causing trouble for me? Such a trivial matter, and you're involving me? Nye Baichuan's tone grew even more impatient. Don't bother me with this kind of nonsense in the future. Bai Hengyi hurriedly said, General Nye, this year our Bai family plans to increase our tribute to you by 10%. In exchange for your protection of our company. I was just about to discuss this with you. There was a pause on Nye Baichuan's end. Then he laughed. Haha, you're quite the smooth talker. Where are you? At the Qijing Pavilion, right? I'll be there in 5 minutes. After hanging up, Bai Hengyi boasted, See, this is the power of money, something you poor folks have never seen, right? With a little money, you can achieve what you can't even dream of. Bai Hengyi sneered at Yi Jing. Just wait. When General Nye arrives, he'll probably slap you around a few times. Then he turned to the boss. And you? This Qijing Pavilion, don't even think about operating anymore. Hearing the name Nye Baichuan, the boss's face turned pale. He quickly pleaded, Young Master Bai, no Master Bai, running this pavilion isn't easy for me. I've invested so much up front. You can't really destroy it. I have an elderly parent and young children. Now you're begging? Too late. Bai Hengyi raged. I gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't take it. As he spoke, Nie Baichuan entered with 10 enforcers, striding confidently. Young Master Bai, who's causing trouble for you? Who dares not to give face to me, General Nie? Bai Hengyi quickly stepped forward. General Nie, it's just some ignorant fools. I even mentioned your name, but they still didn't give face. What do you suggest we do? Chapter 294. Why are you here? Nie Shuai narrowed his eyes, his aura of ferocity surrounding him. Tell me, which scumbag is it? Bai Hengyi immediately pointed at the boss and Yi Jing. It's that stupid boss and that useless son-in-law. The boss felt a chill run down his spine. Today's situation seemed impossible to resolve peacefully. With the infamous Nie Baichuan here, it was likely that his shop would be destroyed, and he himself might be beaten half to death. However, just as Bai Hengyi finished speaking, he noticed Nie Baichuan's expression suddenly change. Mr. Yi, why are you here? Nie Baichuan suddenly rushed over and knelt on one knee. Mr. Yi, that trash Bai Xiao dared to insult you. I won't let him off. After saying that, Nie Baichuan quickly went to Bai Hengyi and slapped him across the face. Do you even know who Mr. Yi is? How dare you insult him? Bai Hengyi was dumbfounded. Who is he? Isn't he just a useless son-in-law? Nie Baichuan kicked Bai Hengyi in the stomach with a thud. The pampered young master, who had never experienced such treatment, cried out in pain and fell to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. What the hell are you talking about? Bai Hengyi now understood that Yi Jing must be a hidden big shot, someone whose identity hadn't been revealed before. But Nie Baichuan knew exactly who he was. Damn it, with that kind of identity, why not just show it off earlier? Instead, you let me suffer here. Bai Hengyi's mind was racing. While in pain, he also harbored resentment towards Yi Jing, but he didn't dare to act on it. The fact that Nie Baichuan publicly turned against him and slapped him showed that Yi Jing's status was extremely high, so high that even Nie Baichuan didn't dare to provoke him. Good son-in-law, are you okay? Sun Xiaoying, seeing her son-in-law get hit, was anxious and quickly came over to protect Bai Hengyi, cursing at Nie Baichuan. Why did you hit him? It was him who called you over. Go hit that useless son-in-law and the boss. Smack. Bai Hengyi slapped Sun Xiaoying across the face. Shut up. If it weren't for you calling me here, would this have happened? Can't you see Nie Shuai's attitude? That's someone even Nie Shuai can't afford to offend. You have the brains of a pig. Sun Xiaoying was stunned. You dare to hit me and call me a pig's brain? Bai Hengyi snorted angrily. What's wrong with calling you that? If it weren't for your vanity and all this nonsense, would I have been beaten? That's someone even Nie Shuai can't afford to offend, and you dared to provoke him. What else would you call that but a pig's brain? If it weren't for Sun Xiaoying suddenly calling him over, he would have been enjoying a pool party with beautiful women while his wife was away. You're still scolding me. I'm going to tell my daughter. Sun Xiaoying, humiliated in front of so many people by her own son-in-law, felt like she couldn't face the world anymore. Yi Jing chuckled lightly. Aren't you the one who always brags about having the most filial son-in-law? Oh, so this is what filial piety looks like? Auntie, you should take out your phone and capture this moment. Such a display of filial piety is rare. Zhang Peilon also gave Yi Jing an approving look and smiled. That's right, my old classmates, the Sun family sure is filial. She remembered that Yi Jing and Nie Baichuan were acquainted, and in the past, Nie Baichuan had even given Yi Jing some face. It seemed that even after all this time, Nie Baichuan still recognized that debt. This made her feel relieved. At least today, they had regained some face. Many of the female classmates wanted to laugh but didn't dare. They wanted to ridicule Sun Xiaoying, but they knew that even after being humiliated, Sun Xiaoying wasn't someone they could afford to offend. More people, however, were curious about Yi Jing. They had heard of Nie Baichuan, a notorious figure in the provincial capital, aside from the Red Dragon's Dragon Lord, who in the entire province would dare to provoke Nie Shuai. What exactly was Yi Jing's identity? The boss, too, looked at Yi Jing with a mixture of shock and curiosity. Excuse me, Mr. Yi, would you like to go to the second and third floors? Yi Jing looked at the boss with amusement. Aren't the second and third floors under renovation? Aren't they being redecorated? The boss was clearly trying to curry favor. When he saw Nye Baichuan earlier, he was scared half to death, almost wetting his pants. Now that he saw Yi Jing could intimidate Nye Baichuan, he naturally understood that Yi Jing's status was extraordinary. So, he was willing to open the second and third floors to please Yi Jing. After all, the Bai family's son had already caused trouble, so currying favor with Yi Jing might actually benefit the shop, at least avoiding threats from Nye Baichuan. The boss nodded. Yes, half of it is being renovated, but the other half is open for viewing and photography. If you need, I can open it for you immediately, free of charge. Yi Jing glanced at Zhang Peilon. What do you think, Auntie? Zhang Peilon was extremely satisfied. Her son-in-law was really impressive. Even in this situation, he still thought of letting her save face. Ladies, half of the second and third floors are open for viewing and photography. Would you like to go up? That's a ticket price of 2,000 each, and now it's free. The group of women were naturally delighted. Of course we'd love to. Zhang Peilon, it turns out you're the one who's doing the best in our class. Your son-in-law is really amazing. So impressive. Sun Xiaoying couldn't do it, but you did it. Your son-in-law is really something. When I said your son-in-law was a useless good-for-nothing, I was completely wrong. I should slap myself. I should slap myself too. I was just speaking my mind earlier. No ill intentions. Mr. Yi, please don't take it to heart. The group of women were all adaptable and skilled at reading the room. Seeing the situation change, they quickly reflected on their actions and apologized. All right. We're all old classmates. No need to say more. Zhang Peilon was now feeling proud, enjoying the same kind of attention that Sun Xiaoying had earlier. Then I'll let my son-in-law open the second and third floors? Everyone quickly agreed with smiles. Yes, open them. Let us have the honor of going up. Sun Xiaoying's face was ashen, and she remained silent. In that case, the boss smiled. Mr. Yi and everyone, the fourth floor is usually not open to the public. It's never been opened before, except for those who pay a large sum to take wedding photos or special photos. Today, we'll make an exception, thanks to Mr. Yi, and open it for everyone. What do you say? Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Today there was an unexpected bonus. That would be wonderful, thank you. We must thank Zhang Peilon's son-in-law. He's such a great son-in-law. Today we owe it all to Zhang Peilon. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to go up. Chapter 295. Thanks to you. Listening to the praise from everyone, Zhang Peilon felt like she was floating. All the glory that originally belonged to Sun Xiaoying was now concentrated on her. She looked at Yi Jing with increasing satisfaction. At first, Yi Jing was the fiancée of Zheng Liyue, the eldest daughter of the Jing family. Who would have thought that Zheng Liyue would be so blind as to reject Yi Jing's engagement? This was how her own daughter got lucky. At the beginning, Zhang Peilon was somewhat dissatisfied with Yi Jing. After all, back then, Yi Jing was penniless, with nothing to his name. Her daughter, however, had fallen for Yi Jing after he saved her in a heroic act. At that time, Zhang Peilon would fume every day, feeling that her daughter had wasted her choice on such a penniless son-in-law. But later, when the old master rewarded them with the Diabei Villa, and Yi Jing managed to connect with the Duan family and Tonghui group, Zhang Peilon began to slightly change her view of Yi Jing. Still, it wasn't much. It wasn't until today that Zhang Peilon truly felt the value of Yi Jing. He could bring her so much face. Zhang Peilon even thought that from now on, she would take her son-in-law with her when going out, instead of her daughter. The Medicine of Saving Lives Pharmacy. Wang Mingying glanced outside. All the patients have left, right? Jiang Chao nodded. Yes, they've all left. It's past working hours, and the other outer disciples have also gone. Only we core disciples are left. Wang Mingying nodded. Good, then let's begin. He carefully took out a small transparent bottle from the safe. Jiang Chao and the other core disciples' breathing immediately became heavier. A divine medicine. A divine medicine concocted by our Grandmaster. Today, they were about to witness what effects this divine medicine would have on Wang Mingyang after he consumed it. My master told me that this divine medicine can alleviate the aging of my internal organs. He said it could add 30 more years to my life. Wang Mingyang's face showed a look of longing. My lifespan was originally only 5 years left, as fate had decreed. If my master can extend my life by 25 years, then he is my second father. At the same time, it also proves that the efficacy of this divine medicine surpasses that of ordinary medicinal herbs. The core disciples all nodded frantically. What kind of medicine could extend life? They had never heard of such a thing before. If the human body were likened to a car, then various medicinal herbs, surgical treatments, and physical therapies were all just repair tools, fixing up the human body like a car. But if the Grandmaster's divine medicine could truly have an effect of extending life, then it wouldn't be just repairing. It would be like replacing the old parts of the car with new ones, allowing it to run further. This was a fundamental difference. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Wang Mingyang began to take the divine pill. As soon as the pill went down, Jiang Chao quickly took out a notebook, ready to record any reactions Wang Mingyang might have. But strangely, on the surface, Wang Mingyang showed almost no obvious reaction. After half an hour, Jiang Chao asked in confusion, "Master, do you feel anything unusual?" "I don't feel anything special." Wang Mingyang stood up instinctively. Just this standing motion made him feel an incredible sense of lightness throughout his body. The feeling of being old and stiff suddenly disappeared. Then Jiang Chao exclaimed in surprise, "Master, quickly look in the mirror. Look at your hair roots." Wang Mingyang hurriedly checked, and upon seeing his reflection, he was shocked and overjoyed. So many hair roots have turned from white to black, and the wrinkles on my skin have become much smoother than before. This really is a divine medicine. Wang Mingyang quickly said, "Jiang Chao, stop recording these superficial signs. Come and give me a full body checkup to see how much younger my organs have become." The other core disciples quickly gathered around. After this round of examination, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Master, your internal organs have become about 30 years younger. Before, you had various chronic diseases like high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar, but now they're all disappearing." Wang Mingyang was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. "No wonder my master said this divine medicine could make me 30 years younger. Ha ha ha, I can live another 30 years. He was so excited he could barely contain himself. Anyone who found out they could live 30 more years would probably be as ecstatic as he was. The core disciples were also extremely excited. They still wanted to learn more medical skills from their master, and now it seemed that their grandmaster's medical skills were terrifyingly advanced. If they could learn even a few tricks from him in the future. The next day, as soon as the Medicine of Saving Lives pharmacy opened, Han Guoyang arrived. "Master Wang Mingyang, I've come to ask for some treatment to regulate my health." Han Guoyang said, "Recently, my old back and neck pain has been getting worse and worse. Last night, it hurt so much I couldn't sleep." Jiang Chao saw him and smiled. "Old Master Han, don't you still have half a divine pill left? Why not just take that?" Han Guoyang laughed heartily. "I can't bear that half a divine pill. I'm keeping it for an emergency. All the other big families have a whole divine pill, but I only have half. I can't bear to use it." Jiang Chao whispered, "Old Master Han, I advise you to take it. You don't know the power of that divine pill. Our master took it and became 30 years younger." "Really?" Han Guoyang was stunned. Just then, Wang Mingyang walked out from inside. Are you Master Wang Mingyang?" Han Guoyang was momentarily unsure if he was seeing right. Yesterday, Wang Mingyang was just like him, an old man with white hair, and due to the aging of his internal organs, his skin was covered in age spots, and his blood circulation was poor, making his skin look terrible. "How can you be so young? You were the same as me yesterday." Han Guoyang had seen Wang Mingyang just yesterday, and he was still an old man with white hair. How could he have changed so drastically overnight? Wang Mingyang just smiled without saying anything. Han Guoyang suddenly realized, "You took Mr. Ye's divine pill?" Wang Mingyang smiled, "Yes, Mr. Yi told me that this divine pill can alleviate the aging of my internal organs and add 30 more years to my life. 30 years. At the mention of this, Han Guoyang's heart began to race wildly. Recently, he had felt his body's functions rapidly declining, as if he was quickly heading downhill. He didn't know how much longer he had to live. But hearing Wang Mingyang's words now, a thought began to take root in his mind, impossible to suppress. Maybe he, too, could live 30 more years? Mr. Yi is truly amazing. He can extend life? I wonder what would happen if I took a whole pill. Chapter 296, Longevity. Han Guoyang also longed to take a miraculous pill. Not for the sake of living an additional 30 years like Wang Mingyang. Just 10 more years, no. Even 5 more years would be a huge gain. Moreover, he could imagine that this desire wasn't unique to him. Probably all elderly individuals who felt their physical functions declining and wished to delay aging and death would entertain such thoughts. The most crucial factor is still Mr. Yi. The more he understood the potency of the miraculous pill, the more Han Guoyang valued Yi Jing. The miraculous pill was a one-time consumable, gone once consumed. But if he could make Yi Jing his grandson-in-law, wouldn't he be able to have as many of those miraculous pills as he wanted? And with Mr. Yi being such an outstanding figure, who knew if there would be further improvements to those miraculous pills in the future? My granddaughter is so exceptional. Only Mr. Yi is worthy of her. At this moment, Han Guoyang only wished to arrange a match between his granddaughter and Yi Jing. Master Wang Mingyang, please help me recuperate quickly. I have important matters to attend to. Wang Mingyang asked curiously, what important matters? Han Guoyang realized he had let slip his true thoughts. How could he admit that the important matter on his mind was to hasten the marriage between his granddaughter and Yi Jing? After all, it was rumored that Wang Mingyang also had a granddaughter. If Wang Mingyang caught on, it would mean one more competitor, which would be troublesome. What I meant was, well, it's because our Han family is hosting a celebration for a product reaching 10 million sales soon. I need to prepare in advance by inviting many people. Wang Mingyang nodded slightly. He had heard about this matter and smiled. All right, then I'll prescribe some calming and nourishing medication for you, so you can sleep soundly these few days. The Yu family father and son arrived at the Han residence for a visit. Outside the Han family villa, Yu Fuji said, today, we're here at the Han family for 2 reasons. One is to facilitate your marriage with Han Siyao. I'll bring this up openly later. Yu Sheng's heart leaped with joy. Ever since he saw Han Siyao's graceful figure and her unique blend of softness and strong-willed demeanor, he had been unable to restrain himself. Every night for the past few days, he had dreamt of Han Siyao. Dad, you must help me win over Han Siyao. For the sake of our entire Yu family, once I marry her, I'll be able to manage our family business well alongside her. Yu Fuji smiled. Don't worry. I won't let such a good daughter-in-law slip away. Such matters require early planning to prevent any unforeseen complications. Today, I'll bring this up with Han Guoyang. The other reason is to inquire about Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian with the Han family. Yu Sheng's expression turned serious. Dad, half the clues about Su Yi's disappearance point to these two. Are you suspecting? Yu Fuji nodded. Without new leads, as of now, both of them are highly suspicious. However, we can't jump to conclusions. I'll first make some inquiries. The two arrived at the entrance of the Han family estate, presented their visiting cards, and were soon invited in. Upon seeing Han Guoyang, Yu Fuji greeted him with a smile. Mr. Han, after arriving in your esteemed city from Suzhou, we've been busy with market research and work matters, so we haven't had the chance to pay a visit. Please forgive our oversight. Yu Fuji stepped forward with a smile and clasped his hands in greeting. Han Guoyang smiled. You're being too formal. Our two families have been close for generations, often intermarrying. We're distant relatives, perhaps even sharing the same bloodline. Please have a seat. After sitting down, the servants served the finest green tea. By the way, how is your son Yuan lately? How's his condition? Upon mentioning his son, Yu Fuji's expression darkened. Don't mention him. He's still bedridden with a serious illness. Han Guoyang also sighed. That child has suffered. Due to an accident, he ended up that way. Have you considered bringing him here for treatment? We have many renowned doctors here. Yu Fuji nodded. After arriving in this provincial capital, I've been inquiring about where to find skilled doctors. I found a few and plan to bring him here for treatment after some time. Let's not talk about him. Brother Han, this is my son, Yusheng. What do you think? Under my guidance, Yusheng now independently manages 3 companies and has a team of about 300 engineers. He's become an indispensable aide, helping me with many tasks. Han Guoyang smiled. Yusheng is very impressive. I've heard of his reputation. He's not only of good character and capable, but also quite handsome. Hearing such praise from Han Guoyang, Yusheng felt much more at ease. It seemed that today's proposal would likely succeed. Yu Fuji also smiled, stroking his salt and pepper beard. In that case, there's something I'm not sure if I should bring up. Han Guoyang smiled. Between us, what's there to hesitate about? Speak freely. Your granddaughter Han Siyao is in her 20s, right? The same age as my son Yusheng. As soon as Yu Fuji spoke, Han Guoyang understood his intentions and couldn't help but frown. Han Siyao is equally outstanding, just like my son Yusheng, both being the pride of their families. If the two were to come together, our Yu and Han families would rise to even greater heights. Don't you agree, brother? Han Guoyang frowned, pondering how to decline. What you say is indeed reasonable. If Yijing hadn't appeared, marrying Han Siyao to Yusheng would have been a good choice. But now, compared to Yijing, Yusheng was just an ordinary person. This matter isn't urgent. My granddaughter Han Siyao is still young. We need to consider it carefully. Yusheng was stunned. Grandfather Han, is there still a need to consider? We can be modest and say that our families have been close for generations, but in reality, your Han family is already fortunate to be associated with ours. And yet, you still need to think about it? Yu Fuji waved his hand. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Han. My son's words were unintentional. Our point is, since the 2 children are so exceptional, a match made in heaven, why not bring them together? Han Guoyang fell silent for a moment before saying, the thing is, my granddaughter already has someone she likes. Someone she likes? The Yu family father and son were shocked. Han Siyao has someone she likes? Yusheng grew anxious. Dad, I told you we should have come earlier. Chapter 297. Late arrival? Yu Fuji was also taken aback. Late? Mr. Han, you can't be joking, can you? Han Siyao is so young, and before this, it hasn't been long, and she already has a suitor. Yu Fuji thought that Han Guoyang was using this method to reject him. However, he couldn't understand why the Han family would refuse the Yu family. Was it just because of their mediocre market value? Grandpa Han, may I ask who Han Siyao's suitor is? Yusheng was burning with anger, wanting to know who in this provincial city could be more outstanding than him. He considered himself top 10 in Sioux City, and after coming to this provincial city, he felt he was practically a cut above the rest. Achieving the top position in the entire city should be no problem, right? Was there really someone more outstanding than him? Impossible. At this moment, Han Guoyang hesitated and didn't want to say. After all, Mr. Yi hadn't agreed yet. It was just his granddaughter Han Siyao's one-sided wish, and nothing had been decided. If Mr. Yi didn't agree in the end, where would the Han family's face be? I'm afraid I can't reveal that yet. Yusheng grew even more anxious. Han Yi, what's the big deal about not revealing it? Even rivals in love have a fair competition, let alone us from big families. Just say it out loud so we can compete fairly. What's the meaning of not saying anything? Yu Fuji didn't speak, but his expression showed some dissatisfaction. Finally, he couldn't help but say, Brother Guoyang, we've been friends for years. Your grandfather and my 4th grandmother were a couple. If we trace back, we're distant relatives. Are you keeping this from me? Are you treating me like an outsider? Han Guoyang quickly waved his hands. No, it's not that. What are you talking about? It's not settled yet. I'll tell you when everything is settled. Yusheng urged, Grandpa Han, by the time you settle it, won't it be too late? Will there still be a fair competition then? At this moment, a voice came from the doorway. What's there to hide? It's none other than that Mr. Yi Jing. Everyone turned to look at the door and saw Han Yantao walk in. As Han Xiao's cousin and the eldest grandson of the Han family, Han Yantao's greatest wish was to marry Han Xiao off to Yusheng as soon as possible, ensuring his position as the heir of the Han family. If Han Xiao were to marry Yi Jing, who was penniless but had excellent medical skills, he might end up becoming a son-in-law of the Han family. In that case, Han Xiao would still control the Han family, and all the assets of the Han family would have nothing to do with him. Seeing Han Yantao directly name Yi Jing, Han Guoyang could only sigh in resignation. "Brother Guoyang, is this true?" Yu Fuji quickly asked. Han Guoyang nodded helplessly. "Yi Jing? In this provincial city, there doesn't seem to be any major family or influential clan with the surname Yi." Yu Fuji and Yusheng took out their tablets and checked the list they had compiled after their research in the provincial city. The list categorized all the influential families and clans in the city, dividing them into top-tier clans, first, second, and third-tier families, and even some insignificant but notable families. But after going through the entire list, they couldn't find a single family with the surname Yi. You don't need to look. Mr. Yi doesn't come from any major family. He's a lone individual, and even his parents are missing. When Han Guoyang said this, Yu Fuji and Yusheng were both shocked. Not from any family? Just an ordinary person? Brother Guoyang, are you kidding me? Your Han family is at least a first-tier family. Even if you're not seeking a powerful alliance through marriage, at least you should find someone decent, right? Choosing an ordinary person. Aren't you ashamed? Aren't you afraid of being gossiped about by other families and clans? Han Guoyang smiled and stroked his beard. I'm not afraid. Mr. Yi is quite famous in the upper circles. Not just me, but many others would like to have him as a son-in-law. Ah! Yu Fuji and Yusheng were once again stunned. Could this Yi Jing be that famous? They decided not to guess and immediately pulled Han Yantao aside to ask in detail. Who exactly is this Yi Jing? Han Yantao told them everything he knew. Yi Jing is a renowned doctor. You know about my cousin Han Xiao's illness, right? It was Yi Jing who cured her. I heard that even the illnesses of Mr. Duan and Mr. Tang were cured by him. After hearing this, Yu Fuji and Yusheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother Guoyang, so he's just a doctor. Even if his medical skills are good, he's still just a doctor. In our Sioux city, there are many excellent doctors more skilled than him, but none of the major families or clans would consider such a person as a son-in-law. If his medical skills are good, we can just pay him to treat us when we're sick, right? Why would he refuse to see us for money? We're looking for a son-in-law, not a family doctor. For people like us, as long as we have money, we can find any family doctor we want. Even internationally renowned doctors can be summoned with money. Yu Fuji couldn't understand Han Guoyang's thinking at all. Han Guoyang couldn't explain much either, so he simply said, "This matter, I can't decide. It depends on the children's own intentions. If you can persuade Xiao, come talk to me then." He knew that his granddaughter Han Xiao, despite her gentle appearance, was quite decisive in her decisions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a successful businesswoman. The Yu father and son nodded and left. After leaving the Han family, they made a few phone calls to briefly investigate Yi Jing. This guy is just a renowned doctor. There's nothing special about him. Mr. Han must be getting old. He's probably overly concerned about his health, which is why he has a special regard for Yi Jing. Yusheng also angrily said, Grandpa Han is putting his own safety above Han Xiao's marriage. How can he do this? No, I have to save Han Xiao. She would definitely prefer me. With me, she can live a life of luxury, enjoying the best. With that Yi Jing, would she have to follow him around with a medical kit, treating patients every day? Chapter 298, Giving Her a Better Life. Yu Fuji smiled and said, Yes, Yaozi is right. If you like a woman, you should give her a better life. If Han Guoliang really marries Han Xiao to a man who would become a son-in-law dependent on her family, that would truly ruin her life. Yusheng also nodded, only by marrying Han Xiao can I make her happy. However, since Han Guoliang values this Yi Jing so much and even says his medical skills are superb, making him a guest of several prominent families, we cannot underestimate him. It would be best to test him out. Dad, Aren't we just about to bring our younger brother over here to find a divine doctor to treat his illness? Yusheng smiled. It just so happens that we can use this opportunity to test and approach Yijing. 1. To see how skilled he is in medicine, and 2. To gauge his character. By the way, Yoshing's expression suddenly changed. Dad, do you remember the clue we found about Sui? Upon mentioning this, Yu Fuji's expression also changed dramatically. That clue pointed to someone also named Yijing. Could it be the same person? We must investigate this. If it's really the same person, then it's easier to handle. Yu Fuji smiled. In that case, we'll take Yijing down, eliminate him, and fulfill your wishes. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the meantime, spend more time with Hansio, cultivate your feelings with her. People grow attached over time. Back when your mother and I were together, it was the same. With time, she'll naturally become familiar with you. That Yijing probably took advantage of the situation, exploiting the window period when Hansio had just recovered, to establish a head start in their relationship. This is easy to deal with. Just spend more time with Hansio. Give her some gifts. Women are easily moved by such gestures. Yusheng nodded repeatedly. The next day, at the Han residence. Hansio, come out for a moment. I have a gift for you. Yusheng called Hansio. Hansio was completely uninterested in Yusheng and said impatiently, just say what you want to say directly. Why all these roundabout tactics? Yusheng patiently said, the gifts I'm giving you can only be seen if you come out. Hansio was speechless. We're both in business. Don't you know that every second counts in business? Making me come out is a waste of time. If it weren't for her recent recovery, she wouldn't even be able to go out. Couldn't Yusheng understand that? Hansio reluctantly came out, and Yusheng eagerly opened the back door of his car. Look, Xiao, this is the surprise I prepared for you. As Yusheng opened the door of the luxury car, countless balloons floated out, along with glittering lights and a romantic array of roses covering the entire car. Hidden among the roses was a massive, multi-million-dollar agate diamond. If it were an ordinary girl, seeing such a romantic scene might have been swept off her feet. After all, there aren't many men who would spend millions to create such a romantic moment. But Hansio only said one word, childish. With that money, investing in business could revitalize how many economic chains? Hansio glanced at it and turned around to leave. This? Yoshing's face twitched. He just wanted to treat Hansio well. Why didn't she like what other girls seemed to enjoy? This tactic had worked on countless naive girls, but now he had hit a wall, feeling somewhat stumped. Dad, Hansio isn't falling for this. Yusheng returned to his father, disheartened. Yu Fuji consoled him. Don't be impatient. That tactic of yours works on college students or girls from less affluent backgrounds. But for someone like Hansio, a business prodigy who's entirely focused on business, it doesn't work. Then what should I do? Yusheng frowned. I don't know anything else. Yu Fuji said, since she values economic matters the most, then show off your talents in business. Or, directly offer her a good business project, demonstrating your sincerity in helping her in the economic and business realm. She'll naturally be drawn to you. Yoshing's eyes lit up. Dad, you're truly wise. You're amazing. Yu Fuji laughed heartily. Back in the day, your father was quite the ladies' man. But now that I'm old, my body isn't what it used to be. Never mind that. My expectation for you is to definitely win over Hansio, by any means necessary. Once you have her, you'll naturally have the Han family. At that point, our business in the provincial capital will smoothly expand. Additionally, if we handle things well with Zhupan, our business in Western Sichuan will also flourish. Our Yu family will essentially be thriving nationwide. The Yu father and son both laughed with glee. However, Hong Wuliang is so resolute in his decision. I'll need to put some pressure on him. Yu Fuji stroked his gray beard. How do we apply pressure? Yusheng asked curiously. Yu Fuji said calmly, it's simple. Half of the Han family's business is done with our Yu family. If I give him a little sense of crisis, for example, in a few days, I'll host a banquet in the provincial capital, announcing that we're looking to recruit new partners. Won't Hong Wuliang be frantic? If we cut the Han family out, their business will plummet. At the same time, I can use this banquet to invite some local prominent families and discreetly inquire about this Yijing. A few days later, Yu Fuji had his severely ill and paralyzed daughter, Yuan, brought from Suzhou. Yuan, bedridden and paralyzed, had to be wheeled around wherever she went. She couldn't even sit up. So Yu Fuji arranged for 4 attendants to take care of Yuan's daily life around the clock. Yuan, how are you feeling? Yu Fuji watched as the 4 servants cleaned up Yuan's waist and changed her clothes. The bedridden Yuan could only move her eyes and mouth. The rest of her body was immobile. What can I do? Yuan's mood was very low. Living is no different from being dead. Anyone in such a state for a long time would have a low mood. Yuan, with people taking care of her and trying various ways to cheer her up, was still hanging on without completely losing hope in the world. Dad, just end it for me already. Chapter 299. Just kill me. You might as well kill me and save me from suffering in this world. Yuan's tone was extremely pessimistic. Yu Fuji quickly said, Yaozi, don't say such things. Dad is looking everywhere for a great doctor for you. This time, I heard there are several renowned doctors here in the provincial capital. Surely one of them can cure you. Ha! You've said that so many times before. Yuan's eyes revealed deep disappointment. In Suzhou, you've lied to me countless times. Did any of those ever work? Those so-called doctors are all garbage. They can't cure anything and are completely useless for my condition. They just want to scam money. Yu Fuji quickly replied, Yaozi, this time is different. I've heard about a very powerful doctor, Wang Mingyang. You must have heard of him? He's a nationally renowned doctor, and the miraculous medicine sold in his store is said to be extremely effective. Remember Han Siyao, your little sister from the Han family? She's been frail and sickly since childhood, with a cold frost constitution, but recently, she's gotten better. I heard it was because she took that miraculous medicine. At the mention of Han Siyao, Yuan's expression showed a flicker of interest. Han Siyao got better? Because of the medicine? He remembered that Han Siyao's condition had been just as difficult to treat, with her family searching for doctors all over the country, to no avail. If Han Siyao could recover, maybe his own severe illness and paralysis could be cured too? For the first time, a glimmer of hope appeared in Yuan's eyes. Then, shall we go see Master Wang Mingyang? Seeing the spark of hope in Yaozi's eyes, Yu Fuji felt a surge of joy. It had been so long since he had seen such hope in Yaozi's eyes. Yes, yes, yes. This afternoon we'll go. As for today at noon, Dad wants to invite some local influential families to join us. We can gather some information from them. By midday, the Yu family father and son arrived at the entrance of Wangguolu. Dad, how many influential families did you invite today? Yu Sheng inquired. Yu Fuji spoke with a hint of pride. We didn't invite many. Only the top-tier families and a few leading elite families were included. Second- and third-tier families don't even have the zhuge to attend our banquet. He spoke with an air of superiority, as the market value of the Yu family's assets, when compared to the provincial capital, was overwhelmingly dominant. Their wealth surpassed even the combined assets of many of the top elite families here. He had every reason to be proud. As they spoke, the Duan and Miao families, among others, arrived. Mr. Yu. Greetings, Mr. Yu. We're all here. The various families showed great respect to the Yu family. After all, the Yu family was immensely wealthy, and the purpose of this banquet was to discuss potential business collaborations. There were even rumors that the Yu family might be looking to partner with a local family for a major project. Such a collaboration would mean huge profits. Even a small share of the Yu family's business would be enough to make these families prosper. So, not only were they eager to attend the banquet, but they also wanted to curry favor with the Yu family, hoping to secure a share of the lucrative opportunities. Please, take your seats. Yu Fuji greeted them with a smile, ushering them in. Once inside the banquet hall, Yu Fuji raised a toast to the guests. I'd like to share a few things with you all. First, regarding the matter most of you are concerned about, our search for a new business partner. Second, I'd like to mention that the Yu family is considering a marriage alliance with the Han family. I hope you can help facilitate that. The guests were initially surprised, then broke into smiles. So, Mr. Yu is looking to arrange a marriage for Yaozi. That's wonderful. A marriage between the Yu and Han families is only natural. We've heard that the two families have been close for generations. Everyone chimed in with praise. However, some families, like the Duan and Miao, furrowed their brows. During their visit to Xuanhu Jishirtang, they had witnessed Han Siyao being treated by Yi Jing and had noticed the peculiar look in her eyes when she saw him. Now, the Yu family wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Han family? Thirdly, Yu Fuji continued, "My son, Yuan, is not in good health. As you entered, you may have noticed him lying in the side room next to the hall. This time in the provincial capital, I'd like to ask you all if you know of any renowned doctors." The guests offered various suggestions. When it comes to doctors, none can compare to Wang Mingyang. Indeed, other doctors are merely famous locally. On a national scale, their reputations are insignificant. But Wang Mingyang's fame is top tier across the country. Yes, and Wang Mingyang is particularly skilled in treating paralysis. He's successfully treated many cases of paralysis. We also have connections with Wang Mingyang. If he can cure Yuan, don't forget our help. Everyone was eager to gain the Yu family's trust and business resources, so they were generous with their information, sharing everything they knew. Yu Fuji and Yu Sheng exchanged a glance, then nodded slightly. This information aligned with what they had gathered. Lastly, there's a fourth matter, Yu Fuji added. After arriving in the provincial capital, we met with Zhu Pan of the Longxi Group. As you know, although our business spans various industries, our roots lie in the private detective agency. This is our foundation, so after hearing about Zhu Pan's actions against Yaozi, we decided to assist. We've uncovered some leads, though there's no concrete evidence yet. The only thing we know for sure is that Suyi's last meeting was with a man named Yi Jing and a woman named Zheng Qingxian. We'd like to ask you all, who are Yi Jing and Zheng Qingxian? Do they have any motive for murder? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere grew tense. The guests were surprised that the Yu family had pointed the finger at Mr. Yi. Previously, they had been eager to establish a good relationship with the Yu family to expand their business channels. But if the price was to go against Mr. Yi, or even just to suspect or insult him, they would not do so under any circumstances. Even without considering their personal connections, just the fact that each of these top families had been given a life-saving miraculous medicine. With that medicine, they would never go against Mr. Yi. Compared to that, what could the Yu family offer them? At most, some wealth and long-term business opportunities. But what Mr. Yi could offer them was their very lives. In this world, only with life can one have the chance to enjoy wealth. This truth was understood by everyone. Chapter 300. Money can only be spent if you're alive. Go ahead, tell me about this Yi Jing and Zheng Qingxian. What kind of people are they? Yu Fuji looked at the crowd. However, no one spoke up immediately. Miao and Jun, you're from the Miao family, and your family has deep roots in this provincial capital. I'm sure nothing escapes your notice here. Do you know this Yi Jing and Zheng Qingxian? Seeing that no one else was speaking, Miao and Jun thought for a moment and then stepped forward. Mr. Yu, I have interacted with Mr. Yi Jing before. He once treated my family's patriarch. His character, medical skills, and how he treats people, I highly commend them. As for what you mentioned about Su Yi, I can guarantee with my integrity that this matter has absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Yi. This is pure slander. As soon as he said this, Duan Yonghao from the Duan family stood up abruptly. That's right. On what basis are you slandering Mr. Yi? Just because of a vague suspicion, you immediately accuse Mr. Yi and Ms. Zheng Qingxian? I think it's your Yu family who did it. Other prominent families also stood up. Mr. Yu, we respect you and that's why we attended your banquet, but if you're going to accuse Mr. Yi, then we won't stay. Your Yu family's bidding and investment solicitation, we have no interest in it. We, the Miao family, are also not interested. We're leaving. In an instant, all the top-tier families had left. The remaining first-tier families hadn't received the miraculous medicine, but they all had a good impression of Yi Jing. After all, They all knew that Yi Jing was the only true master in the medical world of this provincial capital. Even the renowned medical expert Wang Mingyang was Yi Jing's disciple. Every family had elderly members or patients who might need Yi Jing's help. So, although they didn't leave directly, their expressions toward Yu Fuji were clearly displeased. Yu Fuji hadn't expected that just a doctor would have such great connections. Why were all these prominent families speaking up for him? Yu Sheng exchanged a glance with his father, feeling puzzled. In their sujo, doctors were just doctors. No matter how skilled you were, people wouldn't indulge you. After all, no matter how skilled you were, could you surpass the legendary doctors in Beijing and Shanghai? People would only treat you as a tool. When they needed you, they'd pay to hire you. But they would never worship you like a god, as these people were doing. Dad, what's going on with these people? Why are they so unreasonable? Yu Fuji frowned and whispered, I guess it's because of the small-town mentality. In our sujo, which is close to Shanghai, no matter how arrogant the doctors are, how much can they really act up? They're still afraid that the more skilled doctors from Shanghai might take their business, so they're cautious. It's just this small place. Even though it's a provincial capital, it's still a small place. They can't go to bigger, better places, so they rely on the so-called local gods of medicine, giving doctors an undeservedly high status. Yu Sheng understood and couldn't help but sneer. I thought this Yi Jing had something special about him, but it turns out he's just being propped up by these small-town families. So, Dad, what should we do next? Yu Sheng asked. Yu Fuji smiled faintly. We'll stick to our original plan. Take your brother and go find that Wang Mingyang first. See if he can treat your brother. If he can, that's the best, and it solves a big problem for our Yu family. But if he can't, then we'll use this opportunity to bring out the Yi Jing behind Wang Mingyang. Our investigation reveals that Wang Mingyang and Yi Jing share a very close relationship. On certain occasions, Wang even referred to Yi Jing as his master. Although it's unclear why an older man like Wang Mingyang would acknowledge a younger man as his master, this alone demonstrates the depth of their connection. With that, we can lure Yi Jing out and test him. Either he treats your brother, or we take down Yi Jing and give Zhu Pan an explanation, opening up the sales channel in Sichuan. In any case, in this high-stakes gamble, our Yu family can't lose. Any path we take is a win. Yu Sheng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Dad, you're still the sharpest. I still have a lot to learn from you. Naturally, Yu Fuji smiled, stroking his beard. After the banquet here dispersed, Duan Yonghao immediately called Yi Jing. Mr. Yi, I just attended a banquet at the Yu family's place. Yi Jing was puzzled. The Yu family? Which family is that? Duan Yonghao explained, and Yi Jing chuckled lightly. Are you worried that the Yu family suspects I killed Su Yi and might harm me? Duan Yonghao quickly said, Yes, Mr. Yi. That Zhu Pan is still lurking, and now this Yu family, it might create an unfavorable situation for you. Yi Jing smiled faintly. It's fine. Let them suspect. Even if these people really attacked him, he could easily handle it. In other words, these people didn't even register in his eyes. Mr. Yi, there's one more thing. The Yu family wants to form an alliance with the Han family. The target is Han Xiao. Duan Yonghao wasn't sure if he should tell Yi Jing this. But when he saw Han Xiao's gaze toward Yi Jing, it was obvious. She seemed to have feelings for Yi Jing. Mr. Yi, Han Xiao seems to have some feelings for you. I really don't want the Yu family to marry her off. Yi Jing said calmly, All right, I've got it. He still had Zheng Qingxuan's matter to resolve. And now, another Han Xiao? Han Xiao wasn't the target on his betrothal document. Moreover, she had a similar but milder version of his own constitution. For Han Xiao, Yi Jing felt sympathy and a sense of empathy. Of course, he couldn't tell this to outsiders. However, Han Xiao really couldn't marry just anyone. Before completely resolving her constitution, if Han Xiao married and shared a bed with someone, not only would her husband be affected by her frosty constitution, but her own health would deteriorate, and her children would inherit that frosty constitution. Everything would have to wait until Yi Jing developed a cure to save her. All right, I've got the matter with Han Xiao. That's the Xuanhu Jishitang, where Wang Mingyang is. The Yu father and son, along with the seriously ill and paralyzed Yuan, arrived. Chapter 301. Killing two birds with one stone. Yu Fuji stroked his white beard. This time, we have two objectives. Either cure your brother, or lure out Yi Jing, who has a good relationship with Wang Mingyang. Yu Sheng nodded, waved his hand, and the four servants behind him carried the paralyzed Yu into the entrance of the Xuanhu Jishir Hall. Why is there such a crowd? Yu Sheng frowned, glancing at the long line of people waiting at the door. So many people lining up early in the morning. Are they all idle? Is there really such a high demand for medical treatment? Yu Sheng was speechless. Yu Fuji said calmly, in Sioux City, when we fall ill, we go to private hospitals or invite renowned doctors to our homes, so you wouldn't know. These ordinary folks have to queue up at the pharmacy door to see a doctor, which is quite troublesome. Yu Sheng frowned. These commoners have no skills, they just know how to queue. He took out a stack of money and walked to the front. Give me your spot, and this 10,000 yuan is yours. The man, clutching his stomach in pain, was sweating profusely, and he looked at Yu Sheng impatiently. Get the hell out of here. Don't make me hit you. Yu Sheng immediately flew into a rage. How many years had it been since he was last cursed at? And by someone like this commoner who was nothing. What did you say? Say it again and try me. The man was in excruciating pain, and at this moment, he had the urge to kill, let alone care if the other person was rich or not. Did you hear me? Get out of here. I'm in too much pain, and you're still trying to take my spot? Are you human? The crowd behind, who had been queuing for a long time in the morning, were already unhappy, and upon seeing this scene, they began to criticize. Who do you think you are? Don't you know about first come, first served? The guy's been in pain all morning. He needs urgent treatment, and you're trying to take his spot? Some of those who were not seriously ill or there for a follow-up, seeing the 10,000 yuan, were green with envy. Come here, young man, come to me, I'll give you my spot. Yu Sheng glanced at the man and frowned. Those willing to give up their spots were all beyond the 5th position. He wasn't willing to wait. Even the 2nd position, he wasn't willing to wait for. As a pampered young master from a wealthy family, he only wanted to be first in line. You're crazy for money, aren't you? Look at where you are, and you dare to ask for my money? Here, the first spot. I'll give you this 10,000 yuan. Do you want it? Seeing the first person still clutching his stomach and ignoring him, Yu Sheng directly waved his hand and called over his bodyguards. If bribery doesn't work, then intimidation. You guys, get rid of him. Damn it, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. You don't want 10,000 yuan, but you'll leave after getting beaten, huh? The bodyguards, strong and vigorous, started punching and kicking the man in the first position, kicking him far away. How can you be like this? Not queuing and beating people. What's wrong with you? The crowd began to point and murmur at Yu Sheng. What, do the rest of you have a problem? Yu Sheng narrowed his eyes and swept a glance at the crowd. Do you want to taste the fists of my bodyguards too? This silenced everyone. They didn't want to get beaten up as well. Just then, it was time for the clinic to open. Zhang Chao pulled up the rolling shutter door and looked outside. He frowned. What's going on out here? Why is it so noisy? The crowd, as if finding their backbone, immediately began to complain. Dr. Jiang, this guy is unreasonable. He came and beat someone up, driving away the first person in line. Yes, Dr. Jiang, don't treat him. We tried to reason with him, but he threatened us. We're all here queuing for treatment. What's so noble or lowly about it? This guy keeps insulting us, calling us commoners. Dr. Jiang, don't treat him. Zhang Chao, being called a renowned doctor, was a man of justice. Hearing this, he frowned and looked at Yu Sheng. Is what they say true? Yu Sheng sneered. You're the doctor of this pharmacy, right? Let me ask you, why do you open your clinic? Isn't it to make a living, earn some salary, some consultation fees? So, just because you know I cut the line and drove away the person in line, you really won't treat me? Unthinkable, right? Don't you want to earn this white money? Yu Sheng took out several stacks of cash, roughly amounting to 50,000 yuan. Zhang Chao's frown deepened. Being honored as a renowned doctor, he often had people pay high prices to invite him for treatment, and the consultation fees could easily amount to tens or even hundreds of thousands. So seeing this 50,000 yuan, he didn't even bat an eye. Get out. Our Xuanhu Jishir Hall prides itself on fairness. Anyone who cuts the line cannot be treated first. Yu Sheng was furious. Damn it. Even you are so inflexible? Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Chao pounded hard on the wall next to him. See that? Our Xuanhu Jishir Hall has had a notice up for a long time. Unless you are a retired serviceman, someone who has contributed to the country, you have the right to be treated first. But if you cut the line and forcefully do something immoral in front of our store, we will absolutely not treat you first. This is a rule set by my master, Wang Mingyang, long ago, and everyone must abide by it. Even the mayor has to follow it. What are you? Yu Sheng laughed in anger. Fine, fine, fine. If you won't treat me first, then I'll smash your shop. Men. He waved his hand, and immediately a large group of people surged forward. The Yu family father and son had come with the intention of causing trouble. In order to force Yi Jing, who was close to Wang Mingyang, to appear, they had brought along 50 or so people, and with a single call, they all rushed out. Stop! Just as everyone was about to start, Wang Mingyang walked out from inside. Master, these people are causing trouble. Jiang Chao quickly called out to his fellow apprentices inside. In an instant, 7 or 8 apprentices also stood menacingly at the door. Are you Master Wang Mingyang? Yu Fuji stepped forward, waving for the servants to bring Yuan over. First, take a look at my little Yao. He's been paralyzed due to an accident. Take a look at his condition first. Wang Mingyang frowned. Is it you who drove people away? Yu Fuji said calmly, don't worry about that first. As a doctor, isn't treating patients your primary duty? Did you study medicine not to treat people but to maintain order? Wang Mingyang shook his head. Don't try to mislead. I want to treat patients, but also to treat them in an orderly manner. Chapter 302, Order. Wang Mingyang, if you were in urgent need of emergency treatment, I could have treated you, but with your condition. Wang Mingyang only glanced at them and said, it's obvious you've been paralyzed for years. Even if you wait a little longer, it won't make much difference. Why can't you just wait in line? He waved his hand dismissively. All right, you don't need to wait in line anymore. I don't welcome you here. Jiang Chao, start treating the second patient. Jiang Chao immediately nodded. The second patient, please step forward. Everyone was overjoyed. Haha, I just love how Master Wang handles things. You guys who tried to cut in line, scurry away now. Relying on a few dirty bucks, showing off here? Go show off somewhere else. Haha, you hit a wall with Master Wang, didn't you? You must be outsiders. Who in this town doesn't know Master Wang is both a miraculous doctor and a fair man? You got what you deserved. Hearing the taunts from the crowd, Yu Fuji said calmly, what Master Wang? I bet he looked at our condition and realized he couldn't treat it, so he kicked us out. Jiang Chao was particularly displeased when someone belittled his master's medical skills and immediately retorted, what nonsense are you talking? My master is highly skilled. Yu Sheng chimed in, highly skilled? Then cure my brother's illness. Clearly, your master looked at my brother's condition and realized he couldn't treat it, that's why he left. Yu Fuji added, Wang Mingyang, if you can't treat him, hurry up and call your master, Mr. Yi. I believe only he can cure my little Yao's illness. At this moment, Wang Mingyang's heart stirred. These people, could they be here for my master? It was clear that these people had come today with the intention of causing trouble. Several times, Wang Mingyang had considered letting them go, but they deliberately refused to leave, using flimsy excuses and putting on heavy-handed performances. It seemed they were intentionally trying to stay here, even provoking his master to come out. Wang Mingyang was a very perceptive person and immediately sensed that these people might be targeting Yi Jing. Jiang Chao, go and drive these people away. I'm going to make a phone call. Wang Mingyang immediately decided to go back and call Yi Jing. Jiang Chao, along with 7 or 8 fellow disciples, stepped forward. Get out. We don't welcome you here. Yu Sheng sneered coldly. Not welcome? Fine, if you don't welcome us, we'll destroy your place. Smash it up, smash it hard. He turned to the patient still in line and said, You still want to see a doctor? See a damn thing. If you don't let me cut in line, I'll make sure none of you can see a doctor." With a wave of his hand, over 50 bodyguards surged forward, smashing everything in their path. In an instant, the place known as the Hall of Universal Salvation was reduced to ruins. Even the golden signboard above was smashed in half and fell to the ground. Tables, chairs, and benches inside were scattered everywhere, in complete disarray. Wang Mingyang, who had wanted to make a phone call, was punched twice and ended up with a black eye. His phone was also knocked away and couldn't be found. After a struggle, he finally found it, but when he picked it up, he realized it was already broken and wouldn't turn on. "You bastards!" Jiang Chao was furious and stepped forward to argue, but Yusheng personally came over with 3 men and started beating Jiang Chao. "Still a miraculous doctor, huh? Let's break all his limbs and see if he can heal himself." Several bodyguards targeted Jiang Chao, who had been pushed to the ground, and stomped hard on his arms. Crack, crack. Jiang Chao's arms were broken. Then, another bodyguard picked up a large stone from the ground and smashed it hard against Jiang Chao's legs. Crack, crack. His legs were also broken. Himph, not a miraculous doctor, not a master. Let's see if you can fix those broken legs. Yusheng left a final remark. "Wang Mingyang, remember, it was the Yu family who smashed your place. If you're not convinced, feel free to bring your master to find us." After saying that, the Yu family left. Once outside, Yusheng angrily spat on the ground. "Damn it, they're all stubborn as rocks, refuse to treat us, and even after smashing their clinic and breaking their limbs, they still refuse to give in." Yusheng had never seen such stubborn doctors before and felt both frustrated and furious. Yu Fuji also frowned. If this were doctors from our Sioux City, they would have given in by now. Those people know how to read the room and adapt. Unlike these small-town folks, they're all stubborn and unyielding. "Dad, what should we do now?" Yusheng asked. "It seems Wang Mingyang is determined not to treat my brother." Yu Fuji said calmly, "No matter. Our goal was always to draw out Yijing. It seems our plan has been successful. Jiang Chao's limbs have been broken, and the shop has been destroyed. With such a huge grudge, I don't believe Yijing won't show up. Once he shows up, he'll fall into our trap. Master, please go and see senior brother Jiang." The disciples rushed in, crying. Wang Mingyang looked at the mess around him, trembling with anger. He hadn't experienced such an ordeal in years. As a renowned medical master in the provincial capital, people usually treated him with the utmost respect. Where had he ever encountered such destruction? What happened to Jiang Chao? Wang Mingyang quickly went outside. "Senior brother Jiang. He seems to be paralyzed." The disciples wailed. "What?" Wang Mingyang rushed over in 3 steps. "What happened? Didn't they just break his limbs?" If it were just a matter of broken limbs, Wang Mingyang was very skilled at treating such external injuries. As long as it wasn't left untreated for too long, he could easily reattach them. But if it came to paralysis, the possibilities were too numerous, and many cases of paralysis remained undiagnosed for life. Wang Mingyang quickly examined Jiang Chao. The broken limbs were easily identifiable, and with urgent treatment, bandaging, and aided by medication and acupuncture, they could be healed. Even miraculous medicines wouldn't be necessary. But a wound at the back of Jiang Chao's head that wouldn't stop bleeding made Wang Mingyang's expression turn grave. It must have been when he was stepped on the ground and his head accidentally hit a stone. This is bad. Wang Mingyang's face was solemn. Such injuries to the head and nerves could be minor or severe. Some people could be hit by a boulder and be fine, while others could be knocked out or paralyzed by a small stone. Chapter 303. Big Trouble. What should we do, Master? Should we inform Grandmaster? The disciples were all scared. As medical students, they naturally knew that injuries to the limbs, such as fractures, were not a big deal. But when it came to the head, nerves, and spinal cord, the issues involved were much more serious. Once paralyzed, it could lead to a lifetime of being bedridden, just like what happened to the young lady from the Yu family. Wang Mingyang also frowned deeply. his expression more serious than ever. Don't bother your grandmaster yet. Bring Jiang Chao inside, and let me take a good look at him. If I can't figure it out, then we'll go to your grandmaster. Recently, the biggest event in the provincial city was the celebration banquet that the Han family was about to host. Their product sales had exceeded 10 million. The Han family ran an automobile business, and reaching 10 million in sales was a monumental success, not just for the provincial city, but nationwide. So, the Han family decided to use this opportunity to host a grand celebration banquet, which would also serve as a major publicity event for them. Not only did they invite a large number of elites from high society, but they also extended invitations to almost all the important figures and media reporters in society. Early in the morning, representatives from various noble families gathered at the celebration venue in front of the Han family's villa. The Yu father and son also arrived early, with generous gifts in hand. "Dad, look at Han Siyao. She's so beautiful." When Yu Sheng saw Han Siyao dressed in her finery, his eyes lit up. Han Siyao was wearing a Western-style gown, looking like an elegant Snow White as she moved gracefully through the crowd. "You've made a great choice with this woman," Yu Fuji chuckled. "And she's truly capable. Look at her moving through the crowd, standing tall and graceful, while also taking care of everyone's emotions. This is the true demeanor of a lady from a great family. She's on a completely different level from the women you used to play with." Yu Sheng also sighed. "Indeed, the women I used to play with were just for fun, but none of them were fit for the stage. Han Siyao is the one truly destined to be a lady of the upper class. Dad, you have to help me. I'm determined to marry her." Yu Fuji smiled. "Of course, I'll help you, but you also need to show your worth." Yu Sheng grinned. "Don't worry. After the last failure and your guidance, I'm quite confident now. I've figured out what angle Han Siyao likes." As he spoke, he walked over wearing a blue suit, holding a glass of champagne, and approached with a gentlemanly demeanor. "Beautiful lady, may I have the pleasure of a dance?" Yu Sheng extended his hand, performing a gentleman's bow. "Get lost." Han Siyao's words were concise, her face still smiling, making it seem to those far away that she was extremely well-mannered. But her words sent a chill through Yu Sheng's heart. "Damn bitch, a few compliments, and you think you're flying high? How dare you disrespect me like this?" Yu Sheng thought to himself, vowing to make her suffer once he got her into his hands. The more cold and aloof she was in front of others, the more satisfying it would be to conquer her. Of course, on the surface, Yu Sheng maintained his elegant and gentlemanly demeanor. "Miss Han Siyao, I was too hasty with those flowers last time. This time, I've prepared a gift that I believe you'll accept." Han Siyao frowned and looked over. Yu Sheng opened the tablet computer he was carrying. "Look, this is a project I've been working on recently, worth 2 billion in scale, involving multiple tech projects. Managing it alone isn't a problem, but recently, I felt that I'm missing a partner." Yu Sheng smiled, "And today, after seeing you, this beautiful lady, I finally understand what I've been lacking." Han Siyao narrowed her eyes and glanced at Yu Sheng. Undeniably, Yu Sheng was good at finding loopholes. Or rather, someone from a prominent family, well-educated since childhood, was never truly stupid. A little setback and he immediately understood and adjusted his approach, quickly finding the direction she liked. If Han Siyao's heart wasn't already occupied by Yi Jing, she might have agreed to Yu Sheng's proposal. But now, her heart was already filled with Yi Jing. "Sorry, I need to receive a VIP guest." "Excuse me." Han Siyao left Yu Sheng behind and went straight to find a driver, leaving in a car. "Damn it, I'm so frustrated." Yu Sheng was once again left in the cold, fuming. He really wanted to go over and slap Han Siyao. But there was nothing he could do, as there were so many people watching. He couldn't just go over and slap Han Siyao in front of everyone. He could only watch helplessly as Han Siyao left. "Master Zhang, this is the place." Han Siyao stopped in front of a villa in Daiwan. Then, she called Yi Jing, "Mr. Yi, I've come to pick you up." Yi Jing was surprised. "You're personally coming to pick me up?" The Han family's celebration banquet had, of course, sent him an invitation, which Yi Jing had casually accepted. He just didn't expect that Han Siyao would be the one to pick him up. After all, today was the Han family's event, and Han Xiao was essentially half the host. She must be extremely busy, with too many people needing her attention. Yet, she had come personally to pick him up. After all, you're a VIP. All the other guests combined don't compare to your status. Han Xiao said sweetly. Yijing smiled, suddenly recalling what Duan Yonghao had told him. Could it be that Han Xiao really likes him? Yijing got into the car. Let's go. Soon, they arrived at the Han family's villa. At the entrance of the Han family's villa, Yusheng sighed, Dad, you've seen it, right? Even after I mentioned the topics Han Xiao likes, and even invited her to join my tech project, she still showed no interest. Yu Fuji frowned. Perhaps she really has her heart set on that Yijing. However, this situation isn't irreversible. Women are very emotional. Sometimes, even if they're married, as long as you keep showing them affection and occupy their thoughts, they'll accept you and even leave their spouse for you. Moreover, Han Xiao isn't married. She's just quite fond of Yijing. Keep going. Use your persistence to win her over. Yusheng nodded and went to the entrance of the villa to wait for Han Xiao's return. She's back. Seeing the car return, Yusheng's heart raced, and he immediately put down his champagne, dismissing the maid behind him who had been massaging his shoulders. He straightened his collar, revealing an elegant smile as he approached to open the door for Han Xiao like a gentleman. Miss Han Xiao, please step out. Just as he realized there was another young man in the car, his face changed drastically. Chapter 304. What gift are you giving? Yusheng felt as though he had seen the man in the car somewhere before. Han Xiao, who is he? Yusheng frowned and looked at Yijing, his face full of displeasure. Couldn't Han Xiao tell that he was pursuing her? Did she deliberately find a man to disgust him? Han Xiao said indifferently, This is a distinguished guest of the Han family, and why should I tell you who he is? His status is 100 times more noble than yours. Yusheng frowned and said calmly, Han Xiao, I know you're testing me, trying different ways to probe me, but you should understand that my patience is limited. If you keep finding other men to disgust me, I will get upset too. Han Xiao said helplessly, As you wish. This is a distinguished guest of my grandfather. I won't keep you company anymore. Han Xiao led Yijing into the celebration. Yusheng frowned, wanting to step forward and say something, but suddenly, he stopped. He remembered something, and his whole body trembled with excitement. It was Yijing. Haha, it was Yijing. Yusheng recalled that he and his father, Yu Fuji, had been investigating Su Yi's whereabouts. The detective had sent over photos of Yijing and Zhang Qingxian, and Yusheng had a deep impression of Yijing's photo. My dad and I were trying to find a way to make you show up, to bring you out, but I didn't expect you to come to us. Yusheng immediately found his father, Yu Fuji. Dad, that's Yijing. And he's actually a distinguished guest of the Han family. Yu Fuji pondered for a moment. Your meaning is that the Han family invited Yijing? This really saves us some trouble. Yu Fuji couldn't help but smile. Yao, this is truly a windfall. Next, you should fully test this Yijing. First, see how much medical skill he has, and whether he can cure your brother. Second, probe into his relationship with the Sui incident. It would be best to kill two birds with one stone. Not only cure your brother, but also expose his involvement in Suyi's death, ruining his reputation. That way, Han Xiao will also be yours. Yusheng sneered, Don't worry, I'll definitely give Yijing a good show. At that moment, Han Yantao arrived. Brother Yusheng, why aren't you with my cousin Han Xiao? When chasing a woman, you have to be persistent. Do you need your cousin to help create an opportunity for you? Yusheng coldly looked at Yijing, and Han Yantao's face also showed displeasure upon seeing him. Why is he here? Yusheng said confidently, Don't worry, watch how I make him lose face today. With that, he waved his hand, and several servants behind him simultaneously brought out a half-person-high jade mountain sculpture. The Yu family presents a jade mountain, valued at 80 million, carved from top-grade Hatian jade, symbolizing a mountain of gold and jade. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent for a moment. Wow, the Yu family is really generous. Such a rare jade mountain carved from top-grade Hatian jade. Such a large piece. It's hard to find on the market. 80 million. Just like that. The Yu family really knows how to spend. But given the assets of the Yu family, giving such a big gift is understandable. They are indeed wealthy. Even in such a city as Su, they can rank in the top 30 family businesses. In our provincial capital, they are practically a cut above, more powerful than any of the local elite families. What's most impressive is the symbolism, directly carving a jade mountain. Isn't that the meaning of a mountain of gold, silver, and jade? Everyone was praising the gift. Listening to these flattering words, Yu Sheng's smile grew even wider. Yijing, what about you? As a distinguished guest of the Han family, what gift are you giving? Yu Sheng was already the focal point of everyone's attention, and since everyone was praising him when he spoke, everyone subconsciously looked at Yijing. I guess you, this poor doctor, don't have any gift worth presenting, do you? Don't even mention an $80 million jade mountain. Can you even afford an $8,000 gift? I've done my research. You're just a freelancer, claiming to be Wang Mingyang's master, but as a doctor, you haven't even been to the clinic, so you don't even have a salary. You just wander around these big families, eating and drinking, while your hands are as clean as your wallet. Yu Sheng said all this, thinking he would get a lot of agreement. After all, those who could come today were mostly from wealthy and powerful families. They were all of the same type, so naturally, they should look down on Yijing, this poor guy, right? But to his surprise, those people began to glare at him angrily. How dare you speak of Mr. Yi like that? Yu Sheng, don't think you're the son of the Yu family and can slander Mr. Yi at will. Shut up. Our Duan family would rather give up the opportunity to cooperate with you than hear another word insulting Mr. Yi. Yes, just shut up. A group of families started cursing, making Yu Sheng frown. Were these people brainwashed? But then he remembered what his father had told him, that these small-town families in the mainland were quite respectful of these doctors, so he let it go. Indeed, they were all small-town folks, unsophisticated and ignorant. At that moment, Yijing waved his hand. I did prepare a gift today. As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look at him. Could the gift Mr. Yi prepared be? Many people became excited, especially Han Guoyang, who looked over with flickering eyes, as if expecting something. Yijing flipped his hand, revealing a small glass bottle. This pill is a gift for Grandpa Han. Silence. The entire venue fell into a momentary silence. Yu Sheng sneered. Pfft. I almost laughed out loud. I thought you were really going to pull out something good with all that fanfare. In the end, you just took out a lousy pill. Yu Fuji also said in exasperation, doctors are indeed doctors. They can't come up with anything decent. Don't even mention comparing it to our $80 million jade mountain. That pill is probably worth at most 8 cents. Yu Sheng laughed, bringing an 8-cent pill to deceive people. Yijing, you're really something. Han Xiao, do you still think he's a distinguished guest of your family? Han Xiao's face was full of excitement as she smiled. Of course, Mr. Yi is the most honorable guest of our Han family. No one can replace him. As soon as she said this, everyone nodded in agreement. Yu Sheng and Yu Fuji felt something was off. Why were these people looking at that pill with such strange eyes? What was so special about that pill? Just then, Han Guoyang quickly ran over, not even caring about his cold legs. Chapter 305, Too Precious. Han Guoyang was too excited. This single pill was equivalent to 2 life-saving elixirs. The half pill left in the Han family, even Han Guoyang himself couldn't bear to consume it, and it was stored in the safe, waiting for a critical moment to save a life. He clearly remembered that after Wang Mingyang took a pill, his body rejuvenated and his lifespan extended. This is too precious. Han Guoyang's hands were trembling with excitement. Mr. Yi, is this really a gift for me? Han Guoyang couldn't believe it. So many powerful families and wealthy clans had tried everything to obtain this miraculous medicine, yet he was able to get one more. What qualifications did he have to deserve this? Yijing smiled faintly. It's a gift for you. Just accept it, but it's best if you take it immediately. He could see the huge hidden danger in Han Guoyang's body. which was why he gave the man this miraculous medicine. Otherwise, within 3 days, Han Guoyang would surely die of a sudden illness. All right. Han Guoyang listened to Yi Jing and was about to take the pill immediately. You value this seemingly ordinary pill more than my Jade Mountain? What's so special about this pill? Yu Sheng said discontentedly, my Jade Mountain is worth 8 million. How much could this ordinary pill possibly be worth? Han Guoyang disdainfully glanced at him. Young man, you should know that there are always people above you and things beyond your reach. Don't speak if you don't understand. This miraculous medicine is not something that can be bought with 8 million. Ask the heads of these powerful families and wealthy clans here. Even if they offer 200 million, can they buy such a miraculous medicine? All the heads of the noble families and wealthy clans shook their heads. Yu Sheng and Yu Fuji were dumbfounded. If Han Guoyang might have said this to save face for Yi Jing and deliberately deceive them. But with so many people present, it was impossible for all of them to conspire together to deceive him, right? Was this miraculous medicine really that miraculous? Under Yi Jing's gaze, Han Guoyang swallowed the miraculous medicine directly. Quick, look at me. What changes do I have? Han Guoyang couldn't wait. He clearly remembered that the day after Wang Mingyang took the medicine, he seemed to rejuvenate, with fewer white hairs and black roots growing at the base of his hair. No change, Han Grandpa. You must have been deceived by this Yi Jing. What kind of worthless pill is this? Before Yu Sheng could finish, he suddenly couldn't continue. Because with his own eyes, he saw the wrinkles on Han Guoyang's face gradually smoothing out. The skin that was covered with age spots began to look delicate and radiant. Yu Sheng beside him even saw that the roots of Han Guoyang's hair, many of which were white, were turning black, and tiny black stubble was growing. In places unseen by others, the fatal hidden danger in Han Guoyang's body was also being eliminated. This was a genuine elixir of longevity, not only curing the serious illness in his body but also extending Han Guoyang's life by 20 years. This is truly a miraculous medicine. Having witnessed it with their own eyes, the Yu father and son finally had nothing more to say. Is there really such a miraculous medicine? Is this the same miraculous medicine sold in Wang Mingyang's shop? Yu Fuji suddenly remembered and rushed to Yi Jing. Yi Jing, where did you buy this miraculous medicine? Since this miraculous medicine can make Han Guoyang young again, it must be able to cure my son Yuan's illness. Where did you buy this miraculous medicine? Yi Jing said indifferently, this is the miraculous medicine from Wang Mingyang's shop. Haven't you known that for a long time? This, as expected. Yu Fuji was excited. Since Wang Mingyang didn't sell me the miraculous medicine, since you could get it from him, could you help me buy one too? Yu Sheng beside him was anxious. Dad, how can you be so nice to Yi Jing? This was clearly his love rival. Yet now his father was being so nice to Yi Jing. It was almost like begging him. Shut up. Do you still want your brother to get better? Yu Fuji was also anxious. At this moment he wished he could give this stubborn son a hard slap. If he wanted to make Yi Jing feel embarrassed, couldn't he wait until his son Yuan was cured first? Once his son was cured, then he could turn his back on Yi Jing, couldn't he? Why was this son of his so impatient? It seems you don't know where this miraculous medicine comes from, do you? Yi Jing smiled faintly. Yu Fuji was stunned and subconsciously asked, where does it come from? Yi Jing smiled. I made it myself and gave it to my disciple Wang Mingyang. Boom. At this moment, Yu Fuji and Yu Sheng suddenly felt as if they were struck by 5 thunders. Yu Fuji was shocked. This miraculous medicine was actually made by Yi Jing? Everything made sense now. It wasn't that the local noble families and wealthy clans overvalued the local doctor, but that this doctor was truly extraordinary. With such miraculous medicine, it was comparable to the only elixir of longevity in the world. Who wouldn't want to live longer? Who wouldn't want to rejuvenate? At this moment, he even felt a little regretful, regretting that he hadn't snatched the miraculous medicine from Han Guoyang's hand and given it to his son Yu and to eat. Yu Sheng at this moment had nothing more to say. In his heart, he kept comparing himself to Yi Jing. Although he was the eldest son of the Yu family and had several companies under his name, was he really more outstanding than Yi Jing? Not to mention anything else, just the value of that miraculous medicine. Other noble families and wealthy clans couldn't buy one even if they offered 200 million. And as long as Yi Jing was willing, he could make as many of those miraculous medicines as he wanted. That meant, if Yi Jing really wanted to make money, he would make much more than himself. In front of him, he was like a clown. No wonder Han Xiao never even looked at him, but was more willing to talk to Yi Jing. At this moment, an infinite sense of inferiority surged in his heart. Yu Fuji also understood, suddenly raising his voice. Our Yu family was wrong. The 8 million jade mountain we gave is far less valuable than Mr. Ye's miraculous medicine. Now, I only beseech Mr. Yi to grant me a divine pill to save my son Yuan. No, Yi Jing said indifferently. I only provide the miraculous medicine to families and wealthy clans that have made significant contributions. What contributions has your Yu family made? With this question, Yu Fuji was immediately stumped. Right. Had he provided raw materials for the making of this miraculous medicine? Or had he done anything for Yi Jing? Not at all. On the contrary, he had investigated Su Yi's affairs, suspected Yi Jing, and even encouraged his son to compete with Yi Jing for women, seemingly always opposing Yi Jing. Yu Fuji thought it through, suddenly realizing that Yi Jing was never going to give the Yu family miraculous medicine. If he wanted miraculous medicine, he could only strive for it himself. Chapter 306. Where were you? Yu Fuji suddenly realized that begging was not the way to obtain the miraculous medicine. Yi Jing. Yu Fuji abruptly changed his attitude. Where were you on the day Sui went missing? He was about to interrogate Yi Jing. Since soft tactics didn't work, it was time for the hard approach. He might as well take a stand against Yi Jing. If he could bring Yi Jing down, then he could coerce Wang Mingyang into handing over the miraculous medicine. Facing the interrogation, Yi Jing merely smiled calmly. Why should I tell you? Who do you think you are? Yu Fuji sneered. My private detectives have already discovered that you and Zhang Qingxian were the last ones to see Sui on the day he disappeared. That means you have the greatest suspicion. Now, what do you have to say for yourself, Yi Jing? Aren't you going to confess? I've even found the location where you disposed of the body. Oh, really? Yi Jing said indifferently. If you have something to say, just come at me directly. Don't try to trick me. I can't be bothered to answer you. You can also have Zhu Pan come find me. Yi Jing's expression was one of complete indifference. Seeing Yi Jing so composed and confident, those around him all breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, I knew it. How could Mr. Yi be involved in this? Seeing Mr. Yi so confident, I knew it wasn't him. If it were, he'd definitely be feeling guilty right now. This Yu Fuji is just shooting in the dark, trying to trick Mr. Yi. If he had any real evidence, would he need to do this? This Yu Fuji is truly despicable. The Yu father and son, seeing Yi Jing's calm and confident demeanor, were once again taken aback. Could it be that Yi Jing really had nothing to do with this? Or was his mental fortitude so strong that he could hide his inner turmoil? In reality, Yi Jing was indifferent to the whole affair, not even caring about Zhu Pan's retaliation. Even if Zhu Pan brought the entire Longxi group to seek revenge, Yi Jing would remain unconcerned. Yu Fuji said, Look, Yi Jing, regardless of whether you were involved in Su Yi's death or not, you can't escape suspicion, right? If you're willing to contribute a miraculous pill, I won't continue investigating this lead. How about it? Yi Jing chuckled. I don't care if you investigate or not. At this moment, a group of people around them began to speak up. Mr. Yi, you can't just give the miraculous pill to Han Guoyang. You should also allocate one to our Duan family. We're not asking for it for free. We'll pay 200 million yuan, okay? Our Miao family will pay 300 million. We'll pay 300 million. A group of wealthy families began to bid, all eager to buy the miraculous pills from Yi Jing. They all knew that those weren't just miraculous pills. They were practically an extra life. At their level of business, besides providing better lives and education for their family members, the money they earned was just a string of numbers. If they could use those numbers to buy a life, it would be more than worth it. Many smaller families also wanted to bid, but, Upon hearing the price had already reached 300 million per pill, they felt a pang of regret. For them, 300 million yuan was something they could scrape together if they had to, but that would mean emptying their coffers and jeopardizing their business's liquidity. A broken cash flow could destroy their company, leaving their entire family in dire straits. So, despite the temptation, the second and third-tier families couldn't bring themselves to make an offer. Yijing smiled. You should go talk to Wang Mingyang. Whether he's willing to sell is up to him. The crowd was immediately disappointed. They had thought that since Yijing had taken out a miraculous pill for Hong Guoyang today, they might have a chance too. But now, Yijing was sending them to Wang Mingyang, and knowing the old man's stingy nature, how could they possibly get a pill from him? Beside them, the Yu father and son watched the scene with contemplative expressions. Dad, it seems this Yijing is really formidable. We saw with our own eyes how the miraculous pill made Grandpa Han look younger. Yu Shang still vividly remembered the moment Han Guoyang's skin appeared younger. It was truly miraculous. He had seen many great doctors in his lifetime, but none as extraordinary as this. Not even the renowned doctors in Suzhou, Shanghai, or Beijing could compare. Yu Fuji also nodded. There are rumors on the streets that he is Wang Mingyang's master. It seems this might be true. Dad, what should we do now? The Sui case doesn't seem to be affecting him. How can we obtain a miraculous pill from him? Yu Fuji took a deep breath and let out a bitter laugh. It seems the only option left is to swallow our pride. He suddenly took a few steps forward and stood in front of Yijing. Thud. Yu Fuji knelt down heavily. Mr. Yi, it was all our fault before. It was my ignorance that led me to say those things and do those inappropriate actions. You have a magnanimous heart. Please don't hold it against me. Since you can refine such miraculous pills, your intention must be to heal and save people, right? My son, Xiao Yao, has sought help from all the great doctors in the world, and there's truly no hope for him except from you. Please. Yu Fuji began to plead and apologize profusely. Yu Shang, come here. Yu Fuji glared at Yu Shang. Hurry up and kneel before Mr. Yi. Only Mr. Yi can save your brother now. When no one was looking, Yu Fuji subtly winked at Yu Shang and murmured, a real man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. For your brother's sake, kneeling before someone is a small price to pay. Once we secure a miraculous pill to heal your brother, we can always renege on our promise later. Yu Shang sighed inwardly. Kneeling was too humiliating for him. However, for his brother Yuan, he knelt down before Yijing with a thud. Just as Yu Fuji was about to continue apologizing and pleading, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Master, please come and take a look. Wang Mingyang was walking in front, followed by several of his disciples carrying Jiang Chao. Someone broke all of Jiang Chao's limbs and left him unconscious and paralyzed. He still hasn't woken up, and I've tried everything, even the Xin Min's 7 needles I learned from you, but it's no use. As Wang Mingyang spoke, he suddenly stopped, because he saw the Yu father and son kneeling on the ground. Wang Mingyang gritted his teeth and said, it was them. The Yu father and son smashed my shop and did this to Jiang Chao. As soon as he said this, everyone in the room turned with righteous indignation towards the Yu father and son. Wang Mingyang had done them all favors, and these wealthy families had good relationships with him. Whenever an elderly family member had any issues, they would go to Wang Mingyang. Chapter 307. Is a life worth a company? So when everyone heard Wang Mingyang's words, they all became furious. Yu Fuji, why did you smash Wang Mingyang's pharmacy? Are you crazy? Yijing also sneered. With someone like you, do you really think I would give you a divine medicine? Yu Fuji's face turned extremely pale. Why did Wang Mingyang choose this moment to come? Mr. Yi, I beg you. My Yu family is willing to pay 10 billion for the medicine. 10 billion. He was willing to go all out to save his little Yao Zi. This 10 billion was a significant portion of his family's assets. Not only would he have to use all the cash flow, but he would also have to sell a company to come up with the money. But in his eyes, even selling a company was not as important as his little Yao Zi's life. Dad, are you crazy? Yu Shang said in disbelief. Is my brother's life worth a company? Although he also wanted to cure his brother, he valued the assets of the Yu family more. After all, in his opinion, the assets of the Yu family would eventually be inherited by him. It felt like he was using his own money to save his brother. How could he bear to do that? What if his brother was cured in the future and ended up sharing the inheritance with him?
Smack.
Yu Fuji angrily slapped Yu Sheng. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Is your brother's life not as important as a company? Of course, your brother's life is more important. A complete family means we all stay together. Mr. Yi. Yu Fuji turned around, tears streaming down his face. Please, I beg you. Before, it was all my fault. Everything I did was because I was a fool who couldn't see the situation clearly. I was an idiot, trying to oppose you. I really am an idiot. He was willing to humiliate himself to get the medicine. Yi Jing glanced at him. Do you really want to buy the medicine? Yes, I want to buy it. I'm willing to pay 10 billion. Seeing a chance, Yu Fuji quickly continued. Yi Jing said indifferently, you smashed Wang Mingyang's pharmacy. First, give Wang Mingyang an explanation before we talk about buying the medicine. Yu Fuji immediately knelt down beside Wang Mingyang. Master Wang, I apologize to you. It was wrong of me to smash your shop. I was possessed. I was momentarily confused. I was out of my mind. At that time, I was a pig's brain, suddenly thinking of using this method. Please don't hold it against me. Let your master sell me a divine medicine. Wang Mingyang also looked utterly speechless. When Yu Fuji ordered the shop to be smashed, he was arrogant, as if no one in the world could oppose him. But now, his groveling was truly unsightly. Master, this? Wang Mingyang didn't know what to do. Deep down, he was still very upset. But now Yu Fuji's attitude was extremely humble, and he kept mocking himself. Wang Mingyang was a very kind person by nature. Even though someone had smashed his shop, seeing Yu Fuji in this state, he couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy. Yi Jing said indifferently, Wang Mingyang, what do you think? Wang Mingyang remained silent. Although he was kind, he wasn't stupid. He knew he shouldn't cause trouble for Yi Jing, so he eventually said, I will follow whatever decision my master makes. Yu Fuji thought Wang Mingyang didn't want to agree and started kowtowing to him. Master Wang, please forgive me. I was possessed. My brain was eaten by a dog. Wang Mingyang kept shaking his head. I think my master's opinion is, you don't need to kowtow to me. Even if you keep kowtowing, I will still follow my master's decision. Yu Fuji finally understood that Wang Mingyang was a man of principle, completely following Yi Jing's lead. He knew that this matter still depended on Yi Jing's decision. Mr. Yi, please forgive me. I am sincere in wanting to buy the medicine. I am willing to apologize, to kneel, to kowtow, and to pay 10 billion for the medicine. Yi Jing said coldly, even if Wang Mingyang is kind and can't bear to see you like this, you beat Jiang Chao into paralysis. Have you apologized to Jiang Chao? Yu Fuji was on the verge of tears. I didn't paralyze him. I just had someone break his limbs. Yi Jing sneered. What a nice way to put it, breaking someone's limbs. He took a few steps forward. Well then, I'll just come over and break Yu Sheng's limbs to let you taste what that feels like. He raised his foot and with a crack, he broke one of Yu Sheng's legs.
No.
Yu Fuji cried out in panic. Yu Sheng let out a painful howl. He didn't expect Yi Jing to act so suddenly. He hadn't even had time to dodge. How could Yi Jing be so fast? Do you still think breaking someone's limbs is good now? Yi Jing then gently stepped down again. His strength was great, and with just a light step, he broke Yu Sheng's other leg. No, Mr. Yi, I agree to everything. I agree to everything. Yu Fuji was in a panic. When he broke someone's legs, he only felt a sense of revenge, a pleasure in oppressing others. But when it came to his own Yao Zi, he only felt unbearable pain. But he forgot that Jiang Chao also had parents. How heartbroken must they be to see their son treated like this? Crack! Crack! Yi Jing didn't say a word, directly breaking Yu Sheng's 2 arms and leaving a silver needle in the back of his neck. The scene was filled with Yu Sheng's successive screams of pain. But everyone coldly watched Yu Sheng's miserable state. They sympathized with Wang Mingyang and Jiang Chao, and they were disgusted by the arrogant behavior of the Yu father and son. Seeing them punished by Yi Jing, it was truly satisfying. Even Han Guoyang, who had been friends with the Yu family for generations, didn't want to side with the Yu family at this moment. Han Leoj, Han Guoyang, you heartless bastard, are you just going to stand there and watch? Yu Fuji roared in anger. Don't you have the heart to stop him? Han Guoyang said in confusion. Oh, you don't want me to stand and watch? Then I'll sit and watch. But I feel so good and relaxed right now. Standing isn't tiring at all. I'll just stand and watch. Yu Fuji was both angry and anxious, almost wanting to bang his head against the wall. Yi Jing, after breaking Yu Sheng's limbs, finally said indifferently, All right, I've given my disciples their due. This medicine can be sold to you. Yu Fuji, in his grief, suddenly heard this good news and couldn't help but be stunned. Was Yi Jing really this kind? Yes, you said it, 10 billion for one medicine. Now transfer the money. Yu Fuji quickly took out his phone. All right, I'll transfer the money right now. He had been looking forward to this moment for far too long. He wanted to cure his little Yao Zi, Yuan, for far too long. So without hesitation, he transferred 10 billion to Yi Jing. In the next moment, Yi Jing tossed over a small bottle, exactly the same as the one he had given to Han Guoyang earlier. Chapter 308. Only one Yaozi can live. Under the excitement, Yu Fuji quickly and carefully hugged the bottle, afraid of breaking it. This is truly a miraculous medicine. Truly a miraculous medicine. Ha ha ha. Yu Fuji was so excited that tears streamed down his face. The miraculous medicine he had longed for so much was finally in his hands. Quick, Yuan, take it now. In his eyes, although he had spent 1 billion yuan, at least the result was what he had hoped for. As long as Yuan was cured, and then he spent money to heal Ria Yozi Yu Sheng's limbs. After that, the Yu family would no longer have to beg Yi Jing, and at that time, he would definitely beat Yi Jing to a pulp. As for that 1 billion yuan, he would make Yi Jing cough it back up. Yu Fuji personally placed the pill into Yuan's mouth and helped him chew, and in a short while, Yuan had swallowed the entire pill. Dad, this miraculous medicine doesn't seem to work. Yuan, with only his mouth and eyes able to move, couldn't help but complain. Doesn't work? Yu Fuji angrily turned to look at Yi Jing. Did you give me fake medicine? Yi Jing chuckled. Unlike you, I don't go back on my word. I always keep my promises. Yu Fuji turned back to see Yuan suddenly controlling his arm in surprise, saying incredulously, My fingers suddenly have feeling. He moved, and then unexpectedly sat up. My God, I'm actually healed, he exclaimed, standing up. Although his body was still weak, it was indeed healed. My son is healed. My son is healed. Yu Fuji was so excited that he wanted to cry. He was too happy. Little Yaozi Yuan, who had been bedridden for years, was finally healed. But the next moment, a voice from the side pulled Yu Fuji back to reality. Why am I paralyzed? Yu Sheng exclaimed in panic. Dad, come quickly and take a look. I suddenly can't move. I can't get up. Yu Fuji said through tears, Don't be afraid. Your limbs were just broken, but other parts of your body can still move. It's okay. Yu Sheng was both shocked and terrified. No, Dad. I really can't move. My whole body can't move. You have to take a look. Yu Fuji was shocked and quickly checked. This scene was eerily similar to what had happened to Yuan years ago. Back then, Yuan had been lying in his arms, excitedly saying that he suddenly felt like he couldn't move, which led to years of paralysis. This time, it was Yu Sheng's turn. What's going on? What's going on? Yu Fuji angrily turned back to Yi Jing. Didn't you break my Yaozi's limbs? Why is he paralyzed and can't move? Yi Jing said indifferently, What? An eye for an eye. Isn't that fair? Your Yaozi led people to break Jiang Chao's limbs and left him paralyzed. Now, as Jiang Chao's master, I'm avenging my disciple by breaking your Yaozi's limbs and leaving him paralyzed. Isn't that fair? Yu Fuji was shocked and then furious. You broke his limbs and you left him paralyzed? You beast. Then, he panicked as he realized that only Yi Jing could restore Ria Yozi Yusheng, and his attitude towards Yi Jing couldn't be like this. Yijing said indifferently. Are you getting angry now? When you left Jiang Chao paralyzed, why weren't you angry then? Is Yusheng your Yaozi, but Jiang Chao has no parents who care about him? Yu Fuji was both angry and frustrated. Although he had cured Yuan, another Yaozi, Yusheng, was now paralyzed. Did he have to have one of his Yaozis paralyzed? In comparison, Yu Fuji secretly wished that the Yaozi who was healed was Yusheng. After all, Yuan was younger and had been paralyzed for years, with no proper upbringing, still acting like a spoiled and arrogant young master. But Ryaozi Yusheng had already been groomed and was a valuable asset to him. Now that the more capable Yusheng was paralyzed, and the troublesome Yuan had woken up, he didn't know if this was a blessing or a curse. Damn it! No, Mr. Yi. Yu Fuji forced himself to suppress his anger and calm down. Although he wanted to kill Yi Jing in his heart, he couldn't. In this world, only Yi Jing had the ability to make his Yaozi well again. Mr. Yi, I'm kneeling to you. Please sell me another miraculous medicine. Yu Fuji clenched his fists so hard that he almost bled. He wanted to kill Yi Jing to avenge his Yaozi, but he couldn't. He had to kneel respectfully and beg Yi Jing for forgiveness. Yi Jing said indifferently, the first miraculous medicine was 1 billion yuan, and the second one won't be so cheap. After all, scarcity makes it valuable, and the more rare it is, the more expensive it becomes. Yu Fuji nodded repeatedly. That's right. Just like those antiques, if one of a pair is broken, the other becomes even more valuable, with the price increasing tenfold or more. Yu Fuji liked antiques, so he was very clear about this. Yi Jing smiled. Good, you're teachable. Since you gave this example, I'll listen to you. The price will increase tenfold. How about that? Tenfold? Yu Fuji was dumbfounded. He wanted to slap himself hard. He had just blurted it out, and Yi Jing had actually increased the price tenfold. And Yi Jing seemed to be seriously considering, no, tenfold is the rule in the antique world, and I don't play by those rules. Yu Fuji's heart leaped with hope. Could there be a turnaround? Was Yi Jing not that greedy? 100 billion yuan. He really couldn't afford that. The 10 billion yuan he had spent on the miraculous medicine for little Yaozi, Yuan had drained all the cash flow of the Yu family, and he had even mortgaged a bank to gather the money. 100 billion yuan? That would require selling almost half of the Yu family's assets. And in such a short time, selling so many companies would likely result in competitors driving the prices down. It would be a huge loss. But Yi Jing's words gave him a glimmer of hope. Yi Jing said indifferently, antiques, although rare, still exist, and new ones are unearthed every year. But my miraculous medicine is truly one of a kind, a priceless treasure. Tenfold is too little. Let's make it 100-fold. 100-fold. Yu Fuji gulped, then exploded in anger. Chapter 309. 1 trillion. 1 trillion. That was 10 times the combined wealth of the entire Yu family. This Yi Jing was clearly doing this on purpose. He didn't want to sell the divine medicine to him. Yi Jing, are you deliberately targeting me? Is it that you just don't want to sell the divine medicine to me? Yu Fuji stood up in pain, glaring furiously at Yi Jing, ready to attack him directly. Yi Jing sneered disdainfully, the divine medicine is mine. I can sell it to whoever I want. Do I have to follow your orders? Yu Fuji was completely enraged. He understood that Yi Jing was deliberately letting him recover from one injury only to be crippled again, intentionally tormenting him. Fine. You won't give me the divine medicine, will you? Yu Fuji ordered the security guards behind him. Get him, beat him to death. The tension was already high, and the bodyguards had been waiting for this command. Hearing it, they immediately rushed forward. However, others had also been on high alert. Han Guoyang directed the Han family members, who also surged forward to stand in front of Yi Jing. The Duan, Miao, Mu, and other families also sent their bodyguards forward. Although the Yu family had brought many people, with so many families united, the Yu family couldn't gain the upper hand. Let's go. Yu Fuji knew that continuing would only lead to a disadvantage, and they might even be surrounded and beaten by so many families. They had to leave first. As for Yusheng's condition, they would have to think of another way. Han Guoyang, this isn't over between us. From today on, the Yu family and the Han family are completely severed. Yu Fuji cursed at Han Guoyang before leaving. Han Guoyang also sneered, with the way your Yu family behaves, I'd be glad. Among the crowd, Han Siyao was the happiest. She knew that once the two families severed ties, no one would force her to marry into the Yu family. Then, she could finally follow her heart and pursue the person she truly liked. Han Siyao glanced at Yijing shyly, her face turning red. Beside her, Han Yantao's face was dark with frustration. He had finally managed to build a good relationship with the Yu family, hoping to marry off his cousin quickly and take control of the Han family. Now, all his plans had gone down the drain. It seems I need to find another way to marginalize Siyao Han or expedite her marriage. The celebration banquet had to be hastily disbanded due to the disruption caused by the Yu family, who had wrecked the tables and chairs at the venue. After leaving with a group of Yu family servants and bodyguards, Yu Fuji looked worriedly at his paralyzed son, Yu Sheng. Dad, you have to avenge me. You have to do whatever it takes to get me a divine pill. Although Yu Sheng is paralyzed, he can still move his head and is unaffected in speaking and seeing. At the moment, he is cursing Yijing nonstop. That Yijing is a fucking idiot. How dare he? How could he break my limbs and leave me paralyzed? Dad, you have to find a way to heal me, and then I want to kill that bastard with my own hands. Yu Sheng was filled with intense hatred for Yijing at this moment.
有辅之的脸色也阴沉下来，他说：“放心，就算你不说，爸爸也一定会为你报这个仇。到时候，我会让你亲手折磨那个夜景。”
But now, we need to think carefully. To get you back on your feet, we still need that miraculous medicine. Yuan added, Brother, that miraculous medicine really works. If we can find a way to get another dose from Yijing, you'll definitely recover. My body has already healed, though I'm still a bit weak and unsteady. But I promise, I'll bring Yijing to you, so you can have your revenge. Yu Sheng nodded heavily. He was extremely frustrated with his current state of paralysis in bed. Yu Fuji narrowed his eyes in thought for a moment, then suddenly said, Let's go. We need to find Zhu Pan from the Longxi group. Isn't he looking for the murderer of his adopted son Su Yi? The murderer is most likely Yijing. Now, relying solely on the Yu family to deal with Yijing is becoming increasingly difficult.
有辅之愤恨地说道：“如果只是叶景一个人，我们完全可以轻松对付他。但现在他背后有那么多家族支持，我们必须找个帮手，而这个帮手就是陇西集团。”
The largest group in Western Sichuan, combined with our immense influence in Suzhou, ranked among the top 30. Together we have a combined strength greater than all the companies and families in the entire provincial capital. I refuse to believe that with such a scale, we cannot take down that Yijing.
尤安疑惑地问道：“爸，我们找到的那些线索，不是还没有确凿的证据吗？那个夜景，不是我们还在怀疑中吗？”
Yu Fuji sneered, Evidence is no longer important. In fact, whether it's Yijing or not doesn't matter either. Right now, even if we have to fabricate evidence, we must bring Zhu Pan of Longxi Group onto the same boat as us. We need this ally.
尤安眼中闪过一丝兴奋，嘿嘿笑道：“爸，这事儿我熟啊！以前咱家开私家侦探所的时候，你总不让我伪造证据。现在你终于想通了，这事儿交给我，我来做。” 保证猪盘看不出破绽。
An hour later, at a restaurant, the Yu family father and son hosted a banquet to entertain Zhu Pan. Brother Zhu Pan, these are the leads I've uncovered through my investigation. All the evidence points to Yijing and Zhang Qingxian.
尤辅之信誓旦旦地说道：“叶景和郑清玄是最后见到你干儿子苏毅和程腾飞的人，之后这两个人就消失了。”
This is a photo taken by someone showing Yijing, Zhang Qingxian, and your adopted son Su Yi at the entrance of a hotel. This photo allegedly shows Yijing in the act of murdering your adopted son. Moreover, our investigation reveals that Yijing has close ties with the local Qilong gang, particularly with Long San, also known as Long III, who is widely referred to as Uncle Long. On the same night, This long sand led a group of people to the riverside, and here are the photos to prove it. We believe that Yi Jing first murdered Su Yi and Cheng Tingfei, and then instructed Long San to dispose of the bodies by the riverside. Zhu Pan's body trembled as he saw the photos of Su Yi's death. Despite harboring a glimmer of hope, he knew that such a long period of disappearance likely meant his protege had already met with foul play. Are these photos authentic? Zhu Pan's voice was hoarse.
尤辅之和自己的儿子尤安交换了一个眼神。
These photos are, of course, fake, meticulously fabricated by Yuan overnight. But how could they possibly tell Zhu Pan about this? Of course, it was a fortunate coincidence that the fabricated evidence they created happened to be close to the truth. Of course, these are genuine. We went to great lengths to retrieve them from the phones of some passers-by. Many of them happened to be at the riverside for leisure activities and took selfies, accidentally capturing these scenes. Chapter 310. Complex Emotions. So, it's all true. My goddaughter, Su Yi, really was murdered. Zhu Pan's eyes brimmed with tears. Did Yi Jing really do it? His feelings for Yi Jing were quite complicated. Yi Jing had cured his illness, so he had a relatively positive view of him. But now, with all the evidence pointing to Yi Jing, he couldn't help but believe it. I had my suspicions before, Zhu Pan admitted frankly. I investigated and found out that my goddaughter's last visitors were Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian. But without solid evidence, I never acted on it. This time, it's conclusive. Zhu Pan steeled himself. This time, I'll make Yi Jing pay with his blood. He'll pay for my goddaughter's life. Yu Fuji quickly asked, Brother Zhu Pan, what do you plan to do? Zhu Pan's expression darkened. What do I plan to do? Of course, it's an eye for an eye. I'm going to kill Yi Jing. Yu Fuji's heart leaped with joy. This natural alliance was forming perfectly. Brother Zhu Pan, to be honest, our Yu family also has grievances with Yi Jing. You met my godson, Yu Shang, just a few days ago, didn't you? Zhu Pan nodded. Yes, I did. You even brought him to visit me not long ago. Yu Fuji's voice grew sorrowful. Come with me to the side room. He led Zhu Pan to a nearby room, pulling back the curtain to reveal Yu Shang lying paralyzed on the bed. This was also Yi Jing's doing? Zhu Pan exclaimed in shock. Yes, it was Yi Jing. This time, he didn't even bother to hide it. He did it right in front of countless witnesses. The Duan family, Miao family, Mu family, Wang Mingyang, and many others saw it. There were also numerous servants, subordinates, and bodyguards. I'm sure if you investigate, Brother Zhu Pan, it won't be hard to find out. With so many people, especially the servants, bodyguards, and subordinates from various families, keeping it a secret was impossible. Zhu Pan believed it immediately. This Yi Jing is truly despicable. Zhu Pan slammed his fist against the wall, turning it red with anger. Yu Fuji also seethed. Exactly. This Yi Jing is a monstrous criminal. Not only does he enjoy killing, but he also takes pleasure in torturing people. On the surface, he's a renowned doctor, healing and saving lives. But who would have thought that behind the scenes, he's a deranged murderer and sadist? Brother Zhu Pan, we must kill Yi Jing. It's a righteous act to eliminate this evil. Zhu Pan nodded. He still didn't understand why Yi Jing had killed his goddaughter, Su Yi, but in his mind, Yi Jing was a cold-blooded killer who had taken her life for no reason. Now, Yu Shang was also lying there, a once polite and respectful young man, now pitifully paralyzed and unable to care for himself. Yi Jing was truly detestable. Brother Zhu Pan, I have an idea, Yu Fuji whispered, lowering his voice. Yi Jing may be the one who killed your goddaughter, Su Yi, but that Dragon 3 of the Red Dragon isn't any better. It was him who dumped your goddaughter's body by the river. Zhu Pan's eyes gleamed with a sharp, murderous intent. Both of them, he vowed, would pay with their lives. Yu Fuji continued, right now, Yi Jing is protected by many families, so we don't have a good opportunity to strike. But that Dragon 3 of the Red Dragon, we can figure out how to deal with him. Zhu Pan asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Don't be fooled by the Red Dragon's outward appearance as the top underground force in this province. In our Sioux city, they're nothing. Yu Fuji sneered contemptuously. Our local underground emperor is far more powerful and influential. Compared to him, Dragon 3 of the Red Dragon is just a small-time thug. He may think he's tough, but in this province, there are still second and third-ranked underground forces. All we need to do is ask the second-ranked group if they're willing to take the top spot and join us in taking down Dragon 3 of the Red Dragon. Zhu Pan nodded with a smile. Good plan. This small province doesn't even catch our eye. Similarly, in our Chuanchi region, these small-time forces dare to call themselves underground emperors? How laughable. Yu Fuji turned to Yu and beside him. Yu, call Chen Zhongyi, the leader of the Zhongyi Hall. He looked at Zhu Pan. The Zhongyi Hall, led by Chen Zhongyi, is the second-ranked underground force in this province. They've long been suppressed by the Red Dragon and are eager to rise up. Zhu Pan nodded. These underground organizations were always fiercely competitive, fighting tooth and nail for more resources and territory. If they were to move against Dragon 3 of the Red Dragon today, the Zhongyi Hall would likely be more than willing to join in. Soon, Chen Zhongyi arrived with a large group of men. Wait outside, Chen Zhongyi instructed his thugs and subordinates to stay outside. What's the meaning of this? Yu Fuji smiled and pushed a card across the table. This card contains 6,660,000. Consider it a token of goodwill. Chen Zhongyi's face lit up. While 6 million wasn't a huge sum for him, it was still an enormous amount for ordinary people. A lifetime's worth of wealth. More importantly, it was just a token of goodwill, a sign of Yu Fuji's sincerity. I've heard that the Yu family of Su City is never short of money, always leading with wealth wherever they go. Today, I've truly seen it for myself. Chen Zhongyi's attitude softened considerably. So, what is it that you two have called me here for? Yu Fuji leaned in, speaking mysteriously. Brother Zhu Pan and I are from elsewhere. After arriving here, we noticed that your Zhongyi Hall is only ranked second among the underground forces. There's a significant gap between you and the top, the Red Dragon. Do you really accept this? Chen Zhongyi's expression shifted slightly. If you have something to say it directly. Are you here to mock me? If not for the generous gesture of 6 million as a gift, he would have already shown his displeasure. After all, in their line of work, nothing was more taboo than being told they weren't good enough. Zhu Pan spoke up. Don't be hasty. Yu Fuji's point is that your Zhongyi Hall has more manpower and stronger combat power. You, Chen Zhongyi, are more loyal to friends and more ruthless to enemies. So why can't you surpass the Red Dragon? Isn't it just because the Red Dragon got there first and seized all the lucrative territories? Do you really want to remain second best? These words struck a nerve, and Chen Zhongyi's breathing grew heavier. He certainly didn't want to remain second best. This conversation had hit the nail on the head. He had always believed that his Zhongyi Hall was superior in every way. So why couldn't they surpass the Red Dragon? Wasn't it just because the Red Dragon had the advantage of being first? Chapter 311. Urgency. Chen Zhongyi had been eager to rise above Qilong for quite some time now. I have a plan, Yu Fuji whispered. I have an opportunity to take down Long Yi of Qilong. Chen Zhongyi, speak quickly. Although he showed no expression on the surface, his tone was urgent. I've discovered that Long San will attend a banquet at Xinbai Tower tomorrow night. At that time, he likely won't have too many men with him. Due to Qilong's recent expansion efforts, many of their enforcers and bodyguards have been dispersed. This is the perfect opportunity. Chen Zhongyi's eyes lit up. He had long sought a chance to eliminate Long San of Qilong. With Long San gone, the remaining forces would be leaderless and easily fall under his control. By then, he would absorb all of Qilong's assets, making him the undisputed underground king of the provincial capital. All right, let's discuss this in detail. At the Daya Bay Villa, Yi Ge, do you have time today? Zhang Qingxian inquired. What's the matter? Yi Jing looked over to see Zhang Qingxian, and Huang Yuyin dressed rather elegantly, as if attending an event. We have 2 events today. One is a product promotion, and the other is a banquet for local entrepreneurs and Chamber of Commerce leaders. The schedules for these 2 events overlap, so Huang Yuyin and I have to split up. Zhang Qingxian explained, We've decided that Lin Yanan and I will handle the product promotion first, while Huang Yuyan will attend the banquet with the entrepreneurs and Chamber of Commerce leaders alone. She might be overwhelmed by herself. Could you go help her? Yijing thought for a moment. He still had to visit Wang Mingyang to treat Jiang Chao's injury. Jiang Chao had been beaten into paralysis and needed 3 days of acupuncture by Yijing to recover. Today was only the second day. All right, I need to go to Xuanhu Jishitang first. Once I'm done, I'll head straight to Huang Yuyan's event. Huang Yuyan, which hotel did you book? Huang Yuyan replied, It's Longting Hotel. Yijing smiled, That's my friend's place. That makes things easier. Longting Hotel was owned by Long Yi of Qilong. I'll have my friend take extra care of you. Huang Yuyan nodded immediately. All right, I'll wait for you at Longting Hotel. The four of them departed in 3 different directions. Yijing first went to Xuanhu Jishitang to treat Jiang Chao's paralysis. Huang Yuyan arrived at Longting Hotel. This is the hotel owned by Yijing's friend. She took out the phone Yijing had given her. Yijing had said that this was the owner's number, and calling it would secure a premium private room. The number Yijing gave her was, of course, Long Yi of Qilong's. However, the call rang 9 times, and there was no answer. Huang Yuyan was at a loss. Checking the time, the entrepreneurs and Chamber of Commerce leaders would be arriving soon. She quickly ran inside and approached the front desk. Hello, I'd like to book a private room for 12 people. Do you have one available? The front desk replied, What level of membership card do you have? The level of your membership determines the level of private room you can book. Huang Yuyan was stumped. She had only returned from abroad a month ago and didn't have a membership card here. She asked helplessly, Can I apply for one now? Yes, you can. If you apply now, you'll get a basic membership, which allows you to book a basic private room. Huang Yuyan remembered that Yijing had told her the phone number could secure a premium private room. Is there a premium private room above the basic one? The front desk smiled and shook her head. Our private rooms are categorized as basic, medium, premium, and top tier. Top tier rooms are usually not open to the public. All right. Seeing that time was running out, Huang Yuyan had no choice but to book a basic private room and order a full table of dishes. Just as she finished ordering, a large group of people arrived. They were entrepreneurs and heads of various chambers of commerce. Huang Yuyan, where are we sitting? These entrepreneurs and Chamber of Commerce leaders were all partners of Zhengshi flagship company. Many were high-ranking clients, so they arrived with an air of superiority, ready to dictate. Please come this way. Huang Yuyan quickly put on a smile and led the group inside. However, when she saw a certain figure among the crowd, her expression changed slightly. The woman, though only scoring a 7 or 8 out of 10 in looks, was heavily made up with a mature, elegant air. Her attire was luxurious, with jewelry, high heels, and a qipao, making her look very refined. That's my former competitor. Huang Yuyan had once participated in a dance competition where a girl had always been her rival. Their competition had been intense, with neither willing to back down. Eventually, the girl won second place, while Huang Yuyan took first. After that, they had lost touch. Unexpectedly, they met again today. Huang Yuyan? So you're the current general manager of Zhengshi flagship group? Yu Jie sneered, fancy meeting you again. Yu Jie immediately took on her old, confrontational demeanor. Huang Yuyan forced a smile. Judging by their current statuses, Yu Jie was now the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, a big shot who held the financial lifeline of her company. In other words, Yu Jie could easily control her. For the sake of the company, Huang Yuyan had no choice but to swallow her pride and appease her. Yu Jie, it's been a long time. How have you been? Huang Yuyan took the initiative to make amends, hoping to bury the hatchet. Yu Jie, however, was unrelenting. After all, it was Huang Yuyan who had won the championship and received all the glory, while she had been left to cry in private. The one who had been hurt was not Huang Yuyan, but her. I'm doing fine. I'm now the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce. About 90% of the entrepreneurs here are members of my chamber, and their lifelines are in my hands. And your company's lifeline is in theirs. Am I right, Huang Yuyan? Huang Yuyan's expression changed slightly. Yu Jie was spot on. Yu Jie, our past disputes were just childish squabbles. They're over now. As the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, your magnanimity must be vast. I've already forgotten and forgiven. Why hold on to those old grievances? Yu Jie waved her hand. Don't say that. You, the one who was praised by everyone, of course, don't hold grudges. I haven't forgotten. However, she abruptly changed the subject, smiling. Today, we'll only discuss today's matters. Chapter 312. How to handle the situation. When Huang Yuyan heard this, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, she also felt puzzled. Would Yu Jie really not cause trouble? But for now, she didn't have any better solutions and could only take things one step at a time. When she led the group to the private room, many of them immediately frowned. What's the deal, Huang Yuyan? You only booked us a basic private room? I'm already a mid-tier member, and Mr. Tang is a high-tier member. Not to mention, President Yu Jie is also a high-tier member. We're used to enjoying top-tier treatment, yet you've booked us a basic private room? Who do you think you're looking down on? Are you trying to give us a warning? Everyone showed expressions of dissatisfaction. After all, they were the clients, here to find faults, and Huang Yuyan was practically handing them the opportunity to do so. Huang Yuyan quickly explained, Please, everyone, calm down and don't get upset. It's not the company's fault, but rather, I've just returned to the country and haven't upgraded my membership status here yet. Today, I'll have to ask you to bear with us in this basic private room. I'll make sure to upgrade my membership as soon as possible. She was also quite tactful. And don't worry, even though the room is a bit lower in tier, the food and drinks I've ordered are all at the standard of a high-tier private room. I won't let you down. Additionally, when you leave later, each of you can take a red envelope worth 100,000 yuan from me as travel expenses for today. With this series of gestures, she had already shown a great deal of sincerity and handled the situation quite gracefully. Several entrepreneurs' expressions had already softened. At least it showed that Huang Yuyan wasn't doing this on purpose and had thought of several ways to make amends. But Yu Jie still looked displeased and said, Oh, come on. Each of the entrepreneurs here is worth tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Are you really trying to brush us off with just a 100,000 yuan red envelope? Are we beggars now? As soon as these words came out, Huang Yuyan's heart sank, and she quickly glanced at the expressions of the entrepreneurs. Indeed, several of them had already turned quite sour. They weren't actually concerned about the money. What they cared about was Huang Yuyan's attitude and the face they were being given. But with Yu Jie's words, they were being made to feel like beggars. And where was their dignity now? Several entrepreneurs immediately erupted. Huang Yuyan, what kind of attitude is this from Zhengshi flagship company? Treating us clients like beggars? And you expect us to go to a basic private room? I think this partnership is over. Huang Yuyan, apologize to us right now. Huang Yuyan quickly said, Everyone, I'm truly sorry. That's not what I meant. This small red envelope is nothing to you all. It's just a little pocket money to bring a smile to your faces. The real highlight is still on the table, and for this partnership, Zhengshi flagship company is willing to make many concessions in business to deepen our cooperation. After hearing this, the expressions of the entrepreneurs softened a bit. Compared to the 100,000 yuan, the business concessions were worth millions upon millions. They finally agreed and prepared to enter the basic private room. Yu Jie watched as Huang Yuyan struggled to maintain her relationship with the entrepreneurs and felt a sense of satisfaction. Her ability to turn the tide with just a few words was truly remarkable. In just a few moments, she had Huang Yuyan scrambling to salvage the situation. When she saw the entrepreneurs about to enter the room, she spoke up again. Everyone, let's not worry about the quality of the food, but we shouldn't treat ourselves poorly. The high-tier private rooms are spacious, with different reception standards, and each of us has a dedicated server providing impeccable service. In this basic private room, there's only one server for all of us. Who's going to pour our drinks? The entrepreneurs thought about this, and their expressions darkened slightly. It wasn't just about pouring drinks. Every aspect of the basic private room was far inferior to the mid-tier and high-tier rooms. Yu Jie smiled and took out a card, saying, How about this, everyone? Today, I'll treat you all to the high-tier private room. It's spacious enough to accommodate all of you, like a group of esteemed guests. Her flattering words pleased the group even more. All right, then we'll take advantage of President Yu's generosity and head to the high-tier private room. I've never been to a high-tier private room before. I hear it's grand and luxurious, like a grand theater. Today, we're all benefiting from President Yu's kindness. Everyone laughed and followed her up. Huang Yuyin sighed inwardly. This banquet was organized by Zhengshi flagship company to win over these client entrepreneurs. But with Yu Jie's interference, it had turned into her treating everyone, and all the goodwill had fallen on Yu Jie instead. However, Huang Yuyin had no choice. She couldn't force the entrepreneurs to return to the basic private room. Seeing that everyone had already gone up, she had no choice but to follow. Upon entering the high-tier private room, everyone was amazed. This is indeed a high-tier private room. It's so different from the basic one. The difference is huge. The space here is 4 times that of the basic room. It's so spacious. There's even live entertainment just for our table. The service and the luxurious atmosphere. It's truly top-notch. President Yu, today we're all benefiting from your generosity. Let's toast to you. Yes, let's all toast to President Yu. Huang Yuyin had no choice but to join in the toasting. Yu Jie, noticing Huang Yuyin at the end of the group, looking miserable, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. It was as if all the grievances she had suffered in the past were being repaid today. It felt so good. Huang Yuyin, what are you waiting for? Come and pour drinks for us, serve us. Huang Yuyin frowned slightly. Isn't there a dedicated server for each of us? In this high-tier private room, there were over a dozen servers, each standing behind a guest, ready to pour drinks at any moment. There was no need for her to do it. But Yu Jie said indifferently, how is that the same? Isn't it Zhengshi flagship company's responsibility to serve us today? Besides, you've already made so many mistakes. Don't you think you should make up for it by serving us and regaining some goodwill? The entrepreneurs were now all watching Huang Yuyin's predicament with amusement. Some, though not outright laughing, were curious to see how Huang Yuyin would handle the situation. Chapter 313. Who Dares to Act? Yu Jie sneered. Why? If you don't perform well, how will it reflect the nobility of us entrepreneurs? Huang Yuyin's face grew even more grim. Yu Jie was putting her on the spot, and she was now in a predicament. She couldn't back down, nor could she stay put. If she were to back down, she would lose all her standing, as she not only represented herself but also the company she was affiliated with. But if she didn't back down, these entrepreneurs were all waiting for her to make a move. Outside the Longting restaurant, Long Yi of the Red Dragon rushed over in a hurry. There were so many things to handle with expanding our territory that I almost forgot about Mr. Ye's instructions. Long Yi, what about the territory expansion? A few loyal subordinates inquired. Long Yi impatiently replied, do you really need to ask about such trivial matters? Handle it yourselves. I have to deal with Mr. Ye's matter first today. The loyal subordinates hesitated, but we need a lot of manpower over there. And with you here, there won't be many left to protect your safety. Long Yi chuckled confidently. What danger could I possibly face? Leaving Xiao Wu and a few others to serve me is more than enough. My strength is already the highest within the Red Dragon, and now we are the top underground force in the entire provincial capital. Who would dare to act against me? Moreover, this Longting restaurant is my own business. The security, wait staff, and even the kitchen staff are all my people. Who would dare to act against me on my own turf? The loyal subordinates thought it made sense and hurriedly left with a large group of men to handle their tasks. Let's go in, Long Yi said, leading a few subordinates into the Longting restaurant. Has Miss Huang Yuyin from Zhengshi flagship group reserved a private room today? The receptionist immediately replied, yes, sir. She has already reserved one. Long Yi slapped his forehead. I got so busy that I forgot to arrange her reservation. You should have given her the top-tier private room. What room did you assign her? Hearing this, the receptionist's face turned pale. Only now did she realize that Miss Huang Yuyin was a distinguished guest of Long Ye's. She was dripping with cold sweat as she quickly explained, Long Yi, I didn't know she was your distinguished guest. I just followed the rules. Since she didn't have a membership card, I issued her a basic one on the spot and assigned her to a basic private room. Long Yi glared at her fiercely, but knew the fault wasn't entirely hers. It was his own negligence for not arranging it in time. I'll deal with you later. Remember, she is a distinguished guest of Long Ye's, and all employees of Zhangshi Flagship Company must be treated well from now on. Understood, understood. The receptionist nodded repeatedly, relieved that despite being scolded, her job seemed safe. Long Yi quickly led his men toward the basic private room. Just as they were about to leave, the receptionist hurriedly added, Long Yi, I've confirmed with the service department. Although Miss Huang Yuyin initially went to the basic private room, she later moved to a high-tier one. Long Yi felt a bit relieved. Although it wasn't the top-tier room, a high-tier one was at least not too embarrassing for Mr. Yi. His tone softened slightly as he said, Who made that decision? Step forward. I'll promote and reward them. The receptionist looked somewhat awkward. It wasn't someone from our restaurant, but a guest named Yu Jie. She's a high-tier member of our restaurant, so? Long Ye's face darkened again. If it had been a decision made by their own staff, it would have been understandable, but since it was the guest's decision, it was utterly unacceptable. I need to get there quickly. Long Yi hurried to the high-tier private room and called out, Miss Huang Yuyin. As soon as he opened the door, Long Yi respectfully approached Huang Yuyin and handed her a top-tier membership card. You are a top-tier member of our Longting restaurant. I forgot to deliver your card earlier. With this card, you can reserve the highest-tier private rooms directly whenever you visit our restaurant in the future. Additionally, your meal today is on the house, and we'll also provide 10 bottles of wine worth 10,000 each as a gift. These words sent shockwaves through the room, and all the entrepreneurs, including Yu Jie, turned pale. Long Yi, you're here. The entrepreneurs, including Yu Jie, hurriedly stood up and bowed. Facing this underground emperor, none dared to show disrespect. Many of their company's security was managed by him, and Long Ye's influence was vast. No one dared to disregard his authority. Long Yi merely grunted in acknowledgement, not even glancing at the others as he continued to speak respectfully to Huang Yuyin. Miss Huang Yuyin, are you satisfied with today's meal? As he spoke, Long Yi personally poured more wine for Huang Yuyin. The entrepreneurs and Yu Jie beside them were dumbfounded. They all looked at Huang Yuyin in disbelief. So Huang Yuyin's status was this prestigious? Even Long Yi was so eager to curry favor with her? Several entrepreneurs exchanged glances and quickly stepped forward to flatter her. Oh, Miss Huang, it was my oversight earlier. I should have offered you a toast sooner. Miss Huang, I was out of line earlier. I'll drink this toast to you. I'll finish it, and you can take it easy. Miss Huang, our cooperation with Zhangshi Flagship Company is excellent. We'll increase our collaboration even more when we return. The entrepreneurs immediately began showering Huang Yuyin with praise, leaving only Yu Jie with a complicated expression. As the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, her position sounded prestigious, but she also relied on the support of entrepreneurs and local strongmen like Long Yi to function. Without their backing, her work would be difficult. But despite her pride, she couldn't bring herself to suddenly humble herself. By the way, Miss Huang Yuyin, the receptionist mentioned that a guest named Yu Jie helped upgrade your private room. I should thank her for that. At the mention of her name, Yu Jie's heart skipped a beat. Being on the radar of such an underground big shot was not a good thing. Fortunately, hearing the latter part of his sentence, Yu Jie felt a surge of relief. If she received gratitude from this powerful figure, her work in the Chamber of Commerce would go much smoother, and others would be more willing to cooperate with her. But Huang Yuyin shook her head and said, the upgrade to the private room wasn't my intention. It was Yu Jie's decision. To be honest, I didn't want to upgrade. I was forced into it. Her words were straightforward, but to the shrewd Long Yi, they immediately revealed the situation. It was clear that Huang Yuyin had invited these people, but Yu Jie had taken the initiative, stealing Huang Yuyin's spotlight. Long Ye's expression darkened instantly. Yu Jie, who do you think you are? Miss Huang Yuyin hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already upgrading the private room? Trying to show off, are you? Yu Jie panicked and quickly replied, "No, Long Yi, that's not what I meant." Chapter 314. Various Invitations. Long Yi sneered coldly. "You don't mean that? Then what do you mean? Are you trying to embarrass Miss Huang? Showing off your premium membership card on purpose? Let me tell you, from now on, your membership status will be canceled in all the restaurants under my jurisdiction, including Long Teng Restaurant." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Jie's face turned pale. As the vice president, she was constantly busy with various social engagements and invitations every day. If she lost her membership status in all these restaurants, she would end up like Huang Yuyan today, completely unable to make an impression and would be laughed at by those entrepreneurs. Her work would also be impossible to carry out. Get lost. With a single word from Qi Long, Yu Jie, her face pale, could only slink away. The remaining entrepreneurs, seeing this scene, became even more respectful towards Huang Yuyan, each coming forward to toast her, expressing their commitment to strengthening cooperation with Zheng's flagship group. Outside Long Teng Restaurant. In a black business van, Chen Zhongyi, Yu Fuji, and Zhu Pan of the Zhongyi Hall were watching the entrance of Long Teng Restaurant. Yu Fuji said calmly, "My people have already found out. Tonight is the busiest time for Long San of Qilong. His subordinates have almost all been sent out to expand their territory. Right now, Long San only has about 7 or 8 bodyguards by his side. Even if we count all the security guards and waiters in the entire Longting restaurant, at most, there are only about 30 people, most of whom are ordinary folks. Chen Zhongyi, do you have the guts to take down the position of underground emperor now?" Chen Zhongyi's heart burned with a spark of ambition. Of course. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and now the opportunity had finally come. As long as he went in and dealt with Long San, he would be the new underground emperor of the provincial city, He Huang. Zhu Pan also looked grimly towards the inside. He could now avenge half of his grudge against Su Yi and Yao Zi. At the very least, Long San of Qilong was involved in disposing of Yao Zi's body, which would bring some solace to her spirit in heaven. Yu Fuji also took a deep breath, glancing at Yu Sheng lying in the back of the car. "Don't worry, Yao Zi. Today's matter will deal a heavy blow to Yi Jing. After that, I'll help you capture him and make him reveal the divine medicine." Chen Zhongyi pondered. Long San has always been cautious. Do you think this situation might be a trap set by Qilong on purpose? Is he waiting inside for me to walk into his snare? Chen Zhongyi was good in many ways, but he was too suspicious, too paranoid. Zhu Pan said indifferently, "It seems you're afraid." Chen Zhongyi retorted angrily, "You don't understand Long San. He always likes to play these kinds of tricks. If he has an ambush, not only will our plan fail, but all 3 of us will end up here tonight." Yu Fuji stroked his beard lightly and said calmly, "That does make sense. In that case, let's arrange for someone to go in and check the situation." After thinking for a moment, Yu Fuji said, "None of us 3 are suitable. Both brother Zhu Pan and I are from other places, and Chen Zhongyi, you are his archenemy." Seeing a businessman about to enter the restaurant, Yu Fuji's eyes lit up. "That's him." Yu Fuji picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke for a while. Immediately, a man got out of another black business van and quickly walked towards the hotel entrance. Then, without making a sound, he forcibly dragged the businessman over. "Don't move, or I'll kill you." The businessman was startled, thinking he had encountered kidnappers. Feeling the cold blade at his back, he didn't dare to move. He was eventually dragged into the car. Yu Fuji said calmly, "Do you know me?" The businessman, who wasn't even part of a third-rate family, had never seen someone like Yu Fuji before and shook his head. Chen Zhongyi, with a cold face, appeared beside him. "Do you know me?" The businessman looked at Chen Zhongyi in terror and nodded frantically. This was the famous underground force of the provincial city. His shop often had to pay protection money. "Good. Knowing me is enough." Chen Zhongyi nodded in satisfaction. "You know Long San, right? That's Qilong's Dragon Lord. Once you go in, just walk around Longting Restaurant, find out where Long San is, see who is around him, and how many people there are. Come back and report honestly, understand?" Understood, understood. The businessman, hearing it wasn't a kidnapping, was overjoyed. What he had to do was too simple. The businessman immediately went in and walked around. Soon, on the upper floors, through an open door, he saw the situation in a high-end private room. Isn't that Huang Yuyan? The businessman recognized Huang Yuyan, the general manager of Zheng's flagship group, as he also wanted to do business with Zheng's flagship group, but unfortunately, his scale was too small, and Zheng's flagship didn't even consider his shop. After silently memorizing everything he saw, the businessman went downstairs and returned to report. Chen Zhongyi, after hearing the report, couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. Well, Long San is really bold. He dares to show off with so few people. This is looking for his own death. Yu Fuji said calmly, he's not looking for his own death. It's because my intelligence work is good. Tonight is when he has the fewest subordinates around him. Chen Zhongyi nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. Then we shouldn't delay any further. Let's make our move now. The businessman continued to report. Inside, I also saw Huang Yuyan from Zheng's flagship group. It seemed that the Dragon Lord was very respectful towards Huang Yuyan. Yu Fuji thought for a moment and then laughed heartily. I've investigated that Huang Yuyan. She's close to Yi Jing and Zheng Qingxian. Brother Zhu Pan, this is truly a stroke of luck. After dismissing the businessman, Yu Fuji said in a low voice, Huang Yuyan is very close to Yi Jing and Zheng Qingxian. If we kill Long San and capture Huang Yuyan, not only will we cut off Yi Jing's left and right arms, but we can also use Huang Yuyan to force Yi Jing to show himself. Zhu Pan also nodded calmly. Let's move now. Yu Fuji opened the car door, and Chen Zhongyi stepped out first. At the same time, 30 cars parked nearby all opened their doors, and a group of burly men got out. Eventually, they formed a 100-strong force and stormed into the restaurant. These men attacked anyone they saw, quickly taking control of the entire Long Ting group. Finally, Chen Zhongyi and the other experts all gathered in the high-end private room. Dad, can we finally avenge my brother? Yuan was incredibly excited. Unlike his brother Yu Shang, he was more restless and thrived on seeking excitement. Chapter 3:15, to your taste. Today's operation was exactly what Yuan enjoyed. Yu Fuji said, no, today is just an appetizer. Once we take down Long San inside, Yi Jing won't be far behind. Chen Zhongyi, break down the door. Chen Zhongyi stepped back, and from behind him, 3 experts stepped forward. These were experts specially brought in by Chen Zhongyi, each one among the top in the provincial capital. Although they were slightly inferior to Long Yi, their numbers made up for it. With Chen Zhongyi himself, that made 4 experts in total, enough to surround and overwhelm Long Yi. Boom! The 3 experts kicked the door open with a loud crash. Long San, today you won't escape even if you grow wings. Chen Zhongyi sneered, leading the group inside. Get out now. As soon as Chen Zhongyi entered, he began clearing the room. The entrepreneurs, seeing the second and top factions of the underworld clashing, were terrified and quickly fled. They dared not get involved in such matters. Were they tired of living? Huang Yuyan's face also changed dramatically. She hadn't expected her dinner to be interrupted by such an event and quickly tried to leave with the other entrepreneurs. However, as soon as she moved, Yu Fuji blocked her path. Do you know me? Seeing Yu Fuji and Zhu Pan, the intelligent Huang Yuyan's heart skipped a beat. I'm Yu Fuji, and this is brother Zhu Pan. Do you know we're sworn enemies of Yi Jing? Yes, the Yi Jing who lives with you in the villa at Daiwan. Yu Fuji sneered, Huang Yuyan. What's your relationship with Yi Jing? Huang Yuyan now understood that these people were deliberately targeting Yi Jing. She wouldn't tell the truth and deliberately said, Gentlemen, I'm not close with Yi Jing at all. We just share the villa as roommates and hardly interact. Zhu Pan coldly retorted, Do you think we believe that? You work at the same company and live under the same roof. Now you're telling us you're not related? Yu Fuji, being a private detective, immediately produced several photos. Look at these. You and Yi Jing are quite intimate. You often dine together. Seeing those photos, many of which only featured Yi Jing and herself, Huang Yuyan's face turned red. Had she and Yi Jing become so close without realizing it? She had always thought Yi Jing was her best friend's fiancé and shouldn't get too close, so she had been careful to maintain distance. Yet, unknowingly, they had grown so close. As for you, Long San, Chen Zhongyi sneered at Long Yi. Today is your death day, and it's the day my Zhongyi gang rises to become the new emperor of the underworld. Qilong sneered back, Chen Zhongyi, second place is where you'll stay forever. How do you think you can hold your head up in front of me? Not to mention anything else, but this strength of mine. Can you match it? Chen Zhongyi confidently replied, You're stronger than me, and I admit it. But can you take on all four of us alone? Seeing the three men behind Chen Zhongyi, each radiating murderous intent and possessing strength comparable to Chen Zhongyi's, Long Ye's face changed drastically. With four such opponents, he could be overwhelmed. This isn't good, Long Yi thought. I didn't bring many men today. If I call them in, they might at least slow them down a bit. Long Yi quickly smashed a wine glass, hoping to alert his men, Xiao Wu and the others, outside. But after several seconds, there was no response from outside. Ha! Trying to signal your men with a broken glass? Let me tell you, your subordinates have already been taken care of. Now you're all alone. Realizing the urgency, Long Ye's expression tightened. He decided to act first, lunging forward to capture Chen Zhongyi and take the lead in seizing the enemy's leader. However, Chen Zhongyi was prepared. He retreated, and the three men behind him stepped forward. In an instant, the three clashed with Long Yi, while Chen Zhongyi stood by, conserving his strength, holding a dagger, ready to strike at the right moment and end Long Ye's life. The more the fight dragged on, the colder Long Ye's heart became. This is bad. With fewer men recently, and even fewer tonight, how could I have been so careless? After being at the top for too long, I've become complacent. Long Yi sighed inwardly. Was this the end for him today? Truthfully, since entering this line of work, he had always known he wouldn't end well. But glancing at Huang Yuyan, he thought, she's Yi Xinqing's person. I've implicated her. Meanwhile, Huang Yuyan, although nervous and scared, quietly reached into her small bag, intending to make a call. She remembered Yi Jing's phone number and had a quick dial saved. Just as she was about to call, Chen Zhongyi, who had been watching closely, suddenly stepped forward and kicked the bag. Clang! The phone fell out of the bag. Chen Zhongyi sneered, trying to call the police? Or inform someone? He stomped on the phone, crushing it to pieces. Today, both of you will die here. Don't hold out any hope. Yu Fuji corrected him, Long San will die here. As for Huang Yuyan, she'll be held captive to force Yi Jing to show up. Of course, she's a beauty, so she'll be a treat for my son, Yuan. Hearing this, Yuan couldn't help but grin with delight. After being bedridden for several years, he had accumulated a lot of pent-up desires. Recently, after taking medication and recovering, his body still hadn't fully recovered, leaving him a bit weak. Only in the past couple of days had he felt slightly better. Now, a beautiful, internationally styled woman had been delivered to him. Was this not a blessing from heaven? Meanwhile, on the other side, after finishing their event, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Let's call Huang Yuyan and see how things are going. Zhang Qingxian dialed the number but soon frowned. What's going on? Why is Huang Yuyan's phone off? Lin Yanan was puzzled. Really? Huang Yuyan never turns her phone off. Not just Huang Yuyan, but most smartphone users rarely turn their phones off for a whole year. Lin Yanan also tried calling, only to find it was off. The two immediately became anxious. Could something have happened to Huang Yuyan? Or did she lose her phone? Let's call Yi Gu and ask if he's with Huang Yuyan. Zhang Qingxian had arranged for Yi Jing to accompany Huang Yuyan. Chapter 316. Can't defeat four hands with two fists? Zhang Qingxian called Yi Jing. Yi Gu, is Huang Yuyan with you? Yi Jing, no, I just finished at Wang Yangming's place. What's wrong? He could tell from Zhang Qingshuan's tone that something was urgent. Huang Yuyan's phone suddenly turned off. I can't reach her, and I don't know what happened to her. Yi Jing tried calling as well but couldn't get through. Immediately, he said, all right, I'll head over to the Longting restaurant right away. After hanging up, Yi Jing checked the distance. It would take about 3 minutes to drive to the Longting restaurant. After thinking for a moment, Yijing dialed a number. Huang Yuyin's phone is off. Either she lost it, or something happened to her. Either something happened to her at the Longting restaurant, or she was forcibly taken away from there. Yijing needed to know Huang Yuyin's exact location. As soon as the call connected, Yijing said, Mu Feng-chun, can your company locate a phone? The Mu family's technological capabilities were top-notch, specializing in mobile phone chips and phone location technology. They were endorsed by the state and ranked among the best in the country. Mu Feng-chun quickly replied, Yi Xiansheng, I dare not boast too much, but within the country, we Mu family are among the top, and internationally, only a handful of companies can match us. Yijing said, Huang Yuyin uses your Mu family's phones, right? She has a record, doesn't she? Her phone is currently off. Can you locate her? Mu Feng-chun quickly replied, Yi Xiansheng, we can definitely locate her phone's last known position before it turned off, but after it's turned off, the difficulty of locating it increases significantly. Most of the time, we can't locate it, but we'll try. All right. Just a minute later, Mu Feng-chun called back. We've located it. Huang Yuyin's phone was last seen at the Longting restaurant, and it hasn't moved since it turned off. Yi Xiansheng, is something going on? Do you need us Mu family to send some people to help? Yijing responded indifferently and then hung up. At the Mu family's side, Mu Feng-chun immediately told his grandson, Mu Jingtao, take more people with you to the Longting restaurant and follow Yi Xiansheng's orders. Understood. At the Longting restaurant, Yijing entered the main door and narrowed his eyes. The place was filled with members of the Zhongyi Hall, and a large number of them had taken control of the entire restaurant. The guests inside had already been cleared out, leaving only the restaurant's security staff and service personnel, all of whom were crouching on the ground with their hands on their heads. A dozen members of the Zhongyi Hall, armed with daggers and machetes, were controlling them. Don't move, stay still. Wait until our boss finishes his business upstairs, and then we'll let you go. Of course, by then, Long San of the Qilong will already be dead, and you can switch allegiances to our Zhongyi Hall. Anyone who wants to join now, speak up. If you're late, you'll just be a lackey serving others. The staff of the Longting restaurant, being ordinary people just trying to make a living, were trembling with fear at the words, but no one spoke up. Damn, a bunch of cowards. Just then, someone noticed Yijing trying to enter from outside. Are you blind? Don't you see the Zhongyi Hall is handling business here? Get out. The underling at the door had already used this line to chase away several guests who had tried to enter for a meal. Most guests, seeing the situation, would scurry away, not wanting to get involved in the affairs of underground factions and avoid trouble for themselves. However, Yijing, upon hearing it was the Zhongyi Hall, actually quickened his pace toward the entrance. Are you deaf? Can't you hear what I'm saying? The enforcer at the door was furious and was about to slap Yijing. But before his hand could reach out, Yijing slapped him back, sending him to the ground. Fuck, someone's causing trouble here. The fallen enforcer shouted loudly, drawing the attention of everyone inside. But the next second, Yijing stepped on his chest, causing him to spit out blood and a loud crack of broken ribs. You dare cause trouble at our Zhongyi Hall? You're looking for death. A large group of enforcers rushed at Yijing, but soon, one by one, they were sent sprawling to the ground by Yijing's strikes. This time, Yijing didn't hold back, delivering heavy blows that left some of them foaming at the mouth, and others with their necks twisted 360 degrees. The first enforcer who had been slapped, who was still struggling to get up, immediately lay back down upon seeing the fate of his comrades. For now, staying down seemed safer. At the same time, he cursed inwardly. Where did this expert come from, and why was he suddenly here? But his arrogance wouldn't last long. After all, the Zhongyi Hall's top fighters were upstairs, and the higher the floor, the more skilled they were. Any one of them would be enough to kill this young man. The staff and security of the Longting restaurant, meanwhile, also looked at Yijing with fear. They had no idea who Yijing was, or whether the man who had taken out the Zhongyi Hall enforcers would also target them. But after Yijing had dealt with all the Zhongyi Hall enforcers on the first floor, he asked the crowd, "Where is your Long Yi?" The staff realized that this man was Long Ye's ally. "Esteemed sir, Long Yi is on the third floor, in the VIP private room. Yi Jing. And Huang Yuyan? The staff quickly replied, she's also in the VIP private room, with Long Yi. Yi Jing nodded. You can go home now. His words brought relief to the crowd, and they quickly fled. However, some with good intentions and a sense of gratitude quickly added, Sir, the Zhongyi Hall has sent a large number of people, over 100 in total, and from what we heard, there are many skilled fighters inside. The higher you go, the stronger they become. They say there are many strong men on the second floor, and you're only one person. They were worried that Yi Jing, being alone, would be overwhelmed by the numbers. After all, even their invincible Long Yi, facing so many skilled fighters today, might also be outmatched. Yi Jing, however, spoke with disdainful indifference, Don't worry. When facing me, they'll only be surrounded by my attacks. With that, he headed straight for the stairs. Seeing that they couldn't persuade him, the others could only flee outside. Chapter 317. I'll take them all on alone. A few individuals among them, who were on good terms with Long Ye's subordinates, immediately pulled out their phones and reported everything that had happened here to Long Ye's men. Long Ye's subordinates quickly rushed over from all directions. Once on the second floor, Yi Jing scanned the area. About 70 enforcers were gathered here, and there were indeed a few among them who were slightly stronger. These men had taken control of the entire Longtong restaurant, rounding up more servers, high-level management, support staff, and kitchen staff into several groups. Seeing Yi Jing come up, they all frowned. Kid, how did you make it up here? How did those useless guards downstairs let you pass? They thought Yi Jing had wandered in by mistake or entered through some back door they weren't aware of. Yi Jing glanced at them indifferently and continued walking upwards. He already knew that Long Yi and Huang Yuyan were upstairs and in danger, so he was in a hurry to get there. Every second wasted here increased the risk for the two above. Kid, I'm asking you a question. Answer me. One of the stronger men grabbed a chair and swung it down at Yi Jing's head. However, Yi Jing caught the chair with a backhand, snapping it into pieces in midair, then threw it back at the group. The shattered pieces flew like buckshot, knocking several people down. Damn, this guy's here to cause trouble. Probably from the Red Dragon. Brothers, let's take him down. Realizing Yi Jing was a formidable opponent, they didn't hold back, sending a large group to swarm him. Yi Jing glanced around and grabbed a handful of pebbles from a decorative flower pot by the side, scattering them outward. Swish! The pebbles shot out like bullets. Thud! 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 Blood splattered on the heads of many, and they collapsed to the ground. Even the so-called experts couldn't withstand a single pebble. In the blink of an eye, over 50 of the 70 men on the second floor were down, leaving only 20 trembling in fear. Damn it, fight back. We've got a strong guy here to help us. We can't just sit and watch. Many of the restaurant's high-level staff, who were also part of the Red Dragon, began to fight back. With Yi Jing's help, it didn't take long to clean up the remaining enemies. Then, Yi Jing led the group to the third floor. The commotion below had already alerted those upstairs. What's happening downstairs? They were about to come down to investigate, as Yi Jing's actions were too swift. From the moment he arrived on the second floor to now, it had been less than a minute. Those on the third floor had heard the noise but hadn't yet reacted. What's happening? Your mother. The restaurant's high-level staff, who had been restrained, couldn't hold back any longer. They grabbed kitchen utensils and charged upstairs. However, before they could reach the top, Yi Jing threw a handful of pebbles, taking them all out. Bang! Yi Jing kicked open the door to the high-end private room, revealing Huang Yuyan huddled in a corner, trying to pick up a shattered phone from the ground. Tears streamed down her face as she silently speculated about what might happen to her next. When she looked up and saw Yi Jing, her tears couldn't stop flowing. Meanwhile, Long Yi was still grappling with Chen Zhongyi and 3 others, shattering all the tables and chairs in the room. If not for the spaciousness of the private room, the 5 of them wouldn't have had enough room to maneuver. Mr. Yi. Seeing Yi Jing, Long Yi was overjoyed. Oh, you're still alive and kicking, not missing any limbs. Long Yi boasted. That's right. Even though I was being suppressed by the four of them, I could still hold my ground. However, as soon as he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had managed to hold on this long, his internal organs were already on the verge of collapse from the beating. The only reason he could continue was sheer willpower. After all, he was responsible for protecting Mr. Ye's woman. If he failed, how could he face Mr. Yi later? Let me take over now. Yi Jing flicked his finger, sending a pebble flying toward Chen Zhongyi. Ha, a single pebble to deal with me? Chen Zhongyi initially remained cautious, but then sneered with mockery. He raised his hand, intending to catch the pebble, but in the next moment, the pebble pierced through his palm, leaving a bloody hole. Ah! Chen Zhongyi cried out in pain. The remaining three experts, no longer concerned with Long Yi, rushed toward Yi Jing. Die! Yi Jing delivered several punches, each striking the chests of the charging men and shattering their hearts. Thud! 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 One after another, they collapsed to the ground, leaving only Chen Zhongyi still alive. Please, don't kill me. Chen Zhongyi was utterly terrified. The four of them had managed to hold their own against Long Yi for so long. Yet this Yi Jing had taken them all down in less than 3 seconds. What kind of strength was this? Why was Yi Jing so powerful? They had never heard of such a person before. This was a major oversight in their intelligence. Even Long Yi was astonished. He had known Yi Jing was an exceptional doctor, but he had never imagined his combat skills were this formidable. Mr. Yi, what kind of technique was that? Long Yi was dumbfounded. Yi Jing replied calmly, it's actually a technique from medicine. He glanced at Long Yi. Medicine can save lives, but it can also take them. Killing someone is too easy for me. Long Yi shivered involuntarily. Anyone targeted by Yi Jing, an invisible powerhouse, would face unimaginable consequences. Fortunately, he was on Mr. Ye's side and wouldn't have to oppose him. Huang Yuyan, seeing Yi Jing so powerful, immediately felt her spirits lift as he resolved all the danger. She burst into tears. Normally, she was a proud, international-style goddess, always wearing high heels and exuding a cold, regal aura. But now, she cried like a child, a release of the intense tension she had been holding on to. Yi Jing didn't try to comfort her, letting her relax as she needed, while he turned his attention to Yu Fuji and Zhu Pan. At this moment, Yu Fuji and Zhu Pan were trembling in fear. Having witnessed Yi Jing's prowess firsthand, a deep sense of regret and terror spread through their hearts. Chapter 318. Profound Regret. They were now filled with profound regret, wondering why they had ever chosen to antagonize someone like Yi Jing. Who could have known that he was so capable in combat? If they had known earlier, they would never have chosen to oppose Yi Jing. At the very least, they wouldn't have confronted him head-on, leading to this situation where they were now at his mercy. The two of them were extremely regretful for coming up here. If they had just stayed in the car earlier, perhaps they could have driven away by now. Are you two here to find me? Yi Jing glanced at the two men, immediately understanding the situation. This wasn't targeting Huang Yuyan or Long Yi at all. It was clearly aimed at him. Yi Jing, if we say no, would you believe us? The two men still tried to argue. However, Long Yi and Huang Yuyan had already overheard the trio's boastful words earlier, and in just a few sentences, they had revealed the entire plan. Yi Jing let out a cold laugh. Not bad, quite brave. Long Yi said coldly, Mr. Yi, what should we do with these people? At that moment, the sound of a large group of people approaching echoed from outside. It turned out to be the Mu family and a large number of Red Dragon's top experts arriving. A group of people had completely surrounded the Longting restaurant. But when they saw that the majority of the Zhongyi Hall members inside the restaurant had been taken down by Yi Jing alone, their gazes towards Yi Jing were filled with fear. The members of Red Dragon, who already respected the strong, looked at Yi Jing with even more fervor than they did at Long Yi. Long Yi didn't feel jealous at this and instead chuckled. After all, his own gaze towards Yi Jing was the same. Who could have known that the Mr. Yi he had been following all along was so capable in combat, even more so than this underground emperor? As for the Mu family members, who usually looked at Yi Jing with respect, there was now an added sense of fear and awe. Long Yi knew that the following matters were not suitable for more people to know, so he had a few of his subordinates who had just arrived close the doors and ordered everyone to guard outside the restaurant. Mr. Yi, what should we do with these people? Just say the word. Long Yi grinned savagely, revealing his murderous intent. In his opinion, only the dead would not continue to cause trouble. People like this, who dared to come after you today, would definitely find another opportunity to strike tomorrow. Yijing said indifferently, this Chen Zhengyi, you handle him. I don't want to see him again. Chen Zhengyi was the one who directly attacked Huang Yuyan and Long Yi, and there was no need for him to live any longer. Long Yi immediately nodded, gave a few cold laughs, and waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to drag Chen Zhengyi away. Soon, the sounds of his screams outside disappeared. As for this Zhu Pan, isn't he missing his Ganyaozi? Let him go and find his Ganyaozi. Long Yi chuckled, Mr. Yi, your method of handling this is to my liking. He had seen too many big figures who were overly indecisive. When they had the upper hand, they would show mercy, pretending to let their opponents go, only for the opponents to find another chance to strike back. Although Mr. Yi was highly skilled, there was no way to guard against thieves every day. It was more convenient to just get rid of them directly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Pan was so scared that he wet his pants. In an instant, his crotch was soaked. Mr. Yi, I didn't mean to go against you. It was all them who incited me. Zhu Pan quickly knelt down and crawled over, trying to grab Yijing's leg. He knew that only Yijing's words could save him now. But the experts of Red Dragon immediately stopped him, not allowing him to approach. Mr. Yi, I didn't mean to go against you. It was them. I was just here to join the fun. The matter with my Ganyaozi wasn't done by you. It has nothing to do with you. Why would I seek revenge on you? Yu Fuji, who heard this, was so angry that his face turned pale. You dare to do something and then deny it? It was clearly you who led today's incident. Mr. Yi, I am the innocent one here. You even healed my Xiao Yaozi. You have done us the Yu family a great favor. How could I go against you? Just give me another chance. I promise to leave this provincial city far behind and never come back. Yu Fuji was so excited that he was spitting everywhere. Zhu Pan shouted, in that case, I was also treated by Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi has done me a great personal favor. How could I harm Mr. Yi? Right. Yijing looked at the two men calmly. Oh, so you two aren't heartless. You still know I did you a favor? And this is how you repay me? Hearing Yijing say this, the two men thought he was going to forgive them and quickly started kowtowing on the ground. Mr. Yi, please forgive us. Let us off with our lives. Although we were coerced to come here, we didn't actually do anything harmful to you. The two men still tried to argue, but Yijing let out a cold laugh. You didn't lack the intention, you just didn't get the chance to act. The mere fact that you attacked Huang Yuyan and tried to kill Long San is enough to cross my line. He gave a signal, and immediately someone dragged Zhu Pan out. Soon, the sounds of his screams also disappeared. Only Yu Fuji was left, gulping nervously. What about him? How should we deal with him? Long Yi looked at the last remaining Yu Fuji. Yijing glanced at the room next door, where Yuan and Yusheng were. At the moment, Yusheng was paralyzed on the sickbed, unable to move, while Yuan looked terrified. Let Yu Fuji and Yuan continue to be paralyzed on their sickbeds. Let this family of three experience the suffering of being paralyzed together. Find them a good place, don't let them die, just let them spend their remaining years on the sickbed. Long Yi chuckled. I happen to have a pig farm under my control. It's stinky as hell. From now on, we'll put these three paralyzed people there. Let them spend their days with the sows. He stepped forward, and with a swift motion, he cut along the spinal column of the three. It had to be said that Long Yi, having dealt with many people, had developed some skill. With these few cuts, he directly severed the nerves controlling the limbs of Yu Fuji and Yuan, rendering them completely paralyzed. How are you? Scared, huh? In the car, Yijing drove Huang Yuyan back. Only after leaving the scene of the Longting restaurant did Huang Yuyan gradually recover from her fright. I'm fine. Huang Yuyan took a few deep breaths, and seeing Yijing beside her, she felt an extraordinary sense of security. At this moment, having survived the ordeal, she suddenly had an impulse, wanting to tell Yijing that they had an engagement, that there was an engagement document. Chapter 319. Feeling confident again? Sigh, I haven't been able to reach Sui for several days now. Zhang Liyue, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, had been finding it much harder to get through these days. Fortunately, before Sui went missing, he had given her 2 million yuan. With this money, she managed to keep a small company running. This small company was now the hope for both her and her grandmother, Zhang Laodai. Just then, Zhang Laodai called. Liyue, is your company doing okay? Do you need the family to help you more? Zhang Liyue quickly replied, Of course I need help, Grandma. Sui had promised to invest more in my company, but since he disappeared, we haven't received any new funding. Please help me out. In fact, the company had just received a 3 million yuan investment, a loan Zhang Liyue had secured from the bank. She was a person with big ambitions. When she was managing the Zhang flagship group, she had always taken a bold approach. After losing her position to her younger sister, she had to manage this small company, but she couldn't change her nature. She still wanted to borrow money to achieve big things. All right. I'll talk to your grandfather and see if we can move some resources from the Zhang family to help you. After all, many people in the Zhang family are counting on your company to start making profits soon so we can all live better. You don't know, your younger sister and Yijing have been making the Zhang flagship group very successful, but they don't share the profits with the family. Does that make sense? Those two have no sense of family at all. If you succeed, the entire Zhang family will support you. I'll persuade your grandfather to let you be the president of the Zhang flagship company again, okay? Zhang Liyue smiled and said, All right, Grandma, I'll follow your arrangements. After hanging up, Zhang Liyue's expression turned cold. My grandmother is always painting big pictures for me. But I really need to run this company well if I want to surpass my younger sister. Seeing Zhang Qingxian and Yijing's company doing better and better, Zhang Liyue felt more and more jealous. No, if this continues, I'll be left far behind. I must think of a way. Thinking of this, she told her secretary, Go, invite Boss Ye, Boss Ao, and Boss Tong to the coffee shop next door. Half a day later, Zhang Liyue made promises to several bosses in the coffee shop. As long as you terminate your contracts with the Zhang flagship group and renew with our company, we can discuss everything. Zhang Liyue said, Gentlemen, our company is smaller than the flagship group, but our costs are lower too. Your profits will be higher, won't they? The three bosses exchanged glances and frowned, but suddenly terminating the contract with Zhang Qingshuan's company would incur breach of contract liability. Zhang Liyue sneered, Breach of contract liability? In business, the first priority is money. What's the point of talking about responsibility? Besides, if you feel uneasy, I can give you a 10% rebate on each deal. Upon hearing this, the three bosses' eyes lit up. Just the rebates alone would return hundreds of thousands of yuan to them every month. This is quite interesting. The three bosses, who were all profit-driven, smelled the scent of money and were all smiles. Besides the rebates, we also want more profit-sharing from the business. We need to renegotiate the profit-sharing ratio. Hearing the three bosses push their luck, Zhang Liyue cursed in her heart but smiled on her face. All right, let's sit down and discuss this further. She was going to great lengths to poach business from the flagship company. If she could get these entrepreneurs on board, she could influence more entrepreneurs. Then, they would terminate their contracts with Zhang Qingshuan's company and sign with hers. This was a form of poaching, but it was the fastest way to weaken the flagship company and strengthen her own. Zhang flagship company. Zhang Qingxian received a call. Sorry, Ms. Zhang. We need to reconsider our cooperation agreement. Zhang Qingxian was puzzled. Mr. Tong, didn't we already finalize this during our last meeting? Our Zhang flagship company has good channels and many sales outlets. We're the best in the provincial city in this field. Isn't cooperating with us the best choice? What are your concerns? Mr. Tong replied, Sorry, I have other options. Let's take it slow. After saying that, Mr. Tong hung up the phone. Qingxian, what's wrong? Huang Yuyan looked over with confusion. Zhang Qingxian smiled bitterly. One of our cooperative enterprises is not cooperating with us anymore. Huang Yuyin comforted her with a smile. What's there to be afraid of? It's just one company. We've signed contracts with 10 cooperative enterprises this time. We're not short of one. Just then, another phone call came in. After answering, Zhang Qingshuan's face turned even worse. Mr. Xia also announced the termination of cooperation with us. Ah. Huang Yuyin's face changed slightly. Mr. Xia too? Before she could react, Zhang Qingshuan's phone rang again. Mr. Ao also wants to terminate the cooperation. Zhang Qingshuan's face was about to cry. What was going on? Why were these partners terminating their contracts one after another? Huang Yuyin's instincts were sharper. She said seriously, Qingxian, something we don't know must have happened. If one company terminates the cooperation, it might be an occasional act, but this series of terminations must mean someone is behind it. At the very least, someone is targeting our Zhang flagship company. What should we do? Zhang Qingxian had no idea. Just then, Yijing came over. Seeing the two women's grim expressions, he asked, "What's wrong? What are you two doing?" Zhang Qingxian said, "Brother Yi, someone is terminating our cooperation one after another." After the two women explained the situation, Yijing also frowned. "All right, leave this to me. You two continue with the work." He thought for a moment and called Long San of Qilong. "Help me check why Mr. Xia, Mr. Ao, and Mr. Tong, who have been cooperating with my company, suddenly want to terminate the cooperation." Soon, Long San's investigation results came out. "Mr. Yi, these three were instructed by Zheng Liyue." Yijing frowned. Zhang Qingshuan's older sister, Zheng Liyue? Zheng Liyue had been quiet for a while since Sui disappeared. She rarely acted arrogantly in front of him anymore. Why did she suddenly appear again? Did she gain some confidence again? Chapter 320. Immediate Repayment. Zheng Liyue. Yijing narrowed his eyes slightly. Is she trying to dig into Zhang Qingshuan's company? Long San from the other end replied. According to my investigation, Zhang Liyue's company is rapidly expanding, taking out a lot of loans, and has also secured a significant amount of resources from the Zhang family. I reckon she's planning something big. Yijing let out a cold laugh. There was nothing wrong with a woman wanting to achieve greatness, and Yijing couldn't be bothered to interfere. But when she targeted Zhang Qingxian, trying to elevate herself by bringing Qingxian down, that was where she went wrong. Aren't you acquainted with the bank's President Liu? Have President Liu take action and thoroughly investigate Zheng Liyue, putting some pressure on her. Long San laughed heartily. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. I know what to do. This is my specialty. At the Zheng family residence, Zheng Liyue had just secured cooperation agreements with 3 companies, her face beaming with joy. Unable to contain her excitement, she returned to the Zheng family to boast, gathering almost all the Zheng family members, young and old, at the ancestral home. Everyone, my company is thriving now, having signed 3 cooperation agreements, which marks it on the right track. Please take a look at these agreements. Zheng Liyue showed them to the crowd. This means that the money you've invested will start yielding returns. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with smiles. Sister is so good, thinking of us when she's prosperous. Indeed, Liyue always thinks of sharing her profits with us, unlike Qingxian, who almost kicked us out of our shares. That flagship company is almost a dictatorship of Yijing and Zhang Qingxian. Many glanced at Grandpa Zheng with discontent. Grandpa Zheng felt somewhat awkward and remained silent. Grandma Zheng, on the other hand, was beaming with pride. I was the one who supported Liyue in starting her company. Apart from anything else, her filial piety and her dedication to the family are highly commendable. None of the family members knew where these 3 companies came from. They weren't involved in the flagship company, so they had no idea that these companies were poached from the flagship group. Zhang Liyue continued to paint a rosy picture for everyone. Everyone. The company is about to grow and prosper. The next step is to distribute profits and money to all of you. But before that, to ensure the company's rapid growth, I think everyone needs to contribute a bit more, both financially and physically. The crowd quickly agreed. Sister, tell us what to do. We'll follow you. Yes, Liyue, you have the best business acumen in the family. Whatever you say, we'll do it. eagerly swallowing the promises Zhang Liue had made. Everyone felt invigorated. Zhang Liue smiled. Those who have money invest more. Those who don't can come to work at the company. Although the salary is currently low, I offer shares, dividends, and promises of future promotions and raises. In short, anyone willing to contribute to the company is welcome. Our company, when it grows and prospers, may become another Zheng flagship group. This statement ignited a fire of excitement in everyone's hearts. The current Zheng flagship group was no longer what it used to be. Since Zheng Qingxian and Yi Jing took over, the business had expanded significantly, with more and more new projects. Especially with Huang Yuyan's involvement, the company had gained many new opportunities for development. The Zheng flagship group now made many people envious. If they could get a piece of the pie, they would be set for life. So when Zhang Liue mentioned the possibility of sharing such wealth, everyone was invigorated like they had been injected with adrenaline. Zhang Liue smiled and took out several agreements. Everyone, by purchasing company shares and contributing, you can receive dry shares. Then, you'll all be shareholders of the company. The company will always have your best interests in mind. All right, I'll sign the agreement. Everyone rushed to sign after hearing Zhang Liue's words, afraid of being left behind. Grandma Zheng also happily signed her part. Then, she looked at Grandpa Zheng. Old man, go ahead and sign. Grandpa Zheng kept examining the agreement, flipping through it repeatedly, but he didn't sign. He was pondering the agreement, feeling that it was too binding. Once signed, it would tie him to Zhang Liue's company. The agreements for the others likely had the same effect. Zhang Liue was trying to forcibly bind the entire Zheng family to her. Sign, old man. Grandma Zheng grew impatient. Zhang Liue is fighting for the Zheng family. How can you not trust your own granddaughter? What's the big deal about tying your assets? Don't you think I can see it? But what is Liue doing? She's working for the benefit of the entire Zheng family. As long as the company makes money, all Zheng family members will share in the profits, with you getting the largest share. Why won't you sign? Grandpa Zheng remained silent. Grandma Zheng's words made sense. The contract not only stipulated obligations, binding them to the company, but also outlined rights, stating that if the company made profits, the Zheng family would receive substantial benefits. Just as Grandpa Zheng hesitated, Grandma Zheng couldn't wait any longer. She grabbed his hand and forcefully pressed his thumbprint onto the document, signing for him. Ah, that's more like it. Grandma Zheng smiled as the signing was completed. Liue, now that Grandpa has your back, you don't have to worry, right? The entire Zheng family is behind you, standing by your side. What more could you ask for? Go ahead and focus on running the company. Zhang Liue also smiled. Don't worry, Grandpa, Grandma, everyone. Now that you're all shareholders of the company, we share both glory and adversity. When the company makes money, everyone gets a share. There was one thing she didn't say. If the company incurred debts, everyone would share that burden too. All of them would have to repay the debts along with Zhang Liue. As everyone was immersed in the promises Zhang Liue had made, outside the ancestral villa, a commotion suddenly erupted. Who are you people? How can you force your way in? We are bank staff, here to enforce a seizure. A group of people dressed in bank enforcement uniforms forced their way in, loudly announcing, after review, Zhang Liue's company has failed the bank's final repayment assessment. You need to repay the loan immediately. The total amount, including 3 million in principal and interest from previous loans, is 5 million to be repaid immediately. Chapter 321, Vital Lifeline. Zhang Liue was startled. Why do we have to repay it now? Weren't we supposed to have 10 years? The bank staff shook their head. We reviewed your qualifications and found that your company's operational status is too poor, so we've decided to collect the repayment early. After all, the money was just lent to you, and you probably haven't spent it yet, right? Just return the money to us now, and we won't charge you much interest, just the interest for these few days. Zhang Liue's face turned pale. Although the money had only been in her hands for a day or two, she had already spent it all. Even a month before the money arrived, she had already started planning how to spend it. Many of the prearranged investments were made by borrowing money first, So as soon as the bank's money was credited, she immediately used it to repay her debts. Now, where could she find the money? Where's the money, Liu? Why don't you return the bank's money first? The Zhang family members, seeing the bank's enforcement team, all shrank back, looking a bit scared. Zhang Liu said with a bitter face, I don't have any money. I've already spent it all to expand the company's scale. Otherwise, why would those companies sign cooperation agreements with us? You all saw that. Suddenly, the Zhang family matriarch stood up and shouted at the bank's enforcement team. You're being unreasonable. Why should my granddaughter have to repay the loan immediately? Get out of here now. You're just jealous of our Zhang family company's success. Get out. Or else, I'll use this cane to knock your heads one by one. The matriarch raised her cane as if she was about to hit someone. Madam, no matter how much you curse or hit us, we have to collect the debt today. We not only evaluated this company of Zhang Liyue's, but also her previous company. Her style of doing business is bold and aggressive, taking big steps. The advantage of this is rapid expansion, but once things go wrong, it can collapse immediately, which is a huge risk. And as you all know, what our bank likes most are stable profits and steady earnings, not this kind of high-risk, high-leverage, high-return business. So this seizure is absolutely necessary. Zhang Liu frowned. Is there no other way? Our Zhang family has always done business steadily. Look at our Zhang flagship company. Isn't it doing very well? Even if my company isn't doing well, there's still the Zhang flagship company to back it up, right? What are you worried about? Zhang Liu was subtly using the flagship company as a shield, but the bank wasn't buying it. They sneered. As far as we know, your profit distribution is completely different from Zhang Qingshuan's, isn't it? That's what you wrote in your company documents. Zhang Liu's face changed slightly. She hadn't expected that the documents she filled out would dig a hole for herself. Can we repay a part of the debt first? Zhang Liu quickly addressed the other Zhang family members. Give me the money. You all just signed the agreement, so we're all in the same boat. If the company goes under, not only will you not get any money, but you'll also have to repay the debt with me. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Liu, is that true? Do we have to repay the debt too? That doesn't make sense. We invested money. Why do we have to repay the debt? Did you just deceive us? Sister, do you have to be so underhanded? What exactly did we sign just now? Everyone felt like they had been deceived. Zhang Liu, however, sneered, Everyone, you are all my relatives. Some of you are even my elders, but you should know that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If my company makes money, you can share the profits, but if it loses money, you naturally have to repay the debt with me. After all, you are all shareholders, so you have to share the risks and rewards. I think this agreement is not a trap but a testament to our unity as the Zhang family. Now, we're all on the same boat, bound together, and no one can escape. So, regarding this bank collection, everyone should contribute a bit. Otherwise, I don't think the bank people will leave. The faces of the Zhang family members all changed. Zhang Liu had already asked them for money once, and now she was asking again? The matriarch also said, Isn't there any other way but to pay money? Well, Elder Master, you just signed the agreement too. You should contribute something for your granddaughter, right? The Elder Master remained silent, feeling like he had been sold out. He hadn't wanted to sign earlier, but the matriarch had forced him to. Now, it was too late to regret it. The other Jing family members also said, Elder Master, please step up. We don't have that much money to repay the bank. Only you can help us get through this crisis. Yes, Elder Master. If the bank presses too hard, and the company goes bankrupt, we'll all have to beg on the streets. Even if we sell the entire Zhang family, we can't repay the 3 million. At that point, not only will we not have a good life, but we won't even be able to maintain our current lifestyle. We'll lose this villa and have to live in old, dilapidated apartments. Elder Master, please save us. The entire Zhang family's fate is in your hands now. Under everyone's gaze, the Elder Master sighed helplessly. All right, I'll have to take out my life savings. Saying this, he took out a bank book. This is the money my wife and I had saved for our old age and funeral expenses, the most important money we have. There's 10 million in it. We plan to use a few 100,000 or 1 million, and the rest would be divided among you. Now, it seems we'll have to use it to repay the company's debt. Everyone felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. After all, that money could have been part of their inheritance. But now, it would go into the company's debt account. However, thinking about it again, if the company could get through this crisis and survive, they could still share in the profits in the future. They could only console themselves with this thought. The elder master threw the bank book to the bank's enforcement team. This 10 million should be enough to satisfy you, right? The remaining 20 million, can you give us some time to repay? The bank staff, having received the money, finally looked a bit more pleased. All right, we'll give you some breathing room. The bank's head waved his hand, and they immediately left. Chapter 322. The Lifeline of the Family. Zhang Liyue, the entire family's lifeline now rests on your shoulders. Don't mess things up. Grandpa Zhang couldn't help but remind her, you'd better not act according to your usual reckless style. Take it easy for now. First, focus on earning back the money we've lost. Zhang Liyue didn't seem to pay much attention to Grandpa Zhang's words. She casually agreed and then left the Zhang family home. The relatives didn't dare to say much to Zhang Liyue either. After all, their economic lifeline was now completely tied to her. The power of life and death was literally in her hands. These days, Mr. Xie, Mr. Tong, and Mr. Ao, who had been poached from their previous partners, were feeling quite pleased with themselves. After just switching their business partners, they had managed to pocket quite a bit of extra money. Not only had their profits increased, but they had also received a nice kickback. The three of them made a plan to meet at a bowling alley. After playing for a while, they were discussing whether to go for a foot massage or to soak in a hot spring later. Just then, someone walked over to them. Upon seeing this person, the three bosses all greeted him with a smile. Mr. Chun, long time no see. What brings you to the bowling alley today? Mr. Chin, however, didn't return their smiles. He said to them seriously, I'm here to deliver a message to the three of you. Seeing Mr. Chin's serious demeanor, the three bosses immediately became more attentive. What does Mr. Chun mean? Mr. Chun was of a higher status than them and had more extensive connections in their circle. He was usually respected by many. I have some news that you might find interesting. Mr. Chun took out his phone and showed them a photo. Isn't that the Chin family? Having just switched their business partners, the three of them were already feeling guilty, and they immediately recognized the photo. Mr. Chun slowly picked up a bowling ball, wiped it, and then said, Did you see the bank officials in the photo? Zhang Liyue's company is being investigated by the bank due to operational issues. With only 2 million in capital, she took on a high leverage and borrowed 30 million from the bank. Now, the bank is demanding repayment. If things go wrong, Zhang Liyue's company could go bankrupt. And when that happens, your cooperation agreements will likely result in significant losses as well. The three bosses' faces suddenly turned pale. They had just switched partners, making their transactions precarious. They couldn't afford any more mistakes. If Zhang Liyue's company really went under, it would seriously delay their work progress. In short, if Zhang Liyue's company collapsed, even if they tried to find new partners, they would be too late and suffer massive losses. That doesn't make sense. Why would the bank suddenly move to collect and seize assets? Mr. Xie wondered. I remember that although Zhang Liyue's company was highly leveraged, there wasn't any immediate risk of a blowout, right? It was still holding on, wasn't it? When he said this, the other two bosses also became puzzled. Yeah, why did the bank suddenly show up? Mr. Chen smiled mysteriously. Because someone wants to deal with her. That's my second piece of news for you. I just attended a gathering where the Mu family, the Duan family, the Miao family, Tenghui Technology, and even Long Yi from the Red Dragon were present. These people asked me to deliver a message to the three of you. The three bosses immediately became serious. These families were all extremely powerful. The Mu family, the Duan family, and the Miao family were no joke, and among them, there was also the Red Dragon, which was practically the underground emperor of the provincial city. Who would dare to mess with such a figure? Mr. Chen said, Someone has asked these families to deliver a warning to you. Your indecisiveness and betrayal of Zheng's flagship company especially your deal with Zhang Liu's company, has caught the attention of a certain big shot. You'd better handle this carefully." After saying this, Mr. Chen left. The three bosses were left standing there, drenched in cold sweat. For a long time, none of them dared to speak. What kind of big shot could make all these families willing to deliver a message for him? We just switched partners. How did we end up offending such a powerful figure behind the scenes? The three bosses, who had been feeling lucky moments ago, were now filled with fear. No, we absolutely cannot continue the cooperation with Zhang Liu's company. Not only would it displease the big shot, but it could also get our companies wiped out at any moment. Besides, Zhang Liu is unreliable if the bank is already investigating her. Mr. Ao gave the other two a meaningful look and said, "Think about it. Is the bank the kind of institution that casually investigates others? Clearly, that big shot is putting pressure on Zhang Liu's company. I wonder what Zhang Liu did to offend him. Anyway, we need to terminate the cooperation as soon as possible. Let's go back and resume our cooperation with Zhang Qingshuan's company. At least we'll feel more at ease." The three bosses nodded and immediately called Zhang Liu. Just after leaving the Zhang family home, Zhang Liu received a call from Mr. Xie, Mr. Ao, and the others. "What? You want to terminate the cooperation agreement?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Liu panicked. She had just started to expand her business, pulling the entire Zhang family into the venture. How could the business department suddenly create such a big problem? Why do you want to terminate the agreement? If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we can discuss it. Zhang Liu tried to salvage the situation and keep them on board. But no matter what she said, the three bosses were determined to leave. After trying in vain to persuade them, Zhang Liu was at a loss. How am I going to tell Grandma and the rest of the Zhang family about this? Zhang Liu could already foresee the storm that would erupt once they found out. The Zhang family members would probably tear her apart. She had just signed deals that cost the family a lot of money, and then the bank showed up and took even more from them. If she now told them about the termination of the agreements, many of the Zhang family members would likely be so furious that they'd spit blood. Maybe I should just keep this to myself for now. I'll think of a way to turn the company around before telling them. Zhang Liu decided to hide the information. However, as soon as she made this decision, Grandma Zhang's call came through. In the phone call, Grandma Zhang was trembling with anger, her tone severe. "Zhang Liu, come back here right now." She even used her full name. Chapter 323. Things have escalated. What's wrong, Grandma? Zhang Liu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Grandma and the others already know about this news? The bank people are here again. You need to come back and deal with them right away. Grandma Zhang sounded extremely angry, her tone unusually stern. In Zhang Liu's memory, Grandma had never spoken to her like this before. Moreover, from the sounds in the background of the phone call, it seemed chaotic, with many Zhang family members around, all talking loudly. "All right, I'll be right there." After hanging up, Zhang Liu was filled with confusion. The bank had just left, right? Why are they back again? Didn't they already give them over 10 million? Why aren't they satisfied? At this moment, Zhang Liu felt deep contempt for the bank. These people are truly insatiable. By the time she drove back to the Zhang family residence, the place was already in complete chaos. After the three bosses, Ao, Xie, and the others, cautiously severed their cooperation agreements with Zhang Liu's company, they quickly turned around and went back to Zhang Qingshuan's company. "Ms. Zhang, Mr. Huang." The three of them, cautiously and with a forced smile, faced Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan. "After careful consideration, we feel that signing with other companies isn't very reliable. We need to come back." Yi Jing, standing behind Zhang Qingxian, said indifferently, "You think you can just leave and come back as you please? Do you really think cooperating with us is that easy?" The three bosses' faces turned bitter and extremely uncomfortable, but they could only force a smile. Sorry. We apologize. This time, it was truly our fault, our mistake." The three of them hastily apologized. "Could you please let us re-establish cooperation with Zhang's flagship company? We beg you." They had already received a warning from a powerful figure, which had scared them badly. They hurriedly returned overnight to cooperate with Zhang's flagship group. Although the powerful figure didn't specify what the consequences would be if they didn't re-establish cooperation with Zhang Qingxian, the three of them had a keen sense that only by coming back to Zhang Qingshuan's company could they avoid any terrible consequences. Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyin, however, were unaware of the intricacies behind this, but they maintained a strictly professional attitude. Zhang Qingxian said, "It's possible to re-establish cooperation with our company, but due to your previous interruption of the agreement, your evaluation level in our company has already dropped. Plus, you've missed the best cooperation period. The profit-sharing ratio will definitely not be the same as with other companies. Companies that chose to cooperate with Zheng's flagship group without interruption should naturally receive better treatment." That's fair. This is the punishment we deserve. The three of them readily accepted this outcome. Zheng family residence. Inside the Zheng family's ancestral home, the place was in complete chaos, with all the Zheng family members acting as if they had gone mad. No, absolutely not. This is our ancestral home, where we've lived for generations. How can you just take it away like this? The Zheng family members were furious. The bank people actually claimed they wanted to take away their ancestral home. How would they live after this? Just then, Zheng Liyue walked in. The crowd seemed to suddenly find their backbone and quickly said, "Liyue, come over here quickly. These bank people are too unreasonable. They say they want to take away our ancestral home." Zheng Liyue also frowned. "Mr. Tao, what's going on? Didn't we already pay you over 10 million? The remaining nearly 40 million. We'll pay you back gradually. Why are you still not satisfied?" The other Zheng family members also angrily chimed in, "That's right. Let the company pay back gradually. Why do you have to take away our ancestral home?" Zhang Leoi and Grandma Zhang, both leaning on their canes, came out, nearly having a stroke from anger. They were trembling and couldn't speak, clearly having been told something by the bank people that made them furious. The bank's enforcement team leader, Mr. Tao, said indifferently, "Ms. Zheng Liyue, I left earlier because you assured us that your company would operate normally and develop as usual. But what have you done? According to our information, you have terminated the 3 cooperation agreements you just signed. How can we believe your company can operate well under such circumstances?" The Zheng family members were immediately in an uproar. "What's going on, Zheng Liyue? Why did you terminate the cooperation agreements? Those are the lifeblood of our Zheng family. All our money is invested in them. You just terminated them like that?" Zheng Liyue quickly explained, "Everyone, it wasn't me who terminated them. It was those 3 companies that suddenly terminated the agreements with me. I don't know what happened." Grandma Zheng, furious, said, "Then why didn't you tell us this news?" Zheng Liyue hesitated. Grandma Zheng angrily continued, "You wanted to hide this news, didn't you? All our money is in there, and you're hiding this from your shareholders? What are you trying to do?" The other Zheng family members also started furiously shouting, "Zheng Liyue, how are you running the company? You must have done something that made them dissatisfied, which is why they terminated the contracts. Yes, it must be your fault. Otherwise, it would have only been 1 or 2 companies terminating, not all 3 at once. It must be your problem." Zheng Liyue found herself unable to defend herself. With so many people accusing her, she could only say with all her might, "Everyone, believe me, I will definitely run the company well." "How can you run it now? The bank is already here to collect the debt. They want to seize our ancestral home." Mr. Tao said indifferently, "That's correct. We now believe that your company is poorly managed, and there's no point in continuing its operations. We need to collect the remaining nearly 40 million, specifically 37,600,000. We've estimated that, including all the shareholders who signed the agreements, their joint liabilities, all assets, money, and this ancestral home's land will just about cover it. So, starting today, this Zhang family ancestral land will be seized by our bank. You have 2 hours to move out. After 2 hours, this will belong to our bank." After saying this, all the Zheng family members were dumbfounded. "What? The house suddenly doesn't belong to us anymore? How can that be? We've lived here for decades. How can it just not be ours anymore? Are you mistaken? This is our grandfather's asset. What right do you have to seize it? You should seize Zhang Liyue's company. Grandma Zheng even wanted to swing her cane at someone. You can't seize it. This is the home of our Zheng ancestors. What right do you have to take it away? Chapter 324. No place to live. Even if I die, I will die here. I absolutely refuse to move. Zheng Laodai exclaimed passionately. Many other Zheng family members chimed in. That's right. We'd rather die than move. What right do they have to make us move? Manager Tao sneered. You'll have to move whether you like it or not. Do you know why we're seizing your ancestral home? And why haven't we seized Zheng Liu's company? No, we're seizing both the company and your ancestral home. All of it. Who told you to sign the equity responsibility agreement with Zheng Liu? Unfortunately, according to the law, this ancestral home now belongs to our bank. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale, and they glared viciously at Zheng Liu. Zheng Liu, you deliberately dragged us down, didn't you? You only came to sign this agreement with us today, right? If it weren't for you signing this agreement with us today, all the losses would have been borne by you alone. But now, you've left all of us homeless. Zheng Liu quickly defended herself. No, please listen to me. That wasn't my intention. I only wanted us all to come together, to unite and work hard. Zheng Laodai fumed. Unite? Now we're all united. United with nowhere to live. We'll all have to sleep on the streets. She cursed at the bank's enforcement team. I'd like to see which one of you little brats dares to make us move. I'd rather die here today. As she spoke, she actually lay down on the ground. The enforcement team was used to such scenes. They had seen many debtors, some even more extreme than this. Manager Tao raised his hand, and immediately a large group of people emerged, carrying stretchers and other equipment, forcibly dragging everyone out. They didn't use force or harm anyone, but they used sheer numbers to forcefully remove everyone from the premises. Finally, the Zheng family's gate slammed shut, sealed with the bank's seal, and a dozen people stood guard at the entrance, smirking at the Zheng family members to prevent them from re-entering. It's over. Everything is over. Now we don't even have a place to live. Are we supposed to beg on the streets? Tears streamed down their faces. It's all Sister's fault. If it weren't for her making us sign that agreement, how could we have lost our ancestral home? By this point, Zheng Liu's temper flared. What good does it do to say that now? Wasn't I doing it for everyone? Do you think I had any personal motives? If the company were still in my hands, I could definitely turn it around and make a profit. But now that we've all been kicked out, we need to find a place to stay, right? Or do you expect us, the Zheng family, to live under a bridge? Zheng Laodai snorted. All right, stop arguing. Arguing isn't going to solve anything. Although Zheng Liu has her faults, I believe her intentions were good. She wanted the company to make a lot of money so we could all share in the profits. Besides, she's right about one thing. The most important thing now isn't blaming each other or arguing, but figuring out where we're going to stay tonight. We can't really sleep on the streets. After a while of discussion, no one could come up with a solution. All their assets and properties had been seized by the bank, leaving them with nowhere to go. Suddenly, Zheng Liu said, Wait, there's one place we haven't considered. The Daya Bay Villa, isn't that ours? It's currently occupied by my younger sister and her family, but it still belongs to the Zheng family, a gift from our grandfather. And it's still under our grandfather's name, isn't it? Everyone turned to look at Zheng Liu Yizi. Zheng Laotai's eyes lit up. That's right. How could I have forgotten about that place? I always said that the best place for our Zheng family to live is the Daya Bay Villa, but the old man insisted on giving it to his son-in-law. But now that our Zheng family is in such dire straits, can't we at least stay there for a while? Can't we, old man? Zheng Liu Yizi hesitated. But that was a gift to Yi Jing and Zheng Qingxian. How can we take it back? Zheng Laodai was furious. Are you still talking about that? At a time like this, we don't even have a place to stay tonight, and you're still talking about that? Do you want me, this old lady, to die? If I get sick from the wind and rain tonight, do you want me to die out there, in the wilderness? And what about all these Zheng family members? The young ones, the children. Do you want them to suffer with you? Zhang Laoyizi couldn't say anything in response. Although he was principled, he was also the head of this large family and had to consider everyone. In the end, he had no choice but to follow the crowd toward the Diabei villa. Upon arriving at Diabei, Zhang Liue approached. Grandma, what if my younger sister and her family refuse to give up the villa? Zhang Laotai's eyes widened. Would she dare? Just because she's living there doesn't make it hers. It's still nominally under your grandfather's and my name. Her right to live there was granted by your grandfather. We can just take it back today. And as a granddaughter, would she just watch us suffer outside? Does she have no filial piety at all? Zhang Liue smiled. It seemed she would have a place to stay tonight after all. A large group of people marched up the hill. At the Diabei hillside villa, Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan had just returned from work, bringing back a lot of delicious food from the 7-star hotel. Yi Gu, come eat. Only then did Yi Jing come downstairs from the second floor. Lin Yanan was also helping out, and the four of them were about to enjoy the meal. Knock, knock, knock. The villa's door was knocked on. Who is it? There's a doorbell. Why not press it instead of knocking? Curious, Zhang Qingxian went to the door. Upon opening it, she was surprised. Grandpa, Grandma, why are you here? Zhang Laoyizi and Zhang Laodai rarely left the ancestral home together. Usually, one would go out alone. What was going on today? And behind them was a large group of Jing family members, each pulling luggage and carrying various bags. What's going on? Zhang Qingxian was even more puzzled. Don't ask so much, let your grandma in first. She's exhausted from walking. I didn't expect it to be so tiring climbing up from the foot of the mountain. Zhang Laodai walked straight in. Chapter 325. No need to sleep on the streets anymore. Grandma, Grandpa, what's going on here? Zhang Qingxian was baffled by the unusual behavior of the group, each pulling a suitcase as if they were moving house. Big sister Zhang Liue asked, Second sister, how many rooms does your villa have? Zhang Qingxian, not suspecting anything, replied truthfully, there are 3 floors in total, with about 5 or 6 rooms on each floor, so around a dozen in total. A dozen? That's not enough for all of us, Zhang Liue frowned. Grandma, this villa is too small. Grandma Zhang said, it was originally meant for your grandparents and a few servants. Of course, it's not that big. With all these relatives combined, there were over 100 people and only a dozen rooms. How are they supposed to fit? Grandma Zhang sighed, there's no other option now. We'll have to stay here for the time being, which is better than sleeping on the streets or under bridges. Zhang Qingxian was shocked upon hearing this. Grandma, Grandpa, what are you talking about? How can we not have a place to stay? What about our ancestral home? The Zhang family's ancestral home, designed to accommodate such a large family, was a vast estate with multiple layers of villas, easily housing over 100 people. How could it just vanish like that? Grandma Zhang shook her head. Forget it, let's not talk about that anymore. It's beyond our control now. Zhang Liue quickly added, right, let's not dwell on that. Instead, let's focus on how to allocate these dozen rooms. Some might have to sleep in the corridors. The idea of having to sleep on the floor was met with immediate resistance from the pampered Zhang family members. No way, I'm not sleeping on the floor. My old bones are almost as fragile as your grandma's. Let the younger ones do it. Me neither. I have arthritis and rheumatism. I can't sleep on the floor. I won't be able to walk the next day. When they had no choice but to sleep on the streets, no one complained. But now that they had the chance to stay in a villa, everyone suddenly had issues. The younger ones had no choice but to swallow their pride. After all, they were younger and stronger. It was their turn to bear the burden. At that moment, Yi Jing, Huang Yuyan, and Lin Yanan also came out upon hearing the commotion. What's going on? Zhang Qingxian was still confused. It seems like our ancestral estate is gone, and now this group wants to move into our villa? Yi Jing frowned immediately. So many people want to move into our villa? Where are we supposed to stay? Huang Yuyin and Lin Yanan also felt disgruntled. Having over 100 people crammed into the villa would be unbearable. Hearing Yi Jing's words, Zhang Liue exploded. Yi Jing, is that even human language? What do you mean our villa? This villa originally belonged to my grandfather, and he gave it to my second sister to live in. Now my grandfather doesn't want to give it away anymore, and wants to take it back for himself. What's the problem with that? Grandpa Zhang quickly interjected, No, I didn't mean. But before he could finish, Grandma Zhang cut him off. Our ancestral home is gone now. Where else are we supposed to stay? Qingxian, you wouldn't want your grandparents to sleep on the streets, would you? With our old bones, anything could happen, and how would you explain that? People would call you unfilial. Enough, let's not argue anymore. Everyone, start dividing the rooms. With so many people and so few rooms, it's not going to be easy. If it comes down to it, some will have to sleep in large shared rooms, 10 men in one, 10 women in another. We'll just have to squeeze in and get through this period. The truth was, no one knew how long this difficult period would last, or when the Zhang family would recover. Thinking of this, everyone cast resentful glances at Zhang Liue. If it weren't for her, they wouldn't have suddenly signed an agreement that made them jointly liable for debts, resulting in the confiscation of their ancestral home and other properties. Without further discussion, the group rushed into the house to divide the rooms. With the limited number of rooms and certain individuals like Grandma and Grandpa Zhang unwilling to share, the situation became even more dire. Soon, Yi Jing, Zhang Qingxian, Huang Yuyin, and Lin Yanan's rooms were all occupied. Their belongings were quickly tossed out into the yard. You're rich, find another place to stay, Zhang Liue said. For us Xing family members, we've lost our homes, our bank accounts are frozen, and we have no money left in our phones. At that moment, Yi Jing received news. After hanging up from a call with Qilong's Longsan, he told Zhang Qingxian, it turns out Zhang Liue went bankrupt. He hadn't expected that just asking the bank to investigate Zhang Liue would lead to her collapse. This also showed how overextended Zhang Liue had been, with too much leverage and no ability to withstand any risks. Even if Yi Jing hadn't intervened, some unforeseen event would have likely caused her downfall. So that's what happened. Zhang Qingxian, Huang Yuyin, and the others were speechless. How could big sister Zhang have taken such huge risks in her business? With only 2 million in capital, she had dared to accumulate debts totaling 50 million, leading to a complete collapse and the loss of their ancestral home. Qingxian, what should we do? Huang Yuyin and the others looked to Zhang Qingxian. Lin Yanan, fuming, suggested, should we call the police? We've been living here for so long, and they just barge in and kick us out. Zhang Qingxian sighed. I feel sorry for my grandfather. Since he has nowhere to stay, I'll just let them have this villa in Banyan Bay. We'll find another place to live. The four of them packed their belongings and left the Banyan Bay villa. From the balcony on the second floor, voices could be heard. Are they gone? Haha, they're gone. Now this Banyan Bay villa is ours. Ah, we finally get to move in. No more sleeping on the streets tonight. The group was elated. At least they had a roof over their heads. However, the thought of having to sleep 10 to a room made them feel uneasy. But after kicking out Yi Jing and Zhang Qingshuan's group, they managed to calculate that they no longer had to sleep in the corridors. Among the Zhang family, a few younger members who were close to Zhang Qingxian felt a pang of guilt. Isn't it a bit too much to just drive second sister and the others away like this? Someone immediately retorted, too much? Then what do you suggest we do? Chapter 326, Mountaintop Villa. We can't exactly sleep on the street, can we? The current situation is already quite good. Your second sister and the others have money. They can always stay at the company if needed. These members of the Zhang family comfortably moved into the Dia Bay Villa. On the third floor, seeing Zhang Qingxian and Yi Jing leave, Grandpa Zhang felt a mixture of emotions. The group leaving with Yi Jing also found themselves at a loss. Where will we stay tonight? It's too late to rent a place now, isn't it? Maybe we should stay at the company? Huang Yuyin suggested. Yi Jing said, it's already so late, let's just stay nearby. He glanced at the Diabei Villa sales center in the distance, which was still brightly lit and wouldn't close until 8 p.m. Let's go. We'll just buy another villa. Ah. The three women were momentarily stunned, but after a moment of thought, they quickly understood. They had enough funds to buy a new villa without much difficulty. Especially since Jing's flagship company had already gotten on track and made a lot of money. Upon arriving at the sales center, many of the staff warmly greeted Yi Jing and the others. They immediately recognized Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian as their residents. Mr. Yi, Ms. Zhang, Ms. Huang, what brings you here? Are you here to enjoy the scenery? The sales center manager personally welcomed them, exchanging pleasantries with a smile. After all, they were their own residents, and it was important to maintain good relationships, often bringing small gifts when visiting. Yi Jing smiled faintly. No, we're here to buy a house. We plan to buy another villa here to live in. The manager's eyes lit up. This was a big deal. Residents like Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian already had purchasing power, and if they were buying another villa, it might be a better and more expensive one. The manager was immediately excited. Selling villas was like not opening for 3 months and then having a sale that lasted 3 months. After all, the price of villas was high, and the commission was naturally significant. Although the transaction volume was low, a single deal could yield a high commission. Just then, a hearty voice came from behind. Mr. Ye's presence is a great honor. It makes my humble place shine. This remark startled everyone. The speaker was the owner of the place, and being the owner of the Diabei Villa development, he naturally had considerable backing. Yet he referred to himself as a junior. Yi Jing also smiled. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang quickly walked over, respectfully saying, Mr. Yi, since you live here, I've wanted to visit you several times. In fact, Mr. Jiang had never considered visiting Yi Jing before. But in the past few days, he suddenly learned about the immense power behind Yi Jing through a certain channel, which sent a shiver down his spine. The master of the Yi God Temple. The actual ruler behind the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Either identity was in existence that Mr. Jiang could never reach. So in recent days, Mr. Jiang had been thinking about how to find an excuse to visit Mr. Yi. Unexpectedly, today brought great fortune when Mr. Yi himself arrived, and was even looking to buy a villa. Mr. Yi, is there anything uncomfortable about the Diabei Mountain Villa? If there's anything you're not satisfied with, please let me know, and I'll fix it. Mr. Jiang pounded his chest confidently. Yi Jing smiled. It's not uncomfortable. It's just that someone else is staying there, and we want to buy another one. I see. Mr. Jiang had someone bring over the villa model. Mr. Yi, how about this mountaintop villa? This is the only one of its kind in the entire Diabei, worth about 10 times your villa at the mountainside. Its building area is larger, with 5 floors and a total of 50 rooms. The key is it comes with 3 yards, a private pool, and a garden. The scenery is also better. From the top of the mountain, you can overlook the entire provincial city. Yi Jing nodded slightly. Apart from the number of rooms, everything else is quite good. Mr. Jiang was taken aback. Do you think the number of rooms is still too few? Then I can recommend a manor for you. But it wouldn't be in this area, and the scenery wouldn't be as good. Yi Jing smiled. Not too few, but too many. Just the few of us. Where would we need 50 rooms? Mr. Jiang laughed. That's no problem. You can hire some servants, drivers, gardeners, nannies, and so on to live there. Some of my residents have hired over a dozen bodyguards, and an entire floor of 20 rooms is occupied by them. Yi Jing nodded slightly. This mountaintop villa, indeed, had excellent scenery. Not only could it overlook the entire Diabei, but it could also overlook the entire provincial city. All right, then we'll take this one. Yi Jing made the decision, and Zhang Qingxian took out her card, ready to pay. Great, then it's settled. Mr. Yi, your taste is excellent, but there's no need to pay. Mr. Jiang said with a smile, it would be my honor to gift a villa to Mr. Yi, which would make others envious. How could I dare to take money from Mr. Yi? Zhang Qingxian, Huang Yuyan, and Lin Yanan were momentarily speechless. Such an expensive villa, 10 times more expensive than their previous mountainside villa, was being given away just like that? Yi Jing glanced at Mr. Jiang. All right, If you ever need anything in the future, come find me. Mr. Zhang's face immediately lit up with joy. Who didn't know how precious Mr. Ye's promise was? It was said that those who took Mr. Ye's divine medicine could be resurrected from the dead, and those without illness could regain their youth. He currently had no major illnesses. Although he also wanted to regain his youth, he wanted to cherish this opportunity, in case he had a serious illness in the future and could ask Mr. Yi for the divine medicine. Great, then I thank Mr. Yi. Mr. Jiang was overjoyed, as if Yi Jing's promise was more valuable than the villa he had given away. The three women beside them were also stunned. How come Yi Jing's promise seemed so important to others? They often asked Yi Jing for help with various things, and Yi Jing often made promises to them, but they had never felt it was so precious. A moment later, under Mr. Zhang's guidance, the four arrived at the mountaintop villa. Upon entering the Diabei mountaintop villa, it felt far more luxurious than the previous one. Whether it was the interior design, layout, number of rooms, or the scenery, it had all reached a higher level. This was undoubtedly the best villa in the Diabei area. It's really nice here. Zhang Qingxian and the other two women were immediately captivated, unable to look away. Chapter 327. That's mine too. Yi Jing smiled faintly and said, How is it? Are you satisfied? The three women quickly replied, Satisfied, very satisfied. Lin Yanin excitedly touched everything around her. This is so much better than our previous villa. The pool is huge. Now we can even host pool parties for just the four of us at home. Then, without outsiders, we can wear whatever we want. Huang Yuyin glanced at her discreetly. Yi Jing is still here, you know? Lin Yanin covered her mouth and giggled. Sorry, I forgot. She just felt so familiar with Yi Jing that since he was Qing Xuan's fiancé, she didn't think much of it. Huang Yuyin, however, felt a bit complicated inside. She didn't know when her real relationship with Yi Jing would be revealed, or if she would ever have the chance in her lifetime. Yi Jing looked around the empty villa. The only problem is that it's too big. With just the four of us living here, it feels very empty. Should we hire some maids and butlers? After all, such a large place would be a hassle to clean every day, and the garden was also quite big, requiring someone to maintain and trim it. Zhang Qingxian nodded and said, Indeed, if we had to clean this ourselves, we'd spend all day just cleaning and wouldn't have time to go to work. So, let's hire some maids and housekeepers, but no men. With so many women here, it's not convenient. The three women all nodded in agreement. It's too crowded, it's so crowded. Can't you move over a bit? I'm already at the edge. This is a large communal bed. Where do you want me to go? Should I sleep in the hallway? That night, complaints filled the communal bed. With over 100 of us in these dozen rooms, it's way too crowded. If only there was another villa. But you know, where did the second sister and the others go after being kicked out? Hee, at least we're better off than the second sister. They probably still have no place to stay. As they were talking, suddenly a shout came from the first floor lobby. I just went out and ran into the second sister and the others. There were also several people in the first floor lobby. The entire villa was packed with people, so there was no shortage of them. Someone laughed. Isn't that normal? Qingxian and the others are probably looking for a place to stay outside, right? No. I heard that after leaving here, the second sister immediately bought a new villa, the only villa on the mountaintop. Wow. Is that true? Is the second sister that rich? Everyone was stunned. There were only a dozen villas on the hillside of Daiwan, scattered around the mountain, high and low. But that mountaintop villa was the only one. Not only did it exude luxury in every aspect, but it also had an air of supremacy. It wasn't something just anyone could afford. Rumor had it that the price was 10 times that of the hillside villas in Daiwan. Most importantly, because there was only one, even the provincial governor of the provincial capital didn't dare to buy it. For many years, the villa had remained empty, never put up for sale. Unexpectedly, today it was bought by Zhang Qingxian. My goodness, that villa is said to have over 50 rooms. If we moved there, we wouldn't feel crowded at all. Haha, that's right. We could have 2 people per room and live very comfortably. and the mountaintop villa is said to be extremely luxurious. The garden is built like a maze, with every detail exuding elegance. It's far more advanced than our old Zheng family residence. Let's go up and take a look? Of course, we have to go up. Why stay cramped here? But if we go up there, we definitely won't be able to get in. We need someone to lead the way. This time we were able to move in thanks to the eldest sister and grandma speaking up. I think it's still up to them to make the request. Many members of the Zheng family hurriedly went to find Zheng Liyue and the old Mrs. Zheng. Eldest sister, grandma, something big happened. The second sister spent a fortune and bought the mountaintop villa. Zheng Liyue was also shocked. Really? But she does have that kind of money? The old Mrs. Zheng's eyes widened. Does she have that much money? Zheng Liyue nodded. Grandma, you don't know how profitable Zheng's flagship company is now. It has partnerships with many enterprises and has grown very large. It's making about 20 times more money than before. SSS. When this was said, all the Zheng family members gasped. Although they knew that Zheng's flagship group was very profitable now, they didn't expect it to be this lucrative. This is on par with the Mu and Miao families, isn't it? Zheng Liyue nodded and said, more or less, but the problem is, even though the second sister is making so much money, it has nothing to do with our Zheng family. Have any of you received her dividends? Is this company even worthy of being called Zheng's flagship group anymore? I think it should be called Zheng Qingxian Yijing Company. After Zheng Liyue finished speaking, everyone showed discontent. The more Zheng Qingxian made, the more uncomfortable they felt compared to their current, penniless state. But at this moment, everyone overlooked one thing. They hadn't contributed anything to Zheng's flagship group, and even the shares they had previously invested, Zheng Qingxian had long since returned to them. No effort, no reward. But they wouldn't think of that now. They only felt that since the company was a family business, it was only right and proper that they should receive money from it. Grandma, the second sister is too much. Yes, Qingxian is making so much money and doesn't have any consideration for us Zheng family members, or even you, Grandma. This is unacceptable. We need to go up and reason with her. She's living in such a luxurious villa. Can she occupy 50 rooms by herself? Isn't that ridiculous? Isn't that a waste? Grandma, we need to go up and help her share the burden. If she had even a shred of filial piety, she should have offered a room for you to stay in. The old Mrs. Zheng also nodded slightly. That's right. If she had even a bit of filial piety, she should have arranged a room for me, preferably a sunny one, in the best location. She was also very upset staying here, with so many people crowded together, constantly shouting. As an old person, she liked to stay in quiet places. The newly bought villa by Zheng Qingxian must be quiet, and with so many good rooms, she could choose whichever she wanted. Accompanied by the crowd, the old Mrs. Zheng headed towards the mountaintop. Chapter 328, The Utmost Kindness. Big sister, do you think second sister will let us have the room? A group of Zheng family members once again marched up in full force. Some also shouted, second sister can't possibly watch us squeeze into such a cramped room, can she? She must still have some humanity, right? Zheng Liyue said, don't worry, Grandma is here. Even out of filial piety, second sister will consider giving us the villa. Then, we'll live with Grandma in the big villa on the hilltop, and let second sister and the others move to the half-mountain villa. We won't mistreat her, will we? Everyone nodded in agreement. From a purely distributive perspective, it seemed they were in the right, but they all forgot that this villa originally wasn't theirs. They had forcibly occupied it. Knock, knock, knock. Zheng Liyue led the many Zheng family members to knock on the door. Who is it so late? Zheng Qingxian and the others had already had a tough night, being evicted from their own villa and then forced to buy a new one. They had just moved in, assigned rooms, and were about to go to sleep after taking a shower. As soon as the door opened, Zheng Qingxian saw the large group behind Grandma and instinctively tried to close the door, leaving only a crack. Grandma, you're not telling me you don't have a place to stay again? Didn't we give you the villa below? She had learned her lesson and, seeing the large group with their luggage, was cautious and didn't open the door fully as she had last time. Hurry up and open the door, second sister. Are you going to watch Grandma freeze outside? Zhang Qingxian questioned. Isn't the half-mountain villa warm enough? Why would she freeze? What are you all doing up here again? Meanwhile, Yi Jing, Huang Yuyan, and Lin Yanan also came out upon hearing the commotion. Peering through the crack, they saw the large group of Zheng family members, and their faces changed. Were these Zheng family members planning to repeat their previous tactics? Zheng Liu snapped, second sister. Do you think Grandma can rest well in a crowded room? You know her health has always been poor. She can't sleep in a noisy environment. You have so many rooms here. It wouldn't be difficult for you to give Grandma a quiet room, would it? Yi Jing sneered. I think the plan isn't just to find a room for the elderly. You want to move in too, don't you? Zheng Liu scoffed. Yi Jing, what right do you have to speak here? I'm talking to my second sister, and this villa was bought with money from the Zheng Flagship Group's account. If you dig deeper, it doesn't even belong to my second sister, but to the Zheng Flagship Group's company housing. And since this company is a family business, all of us Zheng family members have the right to live here. The rest of the Zheng family chimed in. Exactly. This hilltop villa is part of Zheng family assets. What identity do you, Yi Jing, have? Get out of here now. With over 50 rooms here, we can't even accommodate all of us, let alone Huang Yuyan and Lin Yanan. Get out and make room for us. Even the grandmother chimed in. Don't waste time talking. I'm freezing out here. Are you going to watch me suffer? Open the door quickly. Yi Jing sneered. Sorry, but you're wrong about that. This villa wasn't bought with money from the Zheng Flagship Group. What? Zheng Liu frowned. How is that possible? The price here is so high. If not with company money, what money did you use? Did you use your own money, Yi Jing? Yi Jing smiled faintly. As a matter of fact, yes. Stop joking. You're just a freeloader. Never seen you work a day in your life. Sure, you have some connections with certain factions, but can those connections feed you? The Zheng family members looked at Yi Jing with disdain. Sorry, but those connections can indeed feed me. The real estate boss here gave it to me. Gave it to you? Haha, what an international joke. Yi Jing, have you lost your mind? Do you think you're stupid, or the real estate boss is stupid? This Yi Jing must be dreaming too much if he thinks this villa is like a cabbage. Such a trash, unable to recognize his own identity, would say something so ridiculous. As they were talking, Yi Jing took out a red booklet. Sorry, but this villa is under my name, Yi Jing. That means whether you can come in or not depends entirely on my attitude. Yi Jing sneered, and my attitude is, get out. He had already given them the half-mountain villa earlier, which was already the utmost kindness considering Grandpa Zheng. There was no way he would give them this hilltop villa. These people had lost their ancestral home due to their own foolishness, believing Zheng Liu's lies and getting themselves into trouble. What did that have to do with him, Yi Jing? You're really the owner here? No way, this can't be true. After a slight pause, the group chose not to believe it. This hilltop villa costs a fortune. As a son-in-law, how could you afford it? Do you own a company or a mine? Apart from being our Zheng family's son-in-law, you only have a casual managerial position, which can't bring you much money. Heh, after all, that casual managerial position was given to you by our Zheng family. The group showed disdain, clearly thinking Yi Jing's red booklet was fake. Call the security officers, saying someone here forged a property certificate and is being unfilial by not letting Grandma in. Zheng Liu turned to the Zheng family members behind her, and they immediately brightened up. They couldn't get in because the villa's security measures were too good. After all, it was the best villa here, and forcibly opening the door was impossible due to its high-quality construction. Once the security officers arrived, would Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian still dare not open the door for them? Yes, call the security officers. Let the security officers open the door for us. Yi Jing calmly said, sure, let the security officers come too. Zhang Qingxian frowned. Are we really going to involve the security officers? Huang Yuyan supported. I think Yi Jing is right. Involving the security officers is a good idea. Otherwise, these people will keep crowding the door and making noise. Can we listen to them all night? All right then. Zhang Qingxian felt somewhat conflicted. Both emotionally and rationally, she felt sorry for Yi Jing and the others. After all, the Zhang family had sealed their own ancestral home due to their own foolishness, and it had nothing to do with them. Moreover, they had already given away the half-mountain villa, which was the utmost kindness. Chapter 329, Taking Sides. A moment later, the outside was filled with noise. The peace officers had arrived. What's going on here? 7 or 8 peace officers arrived, frowning as they asked. It was already late at night, and they had been abruptly called out for a mission. So many of them were already in a bad mood. It's like this. The person inside the villa is my younger sister, but my grandmother is freezing out here, and she won't let my grandmother stay inside. The peace officers frowned immediately upon hearing this. Society places great emphasis on filial piety. So what was going on with the people inside? Open the door. Zhang Qingxian hesitated, unsure whether to open it or not, but the peace officers began knocking loudly. Regardless of who is right or wrong, open the door first, and then we'll sort it out. The door was finally opened from inside. Grandma Zhang, quick-eyed and fast-handed, saw the door open and immediately rushed in, standing inside first to prevent Yi Jing from shutting her out again. What's the matter with you? There's a dispute, and you still won't open the door for outsiders? How can you resolve the dispute without opening the door? Lu Guangxing, the peace officer, arrived and clearly began to take sides. And from the way he kept glancing at Zhang Liyue, it was evident that he harbored some affection for her. He had been secretly in love with Zhang Liyue for a long time, but with the Zhang family being a prominent household and surrounded by suitors from other prominent families, he, as a mere peace officer captain, didn't have the courage to confess his feelings to Zhang Liyue. But tonight, during an assignment, he was surprised to find that the one who had reported the incident was Zhang Liyue. How could he not seize this opportunity to show off? So from the beginning, he sided with Zhang Liyue at every turn. Captain, Huang Yuyan quickly said, we are the residents here, and this is our property certificate, in the name of Yi Jing, with no connection to the Zhang family whatsoever. But these Zhang family members insist on driving us out and want to move in themselves. You be the judge. Although Huang Yuyan could sense that the peace officer was biased, they were in the right and had nothing to hide, so she proceeded with the process and submitted the evidence. Lu Guangxing took a look and couldn't help but nod slightly. Although his heart was with Zhang Liyue, the property certificate was indeed genuine. Captain Lu, their property certificate must be fake? Yes, it must be fake. Yi Jing couldn't possibly afford to buy a villa. He must have used money from our Zhang flagship group to buy the house. The Zhang family members shouted loudly. But Lu Guangxing carefully examined the property certificate and finally shook his head. He really wanted to help Zhang Liyue, but the hard facts were in front of him, so he couldn't help from this angle. This property certificate is real. The Zhang family members frowned. Even if it's real, it must have been bought with money from our Zhang flagship group. It's just in his name. Lu Guangxing shook his head and said, regardless of whose money was used, since the name on the property certificate is Yi Jing, you have no right to barge in. The Zhang family members were dumbfounded. He used money our family earned, and we're not even allowed to enter? Is there any justice in the world? Yi Jing was speechless. Who told you it was money from your Zhang flagship group? I've already said it. This villa was a gift from Boss Jiang, and it didn't cost a penny. You're bragging. A group of people scoffed, mocking, a gift? Why didn't the real estate boss Jiang gift us one then? Even Lu Guangxing and the other peace officers showed disbelief. The price of this villa was so high that even if they all worked together for 10 lifetimes, they wouldn't be able to earn that much money. A real estate boss giving it away for free? That was a joke. However, since Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian are in a romantic relationship and are considered the future son-in-law of the Zhang family in the eyes of outsiders, as younger generations, it's only right to show respect and filial piety to the elders. The old lady is out here starving and freezing. It doesn't look good. With so many rooms, giving up a few wouldn't hurt, would it? Lu Guangxing began to criticize Yi Jing and the others from a moral standpoint. Yi Jing sneered, oh, they're so pitiful. So I have to give them rooms? What if you lose your job one day and become homeless? Should I give you a room too? Lu Guangxing frowned. I have a good job. How could I possibly lose it? What are you talking about? Yi Jing sneered. If you keep taking sides like this, you might just lose your job. Fine. Lu Guangxing also sneered. I'd like to see how much power you have to make me lose my job. You think you're quite capable, don't you? Just then, a dozen figures rushed in from outside. Director's son, why are you here? Lu Guangxing and the other peace officers, seeing the people who entered, quickly ran over. Director's son was their direct superior in the unit and rarely appeared at the grassroots level. Why had he suddenly brought people here? Director's son frowned. What's going on here? Lu Guangxing quickly recounted the situation, but after adding his own embellishments, it became that Yi Jing and the others were in the wrong and were being unreasonable. Director's son, it's this family. As younger generations, they're refusing to let the elders in. I think this goes against filial piety. And he says this villa was a gift from a real estate boss. Is that even possible? Director's son frowned and looked at Yi Jing. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly shuddered. He had once seen his own leader, at a banquet, go out of his way to please this Mr. Yi. This was a truly influential figure. Mr. Yi. Director's son quickly ran over. It's so late. Have we disturbed you? Yi Jing frowned. Who are you? Director's son quickly said, I was with our boss, Director Chen, and Mu Jingtao from the Mu family, when we came to toast you last time. Yi Jing nodded slightly, understanding. Oh, you're from the Mu family? Director's son quickly said, not exactly from the Mu family, but I do follow the Mu family's disciples. He would have liked to be part of the Mu family, but they didn't want him, so he could only attach himself to them. Yi Jing also understood that this director's son was probably at the level of his subordinate's subordinate. Lu Guangxing and the others were completely dumbfounded. In their eyes, director's son, who was like a god, scolded them every day in the unit, but now he was so polite to Yi Jing. At that moment, noise broke out from outside. What's going on here? Why is it so noisy? It turned out that Boss Jiang had arrived with a group of people. This hilltop villa had just been gifted to Yi Jing today, all to gain favor with him. But in such a short time, things had become so chaotic here. Could something have gone wrong? He was most afraid of something happening to Yi Jing, as this was his territory, and he didn't want to leave a bad impression on Yi Jing. After all, he still hoped to obtain the divine medicine from Yi Jing in the future. Yi Jing said calmly, Oh, there's nothing much. It's just that they doubt this villa wasn't a gift from you to me. Chapter 330. Any problems? Boss Jiang surveyed the crowd and said loudly, This is the villa I'm giving to Mr. Yi. So, any problems? Everyone was stunned. It turned out that the real estate boss was really giving the villa to Yi Jing for free. They were both shocked and envious. If someone were to give them a villa like this, they would probably wake up laughing in their sleep, right? Hearing this, the district leader became even more respectful. Boss Jiang had a high status in society, and being able to secure the land in Diabei to build villas was a testament to his connections and capabilities. The fact that Boss Jiang was willing to give such a prestigious villa to Yi Jing meant that Yi Jing's backing must be unimaginably powerful. What did you just say? The district leader glared at Lu Guangxing. Lu Guangxing was already dumbfounded and subconsciously repeated his earlier words. I said, he should give up the villa? Give it to you, my ass. The district leader slapped Lu Guangxing across the face. You're fired. Resign tomorrow. Get out of here. With a wave of his hand, the security officers under him immediately escorted Lu Guangxing out. At this moment, Lu Guangxing suddenly remembered what Yi Jing had said earlier. If he lost his job, he had actually lost his job? In the villa courtyard, the district leader pointed at the Zheng family, who were also stunned, and asked, Mr. Yi, how would you like to handle them? These people caused trouble and acted improperly. I could have them arrested. Yi Jing glanced at Zhang Qingxian beside him, and indeed, she showed a look of reluctance. After all, it was her grandmother, despite her many faults, but she was old. Yi Jing shook his head calmly. Just get them out of here and make sure they don't cause trouble again. The district leader nodded, waved his hand, and the security officers began to usher the Zhang family out. The Zhang family didn't dare resist and all returned to their previous semi-mountain villa. After the security officers left, the Zhang family finally regained their senses. This is simply outrageous. That district leader is clearly acquainted with Yi Jing, conniving with him. He actually kicked us out. Such a big villa. Can he even live in it all by himself? Why can't he spare a room for this old lady? Grandma Zhang was so angry, she wanted to bang her head against the wall. Compared to the luxurious, spacious, quiet, and opulent villa they had just been in, this place felt like a crowded mess. Several rooms were filled with thunderous snoring, keeping her awake all night. That Yi Jing, he's driving me crazy, absolutely crazy. What gives him the right not to give me a room? He's deliberately bullying this old lady. Grandma Zhang fumed. Now that we've fallen on hard times, doesn't he have a shred of compassion for this old lady? In her mind, since she had ended up in such a state, Yi Jing, if he had any conscience at all, should have invited her in instead of having her thrown out. I really want to call someone to beat him to death. Grandma Zhang seethed with clenched teeth. In the mountaintop villa, Zhang Qingxian hesitated for a long time. Yi Gu, I want to discuss something with you. I want to call my parents over. They're still crammed in there. Is that okay? Zhang Qingxian quickly added, I won't let them interfere with us. They can just stay in the side house. They don't need to move into the main building. This mountaintop villa had two buildings, the main villa and the guest house. The guest house had 2 floors with a total of 6 rooms, sharing the same courtyard and entrance. Sure, Yi Jing said calmly, you can arrange that. Yi Jing had a good impression of these 2 people. They never caused trouble and didn't join the Zhang family in belittling or mocking him. Zhang Qingxian was overjoyed and said happily, thank you, Yi Gu. She picked up the phone and made a call. Soon, Zhang Peilon and her husband happily ran over. Being able to escape the crowded place and move into this spacious 2-story guest house made them incredibly happy. Their daughter really knew how to take care of them. Brother, when are you coming to see me? Yi sent a message to Yi Jing. I'm so bored here in Hengqin filming. When Yi first arrived in Hengqin, she was still quite excited. Under the protection of the chief producer Wang Chong and the famous director Zhang, no one dared to disrespect Yi, making her the darling of the crew. Yi enjoyed this atmosphere very much. But as time went on, she started to feel a bit bored and decided to send a message to Yi Jing. Feeling bored? How about I come to visit you and spend a couple of days with you? Yi Jing replied with a smile. That would be great, brother. I miss you so much. I even slept with the watch you gave me for days because it had your scent. Yi hugged her phone, imagining her brother coming to see her soon, and her face lit up with joy. Even though it was just for 2 days, Yi felt that Yi Jing was her life's pillar of support. As long as she could see him, that was enough. All right, I'll make the arrangements. The next morning, Yi Jing announced the news. Qingxian, I'm going to Hengqin for 2 days to visit my sister on set. Do you want to come along? Zhang Qingshuan's eyes lit up. Is it Yi, the one you often mention? She was actually very eager to go. She knew that Yi Jing's parents were no longer alive, and the only living relative he had was Yi. So in Yi Jing's heart, Yi must hold a very important place. If Zhang Qingxian wanted to become Yi Jing's real wife, she had to make a good impression on Yi. After all, in the future, she would be this little girl's sister-in-law. Huang Yuyan, standing beside her, also thought the same way. She too wanted to meet Yi, the only living relative of Yi Jing. I'll arrange the company's affairs. Recently, the company has been running smoothly, so there's not much to do. We can take a short break and go to Hengqin for a few days, just like a vacation. Yes, we haven't had a vacation in a long time. It's like going to Hengqin for a trip and relaxation. Since the trip would only last for 2 or 3 days, the 3 of them could easily make a quick trip. Only Lin Yanan was left behind, as Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan had to leave, and someone needed to stay in charge. And in case something major happened at the company, Lin Yanan would need to stay in touch with Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan to coordinate remotely. Soon, the plane landed in Hengqin. Yi Jing, along with Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan, had just stepped off the plane when they saw Yi waiting to pick them up. Brother, you've finally come to see me. Chapter 331, Showing Off. Yi was overjoyed and rushed forward to hug Yijing. The two assistants behind her were so startled that they quickly stepped forward to stop her. Little ancestor, this is the airport. Who knows how many paparazzi are lurking in the shadows, just waiting for you to hug someone. You're a newly minted Jade Girl star now. You can't be photographed like this. Yi said angrily, Can't I hug my own brother? The two female assistants quickly said, That won't do either. Fans won't care if he's your brother or not. The news will only say that the newly minted Jade Girl star hugged a strange man at the airport, showing intimate behavior. By then, not only you, but even your brother might face online harassment. You don't want to cause trouble for your brother, do you? These assistants were seasoned, having worked with many young but famous stars, so they knew how to handle such situations. Many of these young stars who achieve fame early can be quite rebellious. If you don't let them hug someone, they'll insist on doing it, saying they're already too restrained and that they should be allowed to hug their relatives when they finally arrive. So when the assistant cleverly mentioned that it would affect Yijing, Yi reluctantly took a few steps back. Brother, in this public place, I can only stay this far away. Anyway, welcome to you and welcome to the two sisters-in-law? No. Welcome to the two sisters. As soon as Yi said this, Zhang Qingxuan's face turned red. She and Yijing weren't officially married yet, so being called sister-in-law by her future sister-in-law made her a bit shy. Huang Yuyan, on the other hand, felt a secret joy. She even secretly observed Yijing's expression, wondering if he would be willing to let Yi call her sister-in-law once he knew about their engagement. All right, welcome everyone to Hengqin. Let's hurry up and go. It's too crowded here, and there are too many eyes. Let's head back to the hotel first. The two assistants were afraid that Yi would cause a commotion here. Once in the car, Yijing smiled and asked, Yi, it seems like you've gained some popularity now? Yi proudly boasted, Yes, the director and producer didn't they give me a role in a drama, and it's already aired. Now I have a small group of fans. Now I have about 7 or 8 staff members around me. 2 assistants, 2 makeup artists. Yi listed them one by one, recounting them to Yijing. She was also using this method to prove to her brother that she was doing well here, just like a child far from home who only reports the good news to their parents. Wow, our sister Yi is now a celebrity. Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan heaped praises on Yi. After all, in their eyes, she was their future sister-in-law, so they had to get along well with her. Hee, not really, Yi shyly laughed. Deep down, she was still a well-behaved child, just showing off a little in front of her brother. By the way, brother, do you know who I ran into here in Hengqin? Yijing, looking at the scenery outside, smiled and asked, Who did you meet? I met Bai Kunwu, Feng Zijiao, and Liang Xianyong. They're all your childhood playmates, and I didn't expect them to be here in Hengqin now. Yijing raised an eyebrow. These were childhood friends from Jiangsheng, where Yijing and Yi grew up. However, they hadn't been in touch for a long time, especially after Yijing and Yi went through so much, losing their parents, and later, they had even less contact. It was unexpected that these three had all come to Hengqin to pursue their careers. I heard that once an actor becomes popular, they can get rich quickly. I guess these three were attracted by that. Yijing smiled faintly. Do you still have their contact information? Why don't we get together these next few days? He had good relationships with 2 of them. The only one he didn't get along with was Feng Zijiao, who had been his arch-nemesis back then. However, after so many years, Yijing had long since let go of the past, and he wasn't sure if Feng Zijiao had done the same. It had been many years since they last met, almost a decade or 2 since they were kids. Yijing wondered how these childhood friends had turned out. Brother, they're having a gathering today. Feng Zijiao even tried to invite me, but I didn't agree. If you want to go, should I agree to join? Yijing smiled. Sure, just tell them I'm here too. Got it. Yi quickly took out her phone and replied. I joined a fellow townspeople mutual help group, and one day Feng Zijiao added me, and then I found out that the 3 of them were also from Jiangxing. In Hengqing, people from all over the place gather, so there are some fellow townspeople mutual help groups, aiming to introduce resources to each other and develop together. As Yi spoke animatedly, Yi Jing's face showed a look of pride. It seemed that letting Yi come out to act was the right decision. Back then, under Yi Jing's protection, Yi was like an undeveloped bird, not knowing how to do anything, afraid of everything. Especially after going through the period with their adoptive parents and all the hardships, Yi had become very cautious and careful, far from being as lively and open as she was now. Now, Yi was almost ready to stand on her own. A moment later, Yi smiled, "Brother, they're really excited to know you're coming. They even specifically asked you to make sure to be there." Hengdian Guanghui Restaurant. Feng Zixiao had already arrived. By Kunwu Liang Xianyong, "Why are you two so late? So slow?" Bai Kunwu excitedly asked, "I heard Yi Jing is also coming. Is that true?" Liang Xianyong also happily said, "It's been so long since I've seen Yi Jing. I can occasionally catch a glimpse of Yi from afar on set, but it's really been ages since I've seen Yi Jing. I miss him so much." Bai Kunwu nodded, "Yeah, back then, among our childhood playmates, we were the closest. It's amazing that after so many years, we can finally get together again." Liang Xianyong said, "I really miss those old days." Feng Zixiao coldly said, "Don't reminisce about those poor days. Back then, we couldn't even afford a loaf of bread. What's there to miss about those hard times? Now is better. I've played the male third lead a few times, and even the male second lead once. I've made quite a bit of money. Look at this Benz I just bought, worth 500,000 yuan. Not bad, huh?" Feng Zixiao organized this fellow townspeople gathering to show off his newly purchased car. Chapter 332. Do you have a boyfriend? Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong both showed expressions of envy. "This car is really nice, isn't it a Mercedes? I've never even been in one before. Can I sit in it later?" Feng Zixiao said proudly, "We'll see. I'll definitely let you sit in it when the opportunity arises." Although this car worth 500,000 yuan isn't much in the eyes of the rich or big celebrities, for someone like us who came from a poor background, it's already quite good. I bet Yi Jing came here this time to rely on his sister. He's definitely still poor. Feng Zixiao and Liang Xianyong nodded beside him. There are only a few who can succeed. The two also felt deeply moved. They all came to Hengdian to make a living, but Feng Zixiao had done quite well, getting lucky a few times to play supporting roles, and now had quite a bit of money. But looking at themselves, they were just ordinary extras after so many years in Hengdian, occasionally getting lucky to have a line or two, but that was it. Not only were they not as good as Feng Zixiao, they were far behind Yi, who recently arrived, directly joined a big production and instantly became popular. It made the 3 of them extremely envious. Feng Zixiao had tried multiple times to ask Yi out, hoping to ride on her coattails. But Yi had always refused before, and he didn't expect her to agree this time. Just then, a limousine stopped not far away, and Yi and the others got out. Bai Kunwu, Liang Xianyong, Feng Zixiao? Although Yi Jing hadn't seen them in many years, he could still faintly recognize his childhood friends from their faces. He smiled and stepped forward to shake hands. Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong immediately stepped forward, not only shaking hands but also warmly hugging Yi Jing. "Oh, it's really been a long time. Yi Jing, you've changed so much." Both of them were deeply moved. Feng Zixiao, however, stood by his Mercedes, saying, "Yi Jing, see, this is my new car." Yi Jing glanced at it and smiled. "Not bad. Just not bad?" Feng Zixiao frowned. "This is a Mercedes. Have you ever even been in one?" Yi Jing also frowned slightly. "It's just a Mercedes. I've been in one before when I took a ride-hailing service." Hee. Feng Zixiao laughed. "Listen to this, at your age, you don't even have your own car and still have to take taxis." He looked at Yi Jing with disdain. "You came to Hengdian this time to rely on your sister, right? Seeing your sister become famous here, you plan to follow her and make a living?" Yi Jing was slightly surprised. Did he need to rely on his sister? Even the director Zhang and the chief producer Wang Chong were his underlings, or rather, underlings of his underlings. Feng Zixiao, you're still as foul-mouthed as ever, Yi Jing said indifferently. Feng Zixiao had always been Yi Jing's rival, but now Yi Jing had let go of the past and didn't care about those childish things anymore. He didn't expect Feng Zixiao to still be as foul-mouthed as before. Brother, Feng Zixiao is famous here for being foul-mouthed. Many people have been scolded by him. Yi covered her mouth and laughed. Although I don't usually associate with him, I've seen him argue with people a lot in our hometown group chat, often making them cry. He always says others don't have talent for acting and advises them to go back to their hometown. Yi Jing's face grew a bit cold. He wasn't very interested in Feng Zixiao anymore. But the other two, Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong, still had a pure heart, which was quite good. Yi, Feng Zixiao came closer. You got into that big production? Do you have some connections? Can you introduce me to? Yi coldly glanced at him. My opportunity only suits actresses. There's no role for men. Feng Zixiao said shamelessly, don't be so absolute. What if there's a chance? You have to save it for me. Just as he said this, Feng Zixiao suddenly froze, as if petrified, because he saw two stunning beauties following behind Yi Jing. The two women were each more beautiful than the last, like heavenly fairies descended to earth. He had seen many beautiful women in Hongdian, even close to many celebrities. But most of those actresses relied on makeup to look that way. Rarely did he see such naturally beautiful women with just light makeup. Although Yi is also a rising star, she's still too young. I prefer more mature women. And these two are exactly my type. Feng Zixiao's eyes were glued to them. Yi Jing, are these two beauties with you? Introduce them to us. Yi Jing said calmly, these two are my friends. He didn't elaborate, not wanting to waste any more time with Feng Zixiao. Behind him, Huang Yuyan smiled politely and gracefully, while Zheng Qingxian said with some dissatisfaction, I'm not just a friend. I'm Yi Jing's fiancé. Ah! Yi exclaimed, future sister-in-law. Throughout the journey, she had been observing Zheng Qingxian and Huang Yuyan, wondering which one was her future sister-in-law. Zheng Qingxian blushed, while Huang Yuyan's heart was filled with complicated feelings. She wasn't sure if she still had a chance to reveal her engagement contract. You're Yi Jing's fiancé? Feng Zixiao was filled with envy and jealousy, gritting his teeth. Such a beautiful woman was Yi Jing's fiancé? What kind of luck did that guy have? He was clearly worse off than himself, yet he could marry such a beautiful wife? Fortunately, there was still another equally stunning beauty. Excuse me, miss, you don't have a boyfriend, do you? Feng Zixiao introduced himself. I've done quite well in Hongdian, having played a few supporting roles, and my future is limitless. Maybe one day I'll be a big star. Would you like to date a future star? Huang Yuyan shook her head calmly. I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Ah, Feng Zixiao was utterly disappointed. How could such a beautiful woman already have a boyfriend? Of course, with her beauty, she certainly wouldn't be short of suitors. Zhang Qingxian whispered beside her, Huang Yuyan, I've never heard you have a boyfriend. Huang Yuyan quietly glanced at Yi Jing. Chapter 333, Two Big Bosses. Huang Yuyan wanted to say that her boyfriend was Yi Jing at this moment. However, this was just something she thought in her heart. Facing Zhang Qingshuan's question, Huang Yuyan didn't want to ruin her best friend's mood, so she quickly said in a low voice, I just didn't want this Feng Zixiao to keep pestering me. Zhang Qingxian nodded with a smile. You did the right thing? Feng Zixiao took a deep breath to calm himself down. He looked at Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan, feeling that the heavens were truly blind. For Zhang Qingxian to fall for Yi Jing, and for a beauty like Huang Yuyan to have a boyfriend. But as long as he performed well today, he still had a chance to pursue this great beauty, right? Now, his status in Hongqing was barely considered a bit established, and he had earned some money, only lacking a beautiful girlfriend. All right, let's go to the 5-star hotel I booked. Bai Kunwu, Liang Xianyong, and Yi Jing, you haven't eaten at a 5-star hotel before, have you? This time, I'll let you guys open your eyes. Feng Zixiao was full of pride as he led everyone to the nearby hotel. Look at this luxury. Never seen it before, have you? Once inside the hotel, Feng Zixiao became even more smug and directly took the main seat. Everyone, Today's meal is on me, and I'll take the main seat. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads, and Yijing didn't care either. Today, he mainly came to catch up with Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong, and as for Feng Zijiao, he could just ignore him. Excuse me, are you Feng Zijiao? At this moment, someone passing by looked over with excitement. Can you sign an autograph for me? I've watched your shows, and I didn't expect to see you here. The passerby excitedly brought over paper and a pen. Feng Zijiao revealed a proud smile. Sure, come over and I'll sign for you. After signing, Feng Zijiao laughed. See, I've already made a name for myself here. Although I'm not as famous as Yi Yi, I'm well known to the public. Yi Yi was wearing a baseball cap and mask, deliberately avoiding being recognized. On the other hand, Feng Zijiao wanted to show off his appearance, wanting everyone to see his face. Bai Kunwu admired, "You're really amazing. I didn't expect you to be recognized as soon as you sat down. When will we ever achieve such popularity?" Liang Xianyong also sighed, "If I could become famous, I could afford to treat my mother's illness." His mother's surgery required 800,000 yuan, but after a year of struggling and hunching, he had only saved a few thousand yuan, which was the result of being frugal and reluctant to spend money. He didn't know when he would be able to save enough for the 80,000. Bai Kunwu next to him also sighed, "If I could be as famous as Feng Zijiao, I could raise enough for my charity fund to donate to children in the mountains." Bai Kunwu was a very kind-hearted person. After going to the mountains once to teach the children, although he left physically, his heart remained there forever. So after switching to acting, he often sent money to the mountains and set the goal of establishing a 2 million yuan charity fund. Unfortunately, both of their dreams had yet to be realized. The path of actors and celebrities wasn't something anyone could succeed in just by stepping onto it. Feng Zijiao smiled faintly. "You two? You have a long way to go. Do you know how much I've sacrificed to achieve this level?" He had the demeanor of an experienced person. "You haven't seen what I've done behind the scenes." Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong could only laugh foolishly. "Excuse me, are you Senior Feng Zijiao?" Another person came over, and this time it seemed to be an actor, a fellow industry member. So he quickly came over to flatter Feng Zijiao, who had some fame. "I've watched your performances. Your acting is too good. I wish I could learn from you." Feng Zijiao said indifferently, "Sorry, I don't add others on WeChat." The person was a bit disappointed. "All right then, when you have time, I'll come to seek your advice." After these two encounters, Feng Zijiao became even more smug. "See? This is popularity. As soon as I go out, I have so many fans and admirers. I've taken on a few shows, and they've brought me this much." Feng Zijiao proudly raised 5 fingers. 5 million? Bai Kunwu was shocked. "So much?" Liang Xianyong also couldn't believe it. "You've earned so much?" Feng Zijiao chuckled, quite calmly. "You guys are overreacting. What's the big deal? In the eyes of big stars, this is just a small number. Don't you know I've played the second male lead a few times? In the future, I'll earn even more. Moreover, not only that, but now in the crew, I'm the one who calls the shots. Even the director has to listen to me. Those extras who used to try to make things difficult for me are now all obedient to me." After a few drinks, Feng Zijiao completely lost control of his mouth, starting to boast wildly. It seemed as if he was more powerful than the chief director in the crew, richer than the producer, and had a bigger temper than the big stars. Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong listened with admiration. "Amazing, really amazing. Feng Zijiao, when will you take us under your wing?" Feng Zijiao casually said, "Another day when I have time. Maybe I'll take you guys. However, my level is just average in front of the truly powerful big bosses." At this, even Yijing couldn't help but perk up his ears. Who could make Feng Zijiao, who was drunk and boasting, lower his guard so much? Feng Zijiao said, "To talk about the entire Hengqin, the most powerful are Director Zhang and Producer Wang. These two are the only true gods of the entire Hengqin. They can make anyone popular, and they can make anyone rise. They can also make anyone leave the industry forever, and that person will definitely not be able to survive in this circle. That's how powerful they are." Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong couldn't help but nod. Yes, after all, These two are the only true gods in Hengqin, the ones who control everyone's fate. We small characters, in the eyes of these two big bosses, are probably no different from tiny ants. This remark resonated with everyone, except for Yi, who wasn't very sensitive to this. After all, Yi Jing had given Wang Chong and Director Zhang a heads up to take good care of Yi, so Yi hadn't experienced any grievances or the various hidden rules of the industry. Chapter 334. Matching Strength. Listening to the praises for Wang Chong and Director Zhang, Yi Jing gave a faint smile. These people probably didn't know that the two big shots they were talking about, the only true gods, were just his underlings and underlings of his underlings. By the way, Yi Jing, what have you been up to recently? After feeling sufficiently important in front of Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong, Feng Zijiao turned his gaze to Yi Jing. Today, he intended to outshine all his childhood friends to demonstrate his superiority. Me? I'm not doing anything, Yi Jing replied with a faint smile, not wanting to say more. Oh, so you're unemployed, Feng Zijiao said, his anger flaring up even more. Why is the world so unfair? How can an unemployed guy like him deserve someone as heavenly beautiful as Zheng Qingxian as his fiancée? Damn it, he must take her away today. And while he was at it, he'd take Huang Yiyin too. She was also a beauty with a unique aura, reminiscent of those who had returned from overseas. She couldn't help but slip in a few English words when speaking. You're doing really bad for yourself, being unemployed, Feng Zijiao said, raising his eyebrows. Why don't you come work for me as an assistant? Just carry my bags and run errands for me. I'll pay you 3,000 or 4,000 a month. How's that? I only pay my little assistants 2,800. This extra money is my additional kindness to you as an old friend. Yi Jing smiled faintly. Oh, so I should thank you then? Feng Zijiao laughed heartily. We're all old friends, aren't we? Who else would give you a hand if not me? If it weren't for me, you'd be stuck in that small town of Jiangxing, muddling through life. You're here to rely on your sister, aren't you? But let me tell you, your sister has a pure and innocent image. No other men are allowed around her. Didn't you see that her assistants, makeup artists, and even her bodyguards are all women? They're even former female special forces. That's the downside of the pure image. You have to be careful not to get photographed by paparazzi, or the image will collapse. Forget it, talking about these professional terms in the entertainment industry to you, a country bumpkin, would be pointless. Just remember, it was a mistake for you to come here to rely on your sister. No men are allowed around her. Yi couldn't help but object. That's not true. My brother is just here to visit for a couple of days. He's not here to rely on me. Feng Zijiao chuckled coldly. You don't understand men. Yi. A man has his pitiful self-esteem, no matter how laughable it is. He still lies to save face. Just visiting for 2 days? I bet after 2 days, he'll stay for a week, and after a week, he'll stay for a month. In the end, he'll stay here in Hengqin forever, living off you. Yi Jing, do you think I'm right? Yi Jing shook his head. I don't have your complicated thoughts. Feng Zijiao laughed heartily. Stop being stubborn. You're unemployed in Jiangxing, with no income. You should be grateful I'm offering you a job. I'm doing this for your own good. Of course, since I'll be your boss from now on, you can't treat me like this. You have to be respectful, serve me tea, carry my bags, and address me as boss. When I ask you to do something, you better run over quickly. Feng Zijiao became more and more excited as he spoke. To have his childhood rival become his employee, to be able to exploit and scold him at will, as long as he paid him 3,000 yuan a month, he couldn't resist. This feeling was simply too exhilarating. Wasn't this what it meant to rise above others? Isn't this what life is all about? Yi Jing said calmly, keep your 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. I don't care about it. Pfft. You don't care? What do you have to not care about, being unemployed? Feng Zijiao sneered. Yi Jing glanced at him. If I said I'm not short of money, would you believe me? Throughout the meal, he had mostly been talking with Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong, rarely paying attention to Feng Zijiao. But Feng Zijiao, like a madman, kept provoking him. Yi Jing decided not to hold back. Feng Zijiao scoffed. You're not short of money? What a joke. If you weren't short of money, would you have come all the way to Hengqin to rely on your sister? But you miscalculated. She has a pure image and doesn't need you to work. The only thing you can do is rely on me. You probably can't even afford a train ticket back, can you? Yijing didn't feel like arguing further, so he said, Isn't Bai Kunwu setting up a charity fund for children in the mountains? He turned to Bai Kunwu. How much more do you need? Bai Kunwu quickly replied, We're still short 2 million to get the fund started. Yijing nodded slightly and took out his phone. Give me an account, and I'll transfer it to you right away. Bai Kunwu was stunned. Are you serious? Yijing said calmly, Of course I am. I told you, I'm not short of money. Bai Kunwu reflexively said, I set up a charity website with a public account. You can find the donation channel by following the website's official account. Feng Zijiao burst out laughing beside them. Bai Kunwu, are you really taking him seriously? He's just joking around. Do you really think he's going to transfer 2 million to you? Hearing this, Bai Kunwu also realized the situation. Yijing, why are you talking about money? You really don't need to transfer anything, and you don't have it anyway. Liang Xianyong, being understanding, quickly tried to change the subject. All right, let's not talk about this. Let's discuss some interesting stories from the entertainment industry instead. Yijing probably hasn't heard much about these. Liang Xianyong was about to divert the topic, but Feng Zijiao wouldn't let it go. Don't. I actually admire Yijing's courage to joke like this. Tell me, how did you suddenly decide you had 2 million and were willing to donate it to Bai Kunwu? Yijing said calmly, I don't just have 2 million. I have money to spare. This 2 million donation is just a small amount. I'm not donating to Bai Kunwu, but to the children in the mountains. Haha, you're quite eloquent. Feng Zijiao laughed so hard he almost fell off his chair. But why does it sound so ridiculous to me? Let me tell you, you can only say what you're capable of. Chapter 335. You're much richer than me. Now that's a real big shot. Feng Zijiao sneered. But you, pretending to be rich when you're actually broke, trying to act like you're loaded just to mock us, that's what we call a poser. If Bai Kunwu weren't our friend, do you really think this would have ended so easily? Yijing said calmly, What if I really donate 2 million? Impossible. Feng Zijiao shook his head and laughed coldly. If you really donate 2 million, I'll donate 20 million. Yijing smiled faintly. All right, that's what you said. Without another word, he picked up his phone and transferred 2 million to Bai Kunwu. Ding dong. Bai Kunwu's phone immediately received a notification sound. Did 2 million really just come through? Bai Kunwu was stunned. He had set up a public fund account, but few were willing to donate, and many mocked him, asking how someone who couldn't even take care of their own basic needs could think of donating to children. But today, his account for the 2 million fund suddenly filled up. Yijing, thank you. I don't even know what to say. Bai Kunwu was so excited. I'll bow to you on behalf of the children in the mountains. As he said that, Bai Kunwu started to stand up to bow. Yijing reached out and stopped him. All right, you're doing good deeds for the children in the mountains, showing your love. How can I accept your bow? Sit back down. Yijing pressed Bai Kunwu back into his seat. This scene not only shocked Feng Zijiao, but also stunned Liang Xianyong beside him. No way. You really have 2 million? And you just donated it to Bai Kunwu's mountain children? He couldn't believe that a childhood friend, who was supposedly unemployed, could actually come up with 2 million. What did this mean? It meant that Yijing was completely different from what they had imagined. There must be some unknown identity behind him. Don't be fooled by him. This can't be some fake information, right? Feng Zijiao was the first to disbelieve. He even snatched Bai Kunwu's phone. Let me see. Is this really a bank notification, or did Yijing send it to you? When he saw the clear details, he was completely dumbfounded. This was a genuine transaction notification, showing 2 million. After playing a supporting male lead a few times and a few minor roles, he had only saved up around 1 million in total. And 50,000 of that was spent on that Mercedes. The few million he had boasted about earlier was just him bragging. At most, he could only come up with 30,000 now, and the rest had already been squandered. How do you have so much money? Feng Zijiao's voice was trembling. He couldn't accept that his childhood rival seemed to be doing better than him. Yijing ignored him and turned to Liang Xianyong. Liang Xianyong, is your mother sick? Does she need hundreds of thousands for surgery? Liang Xianyong reflexively replied, yes, but I've saved some money. The more he spoke, the more bitter he felt. Where had he saved any money? He had only managed to save a few thousand. Being an extra here, it sounded nice, like there was a chance to become a star or get rich overnight. But in reality, it was just aimless waiting, hoping for that elusive dream, barely making ends meet. Those few thousand were the result of his frugal living. The next moment, Liang Xianyong's phone rang. Yijing said calmly, I've transferred 1 million to you. Use this money for the surgery and to buy some nutritional supplements. When he was young, he often went to Liang Xianyong's mother's place for meals, enjoying her cooking. She had also been kind to Yijing, so out of that memory, he decided to cover the expenses. This. Liang Xianyong's voice choked up, I don't know how to repay you. Yijing, this money is a loan. Once I earn it back, I'll definitely repay you. Liang Xianyong knew that the longer his mother's surgery was delayed, the lower the chances of a successful recovery. So the sooner the better. He wasn't going to be stubborn about it. Yijing said, if you trust me, you can take your mother to the provincial city. I know someone with good medical skills. He planned to have Wang Mingyang help treat Liang Xianyong's mother. Liang Xianyong was, of course, full of gratitude. Yijing just took out another million? How much money does he actually have? Feng Zijiao was nearly going crazy. Not only was Yijing richer than him, but he was also pulling out the money effortlessly, without even blinking. Even Zheng Qingxian and Huang Yuyan behind him seemed unfazed by this. What did this mean? It meant that Yijing's actual wealth far exceeded these 3 million. At this moment, Yijing suddenly spoke to him. Feng Zijiao, didn't you just say that if I donate 2 million, you'd donate 20 million to Baikonwa's public account? So, is that still valid? Oh, and you also lectured me, saying that only those with the corresponding strength can be considered real big shots? Otherwise, they're just posers? So, tell me, Feng Zijiao, are you a real big shot or a poser? As soon as these words were spoken, Feng Zijiao's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat, and sweat kept streaming down. I just, Feng Zijiao stammered for a long time but couldn't finish the sentence. He wanted to admit he was broke, but in front of these people, he didn't want to lose face. I don't have that much money in my account right now. Feng Zijiao's mind raced, and he finally came up with an excuse. The money is managed by my assistant. You know, as a big star like me, how could I keep all my money in my own account? That would be under scrutiny. People would find out. I never pay for anything myself. My assistant handles all that. Yijing mercilessly exposed him. Then that's fine. Just call your assistant now and have him transfer the money to Baikonwa, right? Feng Zijiao's voice faltered, and his face showed a hint of embarrassment. My assistant is probably busy right now. I'll call him later. Yi also saw through it and mocked. I think you're just broke, aren't you? Still trying to act big? She was also curious. Brother, how did you get so rich? I was going to show off to you when I got rich, but now it seems you're much richer than me. Chapter 336. Nested Little Brothers. Baikonwa and Liang Xianyong also noticed that Feng Zijiao was putting on an act. Baikonwa chuckled. That's right, Feng Zijiao. You're rich, aren't you? Why not just have your assistant transfer the money directly? You're a celebrity, and your assistant is supposed to serve you. How come he's too busy to even answer your calls? Feng Zijiao, I admit it. Feng Zijiao, pressured to the point of desperation, sighed. I admit it. I was bragging earlier. I don't have that much money. I don't have 20 million. I only have about 8 million. Feng Zijiao tried to keep up the facade, but seeing Yijing's mocking gaze, he swallowed hard. All right, maybe not even 8 million. I probably only have a few million on hand. He refused to specify the exact amount any further. Yijing no longer wished to engage with him and directly asked Baikonwa and Liang Xianyong, which crew are you two part of? I have some connections in the entertainment industry and might be able to help you secure an opportunity. Feng Zijiao sneered. You know people in the entertainment industry? Weren't you just in Hengqin today? If you really had connections, would you be reduced to coming to rely on your sister? Yi Jing ignored him and looked at Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong. Bai Kunwu honestly replied, actually, both of us are part of the same group of extras. Strictly speaking, we're just scattered extras. If the extras coordinator calls us, we get work. If not, we're out of luck for those days. But strictly speaking, we're part of the group under director and Xiaoqiu. Yi Jing frowned. And Xiaoqiu? Who's that? Feng Zijiao burst out laughing. You don't even know Director An's name, and you claim to know people in the entertainment industry? Can you stop pretending? You think having a little money makes you someone in the industry. Yi Jing, let me tell you, a few million isn't even considered money in this circle. In this industry, even hundreds of millions can be thrown in and barely make a splash. Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong couldn't help but laugh bitterly, acknowledging that Feng Zijiao's words hit the mark. In the entertainment industry, where massive capital flows, money is beyond imagination. The few million Yi Jing had just shown would only seem like a lot to ordinary people like them, at the bottom of Hengqin. But for real celebrities, a single appearance fee can be tens of millions, and they wouldn't bat an eye at such a small amount. Director An, huh? Do you know him? Yi Jing looked at his sister, Yi, who was sitting beside him. Yi was currently wolfing down her food. Normally, to maintain her image as a pure goddess, she rarely got the chance to eat properly before her assistant interrupted her. Today, having the rare opportunity to go out with her brother, she was eating to her heart's content. Yeah, I know him. He's under Director Shang, and Director Shang is under Director Zhang. Yi Jing now understood. Oh, so he's my little brother's little brother's little brother. Everyone laughed at this statement. Yi Jing, are you nesting dolls here? Little brother after little brother. Do you think you're part of some underground mafia? Feng Zijiao sneered. Let me tell you, that kind of hierarchy doesn't exist in the entertainment industry. Yi Jing simply said, since he's under Director Zhang, I'll have him arrange roles for the two of you. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Bai Kunwu laughed, thinking Yi Jing was joking. But since Yi Jing wanted to play along, he decided to join in the fun. Sure, no problem. If you can get Director Zhang to show up, getting Director An to arrange roles for us would be a piece of cake. Liang Xianyong also caught on and laughed. Yi Jing, you can't play favorites. You have to arrange one for me too. Yi Jing smiled faintly. Don't worry, you'll all get your chance. With that, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Director Zhang, it's me. On the other end, Director Zhang was in the middle of filming when he suddenly froze. Cut. The actor who was deeply into his role was abruptly stopped and looked over in surprise. Director Zhang, what's wrong? Director Zhang glared at him. Don't speak. Everyone immediately stood still, not daring to move. Director Zhang took the phone and spoke respectfully. Mr. Yi, what are your instructions? Everyone was stunned. Who on earth could make Director Zhang so deferential? Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Even the top producer in Hengqin, Wang Chong, didn't command such respect, did he? Even he had to give Director Zhang some leeway, right? Could it be that Director Zhang was reduced to such a humble state? Yi Jing said, I have two extras here, Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong. They're under Director An and Xiaoqiu. Have him arrange more opportunities for them. Director Zhang quickly agreed, Yes, Mr. Yi. Don't worry. I'll definitely promote these two. If they have talent, I can make them top stars within a few months. Even if they don't, at least they'll be able to make it to the first tier. That was Director Zhang's power. He could make anyone a star, regardless of talent or skill. Even if you had no acting ability, he could make you famous and rich beyond your dreams. After the call ended, Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong didn't take it seriously. They thought Yi Jing was still joking. However, this joke seemed a bit too realistic. Yi Jing, you actually made the call, Bai Kunwu chuckled. Then I'll really wait for Director and Xiaoqiu to send someone to arrange opportunities for me. Liang Xianyong also laughed. Exactly. I'll wait too. Maybe a pie will fall from the sky. Only Feng Zijiao coldly laughed. You're really good at acting, Yi Jing. It's a pity you're not in the entertainment industry. It's as if you really know Director Zhang. I'd like to see how you keep up this act when director and doesn't show up. Bai Kunwu frowned. Feng Zijiao, what are you serious about? Yi Jing just said he was joking. Yeah, don't take it seriously. Liang Xianyong quickly added. Yi Jing was just joking. It's been a long time since we last met, just having some fun. Don't take it seriously. Do you really think Director N will come? Feng Zijiao sneered. Is he joking? He's the one pretending, and now he's blaming me? Yi Jing calmly said, whether it's true or not, just wait and see. His calm demeanor made everyone's expressions change slightly. It seemed Yi Jing wasn't joking after all. Could he really know Director Zhang? No one thought that was possible. On the other side, Director Zhang received a call from Director Zhang. Isn't Xiaoqiu under you? Chapter 337. Is he yours? In the phone call, Director Zhang quickly inquired, I remember in Xiaoqiu, right? Is he yours? Director Zhang hurriedly replied, yes, he's mine. He cautiously added, Director Zhang, what's the matter? Didn't Xiaoqiu upset you? If Director Zhang was considered the grandmaster of the entertainment industry, then directors like Director Zhang and Director N were like his disciples and grandchildren, all of whom had to follow Director Zhang's arrangements. No, you need to quickly ask if there are two people named Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong under in Xiaoqiu. Find out right away and let me know, then have in Xiaoqiu contact me. Understood. Although Director Zhang didn't know what was happening, he understood that any task assigned by Director Zhang had to be resolved immediately, not even a minute could be delayed. Soon, and Xiaoqiu also received the news and immediately had his assistant directors contact the extras coordinators, who then began to screen through the list. The feedback came quickly, and Xiaoqiu's hands trembled as he dialed Director Zhang's number. Director Zhang, there are indeed two people by those names in my extras group. Director Zhang quickly replied, you need to immediately find these two and give them more roles, more opportunities. Also, send them to me as soon as possible. I want to personally promote them. And Xiaoqiu was stunned for a moment, then understood. These two must have had an incredible stroke of luck and caught Director Zhang's eye. They were bound to rise to stardom. Thinking about it, he even felt a bit envious of Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong. He, and Xiaoqiu, might sound like a director, but compared to top international superstars, his status was still far inferior. He still had to be respectful when meeting them. Only someone at Director Zhang's level could make top superstars show such deference. In the future, I might even have to rely on and curry favor with Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong. With that thought, and Xiaoqiu quickly had the extras coordinator contact the two men. At the restaurant? All right, I'm on my way. And Xiaoqiu, along with several assistant directors and the extras coordinator, hurried over. All right, we've finished eating. Feng Zijiao chewed on a toothpick and said indifferently, everyone, let's disperse after this. He had originally planned some activities after the meal, but after failing to show off and instead letting Yi Jing take the spotlight, he felt a bit discontented. He knew that when it came to spending money, Yi Jing was probably more capable, so he decided not to embarrass himself. However, in another aspect, he could still mock Yi Jing. Yi Jing, the meal is almost over, but where's that opportunity from Director and Xiaoqiu you were talking about? Just as he finished speaking, a sudden commotion of footsteps came from outside. Then, led by Xiaoqiu, a group appeared at the door. Is this the right room? Yes, Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong are inside. Seeing the newcomers, Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong quickly stood up. Director and Head Coordinator Zhang, why are you all here? The two men had a fleeting thought. Could it be that Yi Jing had called them? They were stunned. And Xiaoqiu quickly stepped forward, extending both hands to shake theirs. Your acting skills are truly outstanding, and you've been undervalued before. From today on, I'll personally arrange your acting opportunities. Also, Director Zhang has given the word. He'll personally oversee the next steps in your acting careers. After hearing this, both men felt lightheaded. Was this a gift from the heavens? After saying this, and Xiaoqiu even showed a hint of envy and flattery, once you two make it big, don't forget me, all right? Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong didn't know how to react. After all, they weren't stars, just ordinary extras. They were far from the level where they could help Xiaoqiu. And Xiaoqiu then slapped his forehead. Look at me, too excited. I forgot you were eating. He glanced at the table and quickly called out to the staff. Add 20 more dishes to this table, at the 500,000 yuan standard, and bring the best wine. Put it all on my tab. I won't disturb your meal anymore. Enjoy. Today, eat and rest well, because starting tomorrow, someone will come to arrange acting opportunities for you. I guarantee you'll both become big stars. After saying this, Xiaoqiu left. He was merely carrying out Director Zhang's orders and had no idea that Yi Jing was the one behind the scenes. So, he didn't pay any attention to Yi Jing. After Xiaoqiu left, everyone was left in shock. It took them a while to recover. Was that scene just now a dream? Director came in a hurry, said a few words, and then left. It feels like a dream. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Just then, dishes of the 500,000 yuan standard began to be served. It wasn't a dream, it was real. Seeing the dishes, they finally believed it. So, does that mean we're really going to blow up? Director even said that Director Zhang has taken notice of us and will arrange our acting opportunities? Both men swallowed hard, unable to believe it. It felt like a dream. You two are going to be big. Feng Zijiao quickly ran over after realizing, by Kunwu, Liang Xianyong, you two have to take care of me in the future. Don't forget our friendship. Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong nodded, exchanged glances, and finally looked at Yi Jing. Yi Jing, was it really you who called Director over? You're amazing. One call, and you got Director to come over, and even got Director Zhang to promise us opportunities. We're convinced. The two were extremely impressed. They realized just how powerful Yi Jing was. Feng Zijiao, however, hesitated. I don't think so. If Director really knew Yi Jing, why didn't he greet him when he arrived? I think it's because your acting skills impressed Director who then recommended your acting clips to Director Zhang, leading to Director Zhang taking notice of you. And you know, anyone noticed by Director Zhang is bound to make it big. That's why this happened. Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong exchanged glances. Is that really how it is? Both men had a humble self-awareness and shook their heads in unison. Forget it. With my acting skills, who would notice me? Even the other extras I act with are better than me. Same here. My acting is quite average. I know that. It must be someone helping me. Chapter 338. Patronage from a Noble Person. Feng Zijiao's mind raced, and he laughed. Then you too must have encountered a noble person who took you under their wing. Perhaps some noble person took a liking to you, which is why they spoke up, leading Zhang and An to choose you too. He kept talking, trying to avoid acknowledging Yi Jing's contribution. After all, Yi Jing had already surpassed him in wealth. If Yi Jing also surpassed him in terms of connections, where would his face be? Yi Jing, tell me yourself, did you call Director here? Feng Zijiao pressed. Yi Jing replied calmly, isn't that obvious? If it wasn't me, how could it have happened so coincidentally? Feng Zijiao sneered. But why doesn't Director recognize you? Only you know him? Yi Jing chuckled. Didn't you hear me? I only know Director Zhang. The call I made earlier was to Director Zhang. Director N is just a subordinate of a subordinate of a subordinate of mine. How could I possibly know him? Feng Zijiao's words faltered, unable to refute. Yi Jing's explanation sounded logically sound, but the more it seemed logical, the more Feng Zijiao refused to believe it. If it were just knowing someone like Director An, a lower-level director, that would be one thing. But who is Director Zhang? He's the top director in the entire Hongdian entertainment circle. A nationally renowned director, internationally famous. What kind of person is Yi Jing to know someone of that caliber? Just then, someone quickly approached from outside. When this figure appeared, everyone was instantly stunned into silence. My God, isn't that the chief producer, Wang Chong? Mr. Wang, the producer. Why would he come to such a small place, a small private room? If Director Zhang is considered an ancestor in Hongdian, then Wang Chong is the true ruler. What is the status of a producer? They are the ultimate benefactors, the financial backbone of the industry. While directors and stars may exude glamour and prestige in public, In the presence of a producer, they all behave with utmost deference, almost like obedient grandsons. So when producer Wang Chang appeared in the restaurant, the entire place seemed to fall into a momentary silence. Not a sound. After all, this is Hongdian, where many small actors and assistants are dining nearby. Seeing Wang Chang here, they even felt like they couldn't breathe. My God, it really is Chief Producer Wang. Am I seeing things? Countless people wanted to come up and greet Chief Producer Wang. Of course, only those who felt they had some standing dared to approach. Those with lower status didn't dare to come forward. But facing everyone, Wang Chang coldly waved his hand, and those people wisely retreated, knowing that Wang Chang was busy and couldn't be bothered with them. However, they were even more curious about what could have caught the attention of Chief Producer Wang to such an extent. Entering the private room, Wang Chang took a deep breath. He forced a sincere smile onto his face. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Chang gently knocked on the door of the private room. May I come in? Everyone inside the room was already looking at him. At the door, Bai Kunwu stammered, Of course, you may come in." Wang Chang respectfully approached Yi Jing, removed his hat, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Yi, when I learned you were in Hongdian, I shamelessly came over." Yi Jing nodded faintly. "I didn't intend to notify you. I'm just here for a couple of days." Wang Chang said, "Understood, Mr. Yi. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. I'll be in Hongdian, waiting for your call." Yi Jing nodded. "Go. I don't like people following me." Wang Chang, "Understood." He immediately left. After Wang Chang left, everyone stared dumbfounded at Yi Jing. Yi Jing, was that Wang Chang, the producer just now? Yi Jing replied calmly, "What? Is there another Wang Chang in Hongdian?" Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard. Of course, there are second and third Wang Changs in Hongdian, as it's a common name. But the chief producer Wang Chang is only one. Yi Jing, I completely believe it now. Director Zhang treating you with such respect was real. Yes, Yi Jing. What kind of identity do you have to make chief producer Wang treat you like that? At this point, who would still doubt the attitudes of director and Xiaoqiu and director Zhang? If Yi Jing could make Wang Chang so humble, then directors Zhang, Shang, and him were just small fry. Yi Jing casually said, "I just happen to know Wang Chang." His words were light, but to everyone's ears, they were like thunder, leaving them utterly stunned. To know someone of Wang Chang's caliber and earn such respect from him speaks volumes about Yi Jing's own standing. Yi Jing, no, Yi Gu, can you give me a chance to? Feng Zijiao quickly crawled over. Yi Gu, I'm also your childhood friend. Aren't our relationships closer than theirs? What I said earlier was all a joke. None of it was my true feelings. Can you give me a chance, Yi Gu? Feng Zijiao knew that with just a word from Yi Jing, he could rise to great heights. Then, not only could he buy this measly Audi, but 100 or even 1,000 audis would be easy. Just then, Wang Chang returned with a bottle of fine wine. "Mr. Yi, this wine is one of my treasures, just brought over. It's from Louis. Oh, I forgot. You don't care about these things. Anyway, you know it's a decent bottle for you to taste." Yi Jing nodded casually, took the wine, and handed it to Huang Yuyan. Huang Yuyan is a wine enthusiast. Seeing this wine, her eyes almost popped out, indicating how good the wine was. "Oh, is this person also an actor? Is he also your friend?" Wang Chang noticed Feng Zijiao. Feng Zijiao quickly said, Yes. I'm also Yi Ji's friend, childhood friend." He was ecstatic, knowing his chance had come. If Wang Chang knew about this connection, he could rise through the ranks. But Yi Jing said indifferently, "Oh, I'm not familiar with him." Wang Chang immediately understood and calmly left the private room. To his assistant outside, he said, "That person inside, Feng Zijiao? All right, from now on, cut off all his performance resources and let him fend for himself. It's an extra favor from Mr. Yi." Since the private room door was already open, everyone inside naturally heard this and was struck with cold sweat, drenched in fear. He was done for. That was the only thought in his mind. Chapter 339, like a pile of soggy mud. Feng Zijiao instantly collapsed in fear. He was like a pile of soggy mud, completely devoid of strength. No, no, no. I can't just sink like this. Yijing, you can't do this to me. You have to get Mr. Wang to take back those words. Yijing, no, Brother Yi, Grandpa. Please make him take back those words. I can't lose my acting opportunities. I've only just played a few supporting roles, just gained a bit of acting opportunities. I've only just started to gain some popularity. My future is still long. Feng Zijiao was almost driven mad, speaking incoherently in his agitation. All he knew was that once Wang Chang's words spread in the entertainment industry, no production team would dare cast him, and no director would dare hire him. By then, he would be unable to move a step in Hengqin. His dream of being an actor, his dream of becoming a star, would all be shattered, like soap bubbles. Yijing looked at him indifferently. Oh, you mean you'll lose your acting opportunities? You'll sink into obscurity? No one will cast you. Feng Zijiao nodded hastily, speaking in a pitiful tone. Yes, Yijing. You wouldn't bear to see me in such a state, would you? And you, Bai Kunwar, Liang Xianyong, you wouldn't want to see me abandoned by the entertainment industry, would you? The two of them pretended not to see him. Brother Yi, Grandpa, you have to save me. You can't just watch me lose my acting opportunities. Feng Zijiao cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. Yijing smiled faintly. But what does that have to do with me? Let's go. Yijing stood up first. Behind him, Bai Kunwu and Liang Xianyong also stood up. Outside, Wang Chang, having heard Yijing's words, immediately understood that Mr. Yi had no intention of giving Feng Zijiao a last chance. Everyone left, leaving Feng Zijiao alone in the private room, utterly dejected. He knew that his life in the entertainment industry was over, forever. In the following days, Yijing took Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan, under the guidance of the little tour guide Yi, to have a good time in Hengqin. The city was full of film and television bases. Walking through them felt like traveling through different dynasties. Yijing and the two women spent 2 enjoyable days here. Meanwhile, in the provincial capital, Daya Bay Mountain Villa, did Yijing, Zhang Qingxian, and Huang Yuyan really leave? Zhang Liyue was excited. The younger members of the Zhang family quickly replied, yes, sister, they really left. They went to Hengqin for a trip. Now, only Lin Yanan is staying in that villa. Zhang Qingxian hurried to find Grandma Zheng. Grandma, isn't this a great opportunity for us? Grandma Zheng was puzzled. What opportunity? Oh, Liyue, you don't know. I've been suffering these past few days. Every night, I'm so cramped, I can't sleep well. Due to the lack of space, several children had been sleeping in the grandparents' room every night. This caused Grandma Zheng to have almost no good sleep for days. Even Grandpa Zheng wasn't sleeping well. As they aged, poor sleep had a significant impact on their mental state. Grandma Zheng was on the verge of breaking down. Grandma, Yijing is gone. Grandma Zheng perked up immediately. What did you say? Where did Yijing go? Zhang Liyue excitedly replied, Yijing took Qingxian and Huang Yuyan to Hengqin for a trip. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for us? Last time, we were kicked out, but this time, we'll just barge in and take over their house without a word. By the time they return, it'll be a done deal. They'll have to accept it. Then, Grandma, you'll have your own room. Grandma Zheng's eyes lit up. Initially, she was hesitant, but after enduring it for days, she had had enough. All right, let's go there quickly. The two planned to take advantage of Yijing's absence and quickly take over the house. To ensure success and that Lin Yanan couldn't stop them, Grandma Zheng even picked a few strong second-generation members of the Zheng family. The group, full of momentum, arrived at the mountaintop villa. Open up, open up. Bang, bang, bang. Grandma Zheng banged on the door fiercely. Lin Yanan, I saw you go in. Open the door for me right now. Who is it? Lin Yanan opened the door a crack, clearly wary, as Yijing and the others were not there. Open the door quickly. Grandma Zheng stuck her foot into the crack as a warning. You better not close the door. If you pinch my foot, I'll sue you for a lifetime. Lin Yanin was too scared to open the door, but she quickly dialed a number. Hee, are you calling Yijing? Grandma Zheng sneered. But he's in Hengqin, far away. Can't quench the thirst nearby. Can he? Do you think he can fly back to drive us out? Little girl, we have no deep grudges. The previous grievances were between our Zheng family and Yijing, not you. Don't get involved in this. After Grandma Zheng's words, she waited for Lin Yanin's reaction. But Lin Yanin didn't pay her any attention. Yes, please come over quickly. After saying that, Lin Yanin ignored Grandma Zheng and the others, seemingly waiting for someone outside. Seeing that Lin Yanin wasn't blocking the door, Zhang Liyue immediately signaled the others to push the door open forcefully. Grandma now, this mountaintop villa is ours. Finally, we won't have to endure the cramped days in that small villa anymore. So comfortable. Grandma Zheng also chuckled, good, this villa looks spacious, and the yard is comfortable. Finally, I won't have to endure the noise of so many children every night. I can finally rest well. Just as they were about to enter, Lin Yanin called out to someone outside, you're almost here, the Zheng family is here again. As soon as she finished speaking, two groups of people rushed in. One group was the property management, Mr. Zhang's people. The other group was the public security officers, clearly the ones arranged by Leader Sun last time. These two groups were Yijing's contingency plan, left to help Lin Yanin drive away the intruders. You're back again? Among the public security officers, there were those who had carried Grandma Zheng away last time. Haven't had enough of the last lesson, huh? Seeing these people, Grandma Zheng's face changed. Get out quickly. If you come again, we'll drive you out again. Even though Mr. Yi is not here, we'll still guard this mountaintop villa for him. Without further ado, the two groups forcefully drove Grandma Zheng, Zhang Liyue, and the others out. Chapter 340. Simply not human. This Yijing, he really wants to drive us to the brink of ruin. Grandmother Zheng cursed outside. He's simply not human. With such a large empty house, he won't let me stay. He'd rather let it go to waste than show filial piety to me. He has no sense of filial duty, no sense of public virtue at all. Grandmother Zheng was furious, returning to the semi-mountain villa with Zheng Liyue. Liyue, you need to think of a solution quickly. I can't stand this cramped life for even a moment. After seeing the beautiful environment and serene villa above, Grandmother Zheng could no longer tolerate the noise here. Zheng Qingxian thought for a moment and said, Grandma, our Zheng family isn't without options. Have you forgotten what our Zheng family's biggest asset is now? Grandmother Zheng thought for a moment, her eyes lighting up. It's Zhengshi flagship company? Exactly. Zheng Liyue smiled. Although a lot of our assets and houses have been seized by the bank, our biggest company hasn't. A younger family member nearby worriedly said, but sister, the company is now under second sister's name. Zhang Liyue sneered, it's true under second sister's name, but in reality, many people in our Zheng family, including Grandpa, hold dry shares. The company was established under our Zheng family's name, and many of the original shares are held by us. If we sell those dry shares and cash out, won't we have money? Grandmother Zheng nodded. I didn't plan to touch those original shares, but now it's a critical moment for our Zheng family. Let's cash out those shares. Some of the money will be used to improve our living conditions. I can't stand this cramped life for another day. The rest of the money will be given to you to start a new company. But this time, you can't be so hasty. You need to proceed steadily. Our comfortable life depends on you. Zhang Qingxian was almost moved to tears by the old lady's words. Grandma, you really know how to care for me. Grandmother Zheng sighed. There's no other way. Among the entire Zheng family, besides Qingxian, you're the most obedient, have the highest business acumen, and are the most generous with family dividends. That Zhang Qingxian, although she has some business talent, she's still inferior to you. The key is, she's too selfish. Any benefits only go to herself and Yijing. Even before getting married, she's always thinking about her husband. She doesn't give any benefits to the rest of the Zheng family. What's the point of raising such an ingrate? Exactly, Grandma. You're absolutely right. Zhang Liu smiled happily, looking forward to getting the dry shares of Zhengshi Flagship Group. In the afternoon, a group of Zheng family members arrived at Zhengshi Flagship Group. Lin Yanan, now that Zheng Qingxian is gone, you're the highest-ranking person here, right? Grandmother Zheng and Zheng Liu sat boldly, waiting for Lin Yanan to serve them. Seeing this situation, Lin Yanan quickly said, I'm not a leader, I'm just a messenger. If you have any important matters, I can contact Qingxian. Zhang Liu coldly said, no need. This time, just handle it according to company procedures. This time, we've come to sell all the dry and original shares accumulated over the years and cash them out. Lin Yanan's face changed, remembering something, and immediately went to call Zheng Qingxian. Heh, the reaction is quite big. Zhang Liu sneered, not taking it seriously. For a company, having a large number of original shareholders suddenly cash out would naturally cause panic. Massive cashing out could create a sense of crisis among other investors, leading to a domino effect. Therefore, many companies are extremely afraid of such sudden large-scale cashing out, as it could cause irreparable damage to the company. But now, Zhang Liu and Grandmother Zheng didn't care about that. Whether Zhang Qingshuan's company lived or died had nothing to do with them. They only needed a lot of money. In reality, Qingxian, they've come to cash out. Zhang Qingxian remained calm. Oh, it's time to tell them this. Go to my safe, take out the previous documents, and show them. After they see it, they'll be happy. Lin Yanan immediately fetched the documents. These are all the dry shares held by the Zheng family members. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxian and Grandmother Zheng frowned. What's going on? It's not money, but documents? They sensed something was wrong. After reading the documents, they were even more shocked. What? The Zheng family has already sold all those dry and original shares? Why didn't they tell us? Lin Yanan quickly explained, yes, a long time ago, when Zhengshi Flagship Group hadn't developed yet, and the shares weren't valuable, they were sold. Only Grandpa's dry shares remain. Everyone else's are gone. Damn, why didn't anyone tell me? Zhang Liu immediately dialed the number. Third aunt, when did you sell your original shares in the flagship company? Ah, Qingxian wanted you to sell them. So you did? You regret it too? Zhang Liu was unwilling to accept this, immediately dialing another number. Sixth aunt, did you sell your shares as well? How could that be? Why did you sell them? After making a round of calls, she reluctantly discovered that all the Zheng family members had indeed sold their shares at that time. At that time, Zhengshi Flagship Group hadn't developed yet, and the company's original and dry shares were very cheap. Calculating that time, it was when Yi Jing had just entered the Zheng family. It was Yi Jing who had persuaded Zhang Qingxian to let all the Zheng family members sell their dry and original shares when she had just become the president, at the then relatively low prices. Compared to the sky-high prices of the now highly successful flagship company, those prices were practically peanuts. Yi Jing didn't want those leeches to continue sucking blood from the flagship company. How could they all be sold? Only Grandpa's left. Zhang Liu and Grandmother Zheng were completely dumbfounded. Heartless. This Yi Jing is truly heartless. At that time, he clearly knew that Zhengshi Flagship Company would soon enter a period of rapid development. Yet he didn't want us Jing family members to make money. That's why he cleared out all those original and dry shares so early. Grandmother Zheng now hated Yi Jing to the core. She wished she could take a knife and kill Yi Jing herself. After all, those shares, all added together, would amount to several hundred million. Yi Jing had caused her to lose several hundred million in total. Chapter 341. Kicked out? No, I have to go find the old man, exclaimed Madame Zheng, her voice trembling with excitement. I need to get the control of Zhengshi Flagship Group back from him. And that dry stock, I must make the old man withdraw it. Madame Zheng was almost shouting, we absolutely cannot let Yi Jing profit from our family's money while doing nothing. Since he is determined to kick us out of the Zheng family, then we will not leave him any chance to share the profits. Madame Zheng was furious. Apart from the old man's dry stock, Every single member of the Zheng family had been kicked out by that ungrateful man. This Zhengshi flagship company, which seemed to be making a killing in recent years, had no connection to the Zheng family at all. They couldn't even leech off it. How could the old lady bear this? She never thought that the reason Zhengshi flagship group had flourished was entirely due to Yi Jing's connections, not because of the Zheng family. Should they just watch the parasites of the Zheng family do nothing and suck the life out of the company? In the old lady's eyes, this was all justified. Liue, this Zheng family still needs to rely on you. If we rely on Zheng Qingxian and Yi Jing, those ungrateful people, our Zheng family will collapse sooner or later. Zhang Liue was nodding vigorously at this moment. Her grandmother's words made it clear that she was being treated as a confidant, as the next leader of the Zheng family. Grandma, you're right, the Zheng family still needs to rely on me. In Suzhou, the Yu family, Yu Fuji, Yu Shang, and Yuan, all three of them, lay side by side on hospital beds, paralyzed. A family, neatly arranged. Standing in front of their beds was a couple. Uncle Yu, don't worry. I will take good care of your daughter, Julie said, holding Yu Yunling. Yu Yunling was Yu Fuji's daughter, a graceful and delicate beauty with fair, rosy skin, exuding a homely charm. Julie narrowed his eyes and said, my father, Zhu Pan, was killed by the Yi Jing, right? The paralyzed Yu Fuji on the bed, his voice filled with hatred, said, yes, it was Yi Jing who killed your father, and he also paralyzed me and my son. Now, I hand over my daughter, Yu Yunling, to you. You will be the leader of our Suzhou Yu family and the Longxi group. You now carry the grudges of both our families. I need you to kill the Yi Jing. After that, bring back the divine medicine from him to cure us, father and sons. Julie nodded slightly. Don't worry, uncle and my two brothers-in-law. Even if it's just for my father's revenge, I will personally kill the Yi Jing. And now that I have married the breathtakingly beautiful Yu Yunling, I will definitely help you all get your revenge. As he spoke, Zhu Li's hands wandered all over Yu Yunling's body, making her moan softly. Zhu Li thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. To defile this goddess in front of her father and brothers, making her unable to suppress her sounds, was a thrill. Yu Fuji and his sons had no way to stop it, as they were all paralyzed, able to see and speak but unable to move. Moreover, they had to rely on Zhu Li to avenge them and retrieve the divine medicine to cure them. No, I don't want you to kill him directly. Yu Fuji's face showed deep resentment and venom. I want him to suffer, to feel pain. I want him to experience the same immense pain of being paralyzed in bed as I do. I want him to suffer miserably. You must torment him, make him suffer unbearably, and only then kill him. During his time paralyzed in bed, Yu Fuji's mind had twisted. He was fully conscious but unable to do anything, which was driving him insane. All right, I understand, uncle. I promise you. After leaving the Yu family, Zhu Li and Yu Yunling took a plane directly to the provincial capital. Yunling, what do you think we should do to torment the Yi Jing? Yu Yunling said with hatred, that Yi Jing made my father and brother endure such inhuman suffering. We must find ways to make him suffer and feel pain. Zhu Li thought for a moment and said, my father, Zhu Pan, and my adopted brother, Su Yi, suffered the most because they brought too few men. They had no intelligence about this provincial capital and thus fell into a trap. This time, I brought a large number of men from the Longxi group and the Suzhou Yu family. They have even set up branches here, which means the Longxi group and the Suzhou Yu family have established a foothold in this provincial capital. This way, we won't be in the dark when taking any actions. In the past few days, I had them investigate the local situation, and they found some like-minded people. Yu Yunling's eyes lit up. Honey, you mean there are people who want to make Yi Jing suffer? Who want him to feel pain? Who want him dead? Zhu Li sneered sinisterly. Yes, and these people are none other than Madame Zheng and Zheng Liue from the Zheng family. It seems that Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian pulled a fast one on the Zheng family, causing Madame Zheng to lose several hundred million. For the Zheng family, this money was not only a lifeline but also a chance to turn things around. Yi Jing took that away, and now the enmity is deep. I heard that Zhang Liyue and Madame Zhang are planning to make a move as soon as Yi Jing returns from his trip to Hongqing. Yu Yunling said, then we should try to get those two on our side. After all, we are outsiders here. Even if we've set up companies locally, our roots aren't deep. With these two as allies, we'll be unstoppable. Zhu Li nodded. Exactly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is what my father taught me, and that's how he managed to create the Longxi Group, a monopoly-level giant, in the western region. Grandma, someone from the Longxi Group contacted me. Zhang Liyue found Madame Zhang and said, they want to meet with us. The Longxi Group? Madame Zhang was puzzled. Who from the Longxi Group contacted you? Zhang Liyue replied. He introduced himself as Su Yi's adopted brother and Zhu Pan's biological son. Madame Zhang was shocked. Isn't that the actual legal controller of the Longxi Group? His position is very high. We must go quickly. The Longxi Group was a behemoth, a giant, and even with Zhu Pan and Su Yi's disappearance and death, it remained a formidable force. Now that Zhu Li represented the Longxi Group, it was unclear whether this was a good or bad thing. Let's go quickly, Madame Zhang urged. Hopefully, they will treat us well, considering your past relationship with Su Yi. Madame Zhang was also worried that the Longxi Group might be coming to cause trouble. Chapter 342. That's what a manner should be. Grandma Zhang and Zhang Liyue nervously arrived at a cafe. Liyue, if the people from Longxi Group make a move later, you run out and call for help, get some passers-by to come in and save us, Grandma Zhang said, having experienced Su Yi's disappearance. Although she didn't know where Su Yi had disappeared to and didn't dare to think about it, she was always afraid that Longxi Group would trace the clues back to her, so she was extremely cautious. Got it, Grandma, Zhang Liyue replied. But the people from Longxi Group seemed quite easy to get along with. When I was with Su Yi, I called them a few times, and they were pretty nice. As they spoke, several people entered the booth. The two leading figures were a man and a woman, with the man chuckling as he spoke. That's right, we from Longxi Group are all very easy to get along with. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhu Li, Su Yi's foster brother, and Zhu Pan is my biological father. Zhang Liyue quickly stood up to shake hands. Nice to meet you. I've heard Su Yi mention you before. He always praised you. In reality, Su Yi had never praised Zhu Li, but to ingratiate herself with him, Zhang Liyue lied through her teeth. Zhu Li showed a faint smile. Is that so? My foster brother actually praised me? That's quite rare. But after he disappeared, it worked out for me. Before that, my father valued Su Yi's abilities more and thought that even though I was his biological son, I couldn't match Su Yi in business. I harbored a lot of resentment toward my foster brother. Hearing this, Zhang Liyue's face changed dramatically. She had been Su Yi's woman, and now Zhu Li held a deep grudge against Su Yi. Could this be a trap? But the next moment, Zhu Li's words reassured her. No matter what, Su Yi was a part of Longxi Group, and I need to avenge his death. Today, I invited you here to ask for your help. Zhang Liyue knew that if Zhu Li wanted to use her, he wouldn't make things difficult for her but would instead support her. Grandma Zhang had also figured this out, and her eyes lit up. She quietly grabbed Zhang Liyue's hand. Big granddaughter, this is an opportunity. A chance to hitch a ride with Longxi Group. Isn't our Zhang family looking for a way to turn things around? Here it is. Zhang Liyue was also excited. Yes. Why did she get involved with Su Yi in the first place? To latch onto the powerful Longxi Group. Now that a new opportunity had presented itself, she had to seize it. What can we do to help? Please, just tell us. Zhu Li didn't directly state what he needed help with, but instead said, the lady beside me, you probably aren't unfamiliar with her. She's Yu Yunling, the daughter of Yu Fuji, the eldest princess of the Yu family. My father, Zhu Pan, and Yu Fuji's fate were both caused by Yi Jing. So, I have an irreconcilable grudge with Yi Jing. The favor I need from you is targeting Yi Jing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liyue and Grandma Zhang trembled. You're not asking us to kill him, are you? Killing was, after all, illegal. Although Zhang Liyue and Grandma Zhang had already thought of killing Yi Jing 1,000 times over in their hearts. No, killing him is my business, Zhu Li said coldly. Your task is to make Yi Jing suffer, to make him feel pain. Do you know what it's like for you Yunling's father and brothers now? Lying in bed, unable to move, unable to enjoy life, forced to eat porridge and receive nutrient infusions every day just to stay alive. It's excruciating. Even I feel bad just looking at it. Zhu Li wasn't genuinely feeling that pain, but his words were meant for Yu Yunling beside him. By showing enough empathy, he could ensure that the beautiful woman would go the extra mile to serve him tonight. Such a small cost for such a big return. Why not? So, I want Yi Jing to experience despair, pain, and suffering. Your job is to do whatever it takes to make that happen. Zhang Liyue and Grandma Zhang were overjoyed. Yes, yes, yes. We can definitely do that. Even without Zhu Li and Yu Yunling's request, they would have wanted Yi Jing to experience that pain. To feel the pain of losing hundreds of millions. Mr. Zhu, right now, we're powerless, Grandma Zhang said with a blink of her eyes. Our company has been sealed, our properties and houses are gone, and we don't even have a place to live. How can we deal with Yi Jing? Zhu Li said, I'm aware of your situation. As a reward for helping me, I can help you rise again. I plan to invest 200 million first to set up a new company for Zhang Liyue. Depending on how well you manage it, I might add another 200 million later. Your new company will be called Xian Zhang Group. How about that? Zhang Liyue's breathing quickened. Even when she became Su Yi's woman, she hadn't received such an investment. Zhu Li was indeed inferior to Su Yi in business acumen. With such a spendthrift attitude, no wonder Zhu Pan didn't use him. But for Zhang Liyue, this was actually a good thing. What she needed most was a rich and gullible benefactor. If it weren't for the fact that Zhu Li and Yu Yunling seemed to be in the midst of a lovey-dovey phase, she would have wanted to pounce on Zhu Li and squeeze every penny out of him. With these 200 million, my Xian Zhang Group will definitely thrive. Zhang Liyue was thrilled. She was finally going to be back in the CEO's seat. And this time, the starting point was high. She could even try to compete with her sister's Zhangshi flagship group. Our Zhang family is finally turning things around. Grandma Zhang was also excited, her hands flailing about. But Mr. Zhu, our entire Zhang family of over 100 people is crammed into a small villa right now. Could you help us with our living situation too? Zhu Li nodded, his nouveau riche demeanor on full display. That's easy. I'll take care of it. I've looked into it. You're currently living in the Banyan Bay Mountain Villa, right? Yes, yes, yes. We're living there. It's nice, but it's too cramped. Grandma Zhang quickly said, Could you help us buy back the manor from the bank? Zhu Li scoffed. Why would you want to buy back that trash? That so-called manor is just a rundown ancestral home. A manor? I wouldn't even look at it. If you have time, go to Western Sichuan and see my Zhu family's manor. Now that's true luxury and class. That's what a real manor should be. Chapter 343. This is sponsorship. Compared to ours, your so-called manor? It's just a rundown shack, a garbage heap. Hearing Zhu Li's disparaging words, Zhang Liyue and the matriarch Zhang both looked somewhat embarrassed. Had they been living in garbage and dog kennels all this time? Yu Yunling also sneered, Or why don't you come to the Sioux City Yu family to see our estate? Now that's what you call a true residence, with pavilions and terraces, a new scene every 5 steps. Your place is incredibly backward, like something out of the Stone Age. Zhang Liyue and the matriarch Zhang's faces grew even more uncomfortable. However, in front of this man and woman, the two of them could only continue to force smiles. The Longxi Group and the Sioux City Yu family were both major corporations, far superior to their third-rate provincial city family. They were not even on the same level, separated by several layers. Zhu Li waved his hand generously, saying, I've bought all the dozen or so villas in the Banyan Bay hillside villas. That should be enough for your Zhang family to live in, right? Upon hearing this, the matriarch Zhang nearly fainted from excitement. In that moment, she almost suffered a stroke. Even at the peak of the Zhang family's power, they couldn't have achieved this. A single Banyan Bay hillside villa had been something she had longed for her entire life, constantly complaining to her late husband about why he hadn't reclaimed it. Now, all of a sudden, they had acquired a dozen, and they all belonged to the Zhang family? She was going crazy. If not for her age, She might have jumped up to hug Julie and plant a few kisses on him. The Longxi group truly had deep pockets. Buying so many villas didn't even make them blink. After saying this, Julie seemed to realize that simply giving them away might not be appropriate. So he added, "These dozen hillside villas aren't being given to you for free. They'll be rented to you at the normal market price. If you complete your task well, make Yijing suffer enough, feel enough pain, and reach enough despair. And if your company performs well, then we'll distribute these villas to you as part of an investment dividend." Understand? Yu Yunling also chimed in. Got it? You need to make him suffer. Make him feel the pain my father and brothers felt. Zhang Liyue and the matriarch Zhang had no reason to refuse. They quickly nodded with joy. Understood, understood. We'll do our best. Isn't it just about making Yijing miserable? That's what we're best at. When they emerged from the cafe, it felt like they had been reborn. My goodness, has our Zhang family turned things around? The matriarch Zhang still couldn't quite believe it. When they had entered, she had been nervous, fearing that the people from the Longxi group might harm them. But when they left, the Zhang family had acquired a dozen villas and a company worth 200 million yuan, with Julie promising to add another 200 million later. That would make the company worth 400 million yuan, enough to rival Zhang Liyue's company. By then, it would be anyone's guess who would come out on top. Granddaughter, pinch me, quick. Am I dreaming? The old lady was having trouble believing it. It's not a dream, Grandma. Our Zhang family has really turned things around. Zhang Liyue was also thrilled. She was finally going to regain her status as a female CEO. A short while later, the two returned to Banyan Bay Hillside. Grandma, big sister, you're back? As soon as they opened the door, a group of Jing family members greeted them. Seeing the chaotic scene inside, with children running everywhere, the matriarch Zhang smiled for the first time. Come, all of you, follow me outside. The Zhang family members were puzzled. What's going on, Grandma? The matriarch Zhang said proudly, You'll see when you come out. Those who followed behind quietly asked Zhang Liyue, Big sister, what's going on? Why does Grandma seem so happy? Yeah, ever since Grandma hasn't been sleeping well, she's been scolding us every day. Why is she being so nice today? 100 Zhang family members followed behind, baffled. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, You didn't take over second sister's villa, did you? Upon hearing this, many eyes lit up. Taken over? Second sister's villa is really nice. It has 50 rooms, enough for all of us. Really, Grandma? Do we have a place to live now? Everyone was excited to ask. Zhang Liyue laughed heartily. Don't rush. Today is a big day, even better than what you're guessing. Even better than that? Everyone was stumped. What could be better than taking over second sister's villa? As they spoke, the group arrived at another hillside villa. The matriarch Zhang, like a magician, pulled out a set of keys from her pocket, clicked them open, and unlocked the gate. She strutted like a proud swan, declaring, From today onward, this villa belongs to our Zheng family. Although Julie had said that this villa would only be rented to them at market price, and only if they performed well enough to make Yijing suffer, the matriarch Zhang was confident. She might not be good at much, but making people miserable? That was her specialty. No one could surpass her in that. With Zhang Liyue, her obedient granddaughter, helping her, those dozen villas would eventually be hers. It's ours now? The Zhang family members were thrilled. This villa was almost identical in layout to the one they were currently living in. That meant they had just gained over a dozen extra rooms. Haha, this is great. With over a dozen extra rooms, we can move half of us over here. It'll be much more spacious. As they were celebrating, the matriarch Zhang led the group to another villa next door, clicking open the lock once more. This villa, too, will belong to our Zhang family from now on. The matriarch Zhang waved her hand grandly, exuding an air of command. Now, the Zhang family members were stunned. Even the slowest among them could sense something was off. One extra villa they could accept, but now another? What was going on? Grandma, did you win the lottery or something? Even if you won the lottery, you couldn't afford 2 villas, Grandma. Spill it. Don't keep us in suspense. Yeah, Grandma, you're the best, the pillar of our Zheng family. Tell us already. After teasing them enough, the matriarch Xing finally said calmly, "This is all sponsorship I've secured." Addressing the crowd, she continued, "Your big sister Zhang Liwei and I went to the Longxi group." Chapter 344, Leaving him maimed. I've been negotiating with the Longxi group for a long time to secure this sponsorship. Grandma Zhang winked at Liu, and she immediately nodded with a smile, as if she understood. Not only did I secure these 2 villas, Grandma Zhang suddenly took out a dozen keys from her bosom. I secured sponsorship for a dozen villas. That means, from today onwards, the Zhang family no longer has to squeeze into cramped rooms or return to that dilapidated ancestral estate that was worse than a doghouse. Instead, we can all live in these spacious, scenic, and well-designed villas. Each one is a hillside villa. The entire Zhang family was stunned. Then, an overwhelming wave of joy erupted. "Grandma, you're amazing. Grandma, you're amazing. You're my idol. Grandma, you're incredible." Every member of the Zhang family now looked up to Grandma Zhang in awe. Even Grandpa Zhang was shocked speechless. When did his wife become so capable? However, he still had a bit of rationality in him. Was the Longxi group really that easy to talk to? Just sponsoring like that? And so generously? Was there no condition or requirement? I also have an announcement to make. After Grandma Zhang finished speaking, Liu stepped to the forefront. After going to the Longxi group with Grandma, I also secured a sponsorship. Everyone held their breath. With the previous dozen villas, they all widened their eyes with anticipation. They knew that whatever sponsorship Liu secured wouldn't be small. I secured a company worth 400 million. Our Zhang family finally has its own company, and in the future, everyone will continue to receive dividends and profits. The crowd erupted in joy. Now, both their current housing and future livelihood were secured. Grandma is amazing, and Sister Liu is amazing too. Grandma and Sister Liu are the pillars of our Zhang family. Grandma Zhang led the group, almost like a tour, through the dozen villas, dispersing the hundreds of Zhang family members among them. This way, every family had their own room, even enough for one person per room. It was completely spacious and sufficient. Not far away, on the hilltop, Zhang Peilon had just returned from buying vegetables. That's Grandma Zhang and the others. Zhang Peilon wondered. Weren't they living in cramped, stressful conditions in the hillside villas recently? Why do they all look so overjoyed, like they've won the jackpot? Carrying her vegetable basket, Zhang Peilon quietly followed behind, wanting to see what was going on. When she saw them inspecting villa after villa, she was instantly shocked. She quickly ran back to the hilltop villa and told Lin Yanan about the news. Lin Yanan immediately called Zhang Qingxian, who was in Hengcheng. Qingxian, something big has happened. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Qingxian asked, puzzled, "What's going on?" "Take your time." Lin Yanan quickly said. Qingxian, Grandma Zhang and Liu, along with the Zhang family, seem to have bought all the dozen hillside villas and are now going through the process of taking possession. "What?" Zhang Qingxian exclaimed in surprise. She had enough money to buy all the villas, but that would essentially mean investing all the cash flow of the Zhang flagship group. And she wasn't willing to make such a large investment. Where did Grandma get so much money? Yijing, Huang Yuyan, what do you think? Where did Grandma suddenly get so much money? Yijing shook his head calmly. I don't know. Huang Yuyan also wondered. It's impossible for the Zhang family to suddenly earn so much money on their own. Even if they won the lottery, they couldn't have won so many top prizes at once, right? One villa was already comparable to a top-tier lottery prize. A dozen villas were like winning a dozen top prizes. How could that be possible? Then there's only one possibility left. Someone is helping them from behind. Zhang Qingxian wondered. Who could it be? Yijing said calmly. Who cares who it is? As long as it doesn't affect us. Zhang Qingxian also smiled. True, it's actually a good thing. Now that Grandma has her own place, she probably won't bother us anymore. Huang Yuyan also muttered quietly, that's true. It saves them from always knocking on our door late at night, trying to squeeze into our villa. These villas are so luxurious. Haha, so many villas, all belong to our Zheng family now. Our Zheng family is really standing tall now. From our ancestors to now, this is the most prosperous we've ever been, right? The Zheng family members were all elated. The gloom from having their estate seized and confiscated seemed to have been swept away today. It's so comfortable. We finally have spacious places to live. And the best part is, with Sister Liu managing the company, we'll have continuous income. We can keep living in such great places. Some even whispered with a laugh, if we had known we'd have such luck, we should have sold that old ancestral estate earlier. The conditions here are so much better than that old estate. While everyone was overly excited, Grandma Zheng and Liu quietly slipped away. They began to conspire. Liu, do you know how we got all this? Liu nodded with a smile. Of course, Grandma. It's all about making Yijing suffer, making him despair, and inflicting pain upon him, isn't it? That's the deal we made with Zhu Li of the Longxi group. The two whispered quietly, not noticing a similarly stooped, elderly figure sneaking closer to eavesdrop. Grandpa Zheng had been puzzled. Why would the Longxi group suddenly be so kind, sponsoring both a company and so many villas? So, he had come to ask Grandma Zheng. But before he could ask, he overheard Grandma Zheng and his granddaughter discussing it. So, Grandpa Zheng decided not to reveal himself immediately and instead listen in. Grandma Zheng said, although these villas are currently still on a rental basis, as long as we do our part, as long as we make Yijing suffer, despair, and experience unbearable pain, Zhu Li will be satisfied. Then, these houses will be ours. We need to think of a way to make him suffer. Liu clenched her teeth. Yes, it'd be best to have him get into a car accident, leaving him maimed, with a missing arm or leg, so he ends up bedridden. Chapter 345. Seizing Assets. Our goal with Zhu Li is the same. We all want to make Yijing despair, suffer, and feel pain. Zhang Liu also angrily chimed in, Grandma, my new Zheng company also plans to compete with my younger sister's Zheng flagship company. After all, our Zheng family no longer has any shares in it, so it's no longer considered our Zheng family's company. Isn't it normal for us to compete with her? Grandmother Zheng hesitated slightly, but there are still your grandfather's shares in it. When this was mentioned, Zhang Liu's anger flared up. Why are you still caring about Grandpa? He does have shares in it, but has he ever used those shares to benefit our Zheng family? He only wants to benefit my younger sister and Yijing. Let's not care about Grandpa's shares anymore. Who told him to always support Yijing and speak up for my younger sister? In the end, Grandmother Zheng also nodded. After all, her stance was now aligned with Zhu Li's, and since he had given her a villa and a company, she had to reciprocate. At that moment, an exasperated voice came from the side. Listen to yourselves. What are you saying? Family members against family members? Wanting him to despair and suffer? Does your younger sister not share your bloodline? Do you really wish her ill? And you want to establish a company to compete with her? Grandfather Zheng was furious. I finally understand how these villas and companies came about. You've agreed to the conditions of those heartless bastards. Grandmother Zheng's face turned pale. How did their secret plotting get overheard by Grandfather Zheng? It wouldn't be a big deal if he heard it, but the problem was, given Grandfather Zheng's personality, he would definitely tell Zheng Qingxian and Yijing. That would be disastrous. Grandpa, what's wrong with what we're doing? What's wrong with it? Zhang Liu, feeling she was in the right, shouted, we're doing this for the good of the entire Zheng family. Haven't you seen that we now have a villa to live in and a company to manage? Grandfather Zheng was so angry he felt smoke coming out of his ears. You don't need to harm family members to get investment from others. You should have rejected such conditions outright. Zhang Liu retorted unhappily, reject outright? Where would we live then? Would we still be cramped in that small villa? Grandfather Zheng clutched his chest in anger, feeling pain. He shouted, if it comes to that, sell the villa and buy ordinary apartments. Would the Zheng family not be able to live in them? As for the company, with so many of us in the Zheng family working together, Rising from the ashes wouldn't be difficult. After all, how did our ancestral home lose its value? Isn't it your fault? At this, Zhang Liue exploded. You blame me? Everyone signed the agreement, so why blame me alone? Grandpa, didn't you also sign the agreement? Didn't you agree to it too? Before Zhang Liue could say more, there was a thud, followed by the sound of a vase breaking. She turned to see that her grandfather had suddenly collapsed, and a glass vase had been knocked over. Grandmother Jing also exclaimed, "Old man, what's wrong?" The two quickly crouched down to check on him. Grandfather Zhang was clutching his heart with great effort, his expression extremely pained. He had already lost consciousness and couldn't speak. Myocardial infarction. It's a myocardial infarction. Other members of the Zhang family, hearing the sound of the vase breaking, rushed in. Upon seeing the situation, they shouted, "Quick, someone help! Grandfather's having a myocardial infarction. Get him to the hospital. Call an ambulance." Soon, Grandfather Zhang was rushed to the hospital. After resuscitation, his vital signs stabilized, but he remained unconscious. "I told you to keep quiet, but you wouldn't listen. Look what you've done. You've made your grandfather have a myocardial infarction." Grandmother Zhang reprimanded Zhang Liue Bumon. Zhang Liue also felt a bit upset. How was I supposed to know that just a few words would make Grandpa collapse? Besides Grandma, there's a bigger problem now. What if Grandpa wakes up and tells others about those things? Grandmother Zhang's face turned pale. Yes, if their secret plotting was heard by others, what then? Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Grandmother Zhang looked uneasily at the hospital room. I don't think your concern is even valid. I don't think your grandfather will make it through this. His health was already poor, and even last time, he almost didn't make it. Yijing treated him once, and he got better for a while. This time, after being angered by you, his old illness has flared up again. I'm afraid he won't make it. Look at him now, all skin and bones. Does he even look like a normal person? Grandmother Zhang wiped away her tears. I think, if it comes to that, we'll have to consider the aftermath. Zhang Liue quickly said, Then Grandma, you'd better hurry up and transfer Grandpa's assets to your name. Now, Grandpa still has shares in my younger sister's company, and more importantly, the Half Moon Bay Villa. That's the only asset left in our Zhang family's name, and it must be transferred to your name. Grandmother Zhang suddenly realized, that's right, that's the most important asset. It must be kept in hand. Although their Zhang family now had the use of over a dozen villas, they were all rented to them by Zhu Li of the Longxi Group. Only that one villa was in Grandfather Zhang's name. Grandmother Zhang had to hurry and transfer it to her name. All right, during this time, I have to get these matters settled while your grandfather is still alive. Grandmother Zhang hurriedly went out to handle the affairs. Seeing that Grandfather Zhang was on the verge of death, she had to consider her future livelihood. Inside the hospital room, the unconscious Grandfather Zhang suddenly showed a little movement. Big sister, Grandma, quickly. Grandpa seems to be waking up a bit. The younger generation of the Zhang family hurriedly shouted. Shortly after, Grandmother Zhang and Zhang Liue, who were out handling affairs, both returned. How did it go? Grandmother Zhang quickly asked. Zhang Liue replied, I went to the notary office. Grandpa's shares and assets will automatically be transferred to your name upon his death, without being divided to others. Hearing this, Grandmother Zhang breathed a slight sigh of relief. I also went to the property management office. They said that as soon as your grandfather passes away, the villa will automatically be transferred to my name. This way, I can feel at ease. Even if your grandfather is gone, at least he's left me something. After saying this, the two finally entered the hospital room. Chapter 346. Are you still in pain? Old master, how are you? You must be all right. If something happens to you, what will I do? I don't want to live either. As soon as Madame Zhang entered, she wailed loudly, as if her life would end the moment the old master passed away. Zhang Liue also shed tears. Grandpa, how do you feel? Are you still in pain? It's all my fault before. When I spoke to you, I was a bit too harsh. You couldn't take it and suddenly had a heart attack. The other Zheng family members sighed inwardly upon hearing these words. They didn't know what had happened to cause the old master's heart attack. But with Madame Zheng's wailing so heartfelt, everyone felt a pang of sorrow. Clearly, the person who cared most about the old master was his wife. As for Zheng Liue, it was clear that it was the old master who couldn't let go, which led to the heart attack. If he had let go, would he have had a heart attack? Old master, your heart is too small. At your age, how can you still be like this? Grandpa, you need to learn to let go. How can you live if you don't? Everyone tried to persuade the old master. In the end, the old master could only sigh. It was my obsession. This illness of mine is mainly due to the old injuries from when I was on the battlefield. That's why my body is so prone to illness. Ordinary hospitals can't cure it. Go and bring Yijing back. In this world, only Yijing can save me. The old master remembered the last time Yijing treated him, the mysterious and extraordinary methods that left a deep impression. If it happened again, it could definitely extend his life by another 5 years. Yijing. Upon hearing this, Zheng Liue and Madame Zheng's expressions changed. All right, I'll notify Yijing right away. A few quick-witted juniors immediately wanted to call their second sister. But Zheng Qingxian quickly stopped them. Wait, hold on. She exchanged a glance with Madame Zheng. How could they let Yijing come to treat the old master? That would instantly expose their conspiracy. I'll handle the matter with Yijing. After all, last time it ended quite badly. Yijing, and your second sister even kicked you out. After Zheng Qingxian said this, the other Zheng family juniors all nodded. Zheng Qingxian, however, thought to herself that she definitely wouldn't call Yijing. After all, dragging it out might mean that Grandpa would recover on his own or pass away. Throughout the day, the old master's condition worsened. The hospital could only barely maintain his vital signs, but it was clear they couldn't save him. As the old master's condition continued to decline, it became apparent that his life was nearing its end. Finally, the old master's life was on the brink, reaching the stage of returning light. Quick, help me up. The old master felt his end approaching and suddenly regained some strength. Help me sit up. I need to say something. All the Zheng family members gathered around. Sister, Grandma, Grandpa is sitting up? Grandpa is sitting up, that's great. Zheng Qingxian and Madame Zheng hurried to the ward. Upon seeing the old master's condition, Madame Zheng knew this wasn't a recovery but a final moment of clarity before the end. She gave Zheng Qingxian a meaningful look. Watch your grandpa closely. Don't let him say anything he shouldn't. Zheng Qingxian quickly nodded. I understand. At this moment, the old master said, use my account to log into the official account of Zhengshi Flagship Group. I need to do a live broadcast to say something. One of the juniors immediately logged in using the old master's account. Since the old master was the founder of Zhengshi Flagship Group, even though he had retired, he still held shares in the company. Thus, the account's permissions were still active. After logging in, the old master opened a video live stream. At the same time, many who followed the Zhengshi Flagship Group's official account received a notification about the live broadcast. Zheng Qingxian, who was far away in Hengqing, naturally saw this live broadcast notification. Huh? What's going on? Is someone live streaming? Who is it, Lin Yanan? Zheng Qingxian and Huang Yuyin were both curious. They were the highest-ranking managers of Zhengshi Flagship Company now, and neither of them had gone live. The most likely person was Lin Yanan. But when they clicked into the live stream, they found that the person on the screen was none other than the old master, and he looked extremely haggard. It's Grandpa. What's wrong with Grandpa? The background looks like a hospital, and he looks so frail. It's only been a few days. How did Grandpa become like this? When we left, he was still fine. At this moment, Yijing wasn't around. He was far away with his sister Yi, enjoying some time off. If Yijing were here, he would have immediately realized that the old master was at the point of no return, with only a brief moment of clarity left. Even a deity would be hard-pressed to save him. Of course, if he were by the old master's side, extending his life by 3 to 5 years would still be possible. But Yijing was far away in Hengqing, and even if he rushed back, the old master's body would likely have already cooled. Look, Grandpa seems to be saying something through this live stream. At this moment, Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan had no idea that the old master was delivering his final words. In the ward, the old master began to speak. I want to say two things. The first is that I voluntarily give up all my shares in Zhangshi Flagship Group and gift them to my second granddaughter, Zhang Qingxian. The second thing is to call Yijing back. I still have some things I want to tell him directly. As the old master spoke, Zhang Qingxian immediately interrupted loudly. What are you all doing? You've let Grandpa talk for so long. Don't you know to give him some water? Madame Zhang quickly added, quickly help your grandpa lie down. He's so sick, he needs to rest more. What's the point of talking? He needs to focus on getting better. With these interruptions, the old master couldn't continue and started coughing violently. After a long bout of coughing, his face turned an unhealthy red. I still have something to say. Cough, cough, cough. The old master tried to speak, but his face grew redder and his coughing worsened. It was clear he was struggling to breathe. Quickly help your grandpa lie down. Don't you see how he's suffering? Are you all blind? Madame Zhang shouted a few times, and the juniors quickly went over to help the old master lie down. Grandpa, don't get so worked up. Grandpa, just lie down first. Rest a bit before talking. The old master wanted to say more, for he knew that if he lay down now, he might never get up again. Chapter 347. Hating to the core. However, Zhang Leoi's persistent coughing and declining health were clear signs that he was not long for this world. In the end, unable to withstand the strain, Zhang Leoi's body slumped completely, and he fell into a deep coma once more. Turn off the live stream, elder sister Zhang Liue ordered. The younger family member holding the phone quickly complied, shutting off the device. Grandpa waking up this time wasn't a good thing at all. Zhang Qingxian pulled Grandma Zhang aside. In just a few words, he gave up his rights to the dry shares. Grandma, that was all supposed to be your money. Grandma Zhang was filled with hatred. She had already prepared for the transfer of those shares. As soon as the old man breathed his last, they would be entirely hers. They were practically already in her pocket. But because of that one sentence, everything was abandoned. Her assets had just flown away. She was consumed by hatred. This old man, even on his deathbed, won't let me have what's mine. He had to take it away from me. Originally, Grandma Zhang still had some affection for Zhang Leoi, but after this incident, she harbored only resentment. She wished the old man would die immediately. She hoped he wouldn't suddenly sit up again, spouting nonsense and giving away her villa. Fortunately, things had turned out as she wished. After this coma, Zhang Leoi had completely lost all vitality. Not long after, his life force was completely severed. His breathing and heartbeat ceased. Hengqing, is Grandpa seriously ill? Zhang Qingxian, who had been enjoying herself, quickly found Yijing. Yigu, my grandpa is on his last legs. He's very sick. We need to go back right away. Yijing, who had just arrived with his sister Yi, frowned at the news. Your grandpa is critically ill? Can't be, right? The last time I treated him, although he had some hidden ailments, his health was still manageable. He should have lasted another 3 to 5 years. How could he suddenly fall so ill? Zhang Qingxian was panicking. I don't know either. Let's hurry back. All right. Yijing nodded and booked return tickets. Brother, you're leaving already? Yi was a bit disappointed, reluctant to part. You focus on filming here. I'll come visit again next time, Yijing said with a faint smile. All right, come back early next time, Yi said, now happy. Finally, Yijing, Zhang Qingxian, and Huang Yuyan returned to the provincial capital. Where's my grandpa? As soon as they arrived, Zhang Qingxian went straight to the hospital without stopping anywhere else. However, upon arrival, she inquired at the hospital but found no record of Zhang Leoi's admission. She quickly called Zhang Liue, elder sister. Where's Grandpa? Zhang Liue sighed. You're too late. You didn't even get to see Grandpa for the last time. Ah. Zhang Qingshuan's tears immediately streamed down her face. She had rushed back as fast as she could, yet she still missed him? Where are you now? I'll come right away. Zhang Liyue, we're at the funeral home. We just cremated Grandpa and are about to head back. Zhang Qingxian suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Grandpa was gone just like that? She wondered what Grandpa had been thinking before his death, what had caused him to pass away so suddenly. Yi Jing frowned. What's wrong, Qingxian? Zhang Qingxian sobbed. Yigu, Huang Yuyin, my grandpa is gone. He's already been cremated. Huang Yuyin sighed and patted her shoulder. Take it easy. Yi Jing frowned. Zhang Leoi was gone? That was a bit too sudden, wasn't it? Although he had some connection with Zhang Leoi, it wasn't particularly deep, just mutual benefit. So upon hearing the news, he didn't think much of it. He just felt sorry for Zhang Qingxian, who was clearly heartbroken. Yigu, I'm going to see Grandpa. You two go home first. Yi Jing and Huang Yuyan returned to the mountain villa, while Zhang Qingxian went to the funeral home alone. At the funeral home, Zhang Qingxian found the rest of the Zhang family. Grandpa is gone? Zhang Qingxian looked at the Zhang family members, unable to believe it. Everyone nodded. Zhang Liyue said, Second sister, you're really unfilial. Grandpa is gone, and you were out traveling. You really have a big heart. Zhang Qingxian cried. How could I have known Grandpa would suddenly have an accident? I didn't expect it. If I had known Grandpa would fall ill, I wouldn't have gone traveling this time for anything. Zhang Qingxian was heartbroken. In the entire Zhang family, besides her parents, she had the closest relationship with Grandpa. As for the others, including elder sister and Grandma Zhang, she honestly didn't have much of an emotional connection. Grandpa clearly wanted to say something to me during the live stream. Why did you stop him? Zhang Qingxian suddenly realized that on that day, Grandpa must have had something he wanted to say to her, but elder sister Zhang Liyue and Grandma had suddenly intervened. At that time, Grandpa was coughing so badly. What could he have said? Zhang Qingxian sneered. But you, how did you know Grandpa still wanted to speak? He had already voluntarily given up the dry shares. What more did you want him to say? Are you saying that if Grandpa had also given you that half-mountain villa, you would have been happy? Grandma Zhang added, Liyue, your grandpa shouldn't have given those shares to you before he died. They should have been mine. Zhang Qingxian shook her head. No, I will follow Grandpa's will and go through the legal process. If you have any objections, discuss them with the company's legal department. You unfilial child. Grandma Zhang was seething with anger. That was my money. Why are you stealing it? Zhang Qingxian was speechless. Grandma, that was given to me by my grandpa. He voluntarily gave up the shares for me. How could it be yours? Moreover, haven't you already gotten the half-mountain villa? And the Zhang family still owns more than a dozen villas and a company. Although she had rushed back without stopping, Zhang Qingxian had been on the phone with Lin Yanan the entire time, learning about everything that had happened. She had a strange premonition. Perhaps her grandpa's death had something to do with elder sister Zhang Qingxian and grandma suddenly acquiring such a large amount of assets. After all, these two events had occurred almost simultaneously. Grandma, you already have your own place to live and your own company. From now on, let's not interact anymore. Although she didn't have concrete evidence, Zhang Qingxian had a strong intuition that her grandpa's death was definitely connected to elder sister Zhang Qingxian and grandma. The way they deliberately interrupted grandpa's live stream was proof enough. After Zhang Qingxian left, Zhang Liyue and Grandma Zhang's faces grew even darker. Chapter 348. I'll help you get rid of him. Grandma, Zhang Liyue has completely turned her back on the Zhang family, Zhang Qingxian said with a dark expression. She doesn't even deserve to be my younger sister anymore. Zhang Laodai also looked displeased. Her audacity has grown. She dares to defy me and hasn't handed over the shares that rightfully belong to me. This second daughter of ours is going mad. Zhang Qingshuan's eyes darted around. Grandma, it wasn't like this with Liyue before. It all started changing after Yi Jing arrived. Zhang Laodai pondered slightly. Yes, it was after Yi Jing arrived that she began to expel the shares of the Zhang family members. Grandma, that means we should act quickly and deal with Yi Jing. Zhang Qingxian continued, we'll let Yijing fall into despair, and then Julie will step in. Heh, once Yijing is dead, there'll be no one to back Liu up or give her advice. Won't she be at our mercy then? And that Zheng flagship group, won't it have to return to our Zheng family? And that villa on the hill? Zhang Laotai's eyes lit up. You're right. Let's start by staging a car accident. The two began whispering to each other. After returning, Yijing had just entered his room in the hilltop villa when his phone rang. Mr. Yi, are you back? Han Xiao's voice came through. I miss you. No, I have a request. Yijing chuckled. What request? Han Xiao, tomorrow is my birthday, and I'm holding a birthday banquet. Could you come? It's the first time I've ever had a birthday celebration. Yijing was a bit surprised. The Han family was a wealthy and influential one, yet Han Xiao, who was already of age, had never had a birthday celebration. Mr. Yi, I've always been sick. Since birth, my special constitution made me fear the cold, so I never went outside. My birthday falls during a colder season, and as a child, I used to hide in a small room, feeling both self-conscious and scared. Even when the adults wanted to celebrate my birthday, I didn't want to. And every time I celebrated, it reminded me of my mother, who died giving birth to me. Eventually, the Han family formed an unspoken rule. No one was to celebrate my birthday or even mention it. Over time, I've never had a birthday celebration. This year, thanks to you curing me and making me feel alive and cheerful again, I told my grandfather about it. He wants to make this birthday grand, with a lavish celebration, spending a lot of money. But I think spending so much money is meaningless. I'd rather turn this birthday into something meaningful. Yijing listened to the recovered girl's rambling about her life, a smile creeping onto his lips. And what meaningful thing do you want to do? Han Xiao replied, I want to turn my birthday banquet into a charity auction. Led by the Han family, we'll invite many prominent families to participate. Everyone will bring items they don't need, but have some value to auction off. All the proceeds will be donated to girls like me who can't move freely or take care of themselves, hoping to make their lives a bit better, unlike how I used to live. Yijing was about to praise Han Xiao. All right, I'll definitely attend your charity auction. Not only will I attend, but I'll also contribute an item to the auction. Yay, that's great. Han Xiao jumped for joy upon hearing Yijing's agreement. Even over the phone, Yijing could feel how excited the girl was. The usually icy, strong woman in front of others, Han Xiao, somehow always seemed like a little girl in front of Yijing. The next day, Yijing arrived at the Han family's charity auction. Mr. Yi has arrived. As soon as Yijing arrived, someone announced loudly. Several groups of people inside immediately came out to greet him. Mr. Yi is here. Leading the Han family was Han Guoyang, with Han Xiao following behind, smiling warmly. Next to them were the Duan family's Duan Yonghao, the Miao family's Miao Wenjun, and the Mu family, accompanied by many high-level executives from Tonghui Technology. All respectfully greeted him. Mr. Yi, you've come. Meanwhile, another group approached from outside. Ao Xiao, you're also here for the Han family's charity auction birthday banquet? Someone recognized the leading figure in the group, Ao Xiao. Aren't you here in the provincial capital to set up business in the capital? Why are you attending this? Ao Xiaojiang smiled faintly. Since I'm here, I might as well use this occasion to meet the major families of the provincial capital. This Han family birthday banquet holds no special meaning for me. It's just a platform to meet the families. Someone next to him chuckled. For Ao Xiao to grace this event personally, it's truly an honor for the Han family. Ao Xiaojiang smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. He hailed from the prestigious Ao family in the capital, with vast business interests. Even entities like the Longxi Group and the Su City Yu family didn't hold much weight in his eyes. However, he and Julie from the Longxi Group were close friends with similar tastes. This time, attending the banquet, he planned to first visit a nearby hotel. He had an appointment to meet Julie there before heading to the auction. A short while later, Ao Xiaojiang entered the hotel room. Julie was already waiting inside. As soon as they met, they laughed and embraced. Brother Xiaojiang, long time no see. Julie greeted with a hearty hug. Ao Xiaojiang also smiled. How have you been? Still taking your horse to races and gambling? The two had met through horse racing and gambling, and their shared interests had cemented their friendship. Zhu Li shook his head. I've been busy with my father and my foster brother's affairs lately. Ao Xiaojiang's expression turned serious. What's going on? Zhu Li sighed. My father and my foster brother are dead, killed by a man named Yi Jing. Ao Xiaojiang's face darkened with anger. Why didn't you tell me, brother? Where is this Yi Jing? I'll help you get rid of him. My Ao family in the capital can handle anyone, no matter their background. I can take him down for you. Zhu Li smiled. Brother, I wouldn't trouble you with this. I want to handle this myself. Chapter 349. The First Table Banquet. I called you here today to ask for a small favor. Ao Xiaojiang laughed. Don't worry, I'll help with a small favor, or even a big one. Zhu Li took out a packet of powder. Brother Xiaojiang, this packet of powder is a slow-acting poison. After taking it, there won't be any immediate reaction. But over the next month, all the organs will gradually fail, causing unbearable pain and eventually death. I want Yi Jing to experience a month of living in hell first. Ao Xiaojiang laughed heartily and praised, Not bad, not bad. I like the way you do things, kid. Against people like him, you have to torture them first and then let them die. Killing him directly would be the easiest way out for him. But how can I help you with this powder? Zhu Li said, Tonight, Yi Jing will also attend the charity auction birthday banquet at the Han family's event. There will naturally be some dining and banquet sessions. All you have to do is sprinkle this powder into the food at his table. Ao Xiaojiang frowned slightly. In that case, wouldn't everyone at his table be poisoned with this slow-acting toxin? Zhu Li showed a sinister expression. There's no other way. Who told them to sit at the same table as Yi Jing? Ao Xiaojiang suddenly burst out laughing. You're right. Brother, I really like your style. People should live life with a sense of justice and vengeance. Those idiots who chose to sit with Yi Jing will have to bear the consequences. I'll help you with this favor, brother. Ao Xiaojiang immediately said, Where's the powder? Zhu Li carefully took out a packet of powder from his pocket. Be careful, brother. Don't spill it, and don't get any on yourself. This is a slow-acting poison, and there's no cure. If you accidentally get it in your mouth, rinse immediately and get your stomach pumped. Ao Xiaojiang laughed. Don't worry, can't I handle such a small task? I'll make sure it's done perfectly. Zhu Li smiled. Since you're so efficient, I can't treat you unfairly. He clapped his hands, and Zhang Liyue walked in from the next room. Zhu Li whispered, To get something, you have to give something first. Your Zhang family got villa residency and company investments from me, so you have to give something in return. And this Mr. Ao from the capital is no ordinary person. If you can hook up with him during this opportunity, it'll be your lucky break. Zhang Liyue was initially shy and hesitant. Zhu Li had mentioned that to deal with Yi Jing, she needed to contribute. At first, she didn't know what kind of contribution was needed. But after arriving at the hotel, it suddenly dawned on her. Now that she saw Ao Xiaojiang from the capital, she suddenly accepted the idea. This was someone from the prestigious Ao family of the capital. This was a far more powerful figure than Su Yi from the Longxi group. If she could really hook up with him, it would be a direct leap to the top. Mr. Ao, Zhang Liyue acted like a well-behaved girl. Unexpectedly, Ao Xiaojiang frowned. Brother, I do like beautiful women, but you know, I don't like the obedient type. I like bold, open-minded women who can try all kinds of positions. Zhang Liyue immediately looked up. Mr. Ao, since I won't pretend anymore. I know all kinds of tricks, and I'm ready for your inspection now. Ao Xiaojiang's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. It's rare to find someone with both goddess-level looks and figure who can be so open. I've played with many so-called goddesses and celebrities, but they all act coy and reserved in front of me, not daring to go wild. I have a heavy taste, and not many can satisfy me. Ao Xiaojiang chuckled and pulled Zhang Liyue into the next room. Zhu Li waited outside, munching on some sunflower seeds. Honey, the auction banquet is about to start. How long will Ao Xiaojiang be in there? Don't miss the chance to poison Yi Jing. Yu Yunling walked out. Zhu Li smiled faintly and whispered, "Don't worry, don't I know my friend well? How long can he last?" Yu Yunling glanced at her watch with concern, "But I heard he's quite wild. I don't know how long those things will take." Zhu Li shook his head and laughed. "You don't know my friend. He's all talk and no action. Many of the wild things he wants to do, he doesn't even get to try before it's over." Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, the door opened. Ao Xiaojiang walked out satisfied, and Zhang Liyue, pretending to be satisfied, followed behind, adjusting her clothes. Not bad, brother. The girl you introduced this time really suits my taste. What's your name again, girl? Never mind, it's not important. Here's my number. I'll be staying here for a while, so call me whenever you're available." Zhang Liyue was eager to hook up with Ao Xiaojiang, so she quickly nodded happily. "Sure, Mr. Ao. I have several other poses I'd love to show you." Definitely. Ao Xiaojiang laughed heartily. Coming to this provincial city has been quite rewarding. Not only did I get to play with such a beautiful girl, but I also get to toy with others. He held the white powder and left the restaurant. Birthday Charity Auction Banquet. Mr. Ao from the Ao family of the capital has arrived. As soon as Ao Xiaojiang arrived, someone announced it loudly. "Wow, the Ao family is here." I've heard that since the Ao family from the capital arrived, many local noble families have tried to visit, but they've all been turned away. I didn't expect them to show up at the Han family's birthday charity banquet today. I wonder what their intentions are. Anyway, the Ao family from the capital is a top-tier noble family. Today's banquet is a great opportunity. I need to go and curry favor. Same here. If we can get even a little bit of favor from the Ao family, it'll be enough to keep us fed. In an instant, a crowd of people swarmed towards Ao Xiaojiang. To an outsider, it seemed as if Ao Xiaojiang was the main guest of the night. Ao Xiaojiang welcomed everyone and collected their business cards. This time, he had come to this provincial city in Jiang province to lay the groundwork for business, expand the market, and adjust the direction. Naturally, he needed to get a sense of the local noble families. Is that the first table of the banquet over there? Since this auction banquet was called a banquet, there would be tables of food. Chapter 350. Not expensive. That's correct, young Master Ao. That's the first table. However, the seat arranged for you is at the third table. As soon as Ao Xiaojiang heard this, his face darkened. "You're arranging me at the third table? Why?" He was from the prestigious Ao family of the capital, and in this small provincial city of Jiang province, he could be considered the most noble and powerful person, right? Even sitting at the main seat of the first table would not be excessive, right? Yet they dared to place him at the third table? Was the Han family out of their minds? The elderly member of the Han family in charge of the arrangements quickly apologized. "Young Master Ao, given your status, you should indeed be seated at the first table. But you arrived rather suddenly, and we didn't have time to make prior arrangements. The seats at the first and second tables were already reserved in advance, so?" Before the old man could finish explaining, Ao Xiaojiang rudely stepped forward and headed straight to the first table. "When I, young Master Ao, come to your local Jiang province, I am the dragon crossing the river, and I sit in the C position. Even if I came without prior notice, you should have adapted and arranged for me to sit at the first seat. I won't bully you. I'll leave the main seat for your Han family. The first guest seat should be mine, right?" Ao Xiaojiang was about to sit down directly. The Han family elder hurriedly stepped forward to block him. I'm sorry, young Master Ao. You really can't sit in that seat. It's reserved for Mr. Yi." "Mr. Yi? What kind of Mr. Yi?" Ao Xiaojiang was furious. In this small Jiang province, could there be anyone more noble than himself? The Han family elder quickly explained. "Mr. Yi is a distinguished guest personally invited by our head, Han Guoyang, and our young lady, Han Xiao. He is the most important guest of this birthday banquet. You can sit in another seat too." Ao Xiaojiang sneered. "So, tell me, is this Mr. Yi from the capital or from Shanghai?" He wasn't a brainless playboy. As someone who represented the Ao family of the capital and ventured out to expand their territory, he wasn't truly that foolish. He just had some rather perverted habits when it came to women, but in everyday matters, he was quite shrewd. The Han family elder hesitated, thinking of Yi Jing's various identities. Well, he's neither. Mr. Yi is just a local medical practitioner in our province. He can treat illnesses and cured Miss Han Siyao's long-standing disease. Ha ha ha. Ao Xiaojiang burst out laughing. Just a lousy doctor dares to sit in that seat? I'd like to see who else today dares to sit down besides me. He was about to sit down when, unexpectedly, a slender figure walked over from behind and directly pulled away the chair reserved for Yi Jing. Thud. Ao Xiaojiang fell straight to the ground, landing with a thud. Who the hell moved my chair? Ao Xiaojiang was furious, turning around and slapping the person behind him hard. Only then did he realize that the one who had moved the chair was a young lad, wearing the distinctive clothing of the Han family. This chair is for my sister to entertain a distinguished guest. You can't sit here. The young lad gritted his teeth. His sister, Han Siyao, had specifically instructed him that only Mr. Yi could sit in this chair, so his task today was to protect this chair and ensure no one else dared to touch it. The conviction of youth was strong. He didn't care if you were from some big family or the capital. He would stick to his goal and carry it out to the end. Even after being slapped, he glared fiercely at the man in front of him. Just then, a guest nearby exclaimed, "Look, Miss Han Siyao is here." Wow, and she's brought Mr. Yi with her. Hearing the mention of Mr. Yi, Ao Xiaojiang lost interest in arguing with the young lad. He wanted to go over and see just who this so-called Mr. Yi was. Miss Han, I am Ao Xiaojiang from the Ao family of the capital. I've come specially today to celebrate your birthday. Ao Xiaojiang raised his head high, his arrogance evident, as if no one present was worthy of his attention. And indeed, he had the right to be proud. During his first few days in the provincial city of Jiang Province, numerous wealthy families had come to pay their respects, but he had refused to see any of them. Most of these families were also present at today's birthday auction banquet hosted by the Han family. So when he entered, all eyes turned to him, but he paid little attention to them. He only bothered to engage with those from first-tier families or top-level enterprises. "Oh, hello, young Master Ao," Han Siyao said, her tone respectful, but to Ao Xiaojiang's ears, it sounded rather lukewarm. So the Han family is just like that, huh? The only difference between the Han family and the other first-tier families and wealthy clans in Jiang Province is that today happens to be their birthday auction banquet, and they happen to be the main event. In Ao Xiaojiang's eyes, the Han family was no different from other provincial city first-tier families, all garbage. Families like the Han, Miao, and Mu clans, if placed in the capital, wouldn't even rank as third tier, not even worth mentioning. They wouldn't catch a second glance from Ao Xiaojiang. Ao Xiaojiang narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yi Jing beside him. The reason Han Siyao treated him so indifferently was likely because of this so-called Mr. Yi. A mere doctor. What right did he have to take his seat and sit in the central seat position? Miss Han, I came from afar in the capital and didn't bring anything too extravagant as a gift. But I heard that today you're holding a charity auction and I admire that. Sacrificing your birthday banquet to hold such an auction that benefits the disadvantaged is commendable, and I'm willing to contribute. However, I came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything special. I have a scroll of calligraphy and painting that I carry with me. It's not worth much, so I'll leave it to you, Miss Han, to auction off for the funds. Saying this, he signaled his attendant to bring out a scroll of calligraphy and painting. As it was unfurled, a wave of gasps swept through the entire venue. Wow! This is a genuine work by the Master of Chinese Studies, Wang Chonghuan. And it's a landscape theme. That's incredibly rare. It's said that Master Wang Chonghuan, throughout his life, mainly painted animals, only turning to landscape painting in his final years. Only about 5 of his landscape paintings are well known and in circulation. Each of these is priceless, beyond the reach of the market. It's rumored that at a recent auction in Shanghai, one of the master's landscape paintings sold for 200 million yuan. The landscape painting that young Master Ao has brought out appears even more exquisite, with more detailed brushstrokes and a deeper artistic conception. Ao Xiaojiang revealed a faint look of pride. There's no helping it. The items in the possession of the Ao family, even those casually brought out, are considered treasures in your eyes. This landscape painting isn't expensive, just about 250 million yuan. Chapter 351. Just a tiny pill. Ao Xiaojiang spoke in a casual tone, but deep down, he was also bleeding. This landscape painting, if placed in the Ao family, indeed wouldn't mean much. But Ao Xiaojiang couldn't fully represent the Ao family. He was merely a member of a branch of the Ao family. His money didn't come from thin air. He had to humble himself before the head of the Ao family to get his share. However, outwardly, he had to maintain the pride of the Ao family, even if it meant pretending to be wealthy. This landscape painting by Master Wang will be auctioned here and donated to the disadvantaged groups. Ao Xiaojiang glanced at Yi Jing beside him. So, Mr. Yi, who has the honor of sitting in the core seat, must have brought something extraordinary, right? All eyes turned to Yi Jing. Most people present didn't know Yi Jing's true identity or how powerful he was. They only saw that the Han family treated Yi Jing with such importance, and the Mu, Duan, and Miao families also seemed to value him highly. This made them instinctively feel that Yi Jing wasn't an ordinary person. Now, they all looked to Yi Jing for his response, trying to gauge his background from the gift he would offer, wondering why the Han family placed him at the top of the guest list. I didn't bring anything special, Yi Jing said lightly. I still have a few of these little things, so I'll auction them off. He took out a small glass bottle containing a tiny pill. What is this trash? Ao Xiaojiang burst out laughing when he saw it. That glass bottle is worth just a few cents, right? And what's inside? A black pill? Did you pick it up from the side of the road? Compared to his exquisitely framed landscape painting by a renowned master, which looked high-end, this tiny pill looked like a piece of mud picked up from the side of the road, crude and simple in design. You say this is a medicine pill. Can it cure diseases? Ao Xiaojiang deliberately questioned Yi Jing. Yi Jing replied calmly, yes, it can cure diseases. Ao Xiaojiang sneered, oh, really? You're so ignorant. You know, in this world, any medicine needs a label, right? It has to be endorsed by the state, come with an instruction manual, and have a manufacturer, right? What you have here is a 3-no product with nothing. Who would dare to buy it? Who would dare to eat it? Eating this thing carelessly, aren't you afraid of getting diarrhea? Or stomach pain? Ao Xiaojiang sneered. It's only people like you, upstarts, who would treat such 3-no products as treasures. We, the traditional families, only care about things with brand value. In just a few words, Ao Xiaojiang belittled Yi Jing's pill to nothing. Yi Jing said calmly, your landscape painting is indeed a good thing, but it's only worth 250 million, right? Ao Xiaojiang burst into laughter. Only? Do you even have the right to use the word only? Yi Jing glanced at him. What if the final auction price of my pill exceeds your landscape painting? Ao Xiaojiang shook his head. That's absolutely impossible. If your price is higher, it just means someone is an idiot. Don't you believe me? How about we make a bet then? Ao Xiaojiang looked at a pot of seafood soup on the table. Pfft. Ao Xiaojiang rolled the phlegm in his throat and spat it into the seafood soup. If my landscape painting sells for more, you'll drink this pot of seafood soup. Haha. At this, the few attendants and bodyguards behind Ao Xiaojiang burst into laughter. Our young master Ao is a celebrity in the capital. That one spit of his is worth at least 1 million. You drinking it is a bargain for you. Haha, should I add a few more? One of the attendants stepped forward and spat a few more times into the soup. Then, one by one, the remaining attendants and bodyguards followed suit, each spitting into the seafood soup. However, unnoticed by the others, one of Ao Xiaojiang's close attendants, while spitting, quietly sprinkled a bag of white powder into the seafood soup. Ao Xiaojiang's disgusting bet wasn't just to humiliate Yi Jing, but also to secretly accomplish the task Zhu Li had given him. Now, this soup is not only delicious but also priceless. If you, Yijing, drink it, your value will skyrocket instantly. Yijing said calmly, all right, the bet is disgusting, but since it's what you prepared for yourselves, I won't stop you. Ao Xiaojiang sneered, humph, your mental victory is useless. Let's get on with the auction. He announced loudly to the crowd, now, let's start auctioning my landscape painting. Immediately, a staff member from the Han family came over to take the painting. A professional auctioneer began the auction. The next item up for auction is a late work by the National Master Wang. Our experts have just appraised it and affixed the certification seal. It is definitely a genuine masterpiece. The starting bid is 100 million. The painting itself was valuable, and everyone knew it was a rare piece. So, as soon as the auction began, many people started bidding. I offer 110 million. Haha, something clearly worth over 200 million, and you're being so conservative? I offer 200 million. 250 million. After just a few rounds of bidding, the price had reached 250 million. However, as the auction progressed, the enthusiasm for bidding cooled down. In the end, the painting was sold for 280 million. See? This is the real gift. Ao Xiaojiang said proudly, 280 million. Can your worthless mud pill compare? Deep down, he was also feeling a bit of pain. After all, that was 280 million. If it weren't for venting his anger and restoring some face for the Ao family in front of the many prominent families of Jiangsu province, he wouldn't have given it away for free. Young Master Ao is so generous. Giving away something worth 280 million like that. Everyone began to flatter him. Although these prominent families had come to the charity auction banquet, the items they brought were mostly worth a few million, with some even being as cheap as just tens of thousands. The richer they were, the more stingy they became. If it weren't for wanting to give face to the Han family, while also networking with other prominent families and increasing their own exposure, they wouldn't have come to this charity event at all. Apart from young Master Ao, the most expensive item seems to be the Han family's own carving, worth 100 million, right? Chapter 352, Building Reputation. And the rest are just a few million items. Ao Xiaojiang's 280 million is in a league of its own. He's amazing, so rich. No wonder he's from the Ao family of the capital. Hearing the continuous praise from the crowd, Ao Xiaojiang finally felt a bit better. At least this time in the provincial capital of Jiang province, his reputation had been established through this event. In the future, when expanding his business or setting up industries, things would definitely be much easier. Didn't you see how the various families and wealthy clans sitting in the back were already looking at him with glowing eyes? Everyone wanted to rush up and cooperate with him. Yijing also handed the miraculous medicine to the staff. Now auctioning, the miraculous medicine of Mr. Yi. The auctioneer stumbled here, unsure of what to say next. When introducing Master Wang's landscape painting earlier, he had plenty of words at his disposal, as he had studied and memorized many details. But this miraculous medicine? He was completely unfamiliar with it. Judging from its appearance alone, there wasn't much to introduce. Fortunately, someone from the audience came to his rescue. Hurry up and sell it. Everyone knows how good this miraculous medicine is. Let's start the auction. The speaker was Elder Miao of the Miao family, undoubtedly one of the top wealthy clans in the provincial capital of Jiang province. The auctioneer seized the opportunity and quickly said, all right, let's start the auction for Mr. Ye's miraculous medicine. The starting bid is? He looked towards the head of the Han family, Han Guoyang. Han Guoyang gestured with his hand, and the auctioneer's heart skipped a beat. 100 million? This worthless thing, 100 million? Who would buy it? But he immediately said, the starting bid is also 100 million. However, as soon as he finished, Elder Miao of the Miao family raised his placard. I offer 200 million. As soon as this bid was made, Ao Xiaojiang frowned. He asked the staff member from the Han family beside him, does that old man surnamed Miao know Yijing? Is he deliberately boosting his price? In reality, that 200 million is just moving from one pocket to the other. The Han family staff member hesitated. It seems they do know each other, but the Miao family is also a wealthy clan, They wouldn't do such a thing for someone else, would they? Ao Xiaojiang sneered. You don't understand. There are plenty of shady dealings among the wealthy clans. Watch, it's probably just the Miao family flattering him. The auction will soon cool down. But the next moment, Duan Yonghao from the Duan family stood up abruptly. The Duan family offers 300 million. Ao Xiaojiang's eyelids twitched. Where did this Duan family come from? 300 million already? Surpassing the price of his landscape painting? But what he didn't expect was that the bidding didn't stop there. Mu Jia from Tonghui Technology also stood up. How could Mr. Ye's miraculous medicine be worth only 300 million? Duan Yonghao, you're practically insulting Mr. Yi. Haha, I offer 400 million. Han Guoyang smiled and said, Everyone, don't fight over it. Today, my Han family is hosting, so give me, the host, some face. I offer 500 million. Is that okay? He had personally taken the miraculous medicine and naturally knew how miraculous its effects were. He wanted to buy another one for use on a future day or for his old partner. Old Master Han, you've already taken one. Why not let us have it? How can you be so selfish? Old Master Mu Fengchun from the Mu family directly said, I offer 600 million. Don't all of you fight me for it. Suddenly, Miao Su stood up and said, Everyone, I'm not trying to play the victim, but my wife has been very ill recently and urgently needs this miraculous medicine to save her life. I was originally thinking of finding an excuse to ask Mr. Yi for another one. Even half would do, but unexpectedly, today is such a good opportunity, so I'll just bid directly. I offer 700 million. Please don't compete with me. I'm saving a life here. Hearing this, everyone stopped bidding. It wasn't that they couldn't afford more, but they had all recently heard about the serious illness of the Duan family's matriarch. Old Duan, if it weren't for your special situation, I wouldn't let you have this miraculous medicine. Yes, Mr. Ye's miraculous medicine is usually hard to come by. This time we'll let you have it, but next time you can't compete with us. Listening to these words, Ao Xiaojiang was a bit confused. Could it be that all the wealthy clans of Jiang province are acting together with Yijing? Could that miraculous medicine really be something extraordinary? Just then, someone from a prominent family suddenly said, Could the miraculous medicine you were bidding on just now be the legendary one throughout the entire provincial capital? The one that can bring the dead back to life, where just half a pill can revive a dead person. Han Guoyang smiled and said, Yes, that's the miraculous medicine. Look at me, how do I look compared to before? Everyone praised. Old Master Han looks radiant, as if rejuvenated, with much more black hair than before, looking like he's 20 years younger. Han Guoyang smiled. Yes, I became 20 years younger after taking Mr. Ye's miraculous medicine. At this moment, Wang Mingyang also stood up. Everyone, this miraculous medicine is the one that has been popular recently in the province. I don't have much stock left either. With Wang Mingyang's endorsement, everyone was shocked. Even Master Wang Mingyang has stood up. It seems this miraculous medicine is real. Wow, that's truly priceless. I regret it. I didn't participate in the bidding earlier. Me too. I thought it was just some ordinary miraculous medicine, misled by that Ao Xiaojiang, who made me think it was some worthless pill. I regret it to death. Despite those billions, compared to the miraculous medicine, it's priceless. It's buying life with money. Even if I had to sell everything, I'd pay 10 billion to buy it. Hearing everyone's words, Ao Xiaojiang finally understood that Yijing had indeed brought out something extraordinary and expensive. At this moment, Yijing looked at Ao Xiaojiang. How is it? You've lost, haven't you? Ao Xiaojiang's cheeks stiffened. He had brought out a landscape painting worth 250 million, which could be considered a national treasure. Yet, he still couldn't win against Yijing. All right, I admit defeat. After admitting defeat, Ao Xiaojiang snorted angrily and prepared to leave. Don't go. Yijing smiled faintly. Someone just said that the seafood soup that could increase one's net worth was a reward for the loser. Since your landscape painting didn't exceed mine, why don't you fulfill your promise and drink that seafood soup to increase your net worth? That stuff, I wouldn't drink it. Ao Xiaojiang sneered. Do you think I'd drink something that's been spat on by over a dozen people? Chapter 353. Starting to play dumb. Ao Xiaojiang started to play dumb. Not only did the soup contain saliva and phlegm, but he had also added white powder to it. Zhu Li had said that the white powder was incurable. Once ingested, the slow-acting poison would cause gradual organ failure and death within a month. He would never drink it. Young Master Ao, you're not going to drink it? Yi Jing sneered. As far as I know, young Master Ao, you came to Jiang Province's capital city this time to set up business, expand sales channels, and take control of the Ao family company, right? In other words, you now represent not just yourself, but the entire Ao family of the capital. As a business family, I'm sure you know what's most important, don't you? It's integrity. If you don't drink this bowl of soup today, the loss won't just be your personal reputation, but also the reputation of the Ao family of the capital. If I expose what happened today, who would dare to do business with the Ao family in the future? The Miao family, Duan family, Mu family, and even the host of today, the Han family, all began to speak up for Yi Jing. That's right, young Master Ao. Aren't you representing the Ao family of the capital? Even the basic integrity of doing business is lacking? You were the one who proposed the bet. No one forced you, right? Now that you've lost, you're going back on your word? Without integrity, what kind of business can you do? My Mu family won't do business with someone who can't keep their word. My Miao family won't do business with someone who lacks integrity either. Everyone sneered. Ao Xiaojiang's face turned ashen. He noticed that many people were secretly raising their phones to take videos of him. With how advanced the internet is, once filmed here, it would likely reach the Ao family in the capital by tomorrow. If the head of the Ao family saw him embarrassing himself and damaging the family's reputation, he might even lose his chance to take control of the Jiang province branch. Fine, I'll drink it. Ao Xiaojiang gritted his teeth and stepped up to the seafood soup. He picked up the bowl and gulped it down. Let's go. Ao Xiaojiang, with a black face, immediately left with his people. This young Master Ao really has no tolerance. He can't even sit still after losing and just has to leave. Haha, he feels embarrassed. Too young. He just left directly. Everyone shook their heads and laughed. What they didn't know was that Ao Xiaojiang was going to save himself. After leaving the auction banquet, Ao Xiaojiang quickly called Zhu Li and Zhang Liue. Brother, did you sprinkle the powder on Yi Jing? Zhu Li eagerly asked, and Yu Yunling also perked up her ears to listen. On the other side, Zhang Liue was also excited. Ao Xiaojiang anxiously shouted, Stop talking! Quickly tell me, does this slow-acting poison have an antidote? Hurry up and bring me the antidote. Ah! Zhu Li was stunned. Why do you need the antidote? You're not thinking of saving Yi Jing's life, are you? Brother, we have such a good relationship. Are you betraying me now? Stop your nonsense. Ao Xiaojiang, getting more anxious, cursed even more fiercely. Just bring me the antidote. Why are you talking so much? If I die, I'll take you with me. Zhu Li on the other end sensed something was wrong and quickly asked, Brother, what's going on? Why would you die? Could it be that you accidentally ingested the poison yourself? I told you, don't use it on yourself. Yu Yunling beside him felt a wave of disappointment. Such a good slow-acting poison, which could make Yi Jing suffer for a month before dying in despair. How could it not be used on him? Zhang Liue felt the same disappointment. If Yi Jing died, she could completely control Zheng Qingxian and reclaim the vast Zheng flagship group. Now, all of that had turned into bubbles and vanished. Stop your nonsense. Just bring me the antidote quickly. Ao Xiaojiang was frantic, having already rushed to the bathroom to rinse his mouth. But the seafood soup was so large, and now his stomach was bloated from drinking it. Clearly, it had already entered his digestive system. How much could rinsing his mouth help? This slow-acting poison doesn't have an antidote. Zhu Li was speechless. Brother, if you really ingested the poison, there's only one way. Hurry up and get your stomach pumped while the poison hasn't taken effect yet. As long as you get your stomach pumped in time, the poison shouldn't stay in your body much, and if the toxicity is low, it won't be too fatal. Before Zhu Li could finish, Ao Xiaojiang directly hung up the phone. Quick, take me to the hospital. I need to get my stomach pumped. And that Yi Jing, how dare he force me to drink that poison? Remember this. I'm going to kill him. I must kill him. Ao Xiaojiang didn't think it was his fault, but blamed everything on Yi Jing. If it weren't for Yi Jing challenging him to the auction, how could he have lost? If it weren't for Yi Jing forcing him to drink, how could he have been poisoned? It was all Yi Jing's fault. That person deserved to die. After Ao Xiaojiang left, the auction banquet returned to its normal atmosphere. Mr. Yi, this time you've brought in hundreds of millions of revenue to the auction. You've really made it a grand success? Everyone came over to flatter Yi Jing. On one hand, Yi Jing had indeed auctioned off the miraculous medicine for a lot of money. On the other hand, everyone also realized at this moment that this young man in front of them was not only the creator of the miraculous medicine, but also Wang Mingyang's master. Making friends with such a highly skilled healer, who wouldn't be willing? At the end of the auction, Han Guoyang, the head of the Han family, suddenly stepped forward. He smiled at everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, today's charity auction has shown me everyone's kindness, which is a care for the disadvantaged, and also the affection for my daughter. This time, everyone has contributed, and my Han family will reciprocate according to the ranking of contributions to express our gratitude. Of course, the gifts are not expensive, just a token of our appreciation. The first prize in the gifts is a limited edition Bugatti worth 80 million. Of course, it should be given to our Mr. Yi. Although this car is nothing compared to Mr. Ye's miraculous medicine, we really can't offer anything comparable to the value of the medicine, Han Guoyang said with a bitter smile. Everyone also showed a kind smile. The rest of the people also received their respective gifts. In the end, Yi Jing drove back to the mountaintop villa in this limited edition worth 80 million. As soon as he entered the villa, everyone inside exclaimed, Yi Jing, whose luxury car are you driving back? Chapter 354. Several million? What a beautiful car. The parents of Zhang Qingxian were the first to see the car and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Zhang Peilan exclaimed in astonishment. This car must be expensive, right? Several million? Yi Jing smiled lightly. It's okay.